then you were like a ridiculous over level deserve. Like you weren't just like a recreational idolater. You know, man, like you were 24/7. You were into this stuff. So if you obviously are big kamchama, so why did you worship at all deserves? Listen to what Menashe says. I'll tell you one thing, Rashi. If you lived in the times that I lived, he says, I want to tell you something. If you lived when I lived, you would have lifted your cloak up even higher than I did, so that you could run faster than me to go worship my God. What Menashe was telling Rashi, he didn't understand the place in which, remember again, sometimes with Rashi, as all God is for us. We have for the Yeshara, for idolatry to be removed from this world. So they're already feeling like this. You just don't understand. You don't understand what life is. You don't understand what the pushes and pulls like. You don't understand what the draw is like. But I promise you one thing. You think I'm a bad guy? Had you lived in my times, you would have been even a bigger idol worshiper than me. Masar Amal Lula Rabbanan, not stuck for that stuff. Look at the next day, when Rashi begins the shir, he says to the Talmidim, let's begin learning about our kings. So he begins to refer to even these evil kings in a deferential way. So there's a lot to say about why Menashe shows that halacha. Right? Why that halacha about the bread? So I have to say a different thing. My Avla was it Akam didn't have to answer for this. I was like, oi, right? He was like, oi, his behavior was so terrible in the eyes of his brother. He was the father of idolatry. After Shammai sit, after Tzari Yulad, excuse me, after Tzari Yulad, Avla was so coming to sit back in Avla.
Like I said, I expect the Kushners to be in here. Obviously, it's connected to the Messiah. I mean, there's a little bit. He's setting up meetings. All over it. He's writing emails and making jokes, which suggest about maximum things of that nature. But maybe they flip this up majorly. I also expected to see some other names, which would bring us a little closer to solving the Charlie Kirk murder, in my opinion. So this is still, we're getting something we are not getting anywhere near everything. And that's why Thomas Massey is demanding for there to be release.
The negative behaviors of Akapira, very simply, it makes you higher feeling of because it was like Rabbi was the one who started all of the negative things. The God was the wholesome, the God is Al-Kami Shakai. So the Gemara, I'm going to be open about doing the phone call, telling us on the show, but Hamid, I love Akab, there was not one mound of earth that was over to salt and mouth was to show. That's Akab, who got introduced to idolatry. You know what's like? So the Rabbi introduced idolatry. Which was specific to Akab, introducing idolatry all throughout the land.
It's interesting that they were actually pretty careful at the White House. I'm looking for details about what that meeting was about. Because I just need to know a lot about pageantry in these emails. It seems like Jeffrey Epstein was picking these girls to win pageants. There's obviously a lot about his real estate empire, and there have conveniently redacted the names of some of these meetings, which I find to be a little bit suspicious.
He was the father of
What I know about Jeffrey Epstein and the way that he was moving with Jean Brunel and going to these industries like Victoria's Secret, like Miss Universe, and I think that's how Trump is caught up into it. It's also the Prince of these files. They were trafficking from these organizations. We know this for a fact. One of the organizations, like Enron, managed by Jean-Luc Brunel. It's all going to be that redacted. I want to know who are all these pageant queens he's speaking to. He's asking to see portfolios of women virtually in all the schools
the territorial
in
area
New York, which
which,
basically
by the way,
running New
this
York
actually
City.
was the merit of many of the kings of Malchus Israel. They were terrible guys.
Of course, because she made it clear that she was watching against the White House. That was kind of bizarre.
Right?
She
The
had the
individuals
right
were not
way.
exceptionally
And
pious.
we
Interestingly
have
enough, the
been
one
working
who's
to
supposed to
verify
always
for
according to
her
them as
for
well,
to watch
they
the
built
alibi.
Eretz Israel. They built Eretz Israel. This is like a kind of Cookian philosophy, right? You have
What
cook.
were you guys
Right?
thanks
The
to you
cook has
last
this
year
so
for
this is
your
why the cook
rescue
has
over
such warm
8,000
feelings.
babies, and
Ultimately,
today
again,
you
look
help save
towards the
even more.
mitnach every single day, thousands of women hear the same devastating lie that abortion is their only option, that they're alone, and that there's no hope. Everything changes the moment a mother in crisis walks into a preborn network clinic and sees her baby on ultrasound. That one moment doubles her chance of choosing life. So it's not just an image on the screen, it's actually hearing her beautiful baby for the first time. And in that moment, she suddenly realizes that life is growing inside of her. And it's not a problem that needs to be solved, it's actually a life that needs to be protected. Consider her an individual woman with love, prayer, and support for just $28.
Because he
Provide
gave
one
honor
life
to the
saving
Torah,
ultrasound
which was
and
given in
$104
$22.
for
So
5
what does this
ultrasounds
mean that he was
and 5
did honor
chances
to
for
the
life.
Torah? Was again
This year, let's
my
make it the
son.
biggest baby saving
Ayushak
care in
Malach,
history. Take a stand, people.
Ayushak
Speak for
Malach
those who
Malach
cannot speak for themselves.
Malach
Donate, dial pound
So what happened?
250 and say the
The king
keyword
of
baby.
Aram
Or
goes
visit
ahead and sends the
preborn.com/Candace.
message
Again, that's
to What's the
preborn.com/Candace.
message of Moshe?
Also remind you guys about naming skincare. You know, I love that. One of the reasons I have stayed with that is that it makes consistency really easy. There's so much noise around skincare, new launches, new routines, new promises, and most of it just encourages people to keep switching. I don't think that helps anyone in the long run, but stick with Amy because it's clean, simple, and it's built for long-term use. January is already overwhelming for a lot of people.
Essentially,
Skin is
again,
dealing with the cold
threatens
air,
to
the
either
dry
counter
heat.
energy
Your
stroke
schedule
or
is probably
essentially
packed and everything feels louder than usual.
as a
That's not the time to complicate things.
So
It's time to stay consistent. Any skincare is made here in America, built around that same idea of discipline over trends. Donate me dinner for Indian skincare. Visit amyskincare.com today. Make sure to use my code Candace10 at checkout to save an additional 10% off your order.
That
That's
is essentially the apple of your eye, the greatest treasure of your eyes. So the young man
Hillary Clinton in those emails was asking if beauties for she was trying to locate
everything we have is
I don't know if you guys read the epic
coach everything
when I was
that
at
one
the
you asked for,
effectively, it has been long suspected that Gilgamesh was actually Nimrod in the Bible. So the Tower of Babel built society were greater than God, greater than why would Hillary Clinton be looking for that
whatever it meant,
in
the
Iran?
safer Torah would not
Gilgamesh
give you.
because of
How
Iran.
do you need the safer Torah?
Yeah, okay, so you gotta wake up, guys. It's all real.
Maybe
They
Ben
made you
Hadad
think,
wanted
but
their
this was
idols.
hocus
And
pocus.
says, no,
It's
I'm
not.
giving you my
They
idols.
are practicing the ancient witchcraft. You were going to attempt to do with that, but a lot of our activities in the Middle East have nothing to do with a war on terror. In fact, how terrorists.
Well, maybe
Being honest, CIA has been up to kind of our terrorists. That's how you kill a million Iraqis by just lying and saying they're weapons of mass destruction. No, they just mass murder people. And they are also destroying ancient sites. The reason for that is because you cannot, as they want to be, on the anti-terrorist out. They want there to be no past, yet they will control ever present.
These were elders of
Right?
idolatry.
You say this happened
Maybe
yesterday,
you'll be
they'll delete a file. It didn't happen yesterday anymore. They want to go back and they want to destroy all of the relics. That's why there's some section getting into yeah, which they're working on right now. The Iran, that's exactly what I think Iran's revelation. There's so much history, but they have not been successful in destroying the ancient temples, which show you that the Star of David, it has never been, it was never associated with Judaism. Jews, please wake up. The Kiddush Cup, that is a traditional symbol of Judaism. It even says this on Wikipedia that this did not emerge until the 17th century. Or in 1666 was when that guy who was a mystic declared himself to be the Messiah, and they adopted the symbol because it's actually from Solomon's seal.
His
People don't
kedusha will
believe
come out.
that Solomon's ring
Was
held power.
institutionalized idolatry.
And I want to show you this because
when
they have
Ben
done a
Hadad
very good
says,
job
I
of
want
destroying
your
a lot of these
Torah,
relics of these
what
false
does
temples,
Abraham
but they
say?
have not
I'll give you my
done
gold,
a complete
I'll
job.
give you everything.
All is they are making sacrifices to Baal, and that is the sacrifice that these kids are
When was the
making
last time you
with
opened up?
constant
When was
bloodshed
the last
of
time you
children.
learned the Torah?
Now,
When was
I
the
want
last
to show
time
you
you
this.
got
I don't know if I'll hold this against Tyler for these relics like in Malbec, Lebanon.
At the end of the damage. At the end of the day, I'm never
Yeah, here we go.
my
That
Torah.
there,
I might be
this is
I might be
still
the guys working
present
idolatry,
today
but at
under
the end of the
obviously
day,
Israel is trying to take over Lebanon right now. That won't be here for a very long time. And then we have another Baal temple. You can see that Star of David, which is also all over Aleister Crowley, not a Jew, all over his books on ritualistic magic. Is the Star of David.
and that meant that Achab actually had an equal number of mitzvahs and equal number of averos. Shocking is, the scales were exactly equal. Shneimar, Vayomer Hashem, mi yifashes Achab, vayal vayuba vayam bramos yilad, Vayomer Zeb Echad and Zeb Echad. So we'll say, the idea is that the Rothschild says to the spirit, who will entice Achab? They will go out to war in Ramot Gilad, and he is going to die in that battle. So each of these spirits, and this one says this, that, what does that mean? What's that mean? He is, if a person couldn't just kill Achab, because apparently Achab's mitzvos and averos were equal. So you needed someone from the spirit, one of the spirits, to go and entice Achab to go and go out war. That's the way I say. Not to be like the Holy Father, so Rabbi Hashem, Esher is the also Isabel Ishto. So what's that? The Pasuk says, when speaking about future things, they say, this king was bad, this king was bad, but at least what? They weren't as bad as Achab. So Achab is the example of the character of the worst. So how can you say that his mitzvos and averos were equal? So what's it? Gemara says, Asher Hista also Isabel Ishto, because his wife Isabel enticed him to sin out with Tanina. And the Gemara says, B'chol Yom, Haisa Shakeles, Shikli, Zalva, and all this stuff of it. So what's it? Again, Isabel every single day would give a golden shekel double to her. Every single day she would give a golden shekel double to her. Now, I'm a shekel higher. What the Rabbi says essentially that when comparing bad things to someone, you want to compare someone against the worst. The worst is Achab, and you're going to tell me that it's because of that. How long? You're right. Achab, what did that kid mean? Achab was a pretty bad guy, but you know what? He wasn't bounced back. Amazingly enough, he wasn't bounced back. He might have been pretty bad, but he was exceptionally generous. And we told Shahana that we didn't come in the Pasha, keep rolling that stuff. And because he supported Torah, because he gave money for the different coming, we both shall have and unbelievably, I did not catch this. Again, don't try this, but at the end of the day, you can apparently, even if you're the worst one, that will be done. Make sure it's generous and the result is powerful wipes out half of your sin. Even if it's powerful wipes out half of your sin, remember, you still have the other half. So I just want to point this out. You can wipe out half of this. Rabbi said incredibly so about the power of the power of the let's remember again, the spirit of the part is powerful. It says, I will be the one who entices Achab to go out to war. The war will be that we should end this. Like, remember to my love, Vayomer Ichi, Vayisi, Ruach Sheker, Vayikol, Vayomer Shifta, the God of Save us. The spirit of the part is powerful. I will entice Achab. God says the spirit move, only going to entice Achab to go to war. So the spirit says, I will be the spirit who rests upon the false prophets. These false prophets will tell Achab that he should go to war. Gilad will be successful. The prophets find go, do this, you say, my Ruach, what's a good Ruach, is good spirit, is this? Rabbi Ruach shall love us, and he is ready. This was the Ruach, this was the spirit of God. Also, who was Ramos? Remember that we know this Achab bought them to the dignity, which belonged to Nabos. Nabos would not sell. So Achab tells Isabel to catch this whole story, that Nabos rebelled against the king, and for God, Nabos is executed on the so Nabos is the spirit of looking for revenge. Mine say, what does it mean go out? I'm going to say this is last. Also says, the spirit of Nabos, if you're going to do this, in a sense of mind, you can no longer dwell within my mission. The king said, Dover, Shkaramo, you come and I get me now. Ultimately, again, like the Pasuk says, use these falsehoods cannot exist with HaKadosh. The Rothschild says, the spirit of Nabos, you can do this, but if you do this, you can no longer reside on it. And listen, I want the amazing part of the story. The spirit of Nabos still what?
So we know, which I can confirm, that Charlie had appeared in the local show that shows the USA office. Erica said that Charlie had to call with Josh Hammer around this time.
Say
that he
who is bent on vengeance,
that she was getting her nails done around this time. That's what she told me in person.
Well, there are some people who are so desperate for revenge,
Charlie sends out that text message regarding leaving the Israel cause. 6 o'clock p.m.
destructive Nida, they will destroy his own message. Can you imagine it? Neville, the spirit of Neville, is so bent on revenge that he is willing to go ahead and be the false spirit in the eyes of the false prophet and the heart of the false prophet. You know what? You know what is that vengeance cost him? And vengeance cost him his closeness, his ability to dwell within the peace of Hashem. The person is so bent on vengeance. Unfortunately, again, they destroy anything and everything.
His entire career, he doesn't know how to do this himself. He's trying to get Josh Hammer, he does not have a great relationship with to help him massage out his points. Okay. He's getting messages from Bob Shulman. Everyone's pulling out their money. And then we know that after that, he's going to have dinner with Erica and the kids and a priest to pray over him, according to Erica. We are told that that prayer is related to a Jezebel article.
Good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. So beautiful. Good. Begin by thanking the sponsors for this morning's share. Today, our Talmud sponsors for Tufshin Pei Hey. Those of us are so for dedicating all the children's Rothschilds this year as is the results always on Israel. Talmud sponsors for the month of Adar, Abalim, Lakova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sri Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Zichron Levrach. We open in American Bar Talmud Torah, all the way to Shem Satan, the families in the Famo, all those in your report, family, the whole holy Yisrael. Shem should bring our hostages home, Shalom and the Karav and our holy soldiers should be successful. The Choma Asiyadeh. Those with that, let us begin. So beautiful to hear the what's the lashon? Din or din? Got it. Yeah, the low noise. So beautiful. Okay, well, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Kabbalah. We have a lot to do today. Always the goal is always to come into Shabbos and here Hashem somewhat caught up. We're going to get there. All right, so today's daf is Kabbalah 101. We are starting on the days 100b, and let's just actually pick up again by the right by the two dots. I'm going to say that it's only kind of a separate speaking. But you'll say Nami so again, remember, Mishnah said people don't have a sales goal. Ultimately, again, we're those who read what we call the Srama Kitzonim, these external knowledge, these books of external knowledge. So again, one of the things is the book of the Sukkim. Second thing is the book of Ben Sira. Ben Sira, which was this composition of knowledge. The Gemara says, Rabbi says, my time, what's the reason? What's so bad about Sefer Ben Sira? Because it's really interesting Gemara here. Even in Rishon said they, maybe because like the Sefer Ben Sira, there's some nonsensical stuff. For example, Ben Sefer Ben Sira says, do not go ahead and remove the skin from the gildana fish. Because what's going to happen? Otherwise, it goes to waste. Ella, Sali Yasekin, Mother again, roast the fish whole with the skin on. This way, you'll get the fish, you'll get the skin. And also, again, eat it with two pieces of bread, 2 cakes of bread. Okay? So maybe you'll see some information like that, and you'll say to yourself, that's totally nonsensical. To which the Gemara says, all right, so that makes it. If you take this statement at face value, and the truth is, the Torah also says the same thing. What does the Torah say? Says Eitzah. It say that is the prohibition of Baltashlis. Right? Baltashlis means unnecessary or wanton waste. The Torah says you go to war, you're not allowed to just cut down fruit trees for absolutely no reason. Cut down fruit trees is strategically you can't just do it for absolutely no reason. So even the Torah cautions us against unnecessary waste. That seems to be all that is doing. As the Gemara says, image Russia or the Harakamash. And if you dash this, some say that Ben Sira was talking about something a little bit different. Most talking about the low livo shaloti darka. That one should not engage in beer shaloti darka. That as much as beer shaloti darka is mutter, there are certain things that although they may be mutter, may not be the normative practice, and one should avoid. So perhaps that's what Ben Sira is saying, albeit in a little bit of a more nuanced fashion. The Gemara says, what's wrong with that statement? In other words, that makes sense as well. Rather, because the statement is like this. For example, the Sefer Ben Sira, it's written, a daughter for her father is a treasure in vain. Right? It's a treasure in vain. Now, what does that mean? When the father has a daughter, out of concern for her, a father never gets a good night's sleep. Why not? When she's young, a father is afraid that someone's going to take advantage of her. But now, as she gets older, a father is concerned that maybe she'll be immoral. As she gets older, he's afraid she won't get married. Once she gets married, he says, maybe she's not going to have children. His kina, she'll get older. Maybe she'll get lured into witchcraft. The idea of Rabbi said that Ben Sira is saying is, when a father has a daughter, he is worrying about her at every single stage. By the way, anyone who has a daughter knows this is absolutely unequivocally true. Like a son, you're like, he's gonna figure it out. Whatever, he'll break like a bunch of stuff along the way, but he's gonna be absolutely fine at the end of the day. But a daughter's perpetual concern. You might say, well, that's how Rabbanan also said this. He actually, all the blows Rabbanan gave us. So Chazal said this as well. If the world needs both boys and girls, Ashrei Misha Banav Scharim. Praiseworthy is the one, right? The world needs boys and girls. Praiseworthy is one who has boys. Go to the one who has girls. They will say, again, but what is Chazal saying over here? It's not good to have girls. It doesn't make any sense. First of all, there's so many other statements of Chazal that praise, right? What does it mean? Chazal were echoing was this sentiment that just understood, of course, it's a bracha to have boys and girls. But I was saying that a daughter understanding so a father is random mother, right? Parents have so much more weight over a daughter ultimately again than over a son. Incredible. I'm going to show this remember again. Rabbi is saying that if you read Sefer Ben Sira, you don't get over nothing. Why? Because the time Ben Sira contains heretical stuff. We're just trying to figure out what's the heretical stuff in Sefer Ben Sira. Rather, I'm going to show this the soil Davio the Gavri. Gabriel has to do Davio. That's what he says the following. That ultimately, again, a person should, is actually a profound statement. A person should not allow worry in his heart. Because ultimately, again, worry in his heart could kill him. Or, if he has worry in his heart, he should kill it. Where it says, well, that makes sense. Shlomo also said it. Shlomo said the same thing. If there's worry in the heart of a man, Yishchena. What does Yishchena mean? Rabbi Ami, Rabbi Asi, Chadama Yasi Yishichena. You should uproot it to Daito. The Chadama Yisichena La'acheru. Tell it to someone else. So it's actually quite beautiful. Shlomo says this is really profound. If a person is worrying about something, the one thing you can't do with Daito, with worry, is you can't let it sit in your heart. Why? Because it's not perfect video. Are
you amazing? Amazing.
And then all different types of negative emotions. Often it just overshadows and eclipses everything. And that worry, which may have started from a legitimate place, becomes a totally illegitimate, overpowering worry. So what should you do? If you have daigo in your heart, which all of us do at different times. So again, Yishichena.
Perfect video.
Either uproot it.
I agree.
Let's see, what does that mean, uproot it? So Shlomo says essentially, stop it. Right? So I remember we've seen this more people before. I remember this in English. Who was it? Bob Duarte. Right? So again, the Rambam says, one of the most destructive egos a person can have is anger. So what should a person do? What should a person do if they struggle with anger? The Rambam says, stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. And I will say, sometimes in life, there's not like some type of magic therapy or pill or approach to go ahead and solve your problems. Sometimes you just have to stop it. So the Rambam says, you have a problem with anger? Stop getting angry. Stop getting angry. Oh, no. But how do you do it? Right? What's the school? What's the approach? Stop it. Just stop it. And sometimes, again, if you just take that approach that I am in control of a lot of the things that I feel and a lot of the things that I do, and I could choose to start it or to stop it, it's the most empowering thing in the world. So Shalom Melech says something amazing. You're worrying about stuff? Well, worry is not good. Worry is not good. So what should you do when you're worrying about stuff? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it in one of two ways. Either stomp it out. Just literally stomp it out because you recognize as well as a lot of times in life, the worries that I have are actually irrational. They're irrational. So just stop it. Stop paralyzing yourself with things that you can't really do anything about and that may not even be real, or share it with someone else. Because sometimes, again, if you have a good family, you have a good friend with whom you can speak things out with, and suddenly you begin to realize that what? Those things that seem so scary, so overwhelming, so powerful, or not. You can stop it or talk it out, or both, Incredible. So someone else does the same thing. Now let me show you the Mana Rad Maybe because then serious stuff like this. Don't allow a lot of people into your house, right? And don't bring everyone home. Rabbi said the same thing. Rabbi Omer, so a person should not bring home too many friends into his home. So I said, because again, one has to be careful. Ultimately, again, at the end of the day, who he allows in his home. What influences do I allow in my home? Who do I allow in my home? It's beautiful to have an open home. And nevertheless, one has to take care. So again, because also the same thing. Ellie should have said, this is interesting. Zaldikan Kurtima, which literally means that actually helps us over here. If somebody has a thin beard, then ultimately, again, they are very wise. They're very wise. On the other hand, Abdukan Saxifan. Someone has a thick beard, they're not wise. The Nafak, the Kisei Lotzafi. If somebody blows the froth off their beard, they're clearly not thirsty. So the Gemara says, Amar b'mai echol lachmo. If someone asks, what do I have to accompany my bread? What type of condiments do I have for my bread? Lachmo sabni, they take his bread away, because clearly he's not hungry. Whoever has literally again a split in his beard, right? Fully this is a very wise way. Like, make sure you have the split beard. If someone has a long beard and like he's stroking their beard, like in the middle, So what that represents is like a person is like plotting and scheming. So such a like so he's always like he's stroking his beard so that it becomes like two beards. Such a person is very wise, very wise. Don't mess with them because they got it all figured out. So let's say this is the kind of stuff in Ben Sira that Rabbi says this is nonsensical. That does right. Your wisdom cannot be perceived by your beard, right? Or by the length of your beard, or by the parts in your beard. Just like some people blow the froth off their beard simply because they don't like froth. Right? Some people can't be plain bread. Whatever it is, the point of what I was making is these statements over here render Ben Sira a little bit of a nonsensical paper, and therefore halacha l'maaseh could legally ultimately as apikar. So somebody else say, maybe Ma'ayasa the Itzkei Bashim a little. But in Sefer Ben Sira, there are certain things that are very wise, and we should inculcate them within ourselves. For example, we should tell them the take you and looking to us. Quite beautiful. Like literally again, a good wife, right? A good wife is a wonderful gift, and ultimately again, she should be placed by the one who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu. She should be placed with the one who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I'll say first of all, just a beautiful sentence of Isha Tova. A good wife is a tremendous gift. It's a good gift from the Rebbeinu Shalom. But again, unfortunately, a bad wife, however that's defined, is like a saras. It's like saras for a husband. My takante, what's the takana? The first white line. You got shana mi so he started with saras. So sometimes, unfortunately, again, the saras has to be excised and ultimately removed from the home. Isha yafa ashrei baila mispar yamaf. If a man is offered to be married to a beautiful woman, praiseworthy is the husband, and again, it doubles his longevity. And be careful about looking at beautiful women. Literally, it's not be careful. remove your eyes. Shield your eyes from looking at beautiful women. And lest you get caught in the trap. Akat itzel baylo, limsos imo yayin b'shekar, ki b'tor isha yavya rabin b'shkasu. Be careful if you find a woman attractive. Be careful about drinking with her husband. Because if you end up drinking with her husband, that means you're going to be in proximity to her. And the proximity plus the alcohol, unfortunately, again, could produce deleterious results. Ba'asumim kol arugya. Rabim hayu pisei rochel. Many spice peddlers have gotten beaten up. They will say, what's the pshat? Now, rochel can be spice peddlers or perfume peddlers. What's the chat? Either way. These were guys who went house to house, and often who were they interacting with? Women. So what would happen? A man would come home. He'd find this spice peddler, this perfumer in his house. He would not take time to that, and what would he do? He would beat the guy up because he suspected him of doing something with his wife. So literally again, so those who go ahead and entice others to go ahead and engage in immorality, they light the spark. So let's say, Chazal always tells us, all of us, Chazal said that all of us are prone to immorality. And so again, even if it's to exercise certain restraint, all I need is for someone to light the spark, and I'm in. It takes very little to convince us to engage in immoral behavior. Someone lights the spark, and suddenly, again, unfortunately, I'm involved. Many rabbis up say, literally again, don't allow everyone into your house, right? Literally prevent the masters from coming into your home, and don't bring everyone home. Be careful about the influences that you allow into your house. Rabbi, have a lot of friends. Have a lot of friends, it's good to have friends. However, so ultimately, again, but only reveal your secret to 1 in 1,000, and even to she who sleeps close to your chest, guard your mouth. So again, have a lot of friends, but make sure that you only reveal your secrets to certain people. Certain people, when you reveal your secrets, they get out. This is interesting. You must say, even to your wife, be careful what you share. And let's say, this is interesting. So, what is this? Dr. Abraham spoke about in the context of marriage. He said, people think that in a good marriage, you share everything. Share everything. First of all, no one shares everything, right? Can you imagine I'm telling your wife, let me tell you what I was thinking about today, right? That would be a disaster. That would be an absolute disaster. So Rothschild says that it's important in life to share the things that are either important to your marriage or that your spouse can help you about. Even if you let's say something's bothering you, and there's absolutely nothing anyone can do about it. Because sometimes people want to share because they want to unburden themselves. But just understand that's called self-sharing. So I'm taking it from me, I'm giving it to my wife. What can my wife do about it? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So like, whoa, I feel so much better right now that I got that off my chest. And I go back. Meanwhile, what you've done is you burdened someone else with that very same thing that was burdening you. So now your wife is stressed about it, but the nice and can't do anything about it. Now sometimes you have to share certain things, but again, it's just an interesting mindset. That not after that good marriage means sharing everything. It means sharing the things that are necessary and recognizing that sometimes there is a concept of selfish sharing, where I just want to unburden myself, give it to someone else. That's not good marriage. Sometimes that's selfish behavior. It's interesting to know. Remember, like, do not worry about the worries of tomorrow. You don't know what's going to happen today. Maybe tomorrow you won't even be alive. And you are distressed about a world that is not giving you. This contradicts another popular Mama Chazal that says, don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Right? Well, apparently, you are supposed to stop thinking about tomorrow. Right? And I'm going to say, this is incredibly, life is this incredible balance. right? On one hand, you have to be a future-focused person. You can't not think about the future. You have to think about the future, right? But at the same time, again, people spend so much time worrying about the future. You want to say, what do you think about? Who says you have tomorrow? Who says you have next week? Who says you have next year? Right? So there's this balance between plan for the future, but don't be paralyzed by the fears of the future, the unknown of the future. For all you know, you may be worrying about a world that is not even yours. And all of that, I will say, how much of our present do we waste because we are worrying about an unknown future? How much of our present do we waste because we are worrying about an unknown future? So plan for the future to some degree, but don't paralyze yourself with the fears of the unknown future, thereby sacrificing your beautiful present. All the days of the pauper are bad. Ben Sira says not only are his days bad. No, that's a pasuk I'll say. That's the pasuk from Mishnah. Right, that call you may ani run. All the days of the pauper ultimately again are bad. That's Shlomo. Ben Sira added afrelos. Even his nights are difficult. How so? You might say b'shafal gagim ganu, because again the pauper's roof is generally below other people's roofs. And Ramara Harim Carmel and his vineyard or his fields usually at a higher elevation. What ends up happening? So you might say, therefore when it rains, everyone else's rain drops. So actually, I think the proper term is sheets off. Water sheets, right? The sheets off the higher roof to the lower roof. And when the wind blows, because his field is at a higher elevation, therefore what? The dirt and the fertilizer of his field blows into the fields of others. Incredible. What does that mean? All the days of the ani are bad. This refers to those who learn Gemara. Because this is fascinating. Why? Because Gemara is very strenuous. Gemara is very arduous. Right? And there's like a lot of effort. So constant and perpetual effort makes life a little bit difficult. And who is the one who's always rejoicing? That person does learn Mishnah. Why? Because Mishnah is easy. Right? Again, you learn a Mishnah, it's straightforward, right? There's a halacha, there's a statement, there's no real back and forth. So Rav Amaro says, Ipcha, just the opposite. It's just the opposite. In other words, Mishnah is nice, but the problem is with Mishnah, you learn it, you don't know what to do. You're an ani, right? You're intellectually impoverished because, again, I have concepts, but I don't know what to do. Gemara, on the other hand, again, I know what to do. You're like, really? You know what to do? Okay, you know a little bit more what to do. Gemara says, what does it mean that he who quarries stones will ultimately again be saddened by them? Because if you quarry stones and you want to make a fire, it's not going to help you. Right? So the Mishnah, learning Mishnah is like quarrying stones. Now, on the other hand, the stones can be very helpful for structures, right? But they can't give you heat. On the other hand, he who cuts up wood can warm himself by the wood. That refers to those who learn Gemara, because at the end of the day, again, with Gemara, you have things that you can utilize for your life. Rabbi Hanina says, all the days of the pauper are bad. This refers to someone who has a bad wife. By the way, you see from here, it's interesting that if a person has a bad marriage, then a person, Chazal said, you're an ani, you're a pauper. You can have all the money in the world, but if I don't have shalom bayis, I am impoverished. I must know this. We know this from like, if you have shalom bayis, you pretty much have everything. You have everything. Even if you don't have everything, you'll figure out a way to get everything. Don't have shalom bayis, ultimately, again, a person is fundamentally impoverished. And what does it mean when it says that again? Tov Lev, a person with a happy heart is constantly rejoicing. That refers to a person who has a good wife. That refers to a person who has shalom bayis. Incredible. Rabbi Yana says, Kol Yimei Ani Ra'im. What does it mean? All the days of the pauper are bad. Zeh istinis. So this refers to a person who's very sensitive. It does not about emotionally, but it means istinis is like a person that he can't stand any type of physical discomfort. Right? If you can't stand any type of physical discomfort, then again, everything is bothersome. It's too hot, it's too cold, I can't look at this food, I can't eat this, I can't eat that. Everything is a problem. So again, a person like that is perpetually uncomfortable, and therefore life is bad. On the other hand, the Tov Lev Mishte Tamid Zeh Shedaito Yafa. It was such an incredible Gemara. What does it mean, Daito Yafa? You know what Daito Yafa means about saying? No, Daito Yafa means it's a person who knows how to roll with it. You don't need everything exact. Right? And there are people like this. Everything has to be, you call them yakas, right? Everything has to be like this, right? Everything has to be, sorry. Right? You're good. Right? But it's true. Right? Everything has to be right? Different ways. So we'll say, so again, when you're like that, you're like very angry. You're very disgruntled. Right? Because everything, because in life, nothing is always exactly as it should be. So they're disgruntled. So people are disgruntled. On the other hand, the person kind of who just goes through life accepting a heightened level of imperfection. In general, like everything, you go with it. You go with it and you're absolutely fine. Incredible. The Gemara goes right there. So the Gemara says, good. Rabbi Yochanan says, Koini ani raim, zerach money. This is Rabbi said. What does it mean all the days of the pauper are bad? What does that refer to? Zerach money. Rabbi said, this refers to someone who's very compassionate. Both say, sometimes, there's a double-edged sword to being a feeling and compassionate person. On one hand, to be a feeling and compassionate person allows you to connect with all kinds of people and allows you to experience life on a different level. On the other hand, being a feeling and compassionate person, sometimes you are overwhelmed by just the enormity of the pain, the sadness, and the heartbreak that surrounds you on any given day. Right? You look around the world, you look around the group of people, and again, especially when you know what's going on in people's lives, the amount of heartbreak that generally fills any given room is overwhelming. So the Gemara says, on one hand, as powerful as it is to be a compassionate, empathic, and feeling person, life is heavy. Life is heavy. So the call you make ani running all the days of the pauper, that's an empathic, compassionate person who feels the pain of others. He himself or she herself is always in a constant state of pain. As the Gemara says, "V'tov leiv mishtatamid ze'achzari." This is fascinating. Whereas in Tov leiv mishtatamid, that good, right? Good, happy is the one, right? Or Tov leiv mishtatamid, that is good for the one whose heart is always rejoicing. What is that? That's an achzar. Now, we'll say the word achzar is a very strong word. Achzar usually means what? Someone who's cruel and indifferent. Now, obviously, you can't be praising someone who's cruel and indifferent. What it's saying is someone who knows how to almost like disassociate a little bit, right? And or someone could flip the switch a little bit and maybe not feel the pain in the same way. Ultimately, again, that's no way to Mishnah. I will say, I want to point out here, I don't think that Chazal are extolling the second approach. I think that Chazal are just making a factual statement that you can go through life. And there are people like this in life who are totally emotionally detached from anything and everything happening around them. And what's their general emotional state of being? Happy. I think life is good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's great. Why? Because they're truly emotionally disassociated from their family, from themselves, from the room, from positive stuff, from themselves. Right? And again, life is fine. On the other hand, being a feeling, compassionate, empathic person, those things is the avoda of you. That's what we're supposed to strive for. To open up to the Neshama, to feel the Neshama. And yes, it comes with a tremendous amount of emotional baggage. Because suddenly there are moments where I feel overwhelmed and maybe even paralyzed by the individual and collective pain of my people. But that's what it means to be a Jew. Sometimes what it means to be a Jew is I give up the life of Tong and Mishneh to ultimately again live the life of Yemei and Kol Yemei Ani Ryan. But that's worth it to be able to feel the beating heart of Rabbi's love. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Shua, Lady Omer, Kol Yemei Ani Ryan. What does it mean all the days of the wicked are bad? Profound, the 101. Zeh Shadaito Kitzara. Tov Leiv Mishneh Tamid. Zeh Shadaito Kitzara. Okay, so it's interesting. Rashi understands the Rashi is this seems to be saying the same thing as before. That ultimately, again,
we're doing stuff.
Or I should say, Daito Kitzara, ultimately, again, Rashi says, Mason Libo called Daikas Chavero.
You want memes? Go to a meme server, dog. That's not what I do.
Daito Kitzara means someone who worries about everything, right? And Daito Rechava is someone who worries about nothing. The other part of Rashi that refers to anger.
We've already talked. I've already been through it. You said that you didn't pay attention to me. If you want to learn about me, go to the About Me part. I've already talked to you.
There is no shortage of things to get angry about. Like, no shortage of things to get upset about. That kind of person who just
Because you said it.
Triggered and easily angered. So the mice, again, The world is a dark place, and all of your days ultimately
I'm
again
not here
are
to play
like your
games, my
money.
friend.
Again, someone who's a little bit calmer, right? That doesn't get upset about everything. That's totally incredible. Rabbi Shimon Levi, calling me Ani Ryan, Habaika Shabbos Yom Tov. Was a Rabbi Shimon Levi says just in general on the pasuk. How can you say all the days of the Ani are bad? What about Shabbos and Yom Tov? Kiddush Shmuel, Shmuel, Shinui Vesas. Now, even Shabbos and Yom Tov is difficult for the Ani. Why? Because when a person is an Ani, that means in general he's living throughout the week with very little. When it comes to Shabbos, now he has more food, more drink. That change is actually difficult for him. And what's the takeaway message over here? Change is difficult. Change is difficult, and change is often a shock to the system. Shinui Vesas, a change in your normal right time. What's a Vesas? Like the Vesas is a regular pattern. Often could go ahead and
my ID's online, my man.
Incredible. 100%. Osa can mean zemer. So I'll say if a person reads a pasuk from Shia, he makes it into a song. So he's not learning. He's just kind of making it into a song. Or a person goes ahead and reads a pasuk, right? Reads a pasuk. Mishtal just means like in a place of celebration. In a party, was Polosmano, not in the right time. The Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, according to the Pesach Mishtal's Polosmano, the Mesav Al Yino, Oseh, Shechikusav, the Divrei Torah, the Kori Pesukim B'Koram, the Sachik B'Aminei HaMishta. This is talking about someone who's just kind of using Torah, just almost like, like a frivolous way. I'm at a party, I'm drinking wine with my friends, and I start singing Pesukim, not in the context of learning, not really in the context of just quoting Pesukim ultimately for entertainment purposes. So what happens? Maybe Ra'al Yolam brings evil to the world.
No, whatever.
Comes before HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Oh, yeah. At whatever. Yeah, I've seen that.
Your children have made me into like an instrument for entertainment purposes.
You like it?
They relegated me into a mode of entertainment. I will say, is fascinating. Amrullah, the Rothschild responds, BT, Shush opened the show to the Mayas in school. So the Rothschild responds probably so it says, my daughter, Torah, eating and drinking. What else should they do? In other words, the Rothschild is defending it. Isn't this good? Isn't this good? When they're eating and drinking, so again, they have to be doing something to entertain themselves. So isn't it beautiful that they're entertaining themselves with Torah? So the Gemara says, I'm not for entertainment. Let them learn. Let them Chumash or Mishnah or Gemara or Halacha. Let them do something constructive. So it's this fascinating discussion between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Torah. Even with the offended and hurt. That if she feels like Klal Yisrael just need her into a mode of entertainment, like an instrument that is played just for entertainment purposes. Rebbe Shalom says, well, isn't it good? Right? Isn't it kind of good that when they're eating, at least they're entertaining themselves with Torah? To which Torah comes along and says, no, when they're eating, they can learn Torah as well. Incredible. Maybe totally over. Whoever reads a pasuk in its time. Now listen, what does this mean, a pasuk in its time? In other words, at the end of the day, talking about Torah that's appropriate, right? Either literally discussing concepts of Torah or learning Torah in a way that is not simply entertainment, but actual Talmud Torah ultimately brings good to the world. Something in its right time, ultimately again is incredible. So remember again, the next thing the Mishnah said is who doesn't have someone who recites some type of incantation over a wound. Like you got a lot of people here's interesting. We're going to see this in a little bit of depth. But interestingly enough, the problem that Chazal had was not just someone who says any of these incantations in order to produce medicinal. That seems to be much more. We'll discuss this in a moment. The issue is apparently what you would do is you would recite this, right? You would recite this, and then you would spit. Could be because of the curative effects of saliva, which Chazal is talking about. So the issue is spitting, right? The issue is spitting over here because the fishy maskir and shemishamayim al kika. You can't say the name of Hashem while you're spitting. Okay. Itmar Rabbi Rafilu Negasaras. Negasaras. So Rav says again, I will say it refers to psukim. Even if the psukim don't have the name of Hashem, like for example, Negatzaras, right? Ultimately again, or Vayikra El Moshe, you still can't do these incantations because the act of spitting, together with reciting a pasuk, ultimately is disrespectful to the pasuk. So what's the interesting over here? So you can go ahead. Sucking means like to rub oil. The mashmash means like to massage the area. This is about like a person who's having stomach issues. So what you would do is you would rub oil and massage the affected area. You're allowed to do this on Shabbos. But listen, the issue won't be the issue on Shabbos. On Shabbos, you're not allowed to engage in the forms of medicinal healing. The Gemara now says, however, even though you can't engage in medicinal healing, this is mutter on Shabbos. Mutter on Shabbos. The Gemara says, furthermore, you would whisper the different spells or incantations to keep snakes and scorpions away on Shabbos.
You're good, big dog.
Like an iron, Rashi points out. So then take a cold utensil, put it over the eye, so that it relieve the pressure or relieve the pain. You can do that on Shabbos as well. Shimon says, when is that so? That's only with the utensil that is allowed to be carried on Shabbos, meaning not muktzah. But if the utensil is muktzah, you can't do it on Shabbos.
Visitors from where? What are you talking about?
You cannot consult shadim on Shabbos.
Like relatives, like
Rabbi Yossi says, you also can't consult shadim Sunday through Friday as well. Good. So the Gemara says, halacha Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi says halacha Rabbi Yossi, and really one should not consult shadim. And listen, now why is that? Rabbi Yossi lo sakana. Interesting. There's no halacha.
like if you
pull up the problem, it's a sakana. It's a dangerous issue. It's a dangerous issue. Right? Hey, right? Consulting with shadim is a dangerous situation. Why would happen? Because Rabbi Yossi, the evil of ours. One time, Rabbi Yossi, consulting with shadim, and what happened? Apparently, it did not go well. And what happened? Got swallowed up into a cedar tree. The tree swallowed him up. But a miracle happened. And again, the cedar tree opened, and ultimately, again, he was able to get out. This is interesting. So apparently, again, whenever we come to shadim, all of these discussions exactly what it is that's going on over here, right? But Lamaisa, the Muslims indicate there's nothing wrong with consulting with shadim. It's just the issue is that consulting with shadim is a dangerous business. Ultimately, people want to suck on it all the time. Sucking them and mashing them name Shabbos. You're allowed to take oil, you're allowed to smear it, right, and massage the area on Shabbos. Do it with the shinui. What does it mean, shinui? How should you do it? Put the oil on and then massage afterwards. No, just the opposite. Not the opposite. Ultimately, put the oil on and massage at the same time. Shari shemen, shari dates, sorry dates, and apparently there were certain shading that were associated with oil and certain shading associated with eggs. Right? Might explain the price of eggs, by the way. Right. But the mice says shading associated with oil, shading associated with eggs. You are allowed to consult these shading. Okay? The Gemara says, but rather, the reason we don't do it, why don't we do it? Because apparently they lie. Even with also, what you begin to see over here something very interesting. Apparently, talking with shadim is not kishus, it's not sorcery. So you're allowed to do it, but just understand the Gemara says that the information you get is unreliable. So often they lie. Again, you could take oil from a utensil and use it like for
you cut out there for a second. What did you say was the name of the city in Israel?
But you cannot use oil that was held in the hand. So you'll see about this that oil held in the hand ultimately is subject to shading. Therefore, you can go ahead and smear. You can use for yourself oil that was held in the hand. People think
but not oil that was held in a kli. Rabbi Yisrael Bar Shmuel Bar Marta
I don't think
Rabbi Yisrael Bar Shmuel Bar Marta went to a particular inn. I see they brought him oil that was in a utensil. Shaf, he smeared some on his face. Nofak litzimchi be'ape, he broke out with boils. Nofak l'shol, he went out to the marketplace. Chazisiyahu isisa, so there was a particular woman who saw her, and this woman apparently was versed in shadim. Amra zekat dechamas kachazina hacha. I see the shade chamas. The shade chamas, that's all over you. Okay? Avdali milsa, they see some type of spell, something, and he was healed.
Hit me with it.
So we'll say, it's not point out. Sometimes you see these stuff about shade.
Hit me with it. Go ahead.
All this stuff. So it's always important to understand as follows. There's much of this world that we don't understand. There are many forces in this world that we don't understand. What's this whole story with Shadim? No idea. What's the takeaway with Shadim? With any Gemara with Shadim? The takeaway is there's more to this world and there's more to this life than meets the eye. So whenever you see these Gemaras, never be disparaging, never be dismissive. Because when you take a disparaging or dismissive approach, what presupposes that you know how the world works and you know what's going on. At the end of the day, again, the Muslim has to realize there's so much more than meets the eye with everything in this world. It's a very precise universe. And one thing is for sure, there are many things that defy our comprehension. The Gemara goes weiter. This is a beautiful Gemara. On one hand, the pasuk says, pasuk says, all the sicknesses that visited upon Egypt, I will not visit upon you. Because I am Hashem. The Gemara says the pasuk is inherently contradictory. If Hashem is not going to visit the sickness upon us, then why do I need him to be my Satan's house is divided amongst itself? To which the Gemara says, so in a way, Hashem says as follows. Hashem says like this, here's the deal. If you listen to me, I will not visit sickness upon you. But if you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you. But even if you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you, even though all that happens, ultimately I'll heal you. Once you hear this, this is absolutely incredible thing. So Baruch was like this, here's the deal. If you listen to me, I will not visit sickness upon you. If you don't listen to me, I will visit sickness upon you. But even if I do visit sickness upon you, I will heal. That's how much this Baruch loves us. That even if we transgress, and therefore again, you have to go through several languages, then Yibon Shalom always gives us the refuah. So incredible. I will say this is a ridiculous story. The Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, I will say, this is Rabbi Eliezer then forgiveness. If we have another 2.5 hours, and I will say, the story of Rabbi Eliezer ben Forgiveness, I'm going to try to do it. And you have to also really, to appreciate this story, you must understand Rabbi Eliezer ben Forgiveness' background, which you don't have time for right now, just keep it, whatever, we'll come back to it. When Rabbi Eliezer ben Forgiveness became ill, which was the guilt of this. And the gates of hell not barely. Students came to this, and it was about generally, whenever the Gemara talks about that someone is becoming ill, and the students came to visit them, usually it means deathbed ill. So what happens? Students come to visit him. There's an intense favor that is burning in the world. What that means is, Rashi says over here, let's listen like this. If I am this sick, then the must be very happy. Rabbi Eliezer ben Forgiveness understood his illness to be a manifestation of divine wrath. This is happening to me because I did something wrong. Hashem is displeased with me. So this is chiluk in both. So ultimately, again, all the Rabbanim who came in, and again, about it doesn't say who came in. It just says Talmidah. So his students began to cry. Rabbi Akiva Mesachik. Oh, the Hilik Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is laughing. So everyone's crying. Rabbi Akiva is laughing. Amr lo, lama to Mesachik. He said, Akiva, what's the matter with you? Like, why are you laughing? Amr lahem.
Why'd they ban you from all these servers?
He says to him, why are you crying? Why are you crying? Amr lo, Rabbi Eliezer.
is
No,
Mitzvah.
I want to know
why.
why.
Discomfort.
I'm curious,
And we'll say,
dog.
look how they refer to their Rebbe. They refer to their Rebbe as a Sefer Torah. Isn't that incredible? Right? A Sefer Torah is Sar, and we shouldn't cry.
Okay, what did you do?
That's why I'm laughing.
do?
And I'm laughing. Kozman Shani Ra Rebbe, Shingeno Machmitz, Veshana Loka, Veshana Mavish, Veshana Mavish. So, you know, the Kiva says, I was always bound by something. I mean, he hasn't been working us, had a really good life. Everything was going well for him, right? And he was right the his wine never went sour, right? His flax never went bad. His oil never spoiled. His honey never spoiled. In other words, he had everything in Olam Hazeh. Amarti, Shemachas v'Shalom Kiva Rebbe Olam. That was consistent. You know, Rabbi Kiva says, all of my days I saw my Rebbe Eliezer. Again, just so you know, so what I did is the Mufak of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. Because it's just the Shalshalas. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, Rabbi Eliezer ben Horkinus, Rabbi Akiva. So he said, all the days, I saw that Rabbi Eliezer had such a good life. And I wondered to myself, maybe Rebbe has received all of his reward in this world. ועכשיו שאני רואה, ועכשיו שאני רואה Rebbe בצער, אני שמח. Now that I see Rebbe suffering in this world, it's good. It's good, I'm happy. I'm happy because what that means is, I'm going to say now, what Rabbi Kiva was saying. What it means is that my Rebbe has done Averis. Hashem is extracting punishment for those Averis.
What up, sir?
So that my Rebbe Eliezer should have a beautiful Olam Haba. Incredible, also Rabbi Kiva. So Allah Kiva. So that's one and one. So what's Rabbi Eliezer is a little bit taken back. This is Rabbi Akiva. Tell me what Averis did I do? Tell me what I did. Right? Did I leave anything out of the Torah? Did I not do anything? Tell me what you think I didn't do. Amrlo. So Rabbi Kiva says, Rabbi, I can't tell you what you did wrong. I'll tell you one thing. Rabbi, you taught us. Jesus doesn't need that there is no person in this world who is completely righteous, who only does good and doesn't do bad. As Rabbi, if you're a human being, that means what? You committed Averis. And if you committed Averis, that means there needs to be retribution for the Averis. And Baruch Hashem, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that retribution is coming in this world.
Okay, well, we've got some other people here, so it's been
a beautiful world.
Interesting conversation.
Absolutely incredible.
Dude, how you living, Pimp?
Another story about Rabbi Eliezer.
All right, dude, are you ready to lose?
It could be the same story, same illness, different illness.
All right.
And we'll say, by the way, I just want to point out.
So very cool. Well,
this story.
All right, well, you guys can believe that, and that's you should know to my man. You're always welcome here. So feel free to come in whenever you want and just chill. There's a lot of people in here who do that, and I hope you don't get banned in any other servers. Sound good?
I always wondered to myself, when will I have the opportunity to? So Rabbi Akiva has this overwhelming understanding of the role of the positive role of suffering in this world. Incredible. So much more to say in this parallel. Let's go by the Torah. Four elders came in to be Mabaki Chol. Rabbi Tarfon, Rabbi Yeshua, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Rabbi Akiva. Okay.
Hey, Zoo, you have an invitation.
Extolling the virtues of the Rebbe. It really is very hard. Rabbi Tarfon says, Rebbe,
please enlighten me on who you just mentioned.
Rain only helps us in this world. But Rabbi, you help us in this world and the world to come. And Rabbi Yeshua Amar, Yeshua says, Rabbi, you are better for us than the sun. The sun is good in this world. Right, but Rabbi, you are good for us in this world and in this world. Now, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Amar, Tova Tali Yisrael. Azariah says, Rabbi, you are better for us than a father and a mother. Why? A father and a mother are helpful in this world. The Rabbi, right? My father and my mother, they're good for me in this world. And my Rabbi, good for me in this world and in the world to come. So what happened? Now Rabbi Akiva. So this is pretty wild. Rabbi Akiva comes along and he says, Rabbi Eliezer, Chavivim Yisurim. What does Rabbi Akiva say? Rabbi Akiva does not extol the virtues of his Rebbe. So Rabbi Akiva says is suffering is good. Suffering is good. So Lahem. Samar Lahem. Seven Nashon every Akiva.
You know, if you think
So
about
listen to this. Now this whole time Rabbi is like laying
which
down.
I know this
He's
sounds
doing all the praise.
it
You know,
sounds
again, it's nice. Right? What does the praise do?
That's how it's
Rabbi Elazar is not going to let it go to his head. So what does it do? Akiva says suffering is good. Rabbi Elazar says help me sit up. Help me sit up. I want to hear exactly what it is that Akiva is saying. So the Gemara says, Samchuni, right? Literally, help me sit up. The Eshma Divrei Akiva. Shomer Chadini Yisrael. Akiva. Amrlo Akiva. Zumina in the Chad. So Rabbi Elazar says, Akiva, where do you know this from? Where do you know that suffering is? Amar Mikra Aridorish. He says,
All right. Well, like, isn't it arguable that like Muhammad's more famous?
King Menashe. King Menashe. King Menashe was reigning. What was the longest serving monarch? He served for 55 years.
Okay.
So what happened? He was right? He was 12 years into his reign, right? And ultimately, again, he was doing the most terrible things. Menashe was a tremendous sinner. Amadeus. So just get ready for this, by the way. Get ready for this. Who was Menashe's father? Who's Menashe's father? Chizkiyahu. Right? Chizkiyahu. Remember again. Remember we learned about Chizkiyahu? Well, what do we learn about Chizkiyahu? Two things about Chizkiyahu. Number one, what do we learn about him? He came to Mashiach. Number two, what do we learn about him? There was no other time in Mashiach there was so much Jewish scholarship. Every man, woman, and child knew the halachos of Tumah and Tara. Right? Everyone knew everything. So Gemara says, one second. So Chizkiyahu taught Torah to guys taught his son to his kid, he didn't. Right? Chizkiyahu, Mashiach. He has a son like Menashe, who again was a tremendous Rasha over that whole Torah. So the Gemara says, he taught Torah to qualify, so he puts on Torah to his kid. Ella, we call Torah Shetarach Bo, we call Amashah Bo, Lo Ha'elu Lemutav Eli Yisur. Right? Of course, Chizkiyahu taught Torah to his son. Well, so you know what? It's not the Torah that turned around Menashe. Because Menashe became about Tshuva. We've seen this the moment. It wasn't Torah that turned him around. Rather, what was it? Suffering turned Menashe around, not Torah. Where is he? Listen to this. Hashem gave Menashe a message through the Navi.
He's not talking to you. He's not talking to you. He's talking to me. So Assyria, Ashur, marches on Yerushalayim. I'm going to ask a really dumb question. But I'm going to ask it. So why does Mr. Beast have more views than like Muhammad or JC or somebody?
While change in Babel becomes about Tshuva. Becomes about Tshuva. Rise up to us in front of it. It says, Ribono Shalom Satan, Vayishmalo, Vayishmat Chosov, Vayishvu Yishav Chusov, Vayeda Menashe Ki Hashem. So I'll say, Menashe becomes about Tshuva. And what was Menashe become about Tshuva? His suffering. When he was incarcerated, mistreated, abused in captivity in Babel, that's when he found God. Menashe found God in jail. Found God in jail. He says, what you see here, right? Now, by the way, Menashe, right? Menashe was going to throw, probably had a conversation with his father. Could have been the Mashiach.
Let me join on
Sure. I just have a question for Zoo. What in the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you playing this game?
So this is all again, remember, so just understand the whole story of this, right? Remember again, everybody's going into the
all right, cool story, dog.
Everybody's explaining the virtues of the Rebbe. They get Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva said, Rebbe.
So you're not. That's the thing, though. You're not.
No, this is where'd you get that from? So Rabbi Akiva says, I got it from Menashe. I got it from Menashe. Incredible. So by the way, like I said,
incorrect, dog. Incorrect.
There are three people. This is incredible. There are three people.
All right. What do you want me to do about it, baby? When Discord sends out their annual wrap up, I'm not in the top 1%. I'm not in the top 1.1%. I'm in the top 0.1%. I'm the biggest Discord user on earth.
there are three people who ultimately again came. They came to HaKadosh Baruch Hu with an irrefutable claim.
I think that's what that isn't
has like a negative,
like the entire
like a little bit of like a cunningness associated with that. In fact, what it means is they came with this claim that the Baruch Hu couldn't.
Is this the right?
More than three people. Cain, Esav, Umenasha.
Yeah, baby.
After Cain kills Habel, he says, "My sin is too great to bear." What does this mean?
Jew, are you going to go or are you going to jerk yourself off?
Cain says, "Tell me, is my sin worse than the sin of the golden calf? Like, is my sin worse than the
All right, is that what you want to do?
You will forgive Chayes for the Egel. You can forgive him for the Egel.
I mean, I beat you the last time we played. I beat baby. No, you don't. And I beat you the last time we played.
You're saying good. You're right. You're right. And if Shmuel forgives Cain, Esav dichsiv habrach achas hilacha avi. So Esav says, Tell me, Yaakov Yitzchak, you gave the birthright to my brother. You don't have one bracha left for me? Of course, there's one more bracha.
Dude, you suck absolute donkey. You're maybe one of the worst players in the history of
So let's remember again, we didn't read the whole thing, but Menashe essentially says to the Ribono Shel Olam, I'm crying out to you. And if you don't answer me now, then you're really no better than the other gods I've been praying to my entire life.
Dude, that was a terrible shot. Of all the shots in the history of the human
thing to say, but at
people,
the same time,
your shot will be remembered as one of the worst, if not the worst shots ever.
When I see was answered, remember again, same thing. People don't have a chil to Olam Haba. So Abishal said,
Zoot, you're up.
Articulates the name of Hashem by literally again.
Zoot, you're up, and everybody's waiting on you.
So it says, "Kind of a fooling is to that."
Dog, are you gonna go?
Foreign dialect.
Zoot, it's your turn.
Ended by saying there are three kings and four commoners who don't have a
Zoot, go.
So we'll say one of them was Yeravam ben Nevat. Now remember again, Yeravam ben Nevat
Zoot
was the first king of the split kingdom.
Oh, what an amazing shot. You scratched, but you made it.
Yeravam ben Nevat was the first king over Malchus Yisrael. All right, let's not okay for today.
I know.
Again, the adventure continues. Well, the adventure continues again until let's say good. I still want to point out we are.
Maybe I'm still good.
Not so far off. So we'll say what a week. I just want to point out.
Incorrect, dog.
These Gemara's justice. There's so much more that is here. We'll find the time hopefully to come back to it. But let's say good Shabbos. All right, Chavra on Zoom. Have a Shabbos, everyone.
Not my job. I don't know, dog. I just listen. No. Rabbi.
One day,
Just stop it. Yeah.
I see it to myself every single weekend. First 8 times he said it, I was waiting for the.
Oh, what a shot. Zoot, what a shot. Zoot, 140-point shot, son. Zoot, what did you think of that shot? Zoot. We're playing pool. Zoot.
All right, girls. Good morning. Let us begin. By
Zoot.
Our sponsors for this morning. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of
Zoot, you know it's one of the best shots you've ever seen, son. Because I'm sexy.
Steve Zinn, loving memory of Carrie's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, and the
Zoot, you're done.
families in memory of
Zoot, you are done, son. It's over for you. Do you see this lead I've amassed? Zoot, do you see? Oh, shot. Zoot, that was amazing.
All of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. Also, that's let us begin with a
Zoot, you're done. You're done.
Today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is 100, and we are beginning on Tzaddik Test on the days 90.
Zoot.
And we left off, really incredible Gemara. We left off 4 lines down from the top.
Because I'm gonna get rid of all the balls, so you can't. Like, there's a very low possibility of you beating me. It's a very good strategy.
And again, two special welcomes. First of all, special welcome to Rabbi Tobias, who is one of our online listeners, Baruch Hashem from New Jersey. Baruch Hashem. He didn't write in this morning, but Baruch Hashem came in last night. Rabbi, welcome, and a Baruch Haba to Rabbi Yosef Orshan. I just saw
No way.
Okay, with his
Zoot.
avoiding eye contact with me. Okay, good. That's let us begin.
Zoot, that was amazing.
I'm going to we'll say 4 This is beautiful.
Are you sure? No, dog.
Man was created to work. We'll say, I just want to point out, you see this over and over in Gemara. Life is about the effort. Life is about the struggle. Sometimes the greatest mistake you make in life is
Zoot. I know what I have to do.
Now, of course, there are periods when life is easy and there are periods when life is comfortable, but that is not the default state of the human condition. A person was put in this world to accomplish.
Zoot, is it time to buy Bitcoin? Yes or no? Go.
Oh, that must mean we're doing something wrong. Just the opposite.
Is it time to buy Bitcoin? Yes or no?
The greater difficulty, the greater challenge that we
Is it time to buy Bitcoin? Yes or no? Both of them.
Was created to work. That's so sorry. About any odea or any odea in Lamo Pet. This is very interesting. But again, the man was created to work. So what was he created to work for? In other words, perhaps at the end of the day, he was created shoes.
No way.
Shoes. Or was he created ultimately?
Maybe Harry Potter, Masonic Panini.
When the pasuk says ultimately again that literally I saddled to his mouth, the Gemara says that shows me that man was ultimately again created for verbal toil. Now, of course, what does verbal toil represent? It represents Torah. That a person was put in this world ultimately to toil in Torah. But I'm not in any odea. So the Gemara says, but still, in any odea, I don't know, in the Amal Torah, in the Amal Sicha. So again, I know that there's verbal toil. Does verbal toil mean schmoozing, or does verbal toil mean Torah?
Hit the shot. Zoot, hit the shot.
Have the Amal Torah Livra. Ultimately, again, when it says this same
that's
Torah
a miss.
will never leave your mouth, it teaches me that
Whoa,
the
it almost went in.
obligated to do is verbal toil in Torah. Behind the Amar Rabba, and this is what Rabbi says, Kulu Gufi Druftaki Ninu. So I said, ultimately, again, the entire body was.
Did you like that shot?
However,
Yo, JC, if you're not talking to us, mute yourself, please.
Ultimately, is in Torah. So everybody has to work. Everybody has to work. Everybody has to put in effort. The praiseworthy is the person whose effort has to be expended towards Torah.
Yo, JC, can you not hear me?
So of course, lesson that
Dog, I'm gonna mute you if you don't.
It's about putting in the effort, the willingness to work hard. But what it also tells us is, and this is very important.
What up, Zoo?
Torah itself cannot be acquired in comfort. I remember that in yeshiva, one of the most profound that I ever heard was he had gotten up, and he said, title personality.
Zoo, you know you're gonna lose. Zoo, you know you're gonna lose, son.
If you think that you are going to find greatness in Torah with your Gemara in one hand, your Coke in the other hand, and your
JC,
up on the couch.
Are you talking to us?
That sounds great. I'll take it.
Yeah, dog.
You are wrong. You are dead wrong.
If you're not talking with us, please mute yourself. You're more than welcome to be here, though.
Of course, you acquire knowledge. You can't acquire Torah.
All right, well, do whatever the fuck you want to do. I don't know what the fuck that conversation was. I have no idea All I know is that I'm about to beat Zoot, and everybody knows it.
I have to push myself. Because that's the mechanism. In other words, it's not just that Torah is acquired through like learning. Okay, that you can acquire anything through learning. What makes Torah different than any other discipline?
That was garbage.
If I have to push myself to get it, if I have to push myself if it's uncomfortable or it's a little bit difficult, that's ultimately again where Torah comes from. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Says the Gemara.
Dude, look at this shot.
Again, the pasuk says,
"Oh,
adultery,
gotcha, bitch."
Now, first of all, just in general, the profundity.
Dude, what'd you think of that, son? What'd you think of that, son? What'd you think of that, son?
The person who engages in what's the problem? So listen, the person goes and engages in any.
It was my shot because it was sexy. Dog, what'd you think of that last shot, baby? One of the best shots. Dog, you know that was amazing, don't you? You know that was amazing, don't you?
I'm missing hearts. I'm missing passion.
Zoot, you know that was an amazing shot, and I won by 10. Yo, everybody's waiting on you, dog.
So it's easy to fill it with things that make me feel good, but they make me feel good in a very fleeting way.
Zoot, are you gonna go? Are you gonna jerk yourself off raw?
With his desires and lusts. He's missing his heart. He's missing his thought.
Oh, yes, you are, son.
He doesn't understand that those things that he's filling his void with are not going to make him happy. They're not going to give him what he wants. In fact, at the end of the day, it's just going to make you feel.
I know it's my turn. And I'm about to have the greatest. Then it doesn't count.
Someone who learns Torah episodically. Not today I learned. Tomorrow I don't learn. The next day I learn a little more. A little bit less. Torah study.
No.
Rothschild says that is like a man who commits adultery. Now, what is that about? So Rashi points out there is something very interesting. Look at Rashi.
Baby, there's no way. Are you ready for this? Big dog. Ain't nothing difficult in this world.
So what happens? So the Gemara says that's so sometimes
Incorrect.
In their learning. The person who's consistent in their learning is like this. Sometimes this one, sometimes this one.
That's not a trick shot.
Just the fact that I'm learning every day. I'm learning every day.
That sucks. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. It's one of the worst shots in the history of humankind. Dog. Look at this move. No one knows, and no one cares. I'm ready for it, and everybody's gonna laugh at you because your shot sucks. Oh, dude, that was a sick scratch, dog. One of the sickest scratches in the history of humankind. Big dog. Yeah, baby.
So I say, so what Menashe used to do is Menashe would quote these psukim in the Torah, and these psukim at first glance seems totally irrelevant. Like, for example, why do I need to know that the sister of Lot?
Are you gonna go?
And Timnah was the concubine to Eliphaz.
Dog, do you know how much time you're taking? With just guard, you're wasting people's time with those kind of shots. Dog, that was one of the worst shots.
So Rashi would say it's clear that the Torah either is not maybe not as.
Oh, what a shot, dog! Did you see that, son?
Type of logical sense, they don't really seem to matter all that much. So the verse says
Maybe he was hypnotized to do all that shit. Yeah, dog, you heard me.
Okay, so we're saying the pasuk came out and said, you don't know what you're talking about. You're rebelling against your brother, rebelling against your sister. As we're going to see in just a moment, every pasuk in Torah has profound meaning. You must have furthermore, about a person like
yeah, why are you laughing, son? Hypnotism's a thing.
to those who pull
I've seen it with my own eyes. It's freaky. It's freaky shit. Maybe.
Yeah, also means like ropes. Yeah, like and the ropes of the wagon, but it reins, and the reins of the wagon are sin. So the Gemara says, Moshe, if you notice the pasuk, they're very interesting. The pasuk begins by speaking about Moshe Alam Chevle Hashav. Pulls sin with ropes of nothingness, right?
Just
like
absolute
and then it begins to speak about
disgustingness.
Reins are thicker than ropes. So the Gemara says, what does this mean?
What are you going to do, Zoot? Zoot, everybody wants to know, what are you going to do?
You know the way it works with sin is that in the beginning, sin only holds on to me by like a spider's web.
Dude, I'm just going to be honest with you. That was one of the worst shots we've ever seen.
With the rope, with the reins of a wagon. Let's say what a preferred. Like sometimes in the beginning,
baby,
when there's Yitzhara,
did you know that was one of the sickest shots in the history of humankind? Dog,
I could easily break free.
Dog,
but after a while,
everybody's waiting on you.
Making the conscious choice not to break free.
Incorrect.
Incredible. So the Gemara goes right there.
Yo, dog. Have you ever seen Pinky? Dude, have you ever seen Pinky in the Brain?
Why does the Torah tell me about Timnah, the daughter of Lotan?
Yeah, dog. Well, you're fucking Pinky, and I'm the Brain.
And once I get ready for this Gemara, this is ridiculous. So the Gemara says,
yeah, let's see your fucking shot. Pinky's the dumb one. Oh, fuck you, Zoot. That was amazing. Zoot, that was amazing. The ladder. Dog, that was amazing. Make this. Make this. Make this. Make this. Dude, that was fucking phenomenal. That was fucking phenomenal. What a way to fucking end it. That was fucking phenomenal, dog. That was fucking phenomenal. Absolutely fucking amazing. Dude, that was absolutely fucking amazing. Dog, one of the greatest endings to any game we've ever seen. Dude, do you hear me clapping? Do you hear me clapping? Do you recognize how fucking good that was? Zoot, do you recognize how fucking good that was? What's that, baby? What's that? I like how you say that you have more wins than I do, and I have 34 wins and you have 17 wins.
What a crazy story. So Timnah wanted to go ahead and convert.
Dude, we play Go.
She goes and she marries Eliphaz, and they have Amalek. So the fact that she produced the kid, like, what is this? Which the Imam says is incredible.
And what happened? Are you ready to play Go, son?
Should have business right now, but the Chaim Shmulevitz has in Sifos Musa a very beautiful piece about this.
Are you ready to play Go?
Like, what is going on over here? So the Chaim Shmulevitz says something beautiful.
All right, big dog. As you wish.
We were right in not converting her. It's possible that maybe there's something. Obviously,
dog, no one knows.
If she becomes the mother of Amalek, there's something broken there. There's clearly something broken there. So the Avos might have had a very legitimate reason for not converting her. But sometimes, even if you have to say no to someone,
Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to quit sitting on your thumb and play? Or are you going to suck your own dick?
You have to do things to people that can be hurtful and difficult. But there's a way to do it to minimize the personalistic thing. And apparently what the Gemara is doing is the Gemara is holding the Avos liable for how they dealt.
Dog, you're up. Dog, you're up.
For telling her no, we're not converting.
One of the worst shots, one of the worst things we've ever seen.
Incredible Yisrael said it. Sometimes, again, what has to happen is going to be difficult and painful. But the way you deal with people in difficult situations and the way you make them feel and the way they walk away from the interaction, for that is what a Baruch who judges us. Incredible. It's incredible. So now I'll say, so why is it? So now story of Reuben. Why is that something that Reuben was collecting flowers? Like what's the shot over there? So Very simple. Where was Reuben collecting flowers from? Where was he collecting flowers from? From the field, from Hefker. So the whole point of the story. What's the point of the story? It was like you're walking by someone's yard, you see a flower over there. Okay, it's just a flower, I just pick it. Reuben was not good that if he was going to bring home flowers for his mother, where was it going to come from? Hefker. Why? Because tzaddikim are careful with the property of other people. He found flowers in the field. My dudaim amarat yavruchi. Okay, the type of flower. Levi amar sigli. Yonasan amar siv sigli. Okay, different types of flowers. So it turns out that again, even the psukim that we say to ourselves, like there's no deeper meaning in that. There's deeper meaning in everything. So sorry of Timna, because again she was rejected by the Avos, becomes the mother of Amalek. Here we see sometimes you have to reject people, sometimes you have to say no, but how you do it, the manner in which you interact is of key importance. Reuven, why is there something that we done? Because what makes tzaddikim tzaddikim? It's not just the idea of Torah. It's not just the amount of Torah that they learned. What makes tzaddikim tzaddikim is their interpersonal interactions as well. A tzaddik is careful not to hurt and not to harm the other.
Oh, I know whose turn it is, baby.
This is crazy.
You're up, dude.
Let's say a person learns Torah Lishma. What does he do? He makes shalom between the celestial sphere and the earthly sphere. Then we'll say, what's Torah Lishma? What's Torah Lishma? Torah Lishma, by the way, learning Torah at this time of the morning is Torah Lishma. Right, how do you
Dude, did you watch the Olympic opening games? Opening ceremonies?
It just means Torah for the sake of Torah. It's not Torah for love. It's not Torah for money. It's not Torah for self-aggrandizement. It's not Torah from the eyes.
You're getting dominated, son.
Learning Torah is beautiful, and learning Torah offers me an avenue of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
Dude, did you know you're getting dominated? I mean, is that my fault? Was it my job on this earth to teach you how to play Go?
Torah is the bridge. You ever wonder why?
No, that's incorrect.
You learn Torah, you feel a certain level of tranquility. Right? It's interesting. I personally feel a level of tranquility by Torah that you can't feel by anything.
Because I'm dominant.
Why is that? Because on one hand, Torah comes from Shamayim, but it lives here. Torah is the daughter of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but yet she belongs to me. So, which seems inherently contradictory, but that's the beauty of it. Torah bridges these two worlds. So a person learns Torah Lishma, literally they create that equality of harmony between heaven and earth. And
Dude, you know I'm dominating you.
You feel that tranquility.
This is a dominant performance, son. This is a dominant performance, son.
So Rabbi says, when you learn Torah, it's as if you're building a palace of the Ribbon Shalom, Shamata, and the Palestine is Ita Shamata. Shneemar, Va'asim Divrei Ifa V'Sayadik Tzisicha, Minta Shamayim V'Yisod Aretz. Amrei Shlakish, Af Magin Al Kala Olam Kulo. When you learn Torah, you protect the entire world.
Dude,
when I learn
this
Torah,
is a dominant performance.
Creating some level of protection for the world as a whole. Shneemar, Ubitzel Yadik Tzisicha. Rabbi says, Af Mekari Eshagi'ula. Wow. When you learn Torah, you're bringing Geula just a little bit closer. What's that we all want to know? What we can do to bring Mashiach a little bit closer. We're learning all these Mashiach sugyas. All I want more than anything in life is Geula's Mashiach. So what could I do? So I learn. Every time I learn, I bring Mashiach. It's not just learning. It's any spiritual activity. By definition, this is the Geula. Shneemar, the Lomar, Letzion, Amiyat, Amr Shlakish. It's beautiful. If you teach the
Dude, are you gonna go?
Torah, it's counted as if you've created it. You've created him. Torah says,
dude, are you gonna go?
How did you Torah? When you teach Torah, you are giving credit almost as if you
go.
Individual, which makes perfect sense. Because when I teach someone Torah, by definition, I'm giving them life.
Dude.
Torah's everything. So when I go ahead,
dude, are you there?
Give them Torah. It's as if I birthed
Dude,
them.
go.
This is beautiful. Rabbi Lozer says that
Dude, you're jerking yourself off live on a Discord call. All I want you to do is go.
Now, at first glance, that seems a little bit strange. And even a little bit intense. Now, what does that mean? I've created.
Go.
So let's say what Gemara is telling us. Sorry, Rashi says, let's say in general, when a person engages in an act of
Go,
spirituality,
Zoot.
what's important to understand is I'm creating
Zoot.
something new.
Fucking
Like,
finally,
whenever I learn a
dog.
piece of Torah, so what I'm doing is there is spiritual energy that is being created that wasn't here before in this world. I do a mitzvah, I'm creating something new. I do a chesed, I'm creating something new. The beauty of Yiddishkeit, the beauty of Torah, chesed, everything.
Dude, this is an absolute ass kicking.
New spiritual energy in this world that did not exist beforehand. Has somebody been learning Sanhedrin, Sadiknes, and Lebeis? Sure, but it wasn't me. Now that I'm doing it, I'm creating new spiritual.
Dude, did you know that I won?
And when I create something, I'm creating it. It didn't exist before, and I'm creating it.
Are you ready to get your ass kicked again?
Rabbi says,
Zoot.
Well, said this is beautiful. When you learn Torah,
Zoot.
it is
Okay, why don't you read the rules?
Creating himself.
Why don't you read the rules? And read them aloud. I want to hear you read the rules aloud.
Isn't that overwhelming? I think for many of us, right? If you had one wish in the world, what would it be? One wish. One wish. No, wait, think about this.
Zoot,
Right? One wish.
read the rules. It says board. Go is a two-player game, usually played. Okay, do you see that where it says that, dog?
Not for a do-over, with all the knowledge that I have now, about all the incredible mistakes that I made.
Doug, what are you doing?
Like just a do-over. Wouldn't that be? Can you imagine that? Armed with all of the knowledge you have, the ability to start over again.
Zoot is fucking sucking semen through a straw right now. Dog, come on.
Every single time I learn the Gemara says, Kilu asa liatzmo. I am recreating myself with the very fabric of creation.
Opposing pieces. Now go to gameplay, son.
To remake myself. So that thing that we want more than anything
Getting with black. Player is gonna place the design on the section of the point. On to place the design is now if the opponent captures, if any stones become conflict with surrounded by opposing, this is their captured and removed as shown in the example of the white stone. A stone or group is conflict with surrounded opponent is not adjacent in any horizontal tool, vertical direction shows any empty intersections, any empty intersections adjacent to a stone or group is called
but to go ahead and do something. That's right. If you force someone and back them into a corner,
in the above example, a stone has a integrity of
you
point
get credit. The forcer, right?
Both one stone is dashed in,
Right, the forcer forces the other person to do something, gets credit for the
sourcing
result.
connected
So
group
both
for
sides,
white
this is incredibly important.
stones on one group.
Today's society, everything is all about making people feel comfortable. Right? Well, actually, no, that's changing. Right?
No.
Everyone should feel comfortable. Who says? Who says to making people feel comfortable?
Keep going.
Of course, it's supposed to make people feel comfortable.
You don't know how to play shit. You don't know how to play shit.
Is making people feel uncomfortable so that they're able to go ahead and push themselves.
Finish reading.
Accomplish, but they just feel so comfortable they don't want to move. Right? So nicely, when it says it's okay.
It does
This is a very important. You saw in parenting
in the
also.
opposition
It's
of
okay to make your kids
main catch
uncomfortable. Because sometimes you
Fine.
get discomfort. By definition,
Next
push your
catch
faith to
position
become
should
more
be
and to
shown
do
in
more.
the second diagram. Next catch
And if you do that, the forcer
third diagram.
gets credit as a big Shneimar.
The corner catches all 5 stones on black catches. The waste of time, more than one group may be captured in
The staff that you
single
Moshe
play
used to hit the Nile. The Moshe
below
used
the
to
black
hit the Nile.
capture 3 stones.
Go to endgame, son.
Since Moshe told Aaron to do it, and Aaron did it because of the forcing of Moshe, therefore Moshe gets credit as if he did it. Incredible. Because also the Marks to remember again, these people don't have
Zoot, it's
these people. So the Marks must not be course. Rabbi Fanny Rabbi. But the bonus is so it's not really just like using this really great. Like to diminish the honor of the Chacham. Rabbi Yochanan Yerushalayim Amar Shem Vazes Chaver Refus Chacham. This refers to someone who embarrasses his friend or degrades his friend. This is fascinating. This is never really ever thought about Apikoros. Apikoros is always much more logical. Gemara is describing it as someone who either degrades coming to Chachamim or degrades his friend in the sense of something that is very interesting. So the Gemara says, I understand you can say that Apikoros is the one who embarrasses his friend in front of the Chacham. So the Gemara says, then if you embarrass the Chacham himself, that's called Megala Panim B'Torah Shlo B'Hala. Literally, you're expounding Torah in an inappropriate way. That's called embarrassing the Talmud Chacham. But if you say that embarrassing the Talmud Chacham himself, that's not Apikoros. And what's the category of Megala? Literally again, like expounding Torah in an inappropriate way. What is that? If you know, we're not Shabbat Fiskiyah. That's what we're not Shabbat Fiskiyah. We said, what am I Shabbat Fiskiyah saying? That's what Fiskiyah was going to say, come on, why does Torah need all of these nonsense for Sukkah? Like, moving went to get to do that. Like, Timna became the wife of Ali.
Other rules, go!
Others explain this differently. What's the Torah? Rabbi, Amri, Shem Vazes Chaver refers to someone who embarrasses the Talmud Chacham. Rabbi Yochanan Yerushalayim Amar Shem Vazes Chaver refers to Talmud Chacham. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Chacham Atzmo Megala Panim B'Torah. So if you say that if you're doing the Talmud Chacham himself, that's called Megala Panim B'Torah. So the word says, Other rules, people say, what good are rabbis? What exactly do the rabbis do? Right? What do you do all day? Right? What is it exactly that you do for us? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. But to go hand over, they interpret all these things are just for themselves. They don't benefit us with no contribution. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's also inappropriate interpretation or expounding on the Torah. But not fully what's an example of an sitting in front of you and you're letting would be the person running with their Rabbi. Let me give you a topic, and it's reminiscent of something else that the Rabbi says. And the other teaching that doesn't quote the teaching in the name of his Rabbi. Consider to be insolent behavior.
Yo, how about you finish reading?
But you begin to understand that Apikoros is this person that does not exhibit the appropriate behavior towards his Rabbi. Notice why all the emphasis on the behavior from one's Rabbi. So let's understand from my perspective. Rabbi was the one who was linking the chain of thoughts about that. Like the Chacham today, like the I could learn.
Are you ready to lose? That's what I'm talking about, Zoot. Zoot, you read that like a fucking pro, baby.
Inherently tarnished Torah.
Yeah, because I fucking ensured that you read all the rules.
So what's the example of Apikoros?
But we're gonna play not on a big board, still small board.
What do they do when you're the doctor?
100,000%.
It's not like they ever did anything special, right?
No one does, Zoo.
What do the rabbis do? The rabbis just simply tell us
All they know is that it's your fucking turn. How about you fucking go, dog? You know why it's called go? Because it's your fucking turn to go.
Come on, it's not like rabbis are figuring out.
Yeah, because you got the Comey, bitch.
All that different, right? They're just regurgitating information that you already.
You got 6.5 points to start off because I went first. How about you fucking go, dog?
In the household of Binyamin the doctor, they would have a shiloh, and they would go ahead and bring it to the Rabbi.
Yeah, it was the worst move in the history of humankind. Next question.
When you would find a reason to permit the trade, look, I'm permitting for you a reason. In other words, so Rabbi would say, it's not so clear that this animal is kosher, right? So that the sheep is kosher.
You're up, big dog.
I'm permitting for you a reason. Or when there would be a reason for an isser, look, I'm prohibiting to you a Yonah. Rabbi said a little tongue in cheek. I won't say what's amazing about this story.
Big dog, it's your turn.
In the doctor's household, they disparaged the Rabbanim. But yeah, what? When they needed them, they showed up. Even they showed up. I was saying, such a profound, it's always easy. It's always easy to knock down leadership. This in general, in the civil society, for whatever reason, we have an overwhelming like preoccupation with knocking people off pedestals for whatever the reason that is. So again, especially when it comes to it's easy to everybody can be knocked off a pedestal because everybody's a human being. Everybody has their faults and deficiencies.
Oh yeah, do you?
They're speaking trash about the Rabbanim, but yet again, when they need Rabbi, they have a Shiloh, suddenly again they need it. Incredible. Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says,
Zoot, you're doing terribly.
What's an example of an apikoris? Apikoris is an example of a person who says, those rabbis. Those rabbis. In other words, again, if you notice, by the way, the theme over here is that apikoris is someone who speaks disparagingly about Rabbanim, about the Mechamim. Papa wants to engage in a discussion, and he forgot for a moment like the proper way to refer to Rabbanon, and he said those rabbis. And after he said it, he fasted. He fasted because he thought what he did was
maybe. What do you want me to do about it?
Incredible. And we're changing like
the thing is, you haven't scored yet.
In the yeshiva in the house of Rabbi Yehuda, when they got to Megillas Esther, they said, "Hi, Megillas Esther lo by mitachas." Megillas Esther doesn't need a cover. A statement like this without actually reaching their Rabbi.
No, you're not.
The appearance of apikarsus, incredible. What's apikarsus? Calling your Rabbi by his name. That's apikarsus.
Dog, you just read the fucking instructions for like 10 hours, dog.
Because he called Elisha by name.
Are you gonna go?
Elisha. Can't call your Rabbi by his first name. So therefore, introduce those apikarsus. Rabbi is beautiful. This is beautiful. In the future,
whoa, you got a huge lead.
Right? The Rebbe will bring a river or a stream from the Kodesh HaKadoshim. There's going to be a stream.
How the fuck did you get such a big lead?
And by the sides of the stream, all types of delicacies are going to be growing.
Dude, F this, man.
From this stream, on its banks, all types of beautiful trees, fruit trees.
Dog, look at your lead, son. Look at that fucking lead of yours. Gone. Gone, son. Gone. Because I'm sexy.
Because again, the waters emanate from the mikdash. Its fruit will be for consumption. And ultimately, its leaves will be for purposes. Incredible.
Because do you need me to say it again? Because I'm sexy. Hey, scoreboard, big dog. Scoreboard, big dog.
In the future, a stream will come out from the Beis HaMikdash. He quoted this pasuk. As we're having this conversation, there was an older gentleman who was sitting there as this was being said, and he said, Shkoyach, Yosher. He said to Rabbi, yeah, Shkoyach, beautiful.
How do you score?
Okay, Rabbi Yochanan.
By putting points on the board. How else do you think you score, son?
This appears like apicorsis. So it's like we're really getting to a very strict definition over here. So
Thanks for the free points.
Shkoyach, right? But apparently, again, when the Shkoyach is given to the Gadol, it has the, I guess it depends.
Big dog.
Give the Shkoyach to what you're giving the Shkoyach for. But if Rabbi Yirmiyah says something and just some guy says Shkoyach,
you're up, big man.
Rabbi Yirmiyah doesn't need the Shkoyach, right? That's not the Shkoyach.
Yeah, dog. Oh, is it a protest on being funny? Because you've been doing that your whole career. That is a fucking zinger, dog.
There's so much to say about that. What is that?
Okay, well, that's kind of controversial, but I mean, do whatever makes you happy, baby.
So again, I want to point out something amazing. What does water represent? In general, what does water represent? Water represents power. Yeah. Like water,
Dude, you're not going to do that. What, are you going to go up there and just be like, hey, as opposed to trying to be funny, I'm going to come to the realization that you've all come to and not be funny?
But really, what water represents is this notion of power. Why does water represent power?
Zoo.
They go into water, they become taller.
Yeah, it's called. I was eating out my grandmother, and then I tasted horse cum. I figured that's how she died.
Sounds so good. It's the primordial substance of creation. One more time, the primordial substance of creation. You're throwing the hand motions in the very purpose of it. And so the nice why. Rachel came as friends. I was about Arsa originally, all the earth was. There's Levitic says something so beautiful. When you immerse yourself in water, you are surrounding yourself.
So you know you haven't scored yet.
Substance of creation. So I go in Tame, and I come out.
Yeah, yes, you did.
It's only water that can affect Tara, because water is the initial. Water is the substance of creation. You can recreate yourself.
Dude, you're losing.
What is it
because you're just getting your ass handed to you.
What do you think about it? Kodesh HaKadoshim is like the top of the mountain. I mean, quite literally, it's the top of paradise, right? That's like the peak of Kedusha.
That I am still winning.
So where do you go past the Kodesh HaKadoshim? There's nowhere, at least not in this world. But there is. There's no such
Chelsea?
thing as reaching the ceiling of Kedusha. Even if you're in the Kodesh HaKadoshim, there's a stream that comes out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. What does the stream represent? The stream is Torah. Stream is water. Stream is creation. Stream is recreation. Stream is building.
You think you're gonna munch Chelsea's box?
Itself, there's places to go. There's water to immerse yourself in. There's no such thing as a ceiling when it comes to.
Do you think there's any chance of it?
After you make it to the Holy of Holies, there's still more to do. Incredible. So the Gemara is like, let's see a servant apicorsis.
There you go, big bud.
Listen to this. In the future, Messianic era.
Dude, go with your fucking black cat.
In the future, the Rothschild is going to bring precious stones that are 30 amos by 30 amos.
Zude, are you gonna go?
And what happens? The Rothschild is going to go ahead. And he's going to.
Zude, look at the scoreboard, son.
Entrance ways of 10 amos by 20 amos. 20 amos by 10 amos, right? And what happens? And these are going to be.
Dude, look at the scoreboard, son.
Okay, so Rabbi Yochanan is giving
It doesn't usually work that way.
Chuckled at this. He said, essentially, like, that's ridiculous.
No, because opening doesn't like pay that well.
I don't understand. Today, you can't find precious stones that are the size of the eggs of small birds or small eggs of birds.
Yeah, but people would rather make money. I mean, like a headliner might make, I don't know, $10,000 a night, and openers are going to make like $500 a night. It's just not worth it. If people like you, they're eventually going to want you to do your own shows. I can tell you this, dude. I can tell you this, dude. How about I just tell you what's up? All right. So there's a guy named Tom Papa, and he's kind of made a career out of opening for Jerry Seinfeld.
So the Talmud says, "No, who is this one?"
But he's also done his own shit.
Says the Malachim said, "Oh, these are the skills that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is creating for the entrance way to Yerushalayim." Which another way is such a beautiful motif over and
all right.
over.
Are you trying to get in on that?
Let's be honest. How long would it take?
Word, dog. Dude, did you know that you lost again? All right. Well, it was fun whooping your ass, and I look forward to doing it in about 2 hours. Sound good? Excellent. Do I like Olivia Dean? I mean, are you asking what I eat or box? This bitch better be hot as fuck, dog. Don't bring her into my world if she ain't hot.
So what happens? The kid comes, the Talmud comes back.
Oh, that's a bad sign.
So again, the Talmud comes back to this measure.
You're asking me would I eat this British singer's box? Yeah, she could get it, so long as she's 18.
Continue to preach, and you're right? You're doing a great job.
Yeah, then consider her box on the list of boxes that I'm going to munch.
So Yochanan says to him, "Tell me, empty one."
Peace, baby.
And had you not seen it, you wouldn't have believed it. Where one of disparages the words of Chazal, and Yochanan set his eyes upon him, and he became a pile of bones. So we'll say, so again, first of all, we see before, in general, when it comes to becoming a pile of bones, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean death? Does that mean just a personal feelings of God? The whole essence of Yiddishkeit is to believe what you can't see. If you can see it, then it's not to believe. You see it, then it's not to believe. The most beautiful, the hardest thing about Yiddishkeit, which ultimately the most beautiful thing about Yiddishkeit is the ability to believe in things that you cannot see, but to believe them no less than the things you can actually see. So like you said, Yochanan says, there's no good place in believing what the Malachim are prepared to Mashiach if you see it with your own eyes. That's not spirituality. That's not Avodas Hashem. The character of Avodas Hashem is to believe all of my heart in things that I cannot see, but to believe them no less than the things that I actually see. Incredible. Let's say like the nature, that's one point is, like they're not even practical. Then the funny thing is that one of the takeaways that we like is that the things that we find are going to be both the honest by honest. And those the fact that all of us are really about that. I don't know. Now, signing Amor to take out for adoration. The entry to Israel will be 200 honest hours. That's the height of adoration. So according to that, the Malach Hazal, the Adam was 100 honest hours. 100 honest falls. Okay, so that was just a little fun. What do you do with that? I don't want 100 honest falls. Okay, so Malach is on his right. But what you do with literally the house height. I mean, the work of offering was height is meant for the height. I think that height is I think it's the box. What's the name of the something like the oven is tiny and the oven puts up down. With all of that, it's like very low. But in the future, what does it mean? That the ancient pictures are going to be twice the height. It's beautiful. What is it? That in the future, the ancient pictures will be twice the height of Adam Rishon. It means that again in the future the potential that we will be able to unlock within ourselves is infinite and overwhelming. So you want to say that we go over Kuf Amma can I get the call the coastline $100. Shne Marsha Baginu Kinetim Bilal Biloren. So let's say, so which one is it? So I'm making a contradiction. We just said before that the entrance way is Amas by 10 Amas. Now we're saying it's 200 Amas. So what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, no. Keep on Rabbi Yochanan on the cover to be Zika. Rabbi Yochanan was talking about the windows. In other words, we'll say in the entranceways, because they're going to be so tall, you want air circulation. The air ducts will, so to speak, be at a height of 20 amas. But the gates themselves will actually be much taller. So my Baleo the Trufa, Going back to the stream coming out of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. What does it mean that the leaves that grow from the stream will be for medicinal purposes? One will say that consuming those leaves, if a person is mute, will give them the ability to speak. Others say that if a woman is barren, it'll act as like a fertility treatment. Same idea. Rabbi Yochanan the trufa mamish. So Rabbi Yochanan says mamish for medicinal purposes. My the trufa. What does this mean? The Torah panim shabal le'apeh. That ultimately again it will make the Talmidei Chachamim even more handsome, even more beautiful. That's Rabbi Simon. What's incredible? Whoever blackens his face over words of Torah in this one, I want to say, what does this mean, blacken my face? What it means is that these are statements of deprivation. Generally, again, a person doesn't eat the way they're supposed to eat, so their complexion becomes like a little bit ashen. So the idea over here is a person who indulges a little bit less, deprives himself a little bit more in order to put his focus on Torah. So therefore, again, I don't have the full measure of physical enjoyment in this world because I'm devoting myself to Torah. So what happens? HaKadosh Baruch Hu matik zibav li'olam haba. Rosham gives him a radiant countenance in the world to come. So literally again, a person literally translated who starves himself with Torah. Then what does that mean? That means that literally again, my whole focus is Torah to the point that I neglect or I just don't focus on certain material things. The Gemara says, so in other words, if I'm missing meals, so to speak, for Torah in this world, Kadosh Baruch Hu will satiate me in the world to come. So I will say again, what's the theme over here? What we said before, to grow spiritually requires sacrifice. It does. We have to give up certain things, whatever those things may be. And a lot of times, it's things in the material. I will say destroy every aspect of our Yiddishkeit. I will say, can you imagine? By the way, imagine for a moment if you didn't have to pay tuition. Right? Imagine just imagine if you didn't have to pay tuition. Right? Just imagine for your lifestyle what that would look like. What that would look like, right? We'd be having a feeling a yacht, right? Or something like that, you know, right? Imagine, right? Imagine what it would look like. Let's say, and again, it's not just true for tuition. There's a lot of things in our Yiddishkeit that really cause us to sacrifice. What the Gemara is telling us is just understand, whatever sacrifice you make for your Yiddishkeit in this world, the Ribono Shel Olam will give it back to you in the next. Just understand, right? So in other words, we give up time to learn Torah. We give up other things to learn Torah. We give up our money for tzedakah. And again, I will say, sometimes it's easy and sometimes it's really difficult. Just understand, whatever you sacrifice for the Ribono Shel Olam in this world, He will give you back multifold in the world to come. It's incredible. The Gemara goes right there. In other words, in the future, right? Hakadosh Baruch Hu will give us bracha, a handful of bracha from Him. Shene'emar, Baruch Hashem Yom Yom Ya'amos Lanu Hakel Yeshuaseinu Salam. Rabbi Dechev Shalom Akein. Look for, can you see this? Look for Ne'emar. Mi Madad B'Shalom Mayim B'Shamayim. I'm sorry, Mayim B'Shamayim B'Zeres Tachim. So the Gemara says, Hakadosh Baruch Hu gives us a handful. The Rosh Hashanah's handful is massive. So how could it be that the Rosh Hashanah is going to give me a handful? I can't contain his handful. Elo Gemara says, Amar, my tam lo shchichas ba'agarata. Talking about, right, why did you not show up for Shir? In Shir, we're learning about Agarata. In the future, Rosh Hashanah will give every single tzaddik 310 worlds. Yesh, the gematria plus 110 habits. So I'll say whatever this means. Which one will leave us 310 worlds? Once again, what it means is it's understood that the tzaddik lives a life of deprivation. I will say, by the way, all of us are tzaddikim. And we all know that to grow in Torah, to be in Oved Hashem, I have to sacrifice. And we're making sacrifices consistently and daily. I promise you, whatever you sacrifice here, I will absolutely give back to you. Tanya Rabbi or Rabbi says, the midah sha'ada moded in love. The way in which you act, Kadosh Baruch Hu acts towards you. Midah keneged midah. T'chsev, b'sa'asa'ah b'shalachat re'ivena. Good. Rabbi Yeshua, is that possible? But Kimar says, Adam no sin lo omso lo ani ba'olam hazeh. Shprachol no sin lo omso lo olam haba. So I say, could it be that if I give a handful to a pauper in this world, Hashem gives me a handful back in the world to come back? Sid, Shemayim bizarre talking. The handful of Hakadosh Baruch Hu was so much more than mine. So in other words, if you say mida keneged mida, what that means is whatever I give, I'll get. But if I give it only a handful in this world, I get back so much more from the Hakadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says, "Ata yeta omerkin ezu mida meruba, mida tova mida." I'm sorry, ezu mida meruba, mida tova meruba, or mida paranos. So I say, so again, remember, even though we say mida keneged mida, right? That there's reciprocity. At the end of the day, for what is there a greater measure of reciprocity? For good or for bad? Amud days, you will say, Amud days, have it flying. Have it omer, mida tova meruba midas paranos. So I say, we know the answer to this. That mida tova always eclipses midas paranos. In other words, there's always reciprocity. But when it comes to reciprocity for bad, in other words, if I do bad, if the Baruch is going to visit bad upon me, that's the way it works. But the reciprocity for that is a much more equal math. On the other hand, when I go ahead and I do good things, the reciprocity for that is even more. The devotion gives me back more than I have given. The Gemara says, "B'midas tova ksiv v'yitzav shchakim mimal v'daltei shamayim pesach v'yamter aleim man lechol u'b'midas from midas parnas u'omer ba'arubas hashayim niftechu midas parnas ksiv v'yetzu v'rov b'big sifkan." So the Gemara says, you see over here that the midah tova is even greater than the midah rav. Just quickly, the Gemara says, midas parnas ksiv v'yetzu v'rov b'big anoshim afoshim ki bol tov asam lo samos v'asham lo sichbeh v'ayudiron l'chol basar. So he's talking about over here in the Moshe Mashiach. We're ultimately again after we see the arrival of Mashiach, we're going to see, and there's going to be a valley of corpses where all of those who died in the war of Gog and Magog will be piled. A person sticks his finger in fire in this world, he's burned immediately. This is beautiful. In the same way that the Ribono Shel Olam gives the koach for a shayim to receive their punishment, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives koach to the tzaddikim to receive their reward. But I will say, but the incredible part of here is as follows: that even though we believe in this system of midah keneged midah, reciprocity, right? The reciprocity for good is much greater than the measure of reciprocity for bad. In other words, I know that when I do averos, there's going to be punishment for those averos. So I'll say that's the way it works. So whatever I do in this world, there's going to be reciprocity for it in the world to come. So whatever I did wrong is going to be reciprocal punishment for my misdeeds, assuming that I didn't do tshuva. If I do tshuva, then of course I can erase everything. But assuming I didn't do tshuva, there's reciprocity. But for tova, for good, I will say, there's not just simple like direct reciprocity. Whatever good I do in this world, the Rothschild gives me schar, gives me reward, and the reward I get from HaKadosh Baruch Hu far outweighs the good that I've done in this world. Incredible. Let's go ahead. Rabbi Kiva Omer, the Garb is Sramach Chisonim. So Rabbi Kiva says, even someone who reads Sramach Chisonim is called Rabbi Kores. What's the Sramach Chisonim? Tana B'Sifri, Tana B'Sifri Tzedukim. It refers to the books of the Tzdukim. Remember again, who are the Tzdukim? The Tzdukim were the people who did not believe in Torah Shabbat. Rabbi Yosef Amar B'Sefer Ben Sira Nami Asur Mikre. So again, Rabbi Yosef says it applies also to the book of Ben Sira. As we're going to see, the book of Ben Sira was a book of knowledge that was compiled by this guy Ben Sira. So the Gemara suggests over that that's also called apikarsis. So the Gemara says, my timer. Now, what's the reason? Right? What's so bad about the book of Ben Sira? Right? What is it that it has in there that's so bad? So maybe it means because it says, do not skin a fish, right? Don't take the skin off of a fish. Rashi says, Rashi's on the right hand side, don't peel off the skin of the fish, because if you peel off the skin of the fish, you're going to waste the skin. Stop over for today. I'm going to do a little bit of a fancy cliffhanger. I will say, by the way, we did excellent. So we did a block. We did a long block, right? But we did most of the wrong block. Let's say, Mr. Hashem, but incredible Gemara. Shkoyach, everyone. Till you pick up Ben Sira tomorrow, Mr. Hashem. All right, everyone's going to have a great day, everyone. Jerry, you're the closest to that stream coming out of the color. Check out Hashem, Mr. Hashem. I'll have these open to see it soon. right, Rosai. Good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors.
Oh, it's
for this
Bad
morning.
Bunny time, son.
Talmud Torah sponsor for the year of Tafshin Pei Hey. Because the Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Shuman
Is it?
this
Oh,
year.
for sure.
And the Zuchus from Soros Travels for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Hava Alinu Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Kahn, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, and the Ziv, Levin, and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev, Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, from the Bracha, Yoktan, and the merit. All our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas Hadan Aliyah, the families in Nechama, all of those who need a refuah should have one together with Kol Cholei Yisrael. We won't bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful. Most with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, but I really like a lot to do today. Today's daf is Kuf 100, and we are beginning on Tzadik Test on the days 99b, and we left off reading we left off 4 lines down from the top. But let's instead look at it as 81 lines up from the bottom. You know, that's let's be positive. Let's be positive about this. Right? We got this. It says Gemara as follows. Let's say beautiful Gemara. And again, a special welcome. Special welcome to Rabbi Tobias, who is one of our online listeners, from New Jersey. He didn't try in this morning, but Baruch Hashem came last night. Rabbi, welcome, and a Baruch Haba to Rabbi Yosef Portion, just so you'll see a second ago. Yosef in the back. Okay, not turning around, avoiding eye contact with me. Okay, good. That's welcome to Yosef Portion. Has been this year. So with that, let us begin. So Amar the Lord says as follows. Let's take 5 lines up from the top. Kol Adam Yamam Midah. This is beautiful. Man was created to toil. Kol Adam, all of man was created to toil. Man was created to work. Okay, I'm going to point out, you see this theme over and over and over in Gemara. Life is about the effort. Life is about the struggle. Sometimes the greatest mistake we make in life is we have this expectation that life is supposed to be comfortable and easy. Now, of course, there are periods when life is easy and there are periods when life is comfortable, but that is not the default state of the human condition. A person is put in this world to accomplish. Accomplishment only comes when there is struggle, when there is resistance, when there is work. Sometimes we encounter resistance and we think, that must mean we're doing something wrong. Okay, it's just the opposite. Sometimes the greater the resistance, the greater the difficulty, the greater the challenge, that means that I'm usually on the cusp of something great. So then was created to work. You need that sorry. About any Odea. In Lamo, in Lamo, so this is very interesting. But again, okay, so man is created to work. So what was he created to work for? In other words, perhaps at the end of the day, he was created to schmooze. How about that? There's schmooze, or was he created ultimately again to work? Gemara says, Yeshua Omer, when the pasuk says ultimately again that literally I saddled to his mouth, the Gemara says, Omer, La'amal Pen. That shows me that man was ultimately again created for verbal toil. Of course, what does verbal toil represent? It represents Torah. That a person was put in this world ultimately to toil in Torah. But I'm not in the Odea. I don't know, in the Amal Torah, in the Amal Sifa. So again, I know that there's verbal toil. Does verbal toil mean schmoozing? Does verbal toil mean Torah? Omer, lo yomur shifra Torah zemikicha, and the Omer la Omer Torah yivra. Ultimately, again, when it says the Seder Torah will never leave your mouth, it's a verbal toil that I'm obligated to do is verbal toil for Torah. The Omer Rava, and this Rabbi says, Kulu ufi durataki, or durataki. So ultimately, again, the entire body was committed to toil. However, Tov L'Bizoki Dahavi Yistaki Da'oraisa. Praiseworthy is the person whose toil ultimately is in Torah. So everybody has to work. Everybody has to put in effort. The praiseworthy is the person whose effort has to be expended towards Torah. So then this is, again, so there's a lot of lessons we can read over here. So of course, there's a lesson that life is about the struggle. It really is. It's about the effort. It's about putting in the effort. So even if it's work hard. It also tells us is, and this is very important, Torah itself cannot be acquired in comfort. I remember that in Yeshiva, one of the most foundless issues that I ever heard was Nefesh got up, and he said, there was a fire friend, and he said, if you think that you're going to use that language, if you think that you are going to find greatness in Torah, with your Gemara in one hand, your coat in the other hand, and your feet up on the couch, like you think to yourself, that sounds great. That sounds great. I'll take that. He says, if you think you're going to find greatness in Torah, you are wrong. You are dead wrong. He says you can acquire knowledge that way. Right? You can acquire knowledge, comfortable, soda, Italian, feet up. Of course you acquire knowledge. You can't acquire Torah. Torah is acquired. Torah is acquired through struggle. Torah is acquired through effort. Torah is even acquired through a little bit of discomfort. That's the way to work. I have to push myself. That sounds like because that's the mechanism. It's not just that Torah is acquired through like learning. Again, you can acquire anything through learning. What makes Torah different than any other discipline? It's struggle. If I have to push myself to get it, if I have to push myself to find it comfortable, or it's a little bit difficult, that's ultimately again where Torah comes from. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. This is wild. So literally again, the pasuk says, a man who commits adultery, the noy isha, chaser lei, is missing heart. Now, first of all, just in general, the profundity of that pasuk is pretty overwhelming. That here is shown out in Mishnah. That a person who engages in immoral conduct, what's the problem? So you often think a person commits adultery, a person goes and engages in immorality. So what is that? It's about taiva. Obviously, a person can't keep their desires in check. Shana says that's not what it is. It's not taiva. It's chaser lei. It's chaser lei. I'm missing hearts. Right? I'm missing passion. I'm missing commitment. Everyone, we all have this void inside of ourselves. And in life, we go through it trying to fill it. Try to what you fill it with. So it's easy to fill things that make you feel good. That make you feel good in a very fleeting way. So someone who engages in immorality, it's not just that there's a problem with his desires and lusts. It's chaser lei. He's missing his heart. He's missing his thoughts. He's missing his emotions. He doesn't understand that those things that he's filling his void with are not going to make him happy. They're not going to give him what he wants. In fact, at the end of the day, it's just going to make him feel more empty. You know what's like this. So this is this. I'm Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish, what does this refer to? It's incredible. Zahalome Torah Mikra. It's wild. This refers to someone who learns Torah episodically. And today I learn, tomorrow I don't learn, the next time I learn a little more, next time a little less. If you're not consistent in your Torah study, the Gemara Rish Lakish says that is like a man who commits adultery. Or what is that about? So Rashi points out there's something very interesting. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, lo me plugin, ve'ino lo me tadir, ve'ino lo me tadir, mishe'ino isha, u'ba kamim zu, pa'im zu. So a person's not married, so what happens? Sometimes he's with this woman, sometimes he's with that woman, sometimes he's with this one, sometimes he's with that one. So what happens? So Gemara says that's so sometimes a person who goes ahead and is not consistent in their learning. So a person who is not consistent in their learning is like this guy. Sometimes he's with this one, sometimes he's with that one. It's not just the fact that I'm learning every day, I'm learning every day in a consistent fashion. Compares to like a morality. I'm going to do the a person will act like you're stupid. That woman is like an outstretched hand. Intentionally. He would expound, he would teach just nonsensical drushes in Torah. Amar, if you look at the Moshe Lichtov out of the Achas Lotan, the Timno, Isa, Pilegesh, Lifas, Ayela, Ruben, make eating, Bayim, some John Basada. So this is what Menashe used to do. He would put these people in the Torah. And these psukim at first glance seems totally irrelevant. Like, for example, why do I need to know that the sister of Lotan was Timna, and Timna was the concubine to Eliphaz. Eliphaz was the son of Isa. Who cares? Like, what does it matter to us? Or that Reuben went out into the field Who cares? So the Rashi says it's clear that the Torah either is not authentic, the Torah maybe not is all, maybe it's not all from God, because after all you have all these psukim in there that don't seem to make any type of logical sense, they don't really seem to matter all that much. So the Gemara says as follows: Not so ask about Amalo. So Basco came out and said, Tasha Ba'Hiva Tidaber, and then he never teaching Gofi. Eva says that Karashki, Donis Yos Eya Kamocha, Tika Ba'ercha Lenecha, Balam the Foot Kabbalah, Toy Mos. Okay, so the Pascal came out and said, you don't know what's talking about. Rebelling against your brother, rebelling against your sister, as we're going to see in just a moment, every pasuk in Torah has profound meaning. You must have furthermore, about the first Kabbalah, about the first mention in Hiskiyah, it said, Moshe alone, the Kevle Hashab, who covers Hagala Chetah. So this is actually very profound. Moshe on the Kevle Hashab is woe to those who pull sin with the ropes of nothingness, who covers Hagala Chetah. And like literally again, rope, yeah, also means like ropes, yeah, like, and the ropes of the wagon, what is it? Reins, and the reins of the wagon are sin. So the Gemara says, if you notice the pasuk, they're very interesting. The pasuk begins by speaking about Moshe Adam Bechevle Hashab, pulls sin with ropes of nothingness, right? Chevel is like a rope, and then it begins to speak about Avos Hagalim, reins. Reins are thicker than ropes. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? Amabasi Yitzhara B'Til Doma L'Chut Shel Kuvla, and Basov Tunu L'Avos Hagalim. Wow. So listen to this. You know the way it works with sin is that in the beginning, sin only holds on to me like a spider's web. Just like a rope of spider's web, right? A thin rope of the spider's web. But at the end, it holds on to me with the rope, with the reins of the wagon. What a profound Gemara. Like sometimes again, from the beginning, when there's Yitzhara has a very limited hold on. And its hold is only like a spider's web. I can easily break free. But after a while of choosing not to break free, making a conscious choice not to break free, sin holds on to me with the thickest of reins. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. Thus, the Aton Alami has Achos Lot of Tinamai. I can say the Gemara is rebuking Menashe ben Chizkiah. But Lamaisa, what is the purpose of these psukim? Like, in other words, why does the Torah tell me about Timnah, the daughter of Lotan, who becomes the concubine of Eliphaz? Like, who cares? Let's get ready for this. So the Gemara says, Timnah was a princess. She was a princess. It said Aluf Timnah. The word Aluf means essentially a king without a crown. In other words, like a king away. Like a little, but it's also monarchy. So Timnah was monarchy. So what happened? She wanted to convert. Timnah wanted to convert. Basa Isa Mitzvot Yaakov Lo Kiblu Avram Mitzvot Yaakov will not accept it as a Gioras. Helcha B'Haisek Legesh Alifaz B'Haisek. She became a Legesh of Alifaz, the son of Esau. Amra, she said to herself, Mutov Tei Shif Umazim Velote Giyur Umacharis. It is better to be a maidservant of Israel than it is to be a princess for another nation. Nafak Mina Amalek, the son of Yisrael. Who was her son? The most famous son. The most famous son of Timnah was Amalek. Amalek is the grandson of Esau, the son of Eliphaz and Timnah. So the Gemara says, Yisrael. Amalek again gives us problems this very day. The Gemara says, by the way, my title is like, what is this? What a crazy story. So Timnah wanted to go ahead and convert. Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov said essentially no. She goes and she marries Eliphaz, and they have Amalek. So the fact that she produced a kid, like, what is this?
Yo, what up?
The Gemara says,
Traceway. Long time no speak. What's good, son?
A very beautiful piece about this. And he highlights this, like, what is going on?
Oh, slanging dick like it's going out of style. I have a question for you, though. A very serious question.
possible.
Has your absence been due to the fact that you've gotten your ass kicked so badly in pool, or can you please provide an explanation?
Have a very legitimate reason for not converting her. But sometimes, even if you have to say no to someone, there's a way
Dog.
to say
Yeah.
no to someone.
Okay, I'll take even. Are you ready to lose?
Sometimes we have to say things to people that they don't want to hear. We have to do things to people that could be hurtful and difficult. But there's a way.
Oh, lay
to
off.
do it to
Lay
realize
off.
the
Okay.
personal.
Like when?
And apparently, what the Gemara is doing is the Gemara is holding the others liable for how they felt.
Baby, I'm up all
Not
night.
necessarily liable
I'm going to
for telling her no,
pull an
but
all-nighter just to whoop your ass.
liable for how they felt. An incredible service. Sometimes, again, what has to happen is going to be difficult to do. But the way
7 hours? You need me to wait 7 hours to beat your ass when I could beat your ass good and ready right now?
Action for that it's incredible.
Doug, how about you just play right now? How about you don't plan your fucking life around playing pool and you just do the needful right now?
Very simple. Where was Ruben collecting flowers from?
Dog, 6:41. There's never been a better time in the entire world than 6:41 to be able to play pool.
You see a flower over there. Yeah, it's just a
Barry,
flower.
how have you been, girl?
Ruben was not that he was going to bring home flowers for his mother. Where was it going to come from?
GM.
Why?
How are your doggies? Excellent. All right, back to my man. Excellent, as always, absolutely. Back to my man Traceway. So Traceway, how about you just lose right now, get it out of the way, and then you can recover for the next 4 months or whatever the fuck it's been since I've last whooped your ass. Baby. Look, I'm just going to summarize this for you as best I can, all right? Concisely, efficiently. Let's play right now, not in 7 hours. How about that?
It's not just the amount of Torah that they learn. What makes tzaddikim
Baby, I'm just giving you an opportunity to get your ass kicked sooner rather than later.
Not to hurt and not to harm the other, even in the smallest of ways. Incredible.
Dog, you need me to get out my calendar to play you. I'm ready to play right now, anytime, anywhere. You're over here like, hey, when the moon and the stars align. Yeah, exactly. Come on, man. Come on.
What does he do? He makes shalom between the celestial sphere.
7 hours, I could be asleep. I could be in the middle of beating somebody else's ass. Right now, I have the opportunity to take you to the woodshed. And let's be honest, it's your time, 6:41. There's never been a better time in the entire world than right now to get your ass kicked. I mean, I'm positive of it. So how about I send you an invitation right now, you accept it, and then you get thrashed.
It's beautiful, and learning Torah offers me an avenue of connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. When I learn Torah, the Shema,
no one does. It's just part of how the cookie crumbles. All right, next question. Are you ready for the Winter Olympics, big dog?
You ever wonder why it is that when you learn Torah, you feel a certain level of tranquility?
All right, what's your favorite sport and why?
Why is that? Because on one hand, Torah comes from
Dog,
Shamayim,
winter sports.
but it lives here. Torah is the daughter of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but yet she belongs to you. Which seems inherently contradictory.
Okay, those work. Why isn't there a spring and or a winter, spring and or a fall Olympics?
We feel that harmony. We feel that equilibrium.
Why isn't there a spring and or a fall Olympics? I'll wait. I think they should have one. I think we should start it. And the first sport that we could add to the lineup is pool. They play pool in the Summer Olympics. Okay. Oh, they used to.
When you learn Torah,
They should start that back up.
Torah has the ability to protect. When I learn Torah, I'm creating some level of protection for the world.
That's a baller. Now we're going to have to learn all of the history of pool in the Olympics. So thank you, Barry.
Wow.
Pool, Olympics.
You're bringing Geula just a little bit closer.
Let's see. I bet it's going to give me swimming. No, we want billiards.
All I want more than anything in life is Geula and Mashiach. So what could I do? So I learn. Every time I learn, I bring Mashiach to Geula. It's not just learning. It's any spiritual activity. By definition, he sees the Geula. Shneimar, Velomar, Letzion, Amiyat. Amrish Lakish.
Okay, here we go.
It's beautiful. If you teach the son of your
Has it
friend
ever been?
Torah,
They're saying
it's counted as if you've created him.
Has- All right.
Torah says,
Has billiards ever been in the Olympics?
How did he taught them Torah? When you teach
They've had
Torah,
billiards
you are
on
giving credit
television.
almost as if you
Billiards has not been included as a full medal sport in the Olympic Games. Cue sports, including pool, snooker, and carom billiards, are recognized by the International Olympic Committee as an international sport since 1998 through the World Confederation of Billiard Sports. They have not been added to the official Olympic program. I've seen it on TV. Oh, for sure. Absolutely, I'm sure. I mean, you remember it, and you were a child, so it definitely made an impact on your life.
Rashi says,
I can.
in general.
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a sport.
Spirituality.
But I'm with you, Ferry. I think that I don't know your personal opinions, but I think that billiards should be an Olympic sport. If you have ping pong,
I'm creating something new. I do a chesed. I'm creating something new. The beauty of Yiddish
is that a fifth? Do you know what the most wild sport that has ever been a sport though in the Olympics was?
But it wasn't me. Now that I'm creating new spiritual
No, I'm talking about painting.
When I create
Painting
I'm creating
in the early days of the Olympics was a sport.
Incredible. So the Gemara says,
Painting. We're going to learn all about it. Yo, dog, please tell me about painting as an Olympic sport.
When you learn Torah, get ready for this.
Back when art used to be an Olympic sport. So from 1912 to 1948, part of the Olympic art competitions that celebrated artistic expression inspired by the sport requirements, all paintings had to be original and directly inspired by athletic themes, such as depicting sports events, athletics in action, or the spirit of competition. Gold, silver, and bronze medals were awarded in each category, including painting alongside athletic events.
Right, what I wouldn't give like for a do-over.
I think that's boring. It was discontinued in 1948 due to concerns over amateurism and inconsistent judging. That would be a hard one. The International Olympic Committee cited a lack of objective criteria and declining artist interest. However, the spirit lives on through the Cultural Olympiad, a non-competitive exhibition program held during the Games, including the 2024 Paris Olympics.
I am recreating myself with the very
all right, so that's a little bit of Olympics history, and we learned that Trey's way likes bobsledding and the downhill skiing. Barry, what kind of sports do you like in the Winter Olympics?
When I learned, I literally have the ability and opportunity to remake myself.
I mean, I'm very, very,
a fresh start.
I've always
Available to us.
I was a kid, I loved the figure skating.
Incredible.
That's big. I like it too.
I'll take you also a lot.
I think I've always like.
If you force your friend to
Most
do
of the
a
other
mitzvah,
like.
you force your friend to do a mitzvah. How can you force your friend to do a mitzvah? There are many ways you can force your friend.
All right, I'm going to name a sport, and you tell me if you like it or not. The biathlon. Go.
Embarrassment, right? There are plenty of ways to force people to do mitzvahs, and don't feel bad about it.
Excellent question. I'm going to clarify. It's very interesting. It's where you cross-country ski, and then you get a gun, and you shoot a target.
And guess what? If you force someone and back them into a corner,
I mean, it sounds interesting. Cross-country skiing personally is more boring.
you get credit. The forcer.
Oh, I agree. But isn't it strange that they like have a sport where you get a gun and you shoot a target while skiing? It's like two random things that they put together.
Everything is all about making people feel comfortable.
Excellent.
Right?
Yeah, it was about like
It's all
Alpine
about
snipers,
everyone should feel comfortable.
essentially. All right, next question. What are your thoughts on?
Like in a Klal Yisrael sense.
Is it called skeleton?
Is making people feel uncomfortable.
We'll look it up.
So that they're able
We'll
to
look
go
it up.
ahead and push themselves
Yo, dog, isn't there
forward
something
and
called
they
skeleton
really
in the
need to
Winter
accomplish, but they
Olympics?
just feel so uncomfortable, they don't want to move. Hey, so nice. The Gemara says it's okay.
It's something
it's
like
okay.
that.
Because this is
Yes,
a very
skeleton
important
is the name of it.
also.
Yes,
It's
skeleton
okay
is
to
a
make
high-speed
kids uncomfortable.
winter
How
Olympic
should we
sport
eat
where
at
athletes
this
race
By
head
definition,
first and
it
face
pushes them
down
to
on
become
a small
more and
sled
to do
down an
more.
icy
This is
track.
certainly important for ourselves.
They can
And if
go.
we do that, the forest
Okay.
gets credit because they give you the Shnema.
Excellent. Here's my perhaps my favorite is what I'm about to ask. What are your thoughts on speed skating?
Moshe didn't hit the Nile. Aaron hit the Nile.
Oh, it's baller. It's absolutely baller.
Since Moshe told Aaron
Yeah.
to do it, and Aaron did it
Wait,
because
in the-
of the first thing of Moshe, if Moshe gets
Oh,
credit,
yeah.
it's incredible.
Absolutely, Barry. I'm all focused on everything social media, so you've got me pegged. Yeah, so like, which didn't really make sense to me why everyone didn't chase after her. They just let her go, and he just was able to sit back and coach.
Right, to diminish the honor of a Talmid Chacham.
Yeah, that's an
Well,
interesting.
I mean, in that,
This is the first that someone embarrasses his friend or degrades his
that's
friend.
one of the big
I think this is fascinating. This is never going to be able to I think Christ is always much more like theological. Whereas describing it as someone who either
Right. It really brings into,
or degrades his
like, I
friend
did not think that air resistance would have that much of an impact, but it does. They have to, like, stay in the path or whatever. Yeah, I did see that. My favorite Olympic event. Okay, so there used to be this guy called Apollo Anton Ono, who was like the big speed skater of like the early 2000s, and he was in a race versus like all these people from like cold places, and they all were in the biggest speed skating event, like the final gold medal match, and one of them slipped and took out everybody in front, and the winner ended up being from Australia, and it turned out to be Australia's first gold medal, maybe even any medal in any Olympics, and all the guy had to do was just not fall down, and he ended up becoming not just a gold medal, but he became like a reality television star in Australia. He's been on like like Australian Survivor and all kinds of other things, and literally all he had to do was just not fall, and all the people in front of him got taken out. I find that to be interesting. Oh, yes. Pardon me. You are 1,000% absolutely. That's an excellent clarification. For those of you keeping track at home, Barry's absolutely correct on that one. Yes, in the Winter Olympics, I should have absolutely been clear. All right, so who think's going to win as a country? That's okay. So I think Norway has a good chance because they like always they're tough. Canada, United States, those are the big ones.
What do you do all day, right?
Can you name a single person, anybody, one person who's competing in the Winter Olympics? I can't either. Right.
But they learn for themselves. They interpret.
I'm with you, Barry. It has not, like, even I, as someone who like talks about the Winter Olympics a lot, I still can't name one single person competing. And when I was younger, I feel like they would, like, NBC and the Olympics and like USA Sports would always focus on maybe one or two different Olympians to be like, hey, be on the lookout for this person. Like in ice skating, there was like Tara Lipinski, and before then there was Christina Yamaguchi, and there was Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding, and there was Apollo Anton Ono. Like, I could at least name some people like that. I forget what his name is as a downhill skier, but like there would be, or Shaun White in snowboarding. There is absolutely no one like that I can think of now, and I don't know if we're just not as good as we used to be, so they don't focus on something, or I don't know, but there is just, I can't name a single one. I have yet to meet somebody in here, and I've been talking about the Olympics for a little bit now. Who can name a single person? How about Traceway? Can you name a single person who has competed, who's about to compete in a Winter Olympics?
Like we live in a time where a person, even if they didn't have a Rabbi, all of us need.
All right, who's that?
Even without it, I could learn. It tells the Gemara about that. Mamish, like the Rebbe was my link in the chain.
There you go. So at least.
Well, you know what? I can't actually name one because I remember hearing about it. I just had to Google what the actual name. I can't actually name one because
So what's the example about the Koris? It's like the people of the house of the Yaman Asya.
Just rolls off the tongue.
What do they do beyond the doctor? How did the rabbis benefit us? Like, right?
Right.
What do they do that's actually beneficial? After all, cup of coffee, like 100. Incredible. Low Charlotte or Vavalo Asayoda. It's not like they ever did anything special, right? What do the rabbis do? The rabbis just simply tell us what we already know. It's not like the rabbis figured out a way to permit the raven or to prohibit the dove, right? In other words, what they were saying in Yamasa is like, come on, it's not like the rabbis are figuring out anything new or doing anything all that different, right? They're just regurgitating information that we already know. There was an incredible Rabbi, so when in the household of Binyamin would have a shayla, and they would go ahead and bring it to Rabbi. Listen to this. When he would find a reason to permit the trade,
that seems difficult that she was 15 and had the pressure on her. I'm sure she doesn't know what's going on with her coaches and such, but you never know.
I'm permitting for you a raven. Or go ahead. Or when there would be a reason for an isser.
No, and then I don't know if that one.
Look, I'm prohibiting to you,
Yeah. Wait. Hold on. The one who dated Tiger Woods?
When they needed them, they showed up. They didn't show up.
Yeah, this is a blonde chick. It's
always easy.
What is that girl's name? That's who I was thinking too. Yo, dog, who's that Olympic skier who dated Tiger Woods?
People off pedestals for whatever the reason that is. So again,
Lindsey Vonn.
So it's easy to not. Everybody can be knocked off the pedestal. Everybody's a human being. Everybody has their faults and deficiencies. But incredible. So baby, say yo, they're speaking trash about the Rabbi.
Is Lindsey Vonn competing in the 2026 Olympics?
Suddenly again, they need it. Incredible.
I thought she was coming back.
The Gemara says as follows.
She is. Despite suffering a completely ruptured ACL in her left knee just a week before the games began. Oh, are you serious? That's like a career-ending injury. She confirmed her intention to race at a press conference on February 3rd, 2027, and successfully completed. Oh, I imagine so. She's 40. So that's old for an Olympian, big time.
Because he thought what he did was so.
But she's like the most famous female skier ever. I mean, I can't name many of them. There's Peekaboo Street and Summer Sanders. Summer Sanders, and I just knew her really because she did NBA and such stuff. Aside from that, I can't really name any. You know, I didn't even think of American hockey players. But I can't even name that many people in the NHL that I could say like I know their names if I hear their names, but I don't really follow the NHL that much. So even I don't know, like the NHL used to have bigger name people. They'd have like Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux, and I feel like they're just not. They don't have like a single really good guy who like oh yeah, that guy's fine. So yeah, trying to think of any other sport. I can't name a figure skater, either male or female. You know what sport I really love to watch? It might be my favorite sport is curling. I love it.
maybe it's Kachi
Hands
Hakadosh.
on earlier.
In the future, I will say, in the
Yeah.
future, usually us means
I love curling, and surprisingly, it's on TV more often than you would think. Did you know, though, that there are only like in the entire North America, maybe the world, like fewer than a 1,000 curlers? Like, I bet you've never met someone who's curled ever.
On its banks, all types of beautiful trees, fruit trees.
Same here.
Spring up.
It's just not like, it's like you have to, it's almost like nepotistic. Like your parents are good at curling and they get married and then they have a child and that child's all into curling, but it's like, I've never met a curler in the United States unless you grew up in like, I don't know, like Seattle or Salt Lake City or someplace that's like really into winter sports, maybe Denver or something. But like LA, I've never, people play all kinds of sports. Curling is not really one of them. And I think though that it could be more popular. If, I mean, I guess it just has to do with like if there's money involved and maybe being a professional curler doesn't pay that well. But I don't know. I find that sport to be absolutely amazing. It's just like how precise everybody gets, and I feel like I could do it. That's another thing too. I feel like I could be an okay curler. It's almost like bowling on ice. Like of any of the sports, curling, I feel like I could do. I could even be someone with broom, the broom people. I feel like I could do that. I personally think that I could be a very good curler. So maybe someday, maybe I've got a professional chance at being a curler. Of any of the sports in the winter, which one do you think you could compete in, Barry? Oh, but you could do curling. All you have to do is just like slide and let go of the rock. All right, but I mean, even a broken clock correct twice a day, right? You could maybe do something. I mean, have you ever bowled?
So again, I want to point out something amazing.
What does water represent?
Okay.
Water
All right.
represents Tara.
All right, so you don't think you could do anything? Can you ice skate at all?
Right, again, it represents Torah. It represents light. It represents creation. The Torah really what represents is
Same.
Tara. Why does water represent that? Person's Torah.
I ended up on the ground
water.
on the
becomes
ice.
Tara. Why does water
And
do that?
when I was a kid, they didn't like. They have these like walkers now for people to learn how to ice skate. I've seen it like ice rinks, but and I've used them at ice rinks. But when I was a kid, they did not have that, and so you just ended up on your tuchus, on your butt, if you and you'd be all bruised and stuff. It's very easy to break a wrist. It can be pretty dangerous. All right. I'm trying to think of another winter sport that I could do. You know the one that I think I would probably die at? I guess it's the one, is it the luge? Not the luge. The one where, let me look it up, where the people are flying through the air. It is, absolutely. Yo, what's the one sport where it's like skiing, but then you fly in the air like really fast and really high, and it can, yeah, it's something like that. Ski flying.
That's like the peak of Kedusha. If somebody were to ask,
is that an Olympic
so where do you
sport?
go past the Kodesh Kodashim? There's nowhere, at least not in this world. But
is ski flying an Olympic sport?
There's no such thing as reaching the ceiling of Kedusha.
Ski flying is the sport you're describing.
It's
an extreme form of ski jumping. It is not an Olympic sport. Okay. Yo, what's the sport that's like ski flying, but it's in the Olympics?
There's water to immerse yourself in. There's no such thing as a ceiling when it comes
I guess
to
it's
our
ski
growth.
jumping.
Even after you make it to the Holy of Holies, there's still more to do. Incredible. So
that to me,
let's see a Serba Apikarsis.
I think I would die doing it. I really do. Like, you're flying at like 85 miles an hour, and
in the future, Messianic era.
I don't know. I just don't think I would be very well at it. Yeah. All right.
In the future, Moshe was going to bring precious stones.
No, Trey's way. I have several questions for you that have added up over the course of our time together right now. Are you ready for the first question?
Going to go ahead, and he's going to chisel out these stones into entrance ways of
Trey's way, are you there, or are you just studying Olympic rock?
What happens? And these are going to be the entrance way to Yerushalayim.
Who wouldn't be? All right, first question. Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose? It's now 7:01 in the morning for you. That's plenty of time for you to be able to recover, to be able to work your thumb on the pool, and frankly, to just get dominated. I'm ready to dominate. Trey's way, in my soul, I'm just ready, willing, and able to dominate you. Are you ready?
30 amas by 30 amas. That's big stones outside. It's very big stones. Right? It's like 45 feet by 45 feet. Like what you can find stones that are that big? So you can't even find small stones like this. Okay.
All right. Well, can you at least give me a countdown until you're ready to play? Didn't you say I have to wait like 7 hours or something, which is just like outrageously long? Nobody plans that far ahead.
What happened?
I'm about the here and now because I'm about being a champion today, not in 7 hours.
So the Talmud says, no, who is this for? Who's this for?
Oh, you're going to sort me out? Is that what it's called?
For the entranceway to Yerushalayim, which I will say, by the way, is such a beautiful.
I just want you to know that I've been playing different versions of pool. And there's 9-ball, gotten pretty good at 9-ball, gotten pretty good at trick shot. So, I mean, in the time that we've been together, I've just been dominating. Just dominating computers, dominating opponents around the world, dominating people in private games. You should know that for as good as I was, I'm even better now. And I can't wait for you to see the improvement that I've made. Are you ready?
But again, the Malachim are working on it. As we sit here, the Malachim are working on the gateway to Yerushalayim.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, I'm ready. You don't see me shaking, though. I'm very calm, cool.
So again, the Talmud comes back to this medrash.
Baby, I'm going to be asleep. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I'm going to be rested, and I'm going to be in the mood to dominate you, but in my sleep. All I know is that I'm ready to play right now. You're here. I don't know why you wouldn't just be like, oh, okay, I guess I can make an exception to get my ass kicked at 7:08 in the morning, Great Britain time.
And had you not seen it, you wouldn't have believed it. You are one who disparages the words of Chazal.
Okay, do I have to sing it or can I just say it?
Set his eyes upon him, and he became a pile of bones. So again, first of all, we've seen before.
Absolutely. Okay, there was once a person named Trey who sucked absolute donkey dick at pool. Wait, you wanted a story? Wait, you wanted a story? So I'm giving you a story, baby.
The whole essence of Yiddishkeit is
Trey
Trey
had the dream of one day being able to beat Rabbi at pool, which everyone knows was laughable. Everyone. Barry knew it was laughable. Brandon knew it was laughable. Miss Aquarius knew it was laughable. Rabbi's other account knew it was laughable. Everybody. J-Ski knew it was laughable. Everybody knew it was laughable. And Trey's Way had the idea that instead of playing pool at a normal time, that they would play it in 7 hours. No, you want me to play at 6 a.m., and that's just not going to happen, okay? I got better stuff to do at 6 a.m. Dog. I'm just going to be honest with you. This is prime time pool playing opportunity, okay? There's never been a better time in the history of humankind than to play pool like now. Dude, you know what? As I was talking about this, I was thinking, if pool was made into an Olympic sport, what makes it have to be a summer sport? Why couldn't it be a winter sport? Trace, I want your answer to that quandary.
Right, what Adam could have done with all of that potential. In any event, but in the future, what does it mean that the entrance into Yerushalayim is going to be twice the height? It's beautiful. Go listen to this.
I don't know either. And why couldn't it be a fall sport or a spring sport?
The potential that we will be able to unlock within ourselves is infinite and overwhelming. So the Gemara says, "Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Kof Ama Keneged Heichal, the cost of 100 Amos."
All right, you go for it, baby. I like to sneeze. I find it somewhat orgasmic. It's an amazing feeling.
20 Amos by 10 Amos. Now we're saying it's 200 Amos. What's going on over here? So the Gemara says, no. Rabbi Yochanan was talking about the windows. There was supposed to say in the entranceways because they're going to be so tall. You want air circulation.
Did you sneeze?
The air ducts will, so to speak, be at a height.
Oh, you're never going to be able to sneeze now.
But the gates themselves will actually be.
We sabotage your sneeze.
So
all right, so back to our story. So,
back to the stream
as we were saying, Tradesway had to sneeze but was unable to for whatever unknown reason. And Rabbi was doing their best to motivate Tradesway to play pool at 7:11 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time or whenever the fuck he follows. So, with that being said, everybody on earth was like, "Hey, Rabbi, when are you going to play Tradesway?" And Rabbi was like, "Anytime, anywhere, just not in 7 hours, like right now." And so then all of the people of the world asked Tradesway, "Tradesway, are you ready to play billiards?" And Tradesway said, "We don't call it billiards here, we call it snooker." And everybody laughed at that, not knowing that Tradesway was serious, because no one would call it snooker because that name sucks. They'd call it pool because it's short and sweet and easy to spell. They might even call it billiards if they're being fancy. But no one, absolutely no one on this globe would call it snooker. So they asked Tradesway, "What is snooker?" And Tradesway responded, "That's the sport that Rabbi always kicks my ass at." And everybody was like, "Oh, we know what you're talking about. That's cool." And Tradesway was like, "Yeah, it's cool." The end.
So literally, again, a person literally translated who starves himself in Torah. What does that mean? That means that literally.
Do you want to do a book report on that story, Tradesway?
I neglect, or I just don't focus on certain material things. The Gemara says,
"I love you. You're a wonderful person." Now, I just want to know. Okay. Later, like 7 hours from now, this motherfucker wants me to get out a calendar and make a Google event so that I can pencil him in. Excuse me, is this going to be a one-time deal and then you're going to come back in 4 months and get your ass kicked some more? Or is this going to be a regular thing? Tradesway, look, I'm just going to put this out there. Do you know that there's an invitation to play billiards right now, to play pool right now, to play snooker right now, whatever you want to call it? I mean, we can just play right now. And that way we don't have to plan anything. And you can sneeze, you can do whatever you want. You can watch your favorite downhill skier. You can go skiing yourself. See, once you get the defeat out of the way, your whole day opens up. Instead, you've got to plan around losing in about 7 hours, and that's just not a way to go about your life. Get it over with now.
Whatever you sacrifice for the Ribono Shel Olam in this world, he will.
Tradesway, are you ready for the invitation?
It's incredible. The Gemara goes back to it.
Oh, that's not a no, folks. That is not a no.
In the future, right? Hakadosh will give us bracha.
Tradesway, are you ready?
A handful of bracha from him. Baruch Hashem Yom Yom Ya'amos Lanu.
You know what, folks? We're just going to send Tradesway the invitation. Oh, that's what I like to hear, baby. That's what I like to hear. Our shit talking paid off, folks. Our shit talking paid off. All right, here we go, folks. We've got pool coming up. We're going to create a private game. It's going to be live. It's 8-ball, 1v1. Breaks are random. Scoring is normal. And we've got Traceway, who is about to lose, and everybody knows it. All right, Traceway. Everybody's waiting on you.
In the future, Rothschild will give every single tzaddik 310
Big dog, you've got an invitation. Everybody's waiting on Traceway. I'm waiting on Traceway. You're waiting on Traceway. The International Olympic Committee is waiting on Traceway. Barry's waiting on Traceway. Miss Aquarius is waiting on Traceway. Traceway, do you know that you have an invitation?
I have to sacrifice, and we're making sacrifices consistently and daily. I promise you, whatever you sacrifice,
Big dog.
I will absolutely.
Big dog. So you want to go to the app on your phone known as Play-Doh Traceway, and you're going to see that you have an invitation from the Rabbi, and you're going to see that you have the opportunity to be able to accept it. And once you accept it, that's when the ass kicking starts. Do you understand?
So I say, could it be that if I give a handful to a pauper in this world, Hashem gives me a handful back in the world?
Are you ready, Big Dog?
The handful of HaKadosh Baruch was so much more than mine. So in other words,
Traceway.
Whatever I give, I'll get. But if I give an ani a handful in this world,
Traceway.
I get back so much more from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To which the Gemara says,
Traceway is taking too long.
So again, remember,
Let's go, baby. It says waiting for the other player. The other player is Traceway.
For what is there a greater measure of reciprocity? For good or for bad?
Traceway.
So I say we know the answer to this. That
Oh, Traceway.
Always eclipses.
You're breaking hearts here, son.
There's always reciprocity. But when it comes to
You're a
reciprocity,
cock
it's bad.
tease.
In other words, if I do bad,
You are a
is it bad if I
grade
do?
A
That's
cock
the way it
tease.
works. But the reciprocity for that is a much more equal math. On the
I
other
know
hand,
you're a cock
when I go
tease.
ahead and I do good things,
Barry knows you're a cock tease.
is even more. The Devotion gives me back more than I have given. The Gemara says, "B'midas tova ksiv v'yitzav shchakim mimal v'dalsei shamayim pesach v'yamter aleim zman lechol v'mitlu from mida parnas omer v'arubas hashayim niftechu v'midas parnas ksiv v'yetzu v'rov v'bigre sefkat."
Traceway.
The Gemara says, "You see over here,
Breaking
that the midas
hearts.
tova is even greater than the midah ra." Excuse me. The Gemara says, "Midas parnas ksiv v'yetzu v'rov bigre anoshim hachoshim ki bol tol asam lo samos v'asham lo sichda."
All right, Traceway. I'm going to give you 1 minute. If you don't accept within 1 minute,
after we see,
I'm going to go about my day
we're going to see
promoting myself to the people of the world.
All of those who died in the war of Gog and Magog.
I'm not even going to give you a countdown. I'm going to let my internal clock do the work.
In fire in this world, he's burned immediately.
Traceway. The only person in this channel who could name anyone in the Winter Olympics, though Barry was able to knew of someone and
the incredible part of here is as follows: that even though we believe in the
had an
system of
interesting
reciprocity,
anecdote about them.
the reciprocity for good is much
Folks,
greater
if
than the
you're
measure of
at
reciprocity.
home right now and you're just learning how to communicate, do not take lessons from Traceway. One of the worst communicators in the history of humankind, right here. We have an example, folks. If you're watching at home, either now or in the future, you should know that Traceway is one of the most garbage communicators in the history of humankind. Not just in English, in any fucking language. Traceway is doing a grade A terrible job of communicating, and everybody knows it. I know it, you know it, everybody knows it. Traceway. Traceway, you're breaking hearts, son. Traceway, one of the worst communicators ever. Traceway, just an absolute garbage communicator. In the future, when people are like, hey, how should we communicate? The opposite of Traceway. Okay, opposite. Traceway can't even sneeze correctly.
Tarsus. So the Gemara says, I'm going to buy my time. Now, what's the reason? Right? What's so bad about the book of Ben Sira?
Tradesway, one of the worst, if not the worst communicators ever.
It says, do not skin a fish.
I know that Tradesway is a bad communicator, and now everybody else knows that Tradesway is a bad communicator. I'm going to summarize this for anybody who may be confused. There's this thing called communication. I do it marvelously. Tradesway sucks. You know, if we were being honest, we would say that Tradesway is actually the worst way to communicate. Tradesway should change their name to being the worst communicator in the history of the world. Tradesway not only is a bad communicator, they're the worst communicator. There's never been a worse communicator in the history of humankind than Tradesway. There's never been a worse sneezer in the history of the world than Tradesway, and there's never been a worse communicator. Look, I'm just going to summarize this for you as best I can. Okay? So for any of you watching at home and you're like, hey, am I the person who is communicating badly? No, you're doing absolutely fine, baby. Tradesway is the worst communicator in the history of humankind. And Tradesway doesn't even recognize that they could be a better communicator. In fact, they should be a better communicator. They know the language. They're familiar with much of what is going on in the world. Yet they're an absolute garbage communicator. I know they're a bad communicator. You know they're a bad communicator. And now the world knows they're a bad communicator. Tradesway, we've moved on. You're a cock tease. Everybody knows it.
Soldiers to be successful with all Maaseh. And with that, let us bring a lot to do for Baruch Hashem. Really like incredible, like I said, which I was running out of adjectives. I never even describe anymore. How enormous and how incredible this Gemara is. It's also fascinating. And I think because like that's a 7.5-year cycle, you forget like cycle to cycle just how incredible all of this Gemara is. Anyways, Moses came back to Sagitt Test. Then you're like, you have to get up in there, so I showed on Sagitt Test from the booth, and you're taking up. It's about 20 lines before it gets warm. You want to be open. Let's see the most behind you. Look what it says. I believe that all the words are shown to the coming of Messiah, but I don't want to see it. It is echoing this sentiment. Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment that we began to see yesterday of these people of Hashem. Of course, we with all of the hearts of Messiah, but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that is going to proceed the Messiah. So essentially, you see, Messiah come, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I know, I believe I want to come, but I don't want to see all the pain and suffering that is going to proceed the Messiah. I'm going to record this. So I'll say, first of all, it's just a very dramatic statement. Like so much of our whole lives is, I want to see Messiah. I want to see Ruah. Let him come, but I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to proceed. I'm going to look at my time. What's your problem? What is it that you're concerned about? Even when you see Hashayamas Ishmut Behari, Upagado, Upabai, so much ago, like the national the way that the Navi describes. The way the Navi describes a little bit of the Messianic era, or the pre-Messianic era, is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trials, and tribulations. So, for example, that a person will run away from that lion and will run into the bear. and then he'll come home, he'll put his hand on the wall, and the snake will bite him. The way that the Rabbi is describing it is essentially who is saying, you go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So what you say is that overwhelming nature of challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let me share it, I don't want to see it? So this is so profound. Rothschild says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. For example, Shadam Yotzir Sada, the Parabol Sada, person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. And who's he finding his own field? The surveyor. That actually points out who is the surveyor. This is the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and occupy the government. So, then he was going to say, you go out into your field and you find someone that's essentially trying to take your stuff. Don't make sure you talk to the Barbie. It's just like a guy in a lion. Just like the lion is a predatory animal constantly trying to devour up. So you walk into the field, you see someone trying to devour your property. So here, you go into the city, Hagabon Rabbi. He runs to the tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in selling money, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, Hagabon, the Gemara says, don't make me Hagabon. It's like running into the bear. So you come into your field, running to the surveyor, it's like running into noise. Then you come into town, right? And you run to the tax collector. And it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. You can ask what they saw. What's up, you come in the out. You come home, and you find the children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. So you're going to say, what is this like this highlight over here? But I think this thing now, forget about most of the streets, even now, everywhere I turn, there's challenges, there's difficulties, there's this surveyor, in the town there's the tax collector. I'm going to come home, and my family has its own set of problems. And it's just being bitten by a snake. So listen, so there's like this teaching for me coming out of the Turkish thing. Number one, what Turkish is saying is you're so concerned about your liver. You're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties and challenges that you're in the Messianic era. Newsflash. There's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now, life is easier. The Messianic era is becoming difficult. Life is challenging right now. So that's another thing I'm thinking real quick. Listen, there's another thing which is incredibly important. One of the most country downsides that a person could have as they go through life is the expectation that somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason we have this like that life is supposed to be easy. Life, the pieces are supposed to drop into place and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's like an aberration. That's the abnormal piece. I think what's looking is that is not true. Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is not easy. Life is filled with constant challenges that come upon us one after the other. Are there moments of tranquility in the midst of a sea of challenges? Yes, there are. There absolutely are. But the fastest state of life is not a challenge. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You come into the town, there's a challenge. You come into your family, there's a challenge. And that's okay. It doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It just means that is the reality of life. And also sometimes when we go through life, and we expect things to be tranquil, and we expect things to be easy. And when they're not, we become so disillusioned, so upset, and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my expectations are flawed. Everything is like this. Very something you seem to be life is hard. It's hard now. It's pretty much the era. That's the way it is. But if you embrace it, and you relate to it, and you understand it, and you accept it, then at the end of the day, you can figure out how to maximize it. Such an incredible Gemara. Ella, משום דכסיב, שרו נערו עם ילד זך, המדור איסיקו גם ילד לך המצב. Kileta. The net will call Panam the Yarakon. Rather, it's like you maybe about the following passage. What does the passage mean? My Raisi called Geber. What does that mean? I've seen all men. Now, listen, interestingly enough, the Navi over here is describing, it's interesting. Once again, all of these psukim seem to be describing the pre-Messianic as Yirmiyahu Navi, and he's saying like a man will grasp his stomach, right, and turn pale like a woman, like a pregnant woman. It's a pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, "My Ra'isi kol kev." What does it mean? I've seen all men. Amar Rabbi Yitzchak, Amar Misha kol gevura shalo. I saw Hakadosh Baruch Hu. I see Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Okay. Umay netku kol panim liyirakon. And what does it mean that the Rebbeinu Shalom's face turns pale? What does that mean? Amar Yochanan, Hamal Yoshamal Hamal Yoshamata B'Shar Sha'amra. So what it refers to is like this. Literally again, Hamal means the palace, the celestial palace, the earthly palace. What does this mean? It's incredible. B'Shar Sha'amra Hakadosh Baruch Hu Halu Masi Yadai B'Halu Masi Yadai. Hey, about Elu Mipnei Elu. So let's listen to this. The Rebbeinu Shalom says like this: these are my creations, and these are my creations. How can I destroy these before these? I will say, this is incredible Gemara. The Gemara is highlighting like this. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal Yisrael and the downfall of other nations. It's important for us to understand that as much as Hashem wants to bring about our success, when the Hashem brings about the downfall of other nations, it is painful for him. But why is it painful for him? Because we are all God's children. This is incredibly important to remember. Jews have not cornered the market on God. God, the Rebbeinu Shalom, belongs to everyone, and everyone belongs to the Rebbeinu Shalom. Berachamav al kol ma'asav, and He loves everyone, and He cares for everyone, and He wants the success of everyone. It's true. As a people, as a nation, we have a different and unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the relationship is for all of humanity to have. This is what I was at this ties back part. Remember again earlier in Sanhedrin, it's hard to remember anything but Agata in Dati Yomi right now. Remember again, once upon a time when we learned like Gemara, so you remember again, we had the whole sugya of Shem and Sazmei Noach. Right? How do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves everyone? If Hashem only loved Klal Yisrael, then we would have a mitzvah to proselytize and to convert to the world. Yet, amazingly enough, we don't. In fact, just the opposite. We say, don't convert. You got 7 mitzvahs. Do that, and Hashem loves you. You don't need to do what we do. We don't need to do what you do. And everybody knows that HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Messianic era comes, and Klal Yisrael is lifted up, and the other nations are punished. That is hard for Hashem. It's hard for the Rebbeinu Shalom to have to punish any of His children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, this is the famous adage, is the famous adage that when your ox is running and it becomes injured, you can no longer feed from its truck. Put your horse by that truck. Off the problem. Then when the ox is in a shalimo and it's ready to go back to its truck, the problem is you feel bad for taking the horse away from the truck. Okay, so the metaphor points to that probably saw how glorious. We won't start doing this because of a variety of different license states. They help create opposition to the nations of the world.
Hello everyone, I'm proud to say that this episode is sponsored by PrizePicks. The game is almost here, so cash in during America's biggest sporting event with PrizePicks. Where it always feels good to be right. It also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. Close the season out right with PrizePicks by getting $50 instantly in lineups if you play your first $5.
Money PrizePicks is the best. Makes my sports watching experience even better. My best friend didn't even know what a first down was. That 30-year-old, and now she's talking to me every Sunday about who she's picking for her lineup. It's so exciting. It gives us all games while watching the game. That's amazing, Rabbi. You can find your community on PrizePicks with the new social feeds feature. You can share PrizePicks with your friends, copy lineups, like, or use them as inspiration for your own picks. Plus, PrizePicks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code Tony to get $50 in lineups. Remember, you can play your first $5 lineup. That's code Tony. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Guys, PrizePicks. It's good to be right. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Starting something new is just hard. It's terrifying. Trust me, I know. When I started this podcast, I wasn't even sure what I was doing. What if no one listens? What if I make a fool out of myself?
In fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of listening.
Now, I know that I was right in believing myself being my podcast despite all the fears and hesitation.
It was
Also,
worth it
you
for
know,
the
really Shopify. And right there on your shiny hill. Tony, I love Shopify. It's the best business tool out there. Shopify is the commerce platform driving millions of businesses around the world. From household name Mattel and Gymshark to brands that are just getting started. That's why it's the best thing that you can possibly be part of. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build beautiful online stores that match your brand style. Plus, get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns where your customers are scrolling or scrolling. It's time to turn those what ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial at Shopify.com/Kelton. Go to Shopify.com/Kelton at Shopify.com/Kelton. Shopify.com/Kelton.
It was worth it for us to create a world. And now, let it work it for us.
Which I gotta say, Phelps is the best of both worlds. You know, I come home from work, I'm gonna
maximize your potential.
take my boat, I can make love to her, we'll beat the shit out of him. How you get away with it, man? No, officer. She put on the makeup to look like I get him the other way around.
By the way,
Get
National,
away with it, it's amazing.
what's Mashiach's name?
Well, I've signed up 57 times, I don't know if I'll ever be back. I have to
much
tell
more of a
Austin
descriptive
I have
term
the biggest
of someone
penis
who's going to go
in Austin.
ahead and bring about
I
salvation.
do. I have the biggest thing in Austin. I'm bragging, I bought it as we do it like 10 years ago. We can say I got a penis implant, maybe we got a big like me. And there's only a caveat, they can only make it bigger, not longer. You know, and I'm a little disproportionate. I gotta be honest, you're supposed to go twice, I went 3 times, third time not a charm. I'm kind of like a hockey player. Double cans of tuna stacked on top of one another, but not that cheap bubblegum shit. There's no way that I'm recording that solid white meat. That's what I got. True. All right, great. I missed the big dick thing. You explain, I was trying to demonstrate things. Oh, literally missed it. I have one. Big dick. Really doesn't know me. Like I must have missed something. Well, then what's your thing? Yes, I have a penis implant. You really do? Yeah, I do. It's fun. What's up? Yeah. No, I don't do. Okay, so let's talk. Let's start there. I can't imagine starting one else. So I see what I'm seeing right now altogether. Does it stay like that? No, so yeah, it hangs lower and it hangs lower because it has plastic in it. So we're
The white one of the Rabbi. I said, what is that? Rashi says that we have Mitzvah sub-base Rabbi. Ultimately, again, we have Mitzvah-based Rabbi. This is the loop back into what we saw before yesterday's back. But where does Mashiach live? Mashiach lives by the grace of God. He's a leper. What does it mean if he's a leper of the house of Rabbi? Rabbi was a leper descendant of David HaMelech. He's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David. Lepers from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. And you know, it says, שאמר אחי חמיר ולא מחמיר שלנו, אנחנו חשבונים נבוא מוכר כמונו. אמר אנחנו, אנחנו מחיירים שלא תתקרבו. אנחנו says, if Mashiach is someone who is alive, healthy alive, he don't know. Then he's probably someone like me. Okay, let's say, that requires a little bit of interpretation, right? Like, it's like you can right? Mashiach is saying, he's like, well, this is something what we call the long hero that God this is. That was 2 months before we were known anything and fuck me. It's conceptually similar, so it's fuck the festival. So that guy now has cancer and go back. Oh my God. Number one, he was a son of the rich place. See, like power. Number two, he had Torah. So what the Rebbe was saying was, he was rejecting this notion of Mashiach being the leper by the gates of Rome. If I'm saying that Mashiach is someone coming. Listen, it's interesting to think about this. I think in our minds, we never think of Mashiach as being the
was going to say, when you come out on stage to start your set, you just pull it out and do your whole set with your nickname.
Everyone has to respect it. How it's going to happen is very interesting to see. But they're not going to say that Mashiach is alive. Probably someone like me. His connections and with Torah.
Exactly how big was your dick pre?
He's more like
Okay, so,
He's more like that.
I can only make it think. That's not true. They have. They
He's someone like he's dead. He goes to
That's not
He
true.
must be like someone who's like Daniel. Now, most of that things out there, yeah. Why like Daniel? If you look at actually, that's because
Shut up.
even if I was
Okay, shut up. They can make it longer, but only when it was flaccid. Only gives the brain that thing was so bad. It was a normal thing. Everything was normal. Or else it wouldn't be a belly. If it was a tiny dick, it's not funny. If it's a big dick, one's bigger. Normal dick, normal legs, normal girth, maybe a little smaller, but normal. In a statistical average.
And then you suffered a lot of
Okay, well, the average cognitive girth is 5 inches circumference. That's where I was. So right in the statistical mean. When I blew my shit up, I went 3 times, not twice. It's supposed to go twice.
Circumference, I feel, look at the measuring tape out.
I got 8.5 inches circumference now. Like a shade diesel right next to him. I'm 8, he's 8.5.
Wow. You think that becomes in the
Circumference.
life is difficult. You know, it's like the secret thing that you learn as you get older is
I think I can fit that. It's unnecessary. No one has to. It's not. You don't have to. So 8 inches around right now.
You know, if you think about it, by the way,
Actually, a little bigger when it's
no
soft,
one ever
depending on
says, you
humidity
know
and
what,
stuff.
I need to change the idea because of the stuff.
Yeah, a little bigger. It's like almost all the way hard. It's a little bit bigger. It's weird.
It's definitely weird. It's often just the opposite. You know what the challenge with butt posters? The challenge with butt posters is your hosts sometimes have the danger of keeping us tethered to the actors. That's it. Everything's good. People become great because of the challenges, not
Do we have a measuring tape?
So that's what I'm saying to you. I mean, it's happening with it. You want to say, understand the Mashiach is someone who suffers. You can't become a Mashiach with an easy life. You cannot become a Mashiach if you always take the easy path. You can't take a Mashiach with every single time. Things get difficult in one other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach is someone who suffers, battles through, looks at the other side, scarred, battled, and breathed, stronger because of it.
Are you serious?
It's absolutely incredible. We so often spend our lives running away from difficulty. Challenge them. By the other way, it's uncomfortable, and we run the other way. I don't like it when you run the other way. Instead of saying, no, this is what makes me great. The comfort doesn't make me great. The benefit doesn't make me great. Challenge makes me great. And when you present yourself, you see yourself, I got this. I'm not running. I'll stare it down and I'll go right through it. That's where greatness comes from. That's where Mashiach comes from. That's where the mercy comes from. That's where the real comes from. Also think about the life of any single group person through the history of comedy stuff. And ask yourself one simple question. Do they have an easy life? And if you answer that, the answer is
I actually love the opening joke.
One great person that we give our people was having easy life.
How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Despite
Off and on 15 years, but consistently year and a half. I was a little bitch. I put at the comedy store a long time ago. I've seen you like 20 years ago. I started. I stopped. I was a little bit of a bitch. I can tell you have like showbiz. You have like weird like ShamWow guy energy. Like you're very comfortable up here. That's what I'm wildly nervous actually. But then I can tell your dick's big as fuck.
I don't need the rest.
Oh my goodness, great. Yeah, he popped out once. One time there was a guy on stage who came with a ShamWow guy. The ShamWow guy's here, let's get him out of here. And then he said, one time he goes, hey, will you grab me some wire? I go, yeah. He goes, where are we going? He goes, my mom's house. I drove to his mom's house and he told me about how the reason he punched a prostitute was because the church was Scientology, so that's the same guy we met. Yeah,
There's like a lot of stuff that's happening over here.
How old are you?
Chavi Mashiach, the Messianic era,
What have you been
there's
doing your
Mashiach,
entire life? Because again, you have these
there's
wacky
Mason,
energies. You have like
there's
perfect
this thing called
eyebrows.
Olam Haba, which may be where you go after you die, but it may also be what's called the period of Mashiach comes, and his restoration of Davidic monarchy. Now, the timeline for all of those events, the Gemara has a really good
Well,
clear.
the hair. Did you get
As they said, the controversy. They get to a timeline also. But the point of the Gemara says is this restoration of Davidic monarchy, which means amazingly enough, in another governor
else is real.
another governor so what's a shame out, the Hashem located, Elokim, the Elokim, David Malcolm, Asher Akim Lahem, and you write and you assert David who I will establish a future tense. Hikim Lahem, Elokim. It doesn't say I did establish, I will establish, so there'll be another governor in the future. I only want to talk about Bari, I say, it's David Adi, Nasi Lahem Olam, but we already have David, so it's going to be a governor. There's like the complete out, it's kind of like a king and an assistant king. So to get ready for this.
Absolutely incredible. Great. So how did you make most of your money doing the financial stuff?
There's going to be a new Davidic king. And there's also going to be transformation. So what's going to happen with David Another? He's going to be the assistant king.
So let's go back to
So
the
that's what that
fucking
is.
nitty-gritty
Before
here.
we're
How
done
much
enough with the
was the
assistant
penis
king,
implant?
you
How
imagine
much
what the
did
new
the
king is going to
implant?
be. You just imagine what that actual king is going to be like. So new king, new Davidic king, and former David Anara, or first David Anara, ultimately again, is going to be the Shemulo. Is going to be incredible. Dark Smala, Michael says, Hi, I'm this Adam Hashem Hashem, Lama Izat Lachem Yom Hashem, Hoshech Belo'ar. So what's the verses? So again, because of that desiring for the Yom Hashem, Messianic era, it will be a day of light, darkness, and not light. What does this mean? Muscle, if I go back, I'll show this after the light. This is the story, right? It's like a muscle. I was trying to go with the chicken. Akalit is a bat. It's a bat. They're both waiting for babies. And we can't go back out. When the chicken starts with the bat, he says, I need to tap it out. Chicken says, Rooster. She says, listen, I'm waiting for the morning, because it makes the morning is my chicken. Right? I do mornings. Right? That's your God. You said good mornings. Right? I do mornings. When the morning comes, I feel that's my thing. Right? The Atal are up the bat. So what are you doing? What are you doing this morning? There's a couple of times catch 99. Another afternoon, that's just as a word. So probably goes to the time to the last action on 98, she's the name, but Kashi Shah is happening to us. She knows what she needs about the old people above it. Lama Mukhavin also started out in Kosher Below. There's a Kari Shah in Messianic era, like this for us, it's going to be like generations of the world is second light, generations of the world is really darkness. And I say, so again, we spoke about before, because the light is thinking this upset of power.
Why do you think she
Rabbi
liked you? Did she leave you for another man? No, she loved me. The movie
there was this new, this non-believer said that you must say Asim Shia. That's what he said, where's the Shia coming? I'm amazed that he thought we were who Kashif Allahanu Ishi. When darkness revolves upon you, don't break off of him, that's when the Shia will come. I'm going to let you like Halayim, so the moon said to Rabbi, you're pushing me, I'm trying to question. Why are you pushing me? I'm only caught seeing, I'm not pushing, I'm telling you what pasuk, what's the pasuk? Hearing out Hukis Yechas Haaretz, Va'alacha Le'umin, Va'alacha Yizrach Hashem Ukubol Va'alacha Yirah. Because if I want to read the pasuk, it's like Messianic era is light for Klal Yisrael, darkness for the nations for all. Tanya, the Elazar Omer, you also Mashiach Aban Shana, but it's now interesting enough to know we have a discussion about the duration of the Mashiach. How long does the Messianic era go on for? There's also something, it's interesting that the reason why it seems to be happening right now is that, like I said, there's Kevin Mashiach, the Messianic era, the Mashiach, and then after the Mashiach, that begins Olam Haba. The world to come. So how long is the Messianic era going for? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Mashiach Aban Shana 40 years. You know, I think you don't necessarily think about what it's actually saying, right? 40 years, I put the dog. So again, that's what I was going to say. And I was going to say, only shooting shot 70 years, והיה ביום
because
ההוא,
it's thick.
ונשקף
Speaking of which, we have a Kill Tony
70
Big
שנה
Joe's movie that
כמנהרה.
just so happens, I'm not kidding,
כמנהרה
to have
אחד.
fucking King
ונגמר
Kong,
איזה מלך
the giant
מיוחד,
gorilla,
אבי
on the
אומר
front.
שהמשיח,
What
וכן
better
רבי אומר רבי says,
than
שלוש
that?
דולars,
I like
3 generations.
the opening
3
joke. I didn't
generations,
understand you talking about your big dick,
Yeah,
but
you
if you're gonna
can't
do stand-up, I agree. You should have jokes about getting a penis implant. You should hit it on the nose. There he goes. Great Berkman, everybody. What an interview. What an interview. And that is the first female dick on the show. It also happens to have a penis
We
implant.
already enjoyed the benefits of Messianic era.
One's the bigger one, by the way.
I love Yossi, and Yossi,
Is
it's
everybody
just
good
not
up there?
sorry.
You guys
I love
having
Yossi,
fun?
Yossi,
Oh
Yossi,
my
Yossi.
God.
Shkari
These
made
crowds
my
never
record.
really been brought
There's
together
something
all
that
at one time yet. Make some noise for your next Pokemon. It's
such a thing like that. To say that
Eliezer.
Mashiach
It
are not
goes
going to enjoy
on.
the benefits of Mashiach,
Eliezer.
absolutely
I know I'm saying that
unequivocally
wrong.
Hizkiah, Sarata, it's very simple. When did Hizkiah live? About
Hey,
1820.
everybody.
Hizkiah was
Salazar
king
again.
during the days of Bezos and Mikdash. He was Zechariah,
I've been trying to gain muscle, lose some weight. So I downloaded this app. And that's what I'm using my phone until I do enough push-ups. So if you see my friends and family, tell them I'm alive.
Yossi says it's not true. I'll tell you
Tell them
why.
I missed them.
Hizkiah lived during times of the first base of Mikdash. And
Yeah,
yet
yeah.
Zechariah
My
is
look at
prophesizing during the
technology has
days
been
of the
great. I
second
fell on a
base of
lime
Mikdash
scooter
and telling us that what?
about a
Mashiach's
month
going to
ago.
come.
I fell on
So
my
you see
right
from here
hand.
again that even the Navi
I
understood
couldn't
that
use it
Mashiach's still going to
for a
come.
while in the
I need
meetings
that
about
Kabbalah
work
Zohar.
because
You know,
I'm
so
alright.
Mashiach Abba Shana.
And
And
I
it also
ran into
says,
my ex-girlfriend at this
let's say
bar.
for the last 40
She
years.
was drunk, I was drunk, so we made out. She was like, I want you to finger
So
me
like says,
right now.
Hashem afflicted you, he
But all
deprived
I
you,
had
and
was
he
my
gave you months
left.
of years. Except Hashem, Samchini,
The best way I can describe it,
he most
you
in
ever
the
try
sun,
to plug your
shorts
charger
in
in
the
the dark?
make us, give us joy, corresponding to the number of years that he afflicted us.
I could've
So
sworn
much
the
of
holes are right
affliction,
here.
and affliction by money, which was consumed for 40 years, and
If
Hashem
you
will
didn't
save
get
us from
that,
affliction
you're
in the Messianic
European.
era 40 years. But it goes on, those valid nails, Shana. Ultimately, again, it's 400 years. See,
Welcome.
Papa says over here,
Welcome back. You've been on this show before, I remember, because your name's hard to pronounce.
by
Elazar. What is that again?
Mitzrayim will
It's Jewish.
abuse us for 400 years. It's
I'm not
Hashem,
Jewish, though.
Samchinu
You have
Kimos
a
in
Jewish
Son.
name? You're
That
just trying to make
ultimately
it
will have
showbiz?
simcha like years of affliction. Affliction for 400 years, and it's Mashiach for 400 years.
Well, my
Rabbi
mom's Puerto
Rabbi
Rican, so
says,
she was just trying to help.
this.
Yeah, I mean,
People nails the sheets in the
What's your
Chamisha.
dad?
my dad is
Messianic
Peruvian.
era will take for 365 years,
Look at that.
corresponding to the number of days in a year.
Elazar.
Kiyom
What does it
Nacham
mean? What does it
Ba'udi,
mean?
Mushtos
It means God has helped.
Those are actually quite beautiful words for this.
Is helped.
That
Has
Hashem will
helped.
make up
God has helped.
for all of the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over
How long have
the
you
years.
been doing stand-up?
Listen, my
I've
Yom
been doing it
Nacham
12
Ba'udi,
years.
I'm
12
a Yochel,
years.
what's the first why by?
Wow.
When we
Where
go
at?
to
That's
see
the
the fire
first
of the
thing,
BC,
so-
what's the beautiful when it comes to the Messianic secret?
Where have
So
you
to
been
speak,
doing
Hashem
it?
keeps it close to the
New
chest.
Jersey,
Like
New York,
Hashem says, that
all over the
ultimately, again,
country.
my heart knows, but even the rest of my limbs
How
to
long
be
were you
up
doing stand-up in New York?
know. Shum
About
Malaki
10
Shalom,
years.
immediately see
Did you like it?
from Malaki
Yeah,
Yashar,
I
it's
did.
no
Love it.
So it's incredible. But
How long
Hashem
ago did you
says,
move to Austin?
I know Mashiach is coming
Moved
by
here
both of
about a
them
year
here
and
to the
9 months ago.
Malachim, which also goes back to yesterday's daf, right? But
I
again,
work as a chef and
when
I
we
work
should
as
ask Eliyahu Hanavi,
dispensary
when is
server.
Mashiach coming? And
Okay.
Eliyahu Hanavi
All right,
himself,
what kind
who
of
is the
chef are you?
messenger, right?
I
So
make
the herald
burgers.
in the coming of Mashiach said, I don't
It
know. I don't
really,
know. So it was like,
his
Tanya
title there was chef.
That's the second white line. You also a chef who says, Shivas Alachim Shana. Incredible.
Where are we making
You also a
burgers?
chef goes
I
on
work at NATC, but I'm trying to
7,000
expand.
years.
Nice.
That sounds good. Let's go with that one,
Uh,
right? This year, again, 7,000. We'll say, where does this come from?
Yeah, we're all friends with the owner of ADC. It is an unbelievable burger. In fact, it's almost too good to make you want to go to sleep afterwards. It's like heroin. It's absolutely incredible.
How beautiful is this website? There's ultimately, again, so Yossi sometimes, the source Chassan, I'll tell him, Yossi Allah Hashem
It was
Yossi.
cool, because
The
he's
Russian will
like the
rejoice
first
over us,
mass shooter
like the
vibe
Chassan
we've had of
doesn't
the
tell
night.
him.
Yeah,
So it's like
and
that
again,
Chassan,
the
tell the
crowd
Hash,
was the same vibe,
Shalom,
shouting out was
when the
cool.
eyes are like
Yeah, I
this,
said
one
heroin, and
day
that guy
is like
said,
1,000
yeah,
years. So therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like Shabbat.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's such a beautiful idea.
Anyway,
The Messianic era is like the Shabbat
now we got a
to
Steelers thing.
Israel.
So
It'll go on
was
for
this primarily newer
7,000
stuff you were
years.
working on
I'm not
tonight?
even
Yeah,
sure.
it was.
You also Mashiach,
I was
so
there
we
for
know the
12 years.
Shemivra Olam B'Yad Achshav. And the reason the Shmuel Messianic era will extend.
Yeah, you have like one of your favorite jokes that you would just
From the
like
time
to
that the
show
world was
us how funny
created
you are.
up until now,
Ladies and
that
gentlemen,
amount
one
of
of our
time.
jokes makes voice for Elazar.
Shemir Shamayim Amar, Shemachal Yistak Amar, Shemira Ad Achshav. It goes from the
I've been going to therapy lately.
Shemir Noah
Had a weird
Zos Li
situation.
Hashem Shbati.
My real father was a criminal.
Calling the Nevi'im is another
And my
beautiful
stepdad was a little
Calling the
person.
Nevi'im known as Nahu El
So I
Mashiach.
had no one to
In
look up to.
general, the Nevi'im only prophesied for the Messianic God. And let's highlight this one. Let me just read. The Nevi'im are filled with incredible and beautiful and significant prophecies about what the future is going to hold for Klal Yisrael. The Yochanan says, those prophecies
When I met him, I
are
was just
about
5
the
years
most
old.
Mashiach, the Messianic
He
era.
was just a little
About
bigger
the
than me.
Olam Haba, when it
And my
comes to
mom
the
was
world
like,
to
this
come,
is your new stepdad.
Ayin lo
I
ra'asa
was like, my
Elokim
stepdad is
zurasacha,
7 years old.
Elokim nasa imachach lo. When it comes to
And
Olam
he gave me
Haba,
weird confidence
no one
because
has
he used
any
to hit
idea
me.
about the greatness of it. So
Yeah, and even
all
when I
of
was
the
little, I
greatness
was
that
like
we
this bigger
find
kid. It's like a
contained in the
bitch.
prophets, all that speaks of that beautiful, euphoric,
But what really
impersonal
messed me
type
up
life,
is I met him when I
that's
was
pretty much
5.
Mashiach, Messianic
So I
era.
just started
But
school that
Olam
year and I was
Haba,
getting bullied
no
at
one has
recess.
any idea
So I was like,
about
wow,
the
those
greatness
kids
that
really
is in
meant it
store.
when they said they
No
were going to
one
fuck
has
my
any
mom.
idea about the beauty that is waiting for us in all of that.
Look at that.
So there's no like this. Look at this
would
world.
think he would have
This
done
are
that
you
in front of the
the
million
world.
viewers,
They
but he's
do
just
it
out here
all the
balling out of
time.
control, trying
How
brand
much
new
even
stuff.
is built.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
probably
this
hanging
one.
in
Shmuel
on
says
this.
there is no distinction between the most
guy in the
Mashiach
orange just
Messianic
jerk off
era
the corner
and
going, "Nah, I'll do
ultimately
it
again
myself."
Sheba Matthews.
I don't want to come
And I
to
will say, sorry, Ellis Matthews go back. Now this is interesting. Shmuel says the Messianic era is pretty much regular life. Shia comes regular life. What's the difference? Sheba Matthews. So what's Sheba Matthews? They're not upset by a male. It's not it's no small thing. Like the world keeps us alone. The world respects
LSR,
Klal
tell us
Yisrael.
something crazy
There's no
about your
Sheba
life
Matthews.
that
No,
we
I'm
would
gonna
never
keep
guess
I'm
about
gonna
you.
do it. What's this? Is from out of here. You just keep like
Jehovah's
a running
Witness.
list of these macroxes. So once again, what is the most Mashiach? What is
Used
the
to be really
Messianic era?
fat. Used to be
Is
like
it some
300
type of
pounds.
supernatural, overwhelming type of existence?
How did you use your
Or
dick?
the one that's like, no, maybe it's
The
just
question of the
simply,
night. How did you lose the weight?
How did I lose weight? I stopped drinking for like 4
she
months.
loves this. It's regular life. Regular life. That thing goes, that thing, I don't know, people do like baseball matches, you know, you know, you
Turns out I wasn't fat. I was just a drunk piece of shit.
So Lisa again,
Drinking
so
all
Lisa,
day, all
it's
throughout
a
the
regular
day.
world.
Pretty
Regular
much
world.
every
Everything
day.
goes on the way it's supposed to be going on. So she will know this. What if you about Avalon? Well, the reason was some about it. That's beautiful. All of the beautiful bracha that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's what Bali Tshuva was. About Tzadikim Murim Ayin Le'yas Elokim Yuasach. About Tzadikim Murim for absolute Tzadikim, the eye cannot even fathom. I should say, the eye has not even seen the great sky that's waiting for them. So all the great things that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's the Bali Tshuva.
Birthday for a long time?
Murim, the absolutely righteous people, only have to respond to know the greatness and the beauty that is spoken. Listen, I want you to think of your vote. It's unbelievable. Smoking Shabbat Shiva only, Sadiqim Dinur England only. And Yavon holds differently. And Yavon says no. Bali Shiva are greater than Sadiqim Dinur. The place where Bali Shiva stand, Sadiqim Dinur could never stand. So let's say you now have the fundamental focus relationship.
When's the first time you celebrated your
drummer,
birthday?
the absolutely righteous person, who perhaps never sinned. Obviously, every person sins, but never like sin in a dramatic way. Who is about Shiva, who sinned and brought his way back. Who is greater? And the Lord said, this is a fundamental macrosis. A fundamental macrosis between Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yochanan, and ultimately Rabbi Abba. Rabbi Abba holds, sorry, Rabbi Yochanan holds, and I love how nice the Sabbath comment about Shiva, and Rabbi Abba holds about Shiva is greater than the Tzaddik. Shalom, shalom,
It's a great intervention in your friend's bringing you a 30-pack of beer.
to the one who is far and the one
Is
who
your
is near.
family still
The
Jehovah's
Isha
Witnesses?
Rachok Ba'ada Karot, my Rachok Mikara. Since I, the Rachok Paresa. So it's a Bahada Karot. So interestingly enough, the Yavon says, Yavon says,
The softest fingers in the world.
the one who is far. He's the one who is far. The one who was far and came back. That's the Baal Shiva. The Baal Shiva gets the first Shalom Aleichem from
She
a
gave you a
Kodesh.
Jewish
Only
name
after the Baal Shiva
and
gets
no
the Shalom Aleichem,
presents.
then it's like Jesus for everything. My
That's
Rachok,
incredible.
welcome to Meikara. My Karot, come to
My
Meikara.
birthday was pretty weird.
with the Ashbar. But Yochanan
When
says
is your
no.
birthday? Now I'm
The
curious.
Rachos,
August 21st, 1990.
Karov means
Yeah, I was
the one who was always distant from Avera, i.e., the Tzaddik Gama, who was the Karov. Karov is always close to Avera, and that changed the day. So let's say, so fundamental machlok is about who has greater standing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Tzaddik Gama or the Baal Shem Tov. You know, like one of the two about the Yochel. So we follow the real Kulon. When the travel elements to be become fun. First two days. All the Zappa that the Nevi'im have, right? All the Zappa that the Nevi'im have is a reference ultimately again to someone who marries off his brother to a Talmid Chacham, who will also have a match to a Talmid Chacham. And one goes ahead and does business with a Talmid Chacham, and Mahana Talmid Chacham in the Chacham. And one of these benefits with Talmid Chacham, Talmid Chacham, is great reward for those who support Torah, and for those who help Talmid Chacham. Okay, and the overwhelming reward about Talmid Chacham maximum, but once even greater than supporting Torah is what? Coming to Talmid Chacham yourself. And as a person who comes to Talmid Chacham, I am a Rothschild can do that. Ultimately, again, the reward is so great for such a person that no one has seen that reward besides HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. My Ayin Allah, some of you shall maybe say, what is this for? By the way, what is this for? What is it? What is it? As great as all the great things you see in the Nevi'im, that's for a person who loves to come to Chacham, support the Talmid Chacham, loves to support Torah. But the Talmid Chacham himself, my gosh, the reward that is waiting for him. What is this great reward? Those of you that have a Yayin, I'm a Shumar, but I'm not mistakes in the so I'll say that is one age right, so this is one that comes from the great that was created during the 6 days of creation.
Be aware, in Texas and a handful of other states, it is against the law. I find it amusing, so I will allow it.
There's much to say about this. What does that mean? What does that mean? So let's say, when you notice that when a person learns Torah, and when a person devotes themselves to becoming a Talmid Chacham, wanting to grow, and this applies to all of us. So let's say, what is reading is their mind, which is very purpose of creation. The purpose of creation is
well, here's the deal, Tony. After the last time, I figured out that I, being a naturally born female, cannot ever possibly say something at all funny. So I should say something that would make my life easier when the onslaught of like cartoon adults and male followers.
Almost like this perfect circle, perfect harmony between the light of iron moving and the very purpose of creation. Very Shlokish and Shlokish says, is that Eden? It's the first thing that the Talmid Chacham gets to enjoy Eden. The Gemara says, yeah, Eden, the last time I live in Torah, all that live from Babel, after you know, it's like Eden, all that it's not going to be on an iPhone. And when you say God is a symbol of Eden, I remember the 9 notes in the Eden, the Pasuk says that they are given to your agent to go ahead and sustain by the Moshe. God and Eden are 2 different things. We call it God and Eden. A guy that gets God, goes to the garden, and then there was Eden. So other Rishon ultimately again lives in the God. Right? But at the end of the day, Eden is that place that is reserved ultimately
Which
for
the first time was probably my second, the second time was that I shot somebody.
Back to Mishnah. That does not happen. One of the things, remember again, Mishnah began by saying that calling place is going to happen. Every year, every Jew has a place for the world to come. And then interestingly enough, the Mishnah then went on to wait for people who don't have a place for the world to come. So one of those people was, Homer International. Culture says Torah is not divine.
I went ahead and changed the subject and asked if you were circumcised. And some people were like, they got it, and they thought it was hilarious. And some people were like, well, actually want to know where. And I was like, no, she was her penis, so I'm allowed to ask if he's circumcised.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Torah is not divine. Not that many punchlines. This refers ultimately to Antarctica. We'll define the terms of this. This refers to someone who advances inappropriate interpretations in Torah. Without the Torah. But again, it's real business. Inappropriate interpretations of Torah. Yes, mitzvah salchata is a hameta bris. This is someone who knows bris milah. So he carries the place, so he cut off, he carries all the mazal.
I did
Guys
Ronnie
don't
and
realize,
Spain
coming
last
from this
year
world
as
and the
well.
next one.
Well, they
I don't
probably
realize.
couldn't
I'm gonna
understand
do
you.
this is good. We're all gonna do some big things. I'm gonna come as I catch him. Somewhere was like again, disparages or profanes Kabbalos. I'm the Banzai Samados. Someone goes ahead and degrades
For
some each other.
jokes that are
That
better
makes
than
a
whatever
I'm
you plan to do
or
here
one that
tonight
goes
that
ahead
nobody
and
else
is a circumcision.
knows.
I'm a
Right till I
emotional
comment again, like,
Kabbalah.
this is
Some
kind of hard.
interpretations are correct. That mouth to make available of you. Some of your dialysis is studied in public. I thought you should use the
You know,
Torah
the
or
main
my
reason I wanted to come on
even though
is
such
so
a person
last
as Torah
time,
my
so I have major
ain't
anxiety
no
disorder, and last time I almost did pass off stage, nobody can tell.
It's a very short profound tomorrow. And you get very myself to drive some pizza.
This time it's not that much better. I was hoping that like the nerves would go down the second time, but this is really kind of thing. Well, no, I wanted to get it in a minute. Like, I respect the minute second one. I think
says the guy can't finish it, but one pasuk, Hashem didn't say this. This must have been Moshe who said this. This is also called degrading the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately, again, it doesn't divorce the word from God. He's Omar. Kama Chomer Zeh, Zeh Shavar Zu, Zeh Ugar Kutubar Hashem Bisha. That's what the Torah says. When you die, goes to Hashem Bar. This deal, this Zeh Shavar, this Kama Chomer, that is ultimately again degradation of the word Hashem. And such a person forfeits portion of the word to come. Ramirez says, I'm going to Torah, and we're lying down. Yeah, Kutubar Hashem Bisha, which is beautiful. And also, you know what I mean? Who's a person who learns Torah, but doesn't teach it, this is a degradation of the word of Hashem. So let's say it's so beautiful, and you know this Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant to be shared. And if a person learns it but doesn't share it, that there's a pigam, there's something missing in the Torah.
What do you want to tell the Kiltonia? I sure don't. I don't know if you think this is going to get any better for me. I'm not a person who would do well in jail. I do know from experience. So I should not be talking about things on stage until those pesky statute of limitations run out. There's no statute on attempted murder. So I should not have mentioned that last time. Okay.
Wait, so you just also want you get her arrested tonight?
If you were, you're like, oh, that's nice. You know, that's nice. And you have no desire
You
to
just
share it.
mentioned it again.
Torah's not
I
having the
know.
full
Like,
effect
I'm like,
on
well, I already
what
made the
you are.
mistake. Like, way into it.
But that's what else he says is fine. First says, Kol Yisrael Mashiach al Mishnah. Sorry, I'm sorry. But he does it on the Kol Yisrael Mashiach al Mishnah. And then says, what's the Baal Shem do? So what does that refer to? That refers to someone who's not careful with the interpretations of the Mishnah.
You know, and I thought your movie, I actually liked. All right, Sherry, can you get a little joke book last time? You got a little joke book before, I'm guessing. No, I got a good one. I think it's the interview. Because the audience demanded it. Alright, Sherry, you get nothing this time. They're going to share it immensely, everybody.
Yo, what up, baby? Come in my Discord.
There she goes, share immensely, everybody. With the patented one last crazy glare in the eyes. Eye contact for everybody. Oh my god. Excited. Yeah. Sharon, it might be time for Sharon to take a break from signing out. Alright.
Someone
We have
learns
a
and
radio
doesn't
that's
have
going
it.
to sage
Doesn't
through
review.
right
You
now.
might just done that, and the other shit
The
are way up in the
newest
concept.
force of
This is
nature
beautiful.
regular here
This
on
refers to
Kiltony.
someone who
Thanks
ultimately
for
again
listening.
as a
Tender
learn to
sling,
get
everybody.
a little stuck with it. And seriously, I'm not having it even back. It's been a little bit, I guess what I'm looking for.
Guys,
Non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for.
I'm so
Right,
glad
it's
I'm
been
going to
going
take the
good for a little bit of
Greyhound.
time,
No
and the
more.
last couple of days
One
it's
time a
really
nigga with no arms
needs a
stole my
significant
wallet.
push to the national money. Right? So, I'm sorry?
I'll say it again. A nigga
I
with
thought
no
you were
arms
But
stole my
okay,
wallet.
but it's
And the only
If
reason
a
why
10
I
minutes
called
later,
him is
7
because my
minutes,
wallet
there's
was in
something
my
wrong.
sleeve.
I
It
just
was
say,
cold
oh,
out,
but
and
no,
I felt that nigga big toe
why is it
scrape
for?
across
Even
my
I
tummy.
get it here. And maybe it's not quite
And then
what
wow,
That's like,
whoa,
I
that
want
shit
to
was
put that
right
something
there
very
in
interesting. And I
between
think this
his
is something that we
thumb
have to take
toe.
into
I don't know what
account
you call it.
We
But
live
his
in
thumb
such
toe and
incredible
his
times.
index toe was
There's such
gripping
a
that
proliferation
motherfucker.
of Torah.
And he
Such
got
a
strong
like,
legs.
And like, there literally is like more gains than a person should suffer, which is beautiful and incredible. I will say, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less. And a person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things? But perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are different. People learn differently, people are working differently. So I think a lot of times what ends up happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. I'm not really acquiring anything. So on a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff, but like, what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that we have to contemplate for ourselves. So the Jordan God was like, and the Zohar was like, everybody says if you learn and you don't have your notice, right? It's like planting, but not harvesting. Planting but not harvesting. So you plant it, and it's incredible. And it's like the produce, it's right there. It's a seed for you. But if I don't harvest it, I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't reap what I sow. So it's so interesting. Just like, again, different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in listening. So everybody's got to find it right down. For some of us, it's good. The energy of time for me for multiple things. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to conjure something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm charging all of these beautiful things. And listen, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful, personalistic, spiritual field is surrounded with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything is same in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not conjuring. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to attain. Incredible. And so, or just call me Torah Umishkata. Don't let each of your legs look at that. Like, this is a very intense line. Someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. And what is that? They'll say, so again, so the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately, what is it saying? Is that when I learn Torah, what's the beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. You birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't take the time to try to remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. Simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah, it is to take the time to try to hold on to that beautiful young child, to appreciate him, to nurture him, to understand him, and to raise him as my own. Very profound. Rabbi says, oh, this is beautiful. The people are not. Zena de Koyo. Sing every day, sing every day. And I say, what does this mean? Rashi says over here, I am the cyber leader. Half of people see the people, Zena. When you do the function thing, the organ above the same for the shooter. So let's say, so again, here's the first verse of the keep us continuing on the same theme. That literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Because listen, everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. So the Akiva says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So once again, same idea. Bring yourself in your Torah, chazir your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. That's what he's also, we'll see more. Let's just finish up. I'm going to eat what I'm doing. I will do my philosophy. Say, Nefesh Amanam, the alcohol, the almost from Zad, the Golosa, Melissa, and so it's quite beautiful. We can break everything in a bunch of from this way. Nefesh Amanam, actually, a little bit again, the soul flows in a Torah to you. The upper Allah here. So your heaven will now here. What does this mean? So the Gemara says, so I'm talking about here I'm not the nothing there, it's also not the nothing else. If you work on your Torah in this world, the Torah will work for you in the next world. What a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in the effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Nefesh on the road, if there's some of the Torah on the as well. work for your Torah, your Torah works for you. Tashi, die Arkav Alafir, Fishing, Mason, Dvar, the Fake, come to the Shala Hammer. Safina, Zena, so it's all six machines, Milos, Kadir, Nasa, Zena, Taka, Torah, Nasa, okay. So quite beautiful, like over here is, if you put in effort in your spirituality, in your Torah, your Torah works on your back. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother that births the child, that creation, you take things, when a parent has a child, parents will say a child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen, the child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. I understand now my job is to nurture. How do I nurture it? I learn it, I love it, I view it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world, and ultimately, again, it takes care of you in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Torah Malas Lov, Shemech Hazar Shalom, ומבקש את מאישתו מישהו אותם מכל הסדרה וכל כך לא משאיפות incredible. So when you learn, make sure to cause it. Because if I don't cause it in some way, to cause something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a soil. In other words, again, which means the Torah should be present, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. If you take care of your Torah, ultimately, the Torah takes care of you. Both in this world as well as that. So there's also another beautiful idea, and it's a little idea, which is really quite amazing. So Rabbi Kiva says, Zema b'chayom, Zema b'chayom. And that's the usage of Yakiva. Everything has to do with life. See what we do. And let's say any given day, you have a choice. Any given day, you have a choice. Every day it's the same choice. You wake up in the morning, what do you want to do? You're going to be happy or be sad. Let's say, happiness, people make a mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life. That's what we often find people say, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if. Right? If your sentence is beginning with I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if, you will never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important sodas in English type is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose my emotional disposition. And what's that Rabbi Akiva saying is, choose happiness. Zama b'chayom, Zama b'chayom. Sing, just sing. Because again, what's the alternative? You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives me a positive disposition. And I was saying, you appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva was went through your life. Everything he went through. From the time he was young and living in there to the moment he died, difficulty, adversity, poverty, delusion, all these different kinds of things. And Rabbi Akiva saying, choose a life of sorrow. Choose a life of simcha. I found it overwhelming my living. That was up. The trouble with it today. We're doing great. Incredible. It's Hazara, the Kedira Hashem. We'll see you all more tomorrow. Spare everyone.
Last time I was on, you talked about your peanuts.
All right, Kevin, you have a great day, everyone.
All right. Your next bucket pool goes by the name of Zach Townsend, everybody. Here we go.
How's it going? I'm 35 years old. I used to want kids real bad. I used to want guns real bad too. Now I don't know if I want
by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our annual Common sponsor, Reflection Pay, the year 5785, First Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shul and Drushes of this year as a host for the Soros Torah's Holiday on Yisrael. Some Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Karim's, Zin, Loving Marie of Kai's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Svi Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Berman families in memory of Rose Ziv, Zev Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther Bas Elazar, and Gadi and Shane Cohen. Got many sponsors for today. Nation of the Arts, like Gadi's grandfather, Alvin Cohen, Avram Ben Reb Yaakov Cohen, who lived in America. Other Atomic Torah, all of the shows have no families in the family, all those who should happen to come for the Israel. Which Hashem brings our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. The whole Maaseh. was with that, let us know the luck to do say about Hashem. Really like incredible Gemara, like I said on the chance, I run out of adjectives. I have nothing even to describe anymore. How enormous and very incredible this Gemara is. Also fascinating. And I think you probably got one of the 7.5 year cycle. You forget like cycle to cycle, just how incredible all of this Gemara is. Anyways, Moses plays out the Sadiq test. 99. We are picking up in Yeres Hashem on Sadiq test on the days. And we are picking up it's about 20 lines before it gets wide. Rabbi Yochanan says, I believe the 40 minutes Hashem to the coming of Mashiach, but I don't want to see it. So this echoes the sentiment. Let him come, but I don't want to see it. This echoes the sentiment that was listening yesterday of this group of Rabbanim, who of course believe with all of their hearts about Mashiach, but also know all of the pain and difficulty and suffering that is going to precede the Messiah. So essentially, you know what? Let Mashiach come. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. In other words, I believe it. I want it to come. But I don't want to see all the pain and suffering that is going to precede Mashiach. I'm literally lucky. So I'll say, first of all, so it's just a very dramatic statement, right? So much of our whole lives is, I want to see Mashiach. I want to see the Lord. I'm saying, let him come. But I don't really want to see the misfortune and the difficulty that is going to precede it. I'm literally lucky. My time now. What's the problem? Or what is it that you're concerned about? Even in the same thing. Hashayanos Ishmit so you're going to see like this, the way that the Rabbi describes, a little bit of the Messianic era, of the pre-Messianic era, is that there's going to be a constant flow of difficulties, trouble, tribulations. So for example, a person will run away from that lion and he'll run into the bear. And then he'll come home, he'll put his hand on the wall, and the snake will bite him. So the way that the Rabbi is describing it is essentially the pre-Messianic era. You go from challenge to challenge, from difficulty to difficulty, from the lion to the bear to the snake. So Rabbi saying, is that what's bothering you? Is that overwhelming nature of challenge to challenge, difficulty to difficulty? Is that what's making you say, let Mashiach come and I don't want to see it? So it's supposed to be so profound. All the most of all of us that. Reish Lakish says this pretty much characterizes our life in this world. For example, Sha'atam Yotzil Sada, the Pagabal Center, person goes out into the field. He goes out into his own field. And who is he finding his own field? The surveyor. Or actually points out who was the surveyor. This was the guy in the government whose job it was to figure out how to appropriate fields from private people and make it part of the government. In other words, that he was just, you go out into your field and you find someone essentially trying to take your stuff. Just like the lion is the predatory animal constantly trying to devour up. So you walk into your field, you see someone trying to devour your property. You come into the city, you run to the tax collector. And the tax collector, when he sees you, he's not interested in Shalom Aleichem, right? He's interested in taking your money. So once again, Haga, the Gemara says, it's like running into the bears. So you come into your field, run into the surveyors, run into the world. Then you come into town, right? And you run into the tax collector, and it's like running into the bear who wants to devour from you. Nichnas lebeso, matzah banav ubenosav, mitolim beraz. Then you come home, and you find your children, unfortunately, again, are hungry. And you're going to say, what about this? What is this? I just have that over here. But often, just even now, forget about Mashiach, even now, everywhere I turn, there's challenges, there's difficulty. In the field, there's the surveyor. In the town, there's the tax collector. And then I come home, and my family has its own set of problems. It's just like being bitten by a snake. So let's say, so there's two things that we have to know. Number one, Reish Lakish is saying is you're so concerned about your Yochanan. You're so concerned about the misfortunes of the difficulties of the pre-Messianic era. Newsflash, there's plenty of difficulties and misfortunes and trials and tribulations in day-to-day life. We have this stuff now. It's not like now life is easy in the pre-Messianic era becomes difficult. Life is challenging right now. So that's the one Reish Lakish saying to Yochanan. Listen, there's also another thing in this, which is incredibly important. One of the most potentially damaging mindsets that a person could have as they go through life is the expectation that somehow life is supposed to be easy. And for some reason we have this notion, right, that life is supposed to be easy. Life, the pieces are supposed to drop into place, and things are supposed to be okay. And when they're not okay, that's like an aberration. That's the abnormal piece. I think what Rothschild is highlighting is that is not true. Don't walk around life with an expectation that it's easy. Life is not easy. Life is filled with constant challenges that come upon us one after the other. Are there moments of tranquility in the midst of a sea of challenges? Yes, there are. Yes, there are. But the de facto state of life is one of challenge. You go into the field, there's a challenge. You come into the town, there's a challenge. You come home to your family, there's a challenge, and that's okay. It doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It's just that is the reality of life. And I will say sometimes when we go through life and we expect things to be tranquil and we expect things to be easy, and when they're not, we become so disillusioned, so upset, and so broken. What happened? Where did I go wrong? Because my expectations are flawed. Everything is flawed. I think it's very Shlokish. He's saying to Yochanan, life is hard. It's hard now. It's pre-Messianic era. That's the way it is. But if you embrace it and you lean into it and you understand it and you accept it, then at the end of the day you can figure out how to maximize it. Such an incredible Gemara. Ella, Bishum Dechsid, Shalom Na'ru'u Ilyavad Zachamadora Isikol Gaviyad Vachalatzav, Kileta, Nebchu Kopanum Liyarakon. Rather, it's like Rabbi Yochanan, maybe you're bothered by the following pasuk. Now, what does the pasuk mean? My Ra'isi Kol Gever. What does that mean? I've seen all men. Now, listen, interestingly enough, the Navi over here is describing, it's interesting. Once again, all of these psukim seem to be describing the pre-Messianic era. This is Yirmiyahu and Rabbi, and he's saying like a man will grasp his stomach, right, and turn pale like a woman, like a pregnant woman. So the Gemara says, "My ra'isi kol gever." What does it mean? I've seen all men. Amarav Yitzchak, Amarav Misha kol gevura shalo. I saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I see HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay. Umay nefchu kol panam liyirakon. And what does it mean that the Ribono Shalom's face turns pale? What does that mean? So what it refers to is like this. Literally again, Pamalia means the palace, the celestial palace, the earthly palace. What does this mean? It's incredible. So let's listen to this. The Ribono Shalom says like this: these are my creations, and these are my creations. How can I destroy these before these? I will say, this is an incredible Gemara. The Gemara is highlighting like this. Messianic era is incredible. Why? Because it represents the success of Klal Yisrael and the downfall of other nations. It is important for us to understand that as much as HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants to bring about our success, when the Ribono Shalom brings about the downfall of other nations, it is painful for him. Right? Why is it painful for him? Because we are all God's children. This is incredibly important to remember. Jews have not cornered the market on God. God, the Ribono Shalom, belongs to everyone, and everyone belongs to the Ribono Shalom. V'rachamav al ma'asav, and He loves everyone, and He cares for everyone, and He wants the success of everyone. It's true. As a people, as a nation, we have a different and unique relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And the relationship is for all of humanity to have. This is why I was saying back to God. Remember again earlier in Sanhedrin, it's hard to remember anything but I gotta tell you back where we were now. Remember again, once upon a time when we learned like Gemara, so you remember again, we had the whole sugya of Shem versus Bnei Noach. Like, how do you know that HaKadosh Baruch Hu loves everyone? If the Hashem only loves Klal Yisrael, then you would have a mitzvah to proselytize and to convert the world. Yet, amazingly enough, we don't. In fact, just the opposite. We say, don't convert. You got 7 mitzvahs, do that, and Hashem loves you. You don't need to do what we do. You don't need to do what you do. And everybody know that as part of this. So when Messianic comes, and Klal Yisrael is lifted up, and the every nations are punished, that is hard for Hashem. It's hard for the Ribono Shalom to have to punish any of his children, even if they're deserving of it. So the Gemara says, this is the famous adage, this is a famous adage that when your ox is running and it becomes injured and it can no longer feed from its trough, put your horse by that trough. what's the problem? Then when the app says that it's Suat Shalema and it's ready to go back to its trough, the problem is you feel bad for taking the horse away from the trough. Okay, so the metaphor, of course, is that probably saw how greatness. We lost our greatness because of a variety of different life mistakes. The Rothschild gave our position to the nations of the world. And then when the Messianic era comes, he's thinking that back to giving it back to us. But it's difficult for us. Listen, I really profound humor. It's difficult for the Ribono to go ahead and do this. I'm not going to give it I see things like the Shnei Mashiach. Klal Yisrael is going to benefit. We're going to reap the benefit of the years of Mashiach. Rabbi is great. Rabbi is like Pshita. Of course, we're going to reap the benefit. Who else is going to get it? In other words, if it's not Klal Yisrael, they're not going to reap the benefits of it. Who's going to benefit of it? Philip and Billy? It's an expression. Philip and Billy, like Joe Schmo. Who else is going to get it with Klal Yisrael? Pretty much not. Flipping is very good. Coming to school, this is we're going to see Rabbi Hillel a number of times. Rabbi Hillel is not Hillel. I see different people. So we're going to see the position of Rabbi Hillel a number of times today. The Amar in Mashiach Lisa. Rabbi Hillel says, Klal Yisrael will not go ahead and reap the benefits of the future Messianic era. Why? First, why? 90 because we have already reaped the benefits of the Messianic era during the heyday of Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda. This is Rabbi Hillel. We've already received the euphoric benefits of the Moshe Mashiach during the days of Chizkiyahu. Also, therefore, the people says in the name of God, that's not true. We reject that position. We reject Rabbi Hillel. In fact, we will reap the glorious benefits of the Messianic era. Well, every Alma will go. This is beautiful. Rav says it was worth it for the Ribono to create the entire world just for David HaMelech. Just for David. Shmuel says in the Moshe, it was worth it for Hashem to create the entire world just for Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Yochanan says it was worth it for Hashem to create the entire world just for Mashiach. Rashi points out over here, what does it mean with David? Because David went ahead and said, beautiful Shira, beautiful song. Moshe brought down the Torah, and ultimately Mashiach, because Mashiach is going to do, Mashiach will work his magic, right? Mashiach is going to bring about dramatic change for the entire world. I always say, but the deeper message of this is when a person actualizes their potential, which is the common here. David HaMelech actualizes his potential. Moshe Rabbeinu actualizes his potential. Mashiach will actualize his potential. When a person actualizes their potential, it is worth it for the Ribono to create the entire world for one person to actualize his potential. And the beauty of that Gemara is one more phrase. The additional phrase is, insert your name here. It was worth it for Hashem to create a world for David, worth it to create a world for Moshe, worth it to create a world for Mashiach, and now, let it be that it was worth it for Hashem to create the world for you. If you maximize your potential, you actualize your potential like David, like Moshe, like Mashiach, then it's worth it for Hashem to create the entire world just for you as well. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Mashmo, by the way, Mashmo, what's Mashiach's name? Mashiach's name, remember that Mashiach is much more of a descriptive term of someone who's going to go ahead and bring about salvation. Why don't you do what you do? Mashiach is name. What's his name? So the name of Shiva Amri. Shiloh. His name is Shiloh. Grammar at Yellow Shiloh. Parshas Haiti. The bracha that Yaakov gives to Yehuda, right? Lo Yashu Shevet Yehuda Mekol Yehuda Raglav at Yellow Shiloh. So again, Shiloh is the name of Mashiach. The name of Yahweh Amrei Yimon Shmo. His name is Yimon. Yimon means continuity. Shnei Emar Yishmo the Olam L'Kei Shemon Shmo. The name of Chanina Amar Chanina Shmo. Means Chanina. Shnei Emar Asher Lo Etin Lochem Chanina. Yish Omrim Menachem and Chizkiyahu Shmo. Others say his name is Menachem and Chizkiyahu. They will say Shnei Emar Yirachok Mimeni Menachem Yeshiv Nafshi Echa. What does Mashiach do? Also, the Holy Spirit of Mashiach brings about comfort. Mashiach brings about consolation. So it's interesting. Menachem is just a great consoler from years, from thousands of years of illness. Then Chizkiyahu. Chizkiyahu doesn't have to use father's name. Chizkiyahu could be a descriptive name. Chizkiyahu, remember again, is Chazek car. And ultimately, again, where does the power of Mashiach come from? The power of Mashiach comes from the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. The Rabbi also I'll point out is the Yeshami like this as well. The Yeshami says that the name of Mashiach is Menachem. That's where he brings down to Mashiach and Menachem. That's incredible. Rabbana Amri, Ivra Didei Rabbi. So interesting enough that Rabbana is saying that his name is literally again the white one of Beit Rabbi. Now that's what is that mean? Rashi says that we have Mitzora Shal Beis Rabbi. Ultimately, again, he is Mitzora Beis Rabbi. Now that's this seems to loop back into what we saw before yesterday's now. That where does Mashiach live? Mashiach lives by the gates of Rome. He's a leper. What does it mean that he's a leper of the house of Rabbi? Rabbi was a direct descendant of David HaMelech. See, he's a leper, essentially a leper from the house of David, a leper from the house of Rabbi. Incredible. The Gemara says, "Shema, Shene Amar, Achim, Chavinu, Vinasam, Chavinu, Savanu, Anachnu, Hashkavinu, Yagu Amrikal, Kaminu, Aram Nachnu, Ani, sorry, Aram Nachnu, Eat Min Chayu." So this is incredible. Aram Nachnu says, if Mashiach is someone who is alive, currently alive, he's going Amma. And he's probably someone like me. Okay, now let's say it requires a little bit of interpretation, right? Like, it's always good to be confident, right? If Mashiach is someone who's like who's of the living, it's probably like me. I must know what does that mean. Rav wasn't proclaiming himself Mashiach. What Rav was saying was the following idea, meaning that what did Rav represent? Number one, he was the son of the Reish Kalisa, so he had power. Number two, he had Torah. So what Rav was saying was he was rejecting this notion of Mashiach being the leper by the gates of Rome. But rather, I'm saying that Mashiach is someone clever. It's interesting to think about this. I think in our mind, we never think of Mashiach as being the leper by the gates of Rome. Because about Mashiach being someone great. Because after the he's never realized identity. Everyone has to accept him. How that's going to happen will be very interesting to see. If they're not going to say if Mashiach is alive, it's probably someone like me, with connections and with Torah. If Mashiach is someone like the living, if you want to say like he resembles someone who's currently alive, he's more like Rabbi Huda Nasi. It's like a Huda Nasi. If he's someone like he's dead, he goes Daniel Ishchamidos. He must be like someone who's like Daniel. That was what actually points out over here. Why like Daniel? If you look at Rashi over here, Imin Chayu Imin Go Rabbeinu HaKadosh, Mashiach also Shechaim Hakshav, Ba'da Eni Rabbeinu HaKadosh to Sova Chalon. It was like comes denominated between Rabbi Huda Nasi and Daniel is they both suffered. They both suffered. Like Rabbi Huda Nasi suffered from terrible intestinal illness that ultimately changed his life. And Daniel suffered a lot in his life also. By being the trusted servant of Nebuchadnezzar was not easy. Being thrown into a lion's den, not easy. Right? So the idea over here, the Gemara said over here, Mashiach is someone who is battle tested. Who is battle tested. And I both said this goes back before to the conversation between Rish Lakish and Rabbi Yochanan as well. Rabbi Yochanan says, let Mashiach come, I don't want to see him. And he says, what's your problem? You think that because the Messiah affair is going to be difficult, life is difficult. Life is difficult. And I was like, you know what the secret I think that we learn as we go on in life is we become great not despite our difficulties. We become great because of our difficulties. If you think about it, by the way, no one ever says, you know what, I really became who I am because of the brachos that I have. We have so many brachos, and because of all those brachos really pushed me to excel. In fact, it's not just the opposite. You know what the challenge with brachos is? The challenge with brachos is brachos sometimes have the danger of keeping us tethered to mediocrity. They say life is good, everything is good. People become great because of their challenges, not because of their blessings. So that's what we're starting to say to the Yochanan. I think that's what's happening over there. You want to say, understand Mashiach is someone who suffers. You can't become a Mashiach with an easy life. You cannot become a Mashiach if you always take the easy path. You can't become a Mashiach if every single time things get difficult, you run the other way. That's not how it works. Mashiach is someone who suffers, battles through it, makes it through on the other side, scarred, battles, and bruised, and stronger because of it. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We spent our lives running away from difficulty. Challenge comes, let me find the other way. It's uncomfortable, let me run the other way. I don't like it, let me run the other way. Instead of saying, no, this is what makes me great. The comfort doesn't make me great. The comfort doesn't make me great. Challenge makes me great. And when it presents itself, you say to yourself, I got this. I'm not running. I'll stare it down and I'll go right through it. That's where greatness comes from. That's where Mashiach comes from. That's where the comes from. That's where Daniel comes from. You want to say, think about the life of any single great person through the history of Israel. And ask yourself one simple question. Do they have an easy life? And the answer is absolutely the answer is no. No, there's not one great person that history of our people that's had an easy life. And it's like, look, he become great despite the difficulties. That's a false thing. They didn't become great despite the difficulties. He became great because of the difficulties. Rabbi Daniel, Mashiach, Reish Lakish, Rabbi Akiva, Shosh Rabbeinu, David HaMelech, Salimini. It doesn't matter. You plug in the name of every single great person, the narrative is the same. Incredible. I think we're just going to do some hygiene, maybe like just whatever. Okay, First is as follows, so much. I'm not even going to wrap. I'll see if there's Baruch Lahan Ibrahim Dar. Sorry, David Achar. So let's say it's going to be another David HaMelech. This is exciting. Right, there's going to be another David HaMelech. When Mashiach comes, remember, part of what Mashiach comes is, part of what we're going to do also, what we had not done purposely, by the way, we're going to get to is, we go through Rambam. Because remember again, there's like a lot of stuff that's happening over here. There's Chevlei Mashiach Messianic era. There's Mashiach. There's transformation. There's this thing called Olam Haba, which may be where you go after you die, but it may also be what's called the period after Mashiach comes. There's restoration of Davidic monarchy. So, into all of those events, the Gemara hasn't really been clear on as those subject to controversy. We're going to get to the timeline also. The point that the Gemara says is the restoration of Davidic monarchy, which means, amazingly enough, is another David HaMelech. Another David HaMelech. So what's the name? Ve'ivdu es Hashem Elokehem, ve'Elokehem, ve'es David Malkam, asher akim lahem. And you'll write, and you'll serve David, who I will establish in future tense. It doesn't say, I did establish, I will establish. So there'll be another David HaMelech in the future. I only have a couple of Rabbi, says, David Abdi, Nasi Lahem the Olam. But we already have David HaMelech, so this gives me another David HaMelech. Which is right, he comes Kisar, it's kind of like a king and an assistant king. So let's get ready for this. There'll be, after Mashiach, there'll be restoration of Davidic monarchy. There's going to be a new Davidic king. But there's also going to be transformation. So that's going to happen with former David HaMelech. He's going to be the assistant king. So that's it, by the way. If former David HaMelech is the assistant king, can you imagine who the new king is going to be? You just imagine what that absolutely is going to be like. So new king, new Davidic king, and former David HaMelech, or first David HaMelech, ultimately again is going to be the shape. It's going to be the assistant. My business. Hi, Miss Admin, it's Yom Hashem. Lama Zet Lachem Yom Hashem. Or, so we'll say, what is this? Again, we're talking about design for the Yom Hashem Messianic era. It'll be a day of light, darkness, and not light. What does this mean? Marshal triangle of Atalation and the Sapphire. Listen, there was a story, right? It's like a marshal. The triangle is a chicken. Atalit is a bat. They were both breathing for David. I'm really talking about Atalit. The chicken said to the bat, he says, I'm going to Sapphire or Shalit. So the chicken says, Rooster. He says, listen, I'm waiting for the morning because it makes sense. The morning is my thing. Right, I do mornings. Right, that's like, oh, I wish I did mornings. Right, I do mornings. In other words, when the morning comes, I crow. That's my thing. Right, the bat. You don't use light. So what are you doing? What are you doing in the morning? So it's a couple of times test 99. I'm going to have but see, Rashi says over here, sorry, before we go to the sun, sorry. The last Rashi on 90 would be, Sha'or Shalu, Shish Linayim Yos, Benam Sisi Nayin, it's about Kam Shan Tabin of Dino, Shiyom Hashem Yahor, Avala Opiko Chavim, Lama Mekhavim also, Shalam Kosha V'Lo'ar. So the car is always in the Messianic era, why? Because frost is going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's not going to be light. For the nations of the world, it's going to be darkness. will say, so again, what we spoke about before, is that also going to be this upset of power. Rothschild is Easter, and the nations of the world are the back. So there was this myth, this non-believer said Rabbi, they must say Asim Mashiach. That's what he's asking, when is Mashiach coming? When darkness devolves upon you, the old take off of him, that's when Mashiach will come. So the men said to Rabbi, you're cursing me? I'm asking a question. Why are you cursing me? I'm not cursing you. I'm not cursing you. I'm telling you what pasuk was the pasuk. Kihine achushich yichas haaretz va'arafa lu'umim va'alecha yisrach Hashem u'kavod alecha yirah. As again, also the pasuk describes Messianic is light for himself, darkness for nations. He wants the Mashiach Abban Shalom. Also, so now, interesting enough, we have a discussion about the duration of the Mashiach. How long does the Messianic era go on for? Well, also, that's something. It's interesting that the way the Gemara seems to be operating right now is that, like I said, there's Chevli Mashiach, the Messianic era, Yemos Mashiach, and then after Mashiach, that begins Olam Haba. So how long does Messianic era go on for? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer Mashiach, Abban Shalom, 40 years. Shnei Amar, it's kind of like we see this phrase all the time. And we don't necessarily think about what it's actually saying, right? 40 years, Akot Gedor. So again, that's what reference to Messianic era. But Elizabeth is how you honor Shivim Shana 70 years Shnei Amar, Hayava Yavahu, V'nishkachas Sur Shivim Shana Kini Melech Echad. So the Gemara says, Eizu Melech Miyuchad, Adi Omer Zeh Mashiach. Okay, Rabbi Omer says, Shalosh Doros. 3 generations. 3 generations. Shlosh Doros. Shnei Amar, Yira'ucha Im Shemesh, V'lifnei Yareach Dar Dorim. Hillel says, Lahem Mashiach Nishas. One second, this is Rabbi Hillel just said before. Rabbi Hillel says, Chevra, enough. There's no greatness waiting for us in the Messianic era. The Gemara says, why should we already enjoyed the benefits of the Messianic era. Early days of Chizkiah already. Amar Yosef says, Amar Yosef says this, Shari Le Marvet Hillel. So essentially, the Hillel, God should forgive you. How can people say such a thing like that? To say that Mashiach, that we're not going to enjoy the benefits of Mashiach, absolutely unequivocally wrong. Chizkiah, I'll tell you, it's very simple. When did Chizkiah live? The Chizkiah was king during the first days of Mikdash. The Zechariah comes down to the Bayishim Va'amar, Ili Ma'ol Basiyon, Arias Yishalayim, Hini Ma'akef Yavonafal, Tzadik Fimosha, U'ani Baroki Amor Va'alir Va'asanasa. So again, so the Gemara says, Yosef says it's not true. I'll tell you why. Chizkiah lived during the first place of Mikdash. And yet Zechariah is prophesizing during the days of the second place of Mikdash and telling us that what? Mashiach is going to come. So you see from here again that even the Navi understood that Mashiach is still going to come. You must Mashiach Abban Shalom. Eliezer says the Messianic era lasts 40 years. Sifat says by the month. So it says Hashem afflicted you, he deprived you, and he gave you money for 40 years. Samchinu Kimos in Sanu Shnos Ra'ira. Give us joy corresponding to the number of years that you afflicted us. It's so much of affliction, like affliction by month, which was consumed for 40 years, and Hashem will save us from affliction during the Messianic era for 40 years. So he goes says, Dalet Meos Shana. Ultimately, again, it's 400 years. Sifat says over here, the new of some Arba Meos Shana, which is by Cheles Mitzrayim. Mitzrayim will abuse us for 400 years. Tzivasam Samchinu most in sun. And ultimately, we will have simple like years or affliction. Affliction will have for 400 years. We must Mashiach for 400 years. Rabbi says, this is this. Gimel Meos V'Shisha L'Chameshah. Minimum Sachama. Messianic era will extend for 365 years, corresponding to the number of days in a year. Shnei Amar Kiyom Nakam Balibi Ushnos Ula Bulibar. What's actually quite beautiful. It's almost as if Hashem will make up for all of the difficulties and suffering that we have endured over the years. My Yom Nakam Balibi. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. We'll say first by line. Libi Galisi Le'Evar Galisi. We'll say interesting when it comes to the Messianic secrets, so to speak. Hashem keeps it close to the chest. Right? Hashem says that ultimately again, my heart knows, but even the rest of my limbs, Kiviyachol, don't know. course, is incredible. Hashem says, I know Mashiach is coming, but I don't think revealed to the Malachim. Which also goes back to yesterday's daf, right? But again, when Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi asked Eliyahu Hanavi, when is Mashiach coming? And Eliyahu Hanavi himself, who is the messenger, right? The herald in the coming of Mashiach said, I don't know. So it was like, Tanya, I've even raised Rabbi Abel. What's the second wide line? You want some Mashiach leaves. Shivas Alafim Shana. Incredible. You want some Mashiach goes on 7,000 years. That sounds good. Let's go with that one, right? Hey, Messianic era, 7,000 years. Also, where does it come from? Sorry. Right? Then this actually beautiful. Listen to this. Shene Emar Umesos Chasan Al Kala. How beautiful is this website? Because ultimately, again, so I'm sorry, Umesos Chasan Al Kala Yos Alayich Hashem Elokecha. The emotion will rejoice over us like a chasen does a kala. Just like a chasen, kala has sheva brachos. So when the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, one day is like 1,000 years. So therefore, so to speak, Messianic era is like sheva brachos. So it's such a beautiful idea. Messianic era is like the sheva brachos of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It'll go on for 7,000 years. I'm not even sure. She wants Mashiach. Kimiyom Shenivra Olam Biad Akshav. And we said the Shmuel Messianic era will extend. You know, the time from the time that the world was created up until now. That amount of time. Shneimar Kinei Shamayim Ala Arash. Nachamar Yitzchak Amar Kimin Noach Ad Akshav. It goes from the days of Noach until now. Shneimar Kinei Noach Zivsli Hashem Shpat. I don't care about how I'm not Yochanan. Calling the Nevi'im was another beautiful Gemara. Calling the Nevi'im known as Nafi Ali Mosa Mashiach. In general, the Nevi'im only prophesied for the Messianic era. Now let's talk about this. What does this mean? The Nevi'im are filled with incredible and beautiful and symbolic prophecies about what the future is going to hold for Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Yochanan says those prophecies are about the Mosa Mashiach in the Messianic era. About the Olam Haba, when it comes to the world to come, Ayin lo ra'asa Elokim zulasecha, Elokim yasa l'mechat. When it comes to Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness. So all of the greatness that we find contained in the prophets, all that description of beautiful, euphoric, utopian type life, that's for the Yemos Mashiach, Messianic era. But Olam Haba, no one has any idea about the greatness that is in store. No one has any idea about the beauty that is waiting for us in all of that. So the Gemara is like, who did the Shmuel? This argues that Shmuel, Dama Shmuel, Ein Bina Olam Hazeh Yemos Mashiach, Ela Shubin Malchus Global. This argues that Shmuel says there is no distinction between the Yemos Mashiach, the Messianic era, and ultimately again, Shubin Malchus. Now we'll say, Ela Shubin Malchus Global. Now this is interesting. Shmuel says the Messianic era is pretty much regular life. Mashiach comes, regular life. What's the difference? Shubin Malchus. And what's the Shubin Malchus? We're not oppressed by anyone else. There's no small thing. Right? The world leaves us alone. The world respects Klal Yisrael. So Shubin Malchus. So I'm going to be open. I'm supposed to say, just when you get over here, you just see like people like running the list of these mathematics. So once again, what is the Moshe Mashiach? What is the Messianic era? Is it some type of supernatural, overwhelming type of experience? Or maybe it's just simply regular life. That pay your bills, you got to pay, and hopefully they'll be like big school vouchers. You know, you can open look at one like that out. Everybody, right? So the nice again. So nice. It's a regular world. Everything goes on the way it's supposed to be going on. Just Shubin Malchus. All of the beautiful bracha that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's what Baalei Tshuva will get. About tzaddikim gemurim, ayin lo rasa l'kim zulasecha. For tzaddikim gemurim, for absolute tzaddikim, the eye cannot even fathom. I should say, the eye has not even seen the great that is waiting for them. So all the great things that the Nevi'im prophesies about, that's the Baalei Tshuva. For tzaddikim gemurim, for absolutely righteous people, only HaKadosh Baruch Hu knows the greatness and the beauty that is in them. Now listen, I watch this. Trigid Rabbi Avo. It's Rabbi Avo. What's really good? Rabbi Avo. Makom Shabbat Tshuva Omdim. Tzadikim Gimurim Einan Omdim. Rabbi Avo holds differently. Rabbi Avo says no. Baalei Tshuva are greater than Tzadikim. The place where Baalei Tshuva stand, Tzadikim Gemurim could never stand. So listen, you now
So
have
you said you were collecting coins.
this greater. The tzaddik Amar, the absolutely righteous person who perhaps never sinned. Obviously, every person sinned, but never like sin in a dramatic way. Told about Tshuva, who sinned and clawed his way back. He is greater. And I've also said this is a fundamental machlokas. Between Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yochanan, and ultimately again Rabbi Avo. Rabbi Yochanan holds that halacha ma'aseh the tzaddik gomer is about tshuva, and Rabbi Avo holds that tshuva is greater than the tzaddik gomer. Shneimar shalom shalom le'rachel u'lekarov. He says shalom shalom to the one who is far and the one who is near. Bereisha rachel ba'adar karov. My rachel me'karov. I'm sorry, the Rothschild Bereisha. So the Bahada Karl, was interesting enough, Rabbi Avo says, that if you notice Hashem gives shalom first to the Rothschild, the one who is far. This is the one who is far, the one who was far and then came back. That's the Baal Tshuva. The Baal Tshuva gets the first shalom aleichem from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Only after the Baal Tshuva gets the shalom aleichem, then HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives it to the tzaddikim. My Rachel to make Karov, and my Karov come to make Karov. With the hashtag, Rabbi Yochanan says no. The Rachel, Shei Rachel Me'ateira, Karov should Karov Me'ateira. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Rachel means the one who was always distant from Ateira, i.e., the tzaddik Rama, who was the Karov. Karov is one who was close to Ateira, and now changed the way. So let's say the fundamental machlokas is about who has greater standing in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the tzaddik Rama or the Baal Tshuva. We try to look. All of the bracha that we're doing now, right? All the bracha that we're doing now is a reference ultimately again to someone who marries off his daughter to a Talmid Chacham, or one who goes ahead and does business with a Talmid Chacham, with Mahana Talmid Chacham in the Chasam, and one who benefits the Talmid Chacham from the Chacham. There's great reward for those who support Torah. And for those who help Talmid Chacham, okay, and overwhelming reward about Talmid Chacham. That's smart. But I was say even greater than supporting Torah is what? Becoming a Talmid Chacham yourself. And if the person becomes a Talmid Chacham, I'm L'Razal Kintu L'Sacha. Ultimately, again, the reward is so great for such a person that no one has received that reward besides the HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. My ayin Allah, some of you should maybe say, what is this reward? By the way, what is this reward for me? What is it? What is it? As great learners, all the great things you see in the Nevi'im, that's for a person who helps the Talmid Chacham, support the Talmid Chacham, helps to support Torah. The Talmid Chacham himself, my gosh, the reward that is waiting for him. What is this great reward? This is incredible. Zeh Yayin. I'm sure Ba'anava Mishesh is gracious. So I say that is one age, the bottom of wine. Right, so this is wine that comes from the grapes that were created during the 6 days of creation. That is a great reward waiting for Talmid Chacham. You know, it's incredible. Listen, there's much to say about this. What does that mean? What does that mean? So let's say, when you know this, then a person learns Torah, and then a person devotes themselves to becoming a Talmid Chacham, wanting to grow, and this applies to all of us. And let's say, what they're doing is they're aligning their lives with the very purpose of creation. The purpose of creation, the purpose of this work is the actualization of Torah. Is to take the beauty of Torah, to learn it, and to live it in this world. When a person makes themselves into a Talmid Chacham, they're fulfilling the very purpose for which this world was created. How does that manifest? You get to drink wine from the 6 days of creation. It's almost like this perfect circle, this perfect harmony between the life that I am living and the very purpose of creation. Reish Lakish says, Zeh Eden. This refers to Eden, that the Talmid Chacham gets to enjoy Eden. The Gemara says, Zeh Eden. What do you mean? How can you say no one ever saw Eden? Adam Harishon lived in Eden. In Tomar, Gan who Eden. Well, maybe you say Gan is a symbol of Eden. And Walomar Benar Yotzin Eden Hashkos Sagan. The pasuk says that a river came out of Eden to go ahead and sustain the garden. Both sides, Gan and Eden are two different things. We call it Gan Eden. But Gan, there's the Gan, there's the garden, and then there's the Eden. So Adam Harishon ultimately again lived in the Gan. Right, but at the end of the day, Eden is that place that is reserved ultimately Incredible. So what's the next Mishnah? I got it, does not finish. One of the things, remember again, Mishnah began by saying that every Jew has a portion of the world to come. And then interestingly enough, the Mishnah then went on to enumerate the people who don't have a portion of the world to come. So one of those people was, Ha'omer Ein Torah Hashem. The person says Torah is not divine. The person says Torah is not from Hashem. Torah is not divine. Such a person does not have a portion in the world to come. I said, so what does it mean when it says that he degraded the word of Hashem? This refers to someone who says Torah is not divine. This refers ultimately to Apocryphal. We'll define this term just a little bit. This refers to someone who advances inappropriate interpretations in Torah. But again, revealed this is just inappropriate interpretations of Torah. The mitzvah hafer zehamefer bris basar. This is someone who knows bris milah. So he carries tikaris, will be cut off. He carries ba'ol mazar. He carries the olam. He's cut off from this world and the next world. We can't order the Hamodi. Listen to this. Hamodi is based on this. And the chalas hakachim. Someone was like again disparages or profanes kabbalos. Someone who goes ahead and degrades them in children. Or one who goes ahead and annuls the bris of circumcision. Someone who advances interpretations of Torah that are incorrect. Someone who embarrasses his friends in public. Even though such a person has Torah Maisim Tovim, he does not have a portion in the Torah. It's a very, very profound below. He degraded the word of Hashem. This is the person who says Torah is not divine. Not only that, a person forfeits his portion in the world to come. Ramir says, this is beautiful. Ramir says, no, what does it mean? It means a person who learns Torah but doesn't teach it. This is a degradation of the word of Hashem. So we'll say it's so beautiful when we know this. The Torah we learn is not just for us. The Torah we learn is meant to be shared. And if a person learns it but doesn't share it, that there's a pagam, there's something missing in their Torah. We'll say it's also, by the way, if you learn and you don't share, it means that Torah, you didn't really feel the full excitement of the Torah. When you hear something beautiful, you hear good news, you hear something wonderful, by definition, you want to share it with whoever you can. How do you know if Torah makes a true impact on you? If you learn it and you want to share it, if you learn it and you want to give it over to someone else, that means that Torah has pretty easy to show. If you hear it, you're like, oh, that's nice. No, that's nice, and you have no desire to share it, it means Torah is not having the full effect on what you are. Rabbi Nosson says as follows. Rabbi says, Rabbi Nosson told me Rabbi says, what's the Bar Hashem? What does that refer to? That refers to someone who is not careful with the interpretations of the Mishnah. Wow. What does it mean to degrade the word of Hashem? If you can learn Torah and you don't do it, that ultimately again is degrading the word of Hashem. It's incredible. You have the opportunity to do so. Failure to seize the opportunity for the Torah is in and of itself a degradation of Rothschild. This refers ultimately to someone who worships idolatry. My Masha, the term This refers to one ultimately again who degrades the very word of the Rebbe Shalom. Shneimar lo Shneimar lo Moshe Sinai Anochi Hashem Elokecha lo yeh lecha elokim acheri el Elokim. Yeshua says, this is incredible. Let's get ready for this. Get ready for it. Last two lines. Yeshua says, if someone learns and doesn't review, the Gemara says, let's say it's beautiful. This refers to someone who ultimately, again, listen, learning Seder is been a little schwach. I'm just going to say, I'm not outing anyone, but it's been a little bit, it's been a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, non-existent. Right, that was what I was looking for. Right, it was going good for a little bit of time, and then the last couple of days, it's really been needs a significant refusher. Right, so, I'm sorry. 5:43 started, but again, who's counting? If a 10-minute Seder is 7 minutes, there's something wrong. I'm just saying. For the middle, I said, well, why is it short? Well, even if maybe it's not 5:40 anymore. I want to put out something that I think this is something that we have to take into account a little bit. We live in such incredible times where there's such a proliferation of Torah, such a like website, and like there literally is like more yonis than a person could keep up with, which is beautiful and incredible. I will say, but there is this interesting balance between sometimes more is less. And a person sometimes has to just try to figure out, should I be doing more things? Perhaps focusing, doing a little bit less, but focusing more on the things that I'm doing. And again, all of us are different people, differently. I think a lot of times what happening is I'm learning 15 things, and so there's a lot going on, but I'm not really acquiring anything. I'm not really acquiring anything. So on a given day, I'm getting through like a whole bunch of different stuff. But like, what's mine? What's mine? And this is something that we have to contemplate for ourselves. So Rabbi says, and this is so proud. What he says is, if you learn and you don't chaz, you know what it's like planting, but not harvesting. Planting, but not harvesting. So you plant this something beautiful, it's incredible. And mamish, like the produce, it's right there. It's sitting for you. But if I don't chazer, I don't harvest it, I don't reap it, I don't get what I don't reap what I sow. So it's so interesting. It's just some, again, different things work for us in learning, and different things work for us in looking. Everybody's got to find the right balance. For some of us, it's good. The energy of constantly moving forward on multiple fronts. Even if I'm not retaining everything, maybe it's what I need for myself in life. But I think at least to retain something, to hazard something, to hold on to something. Because otherwise, I'm scratching all of these beautiful things. And also, the imagery is so profound. My beautiful, personalistic, spiritual field is sprouting with so many beautiful spiritual saplings. But everything is sitting in the field. I'm not harvesting anything because I'm not hazarding. Because I'm not ultimately taking something for myself to retain. Incredible. But it's sure, someone who learns Torah and then forgets what he learns is similar to a woman who gives birth and then buries her child. So what is that? So again, the metaphor is meant to be shocking. And then ultimately, what is it saying? Is that when I learn Torah, the beautiful part about learning Torah is you birth something. But if I don't remember it, or I don't take the time to try to remember it, I birth something, and then what I birth simply disappears. If I'm going to take the time to birth beautiful Torah,
It is incredible. His handwriting is very youthful. Incredibly, I don't know if you have a shot of that.
Understand and to raise him as my own. Very profound. The Kiva says, on the base. This is beautiful. The Kiva Omer. Zena b'chol yom, zena b'chol yom. Sing every day, sing every day. Now listen, what does this mean? Rashi says over here. I am the Sagar in the day. Apapu shesing b'chiva, zena, v'yishon b'chashetei l'olam haba b'sing b'shir. So let's say, so again, it appears at first glance that the Akiva is continuing on the same theme. that literally, again, make your learning like a song. What does that mean? Everybody has their favorite song. And what's the thing about your favorite song? You know the notes, you know the music, you know the words. And the Hebrew says, make your Torah like a song. Make your Torah like a song. So in other words, once again, same idea. Engage yourself in your Torah, fast your Torah, make your Torah yours. Make your Torah yours. And it's also, we'll see. Well, let's finish up. I'm going to be Paradini, Paradini. Michael, what's the passage? Nefesh Amalami, Lolo, the Akapala Piu, Amal the Makum Zat, Nicolas, Amelis on the Makum Asa. So it's very beautiful. You go to the puzzle from this way. Nefesh Amalami, like with literally again, the soul toils in a toil for you, the Akapala Piu. So you have tethered your mouth to it. What does this mean? The Gemara says, so I'm careful about you. Who among the Makom Zeh, if you work on your Torah in this world, your Torah will work for you in the world to come. What a beautiful and incredible idea. If you put in effort for your Torah here, so your Torah will work on your behalf in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Nefesh Amo Amlabo, Nefesh Amo B'Torah Torah On Omeles Lo. If you work for your Torah works for you. Next Rashi, Ya'akav Alakiyu, Nefesh Mason Devarim Nefesh Kamit Ukav Shalach Amor. Lishnachina, Zena Torah Sha'osik Kushim is yours, Kadir Kadir, Nasa Zena, Kaka Torah, Nasa Zena. Okay, so it's quite beautiful. The idea over here is if you put in the effort in your spirituality, in your Torah works on your behalf. When I learn, I create something new. And that creation, just like the mother approaches the child, that creation takes care of it. Just like when a parent has a child, parent takes care of the child. But one day, hopefully, what will happen? The child will take care of the parent. I create Torah. I birth Torah in my life. And understand now my job is to nurture it. How do I nurture it? I learn it. I love it. I review it. And then what ends up happening is that Torah ends up taking care of me. It takes such a beautiful idea. It takes care of me in this world. And ultimately, again, it takes care of me in the world to come as well. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, Torah Malas Lo, Shinechazar Salal, Uvevakeshes Me'is Kolet, Lis Shalotan, Torah, B'Sidra, Incredible. So in other words, when you learn, make sure to chazir. If I don't chazir in some way, to chazir something, I'm planting and I'm not harvesting. Make Torah like a song. In other words, again, which means the Torah should be pleasant, should be beautiful. Understand, when you birth Torah, so you're going to take care of that Torah. If you take care of your Torah, ultimately, your Torah takes care of you, both in this world as well as that. So there's also a beautiful idea in this idea of Rabbi Akiva, which is really quite amazing. So Rabbi Akiva says, Zema b'chol yom, Zema b'chol yom. I will say, this is Rabbi Akiva. And he gives how should you live life? Sing every day. I'm not saying any given day, you have a choice. Any given day, you have a choice. Every day is the same choice. You wake up in the morning, what do you want to do? You want to be happy or be sad? I will say, happiness, people make the mistake of thinking that happiness is the result of a variety of life factors. As we often find people say, I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if. Right? If your sentence is beginning with I'll be happy when, or I'll be happy if, you will never be happy. Because there's always something else I want, always something else I need. One of the most important isogos in Yiddishkeit is happiness is a choice. I choose to be unhappy, I choose to be happy. I can't choose a lot of my circumstances, but I choose my emotional disposition. And I was saying, Rabbi Akiva saying is, choose happiness. Zama b'chol yom, Zama b'chol yom. Sing, just sing. Because again, what's the alternative? You can choose to be happy, or you can choose to be unhappy. Choosing to be unhappy is a miserable, horrific existence. Choosing happiness does not fix all of my problems, but at least it gives me a positive disposition. And I when you appreciate everything that Rabbi Akiva went through life, everything he went through, from the time he was young, little young, until the moment he died, difficulty, adversity, poverty, derision, all these different kinds of things. And Rabbi Akiva is saying, choose a life of song, choose a life of simcha. How profound and overwhelming that really is. All right, we'll have to stop over here today. We're doing great. Incredible. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Tomorrow we'll say we'll continue Rest Hashem with Chazara, we'll continue Rest Hashem with singing all more tomorrow. All right, Kevin, have a great day, everyone.
I think he was just implying he did cities in those cities.
Yeah.
Retard translation. You're getting a little bit lit up right now, Bert.
Right. Sure.
I'm not gonna buy this one.
Freebird is on Netflix. Angel Diaz is watching it right now. We're gonna hear a synopsis. So that's gonna be next week, Bert. We're gonna get the Freebird synopsis. So basically,
All right,
there's
so
like
let's say
this
good
fucking
morning.
fat guy with
Let
a
us begin
family.
the hashtag all of our sponsors for this morning show to thank.
I want to hear
To
Angel
thank our
describe cerebral
sponsors. I know
palsy.
some sponsors. It's all shit.
So like basically God
Because
didn't
it's
like
not
this
getting
fucking
over
guy.
to this year. As his first for the source for this all about his walk. I'm so
Did you get to
for
see
the month
Angel
of
Diaz
Adra
today?
Carrie is in the Vinaya of his father, Dr. Harry Khan. Teacher, Ben Yoshi, Akon, the Zika Levin, and Ben Thomas, and many of his Syrian Zika,
You had to see the whole thing. He flops his butt
and I'll become really
sometimes.
sponsors with the advert, and then we obviously the biggest estimate box and also the whole Rafa. You have American by Thomas Ola.
Oh
All
my
the
God,
shows
Martin,
happening
I
everywhere.
love
The
you
family's
so
in all
much.
those
You're
videos,
so
travel
fucking
to cold
consistent.
stuff.
You're so
They start to do all of our house to this home, and
catch
they
him
are
everywhere.
resources to
Catch him
discuss
as a
the
killer,
whole
a
and not
Tony
say
in his own
But
tour.
with that, let us
Guys, how long
begin.
can
So
this
we have
place
a lot
get
to
for
do
the
today,
great
Baruch
Rick
Hashem.
Ingram and Bert
Today's back
Kreischer,
is
everybody?
Saturday, best 98. We are picking up on Saturday Zion in the days 97B, and we are picking up in about 5 lines before the
in any order, go to Netflix and watch Freebird. These guys have unbelievable things out there right now. This episode's been brought to you by Quo, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. Did you guys have a good time?
Check out the secret show every Thursday, sunset.ptx.com.
We are going back to Los Angeles, where it all started in May, to the Intuit Dome, the largest ever venue that we've ever done, bigger than the O2 Arena, bigger than Madison Square Garden. To do a little show that started in front of 12 people. 2 of those 12 were Laney and Jerry in the Comedy Store Belly Room, which all started with the first guest ever on the show. One more time for Rick Ingram. One more time for Bert Kreischer. We love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Again, Rabbi said that the role that sits before after the Spark means the Tzadiki. Thus, those who serve in Spark number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over there? Since the 32 is 18,000, so you must assume that I'm out sorry. Mona Sahara. So you must look at your how do you start with this back to this back how do you do it? How do you start with this back in the so it's very different that this back means that addition. So it's back value to color clarity of vision, and it's back value a little bit of a cloudy vision. Different types of vision. So there are 36 that we do. You see after the start with the back value of the complete clear vision. Then there are many others you could see after the start because the vision is not as clear. So you know it says, when you vision pretty high, but there really so many things, but 18,000 people who perceive after the start were working at even the level of this Baklaya Sheina Medina is still a very high level. Are there that many people who have that cloudy vision? However, it's going to be, I'm sure that listen to this. You should share by a type. Also, you can have a Bima. So this is an area, there's no nation by a type. And you see the area, you're paying Moaki. I've seen the area, and there are few amongst them. Few in the area. I will say. Now, what does this mean? So, Rishon is making a tremendous statement that there are in life one of the first qualities to find is bnei aliyah. What does it mean to be a ben aliyah? To be a ben aliyah means just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. What's interesting there's a lot of community for Hubbard. Because what do you have to do when you go to town? What do you have to do? What do you have to do? Study Torah. The study Torah for family and inherently enjoyable. Plenty of community Hubbard. But actually plenty of people who are also going to Chassadim, who do Chassid. Because Chassid is also inherently enjoyable. Do what it's supposed to do. Rothschild said the hardest thing to find in this world is the Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. You want to grow at all times. So again, it doesn't mean that you can. It doesn't mean you're older. It just means that you're never happy with where they are. You're always on looking for more. So the Shema says it's very difficult to find them. In LF, but there are thousands. Excuse me. If there are thousands of years, I need to get around. When me and my son, remember again, the son of a lot. That my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Noah, they were here to 100, and we were doing them. In my son and I also amongst them. In Shnaim, if there are only children out here in this entire world, I need to be with you and my son. The verse is not like I'm going to read more like this, like, oh, okay, it's not like that. It's like that, it's knowing who you are. And it's sure by a time understood that there is one thing that keeps us from this world, is that you are the kind of idea. You wanted more. You always wanted more. And the son of a loser, even more than his father. It's not, that's just, I don't know how many people are here that are in this world. So I'm telling you like this, you will be winning too, and then it's me and my son. The point of the verse, like, we're showing like how you say, I'm not many, like, you know how many there are. I'm not many there are. So now the verse like 18,000.
Comedy mothership yet again for another episode of the #1 live podcast in the world, brought to you by Blue Juice, Shopify, Talkspace, and To
You know, it says as follows. Look, Kasha,
We have a great episode lined up for you guys. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen, and we are taking the actual Kill Tony show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, and Dallas, March 20th. Go to TonyHinchcliffe.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start this fucking show? I will say, every single week I book this mammoth jam, and I don't think it gets much better than this. One of the guests I wanted on the show for its 13-year existence. He is all-time one of my favorite comedians since I was a kid and to this day. The other guest is one of our best guests in the history of the show. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, and the other guest for the multiple time. Make some fucking noise for the great Jim Brewer and Sam Tower.
You are able to go out and enter into the party with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into the party without permission, whatever it means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people, is Patrali and Mira, but need permission to enter. So there's and then some smaller group afterwards that don't need permission and also have this Patrali and Mira. Incredible.
Loved you forever. I'm so excited for you to be joining our silly world that we have here.
It's going to be fun.
Hell yeah, it is. We're going to watch some comedy together. It's going to be exciting. Sam Talent is back, one of the best in the show's history.
Very glad to be back. Happy New Year, Tony. Tony's friend. Congrats.
Sam Talent is above his store, everything. And it's every weekend. Please come see me in Santa Fe. It's just my job. SamTalent.com for tickets. JimBrewer.com for the brand new Find the Funny tour. It's just starting to get started here. JimBrewer.com. BRER. And we are about to have a goddamn blast. Jim, this is your first time, so you might not know. But over 250 innocent souls are stacked in a disgusting bar next door. And they're all crammed in there together, and they're all hoping that this guy with the red hat, glasses, famous for yo-yoing and having finger skateboards, comes over and says, "You're next. You're going to be on the biggest show in the industry." I pulled her name out of the bucket. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. That's the dream. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's it. This is what they're waiting for, this guy.
I thought he was here to bring Rabbi more babes.
I mean, look at this guy. He's got the headset. This is what it looks like when the ball boy wants to pretend to be the head coach of a football team.
All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed.
I didn't get so much pussy out of this.
At this
It's
point,
incredible.
now it's up to us to do Mashiach only through our Tshuva
Look at him. He should be coaching Indiana in the national championship right now. It's so smiling. Anyway, pulled his name out. They get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know the time is up and you're the son of a kid. That means they have to wrap it up then or else they bring out the anchor of a Hollywood bear.
And they know some Tshuva ain't me going.
Red man great at his job. Everybody's so good at his job.
You saw also Tshuva not doing it.
Great
It's
stuff.
not true.
I want to figure
We
that
don't
out.
do
So
Tshuva
it's
to do that.
their only job.
And we also emphasize situations through which we have to do Tshuva. So, David just want to put a despotic move.
While we go wrangle that Canadian from the bar next door, we have our
Force us to
newest
go ahead
golden
and
ticket
which will
winner
return us to
here
our
to make
correct
just
place.
her second
Tanya
appearance
Ida,
ever in the show's history. Her first appearance was New Year's Eve in the sold-out Movie Center Arena here in Boston, Texas. This is her first time on the show after Mother Ship makes some noise for her Mothership debut. This is your Joe everybody.
You know, we talk about all this stuff. You were sold into that path. You were sold into dollars because of idolatry. What's the word of idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yes, you took it upon yourself and you were sold into another gesture to the other. You will not be able to use money, more than Shuvah and mice and clothing. Not
Ever
using
since
your
I came
Shuvah
to the
and mice and
United
clothing will you
States
be
at the
abused. In
age
other
of
words,
20,
it's not Shuvah, mice and clothing that brings Mashiach. Rather again, there's a date. There's a time. And when that time comes, the Mashiach will be Hashem come. I said,
most comedians call themselves comics.
I but the passage says, return to me and I return to you, which sounds like a thing for us if we do Shiva, then we'll bring you the Ula.
Are you here by yourself? You have family here. And I tell them, no, I don't have family here. They're always hating me. I'm sorry.
which sounds like
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm here.
I'm going to be a year, look right now.
You think I flew 13 hours all the way across the world so I can see them again?
Back at each other.
I'm here to get away from them.
Different messianic rules.
Hello, America.
The Shuvah but not us this year. I'm going to be sure of the Come on, Shem. Go on, yourself. Get to the result. That is what you miss out. You have it mostly. The Lord can you tap inside the test. The Lord can you become 70 spots. I would have loved right now. It was culture you said in my show. It was like culture. I say, it's good. The Lord says, I, but the Bible says, if I said, let's Shuvah. That's what will return to us. I'm going to be sure of the ואשמע את האיש לבוש הבד משמעו ולמני היואר. ולא ימינו בשמאלו על השניים, ואיש כל החיים עולו בלמוד מועדים, וכאן שכבר לסמוך על יד, עם כל שכלל את כל כך, ושם שכבר was like this point again.
I studied music.
Was quiet. So what you see over here, again, the shifting back and forth, is fundamental focus from the answer and the Yeshua. But the answer essentially saying, I'm saying, the Lord was saying that halacha and Ma'aseh Christ of the Shuvah will be redeemed. But the Yeshua, it's not the way it works. Gula comes, Mashiach comes when Hashem ordains it. They throw chicken back and forth at each other. The conclusion, now,
you were stalking me on Facebook.
is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua. So it sounds like the Yeshua is the Yeshua of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes when I the part of which he was put in him. That seems to be the opinion that triumphs. So once I saw that, that's in this conversation, just understand well, these two profound messianic models that are new outstanding. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we do Tshuva? Or does Mashiach come almost independent of our Tshuva? When that can respond to the is there just some point in time by which the world has to be resumed? incredible. But I'm gonna be out, but listen, like you were thinking, if you see yourself, one second, come on, how could this remain unresolved? We have to know these things. And once again, no, we don't. Because the truth is, what I say, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Rebbeinu Shalom does not want us to be messianically focused. That's why he wants us to be focused on maximizing kindness. Well, that's how I hold up. I've obviously come to this version of ourselves. I've obviously come to the idea. I've obviously made a difference in the world. I've obviously helped others. When Mashiach comes because of it, become Ba'al Tshuva, whether Mashiach becomes a Ba'al Tshuva, whether our Tshuva ultimately again, Mashiach is coming because of Tshuva, or Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of envy to a certain degree is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. I believe he's going to come. Like you saw yesterday's guy. I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And Rothschild will figure it out. It's not really that. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go like that. Rabbi, in the case, in the partition of Rabbi says, before I go with the other story, Rabbi says, there is no more revealed date than this. That actually says over here. And what does this mean? Rabbi says, if you want, this is a parallel I'm saying, if you want signs of Mashiach, right? Let's say, we look at this all the time.
Just moved here in Austin.
The truth is, I believe you guys know the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That is close. I just want to know the right that we're heading in the right direction. Listen, this, by the way, is an incredible detail. Rabbi says, anyone who keeps me doing this is that if you want to know the most overt sign that Mashiach is coming, and let's say, what is it? Shia Nai? Na'atem. How do you spell? Anfekam Titanu, which rate of Yuchan Tisu La'amu Yisrael. So you really know how to sing? Can you sing us something of says, when the land comes back to life. Something, you copyrighted. You have any, originals or something like that? That's how you know that Mashiach is coming.
Like a traditional
Chinese song is not the land to sell the land is born.
Yeah, can you sing a Chinese song?
Comes back to life, and the more the land produces, the closer you know who he is. That's what he says over here. Like he says, you bring him this, and as you express yourself life, you should keep it as self-care, to Ayin Rafa. The very to self-produces food. Ayin Rafa, and good measure, I eat up our cakes, the Ayin Rafa cakes with the you know the Mashiach is close, greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach and the vitality of the land we down there. So you know, okay, the phone shows my love to you. You know, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like, the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of established wineries in Eretz Yisrael. And listen, it's not just that there's good wine coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate concern that the area is close. So how can one drink wine that is anywhere far Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of Geula. It's a sip of love. And literally, what is also, it is the most, remember, some of us are old enough to remember, right? Yeah, remember, what used to be the section of kosher wine? What was it? Right? It was not a section like in a square bottle, you know, like a square bottom bottle, right? How is it? Or some Malaga, like the big thing with a little handle on top, you know that? Yeah, it's such a long ago. I don't know when I was a kid. It's not so long ago. And I'm saying now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you wanted. I guess you could drink all the wine if you wanted. No, you're scared right up. But it's incredible. And it's not just something, oh, it's so nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So, just as I said, because it's a sign of Mashiach, it's so important to support the industry as well. So important to put on money there as well. Because at the end of the day, that's facilitating messianic advancement as well. Incredible. Incredible. It's no good back there. But the Lord says, Rabbi says there's another sign of the messianic arrival, which is that as messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of others, right? So the Yotze level,
heard of this show, I mean, this is the heartbeat of the show. This is what it's all built around, is seeing people, meeting them, asking them what the hell made them want to do this. The first bucket says that it's on the inside, representing the audience, and you believe we were able to correct weeks of noise for your first bucket full of the night. Tina, Coachina.
Are those for the tranquility, facility engenders sense of tranquility? Shalom Rab. There is great peace for those who have done us, and we know this from our own lives. When you learn, and when you are steeped in
I've
learning,
actually been going
there's a
through
certain
depression these
calmness,
last
a
6
certain
years,
soothing,
you know,
certain
since the
tranquility
pandemic.
that you have in life.
And it started when I
By
lost my
definition,
dad.
possess that
Did
tranquility
anybody
and
else
the
lose
keen
someone
that
during
engaging
that
with
time when you couldn't be
will not
with
be
your
able
loved
to find
ones in
that
their last
tranquility. So we're going
moments?
to find out how interesting this is. On one
Sorry,
hand,
for
right,
breaking
the
down.
first thing is that you have Rabbi Abba saying,
When I got
the
the phone
sign
call,
of
and the
impending
lady was
messianic
like,
arrival
is
is
this
the
Tina?
land
And I
will
said,
come
yes.
back to
And she
life.
said, I'm
Land
so
will come
sorry
back
to
to
tell
life.
you this.
And then you have
Your
Rav
dad
who
has
says,
pronounced
right,
dead.
what does it mean? There's going to
And
be so
I
much
was in shock.
turbulence. So once again,
And I was
he's repeating
confused because
narrative,
my
right?
mom
Is the
pronounced it
pre-messianic
dead.
arrival, is it heralded by beautiful
You guys don't have
growth?
to feel bad for
Or
me.
is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming
He didn't leave a
difficult
will,
circumstances?
but
By the way, it's also not
I did inherit his
because
working
Sifu
time.
in his book.
So,
Shmuel says,
where did your heart,
Shmuel says, the sign of messianic arrival is that all
I
Christ
do have
will
all his
be the
mental
same.
prescription
Now let's
drugs.
say,
So
there are
if
actually
anybody
things
has
as well.
diabetes or
This
high
could be
blood
good
pressure,
or this could be
I'm
bad.
selling those
Like
outside
this could be
just
good,
for clients.
meaning that everything will be generally inexpensive, or
You
that
can tell
no,
that my dad is
even
constantly
inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury
Pushing it to the
items.
limit
Okay?
there, going over her time.
There you go. Ein Beg David Bach,
Unlike her
עד שיזבח
father,
ישתבח לכל לבן ימצא.
without
Mashiach only comes to us and so again, this is part of the suffering that we feel. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering, this is financial suffering, or poverty. That literally, now, interestingly enough, let's remember again, look from Gemara's perspective,
so
the
you've really
remedy
been
for
doing
everything is,
that's the set that you went
fatty
with.
meat, undiluted wine.
Oh, your
Right?
hand's
It works for
shaking. You're
everything,
very nervous
apparently, right?
right now.
So you
You're
might
okay,
have to
Tina.
right? Guys, the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says,
Looking up at
the
inside of
Mashiach,
us
the
right
Jesus,
now.
the Mashiach, is doing such poverty
Very
that even
You're
though
not
we're
wrong.
able to find
He's
meat
very
or
proud
a
of you.
sick person.
Okay,
Not only
Tina,
that,
where do you live?
after meat, the next
From
best thing that
Rothschild,
this person Gemara's
Okay,
fish. You
all
won't
right.
even be able to find
Okay,
fish
all
or a
right.
sick person.
That's
Hello, you might be Shneimar, as Ashkia Minei Minalo Son, Shem Odu, Sat Yamahu, Atzmiach Karen of Israel, Rabbi Karen of Hanina, Even David Bach, Ashikuk Malchus Hazel in Israel. What's the Rabbi Karen of Hanina says, Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of autonomy to Christ. Now, Malchus Hazel means even a little bit of autonomy. Right? So, as being Christ was used by other people, it gives you some element of autonomy that's there. Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. You know, and now, the colors of the Zayim is well. So, that's why, Va'isahu, Yova shines, Hashem Tzedakah, and Yishach and Moch. Yishach and Moch. Anything that is lost, actually, that's what means well. When does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes ultimately again when there are no Bashira. When arrogant people disappear from Klal Yisrael. What does this mean? And ultimately again, arrogance is a peak Mashiach away. Right? So when there are no more arrogant people, that's what ultimately again Mashiach will come. Which I start because we got 98A about 4 lines up from the 4th line. Yeah, man, she asked us to give up our record battle second. See, I think it's give up I'm the down, the customer machine is right. And if I let me show so much of this is going to start running with me. That is arrogance that keeps the Mashiach away. Arrogance that keeps the Mashiach away. And that's what I left the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is because remember again, let's see inside. See what I like this. So I'm not small, I should never love what it's in Ben David Bach, as you can control in the system in Israel. Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist to try to law. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for something. שנאמר, והשיבה יגיע רבו, ועשר חוות שיהיה. והשיבה שפקה את כל האירו, and you try and miss this Allah, it's stuff also first white line. Ula says that Yishalayim is only reviewed with tzedakah. She knows, the mishpat ושבת וצלחה. Like Sion will be redeemed with Mishpat, with justice. Wishavat tzedakah will return to the tzedakah. Now let's say this is very important. So everyone reads this Gemara and says, what do you see from there? What do you see from there? That tzedakah, that chesed is the key to the world. I think that's very important. It's very important. This is very beautiful. Not in this Gemara, but just in a general sense. It says one of the most mistranslated words, or she describes she said, you translate tzedakah as charity. That's charity. He says, that's not what tzedakah means. What the charity of tzedakah is tzedakah. What does tzedakah mean? Justice. The first he says like this.
So what are they like?
In life, there are people who have and there are people who don't have. And the way it works is, if you don't have, you must share with those who don't have. It's not charitable. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way up to the scientific program, the way to work. So in other words, just like those who don't have need to receive, those who have need to give. This is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our tzedakah activities, we look at our chesed activities, as like voluntary, like, this is like when it's charity work. It's beautiful. It's not. It's not. It is the more obligation that we have. So if we have more than you need, or Hashem will always work with that. Then by definition, there is no more obligation. It's tzedakah, it's tzedakah, it's justice. To do for the accomplishment of life, and for the money. It is your time, it is your resources, it is your abilities. There is even more obligation to do and to show each other. So what did you want to say? I think you might say like this. So we see that we push out of the tzedakah. When they say, people for remembrance and shiyachim, it's not something we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice, but helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedakah, is justice. And suddenly again, I feel I have a more clarity and a more obligation. Now, of course I have to do it. Of course I have to do it. Of course I have to do that for love, not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because I know for everything chesed and tzedakah. But chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you're not obligated. Tzedakah represents things that you do, but you're obligated to do. The moment those kind of like nice things become a really good kind of things in our hearts, that's the moment that the only way to see us. It's incredible. You know about the ambition. So about it's like this. If arrogant people will no longer exist, the ambitions will no longer exist as well. Who are the ambitions? Actually points out that we are praising sorcerers. We are here, as long as they're arrogant Jews, we're going to be praising sorcerers. Partly Dawood, partly resistance. And here, like we start with this, so to collect 10 times over the 60s because otherwise the idea is we bring about a lot of the negative forces in the world. If we're arrogant, then we bring about these sorcerers to do negative things. If we have corrupt subjects, then we bring about these corrupt subjects to do good. We never like this.
download the Price Picks app today and use code TD at $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code TD at $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Price Picks.
Everywhere else, the things are bad that is generally what? Most probably things are going to get worse. Right? That's totally backwards work. Probably says the things are bad, just know that most probably means the popular. Wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. Like, and this will give us first. I think yesterday, I got one of those days. It's like the nursery school teacher went out of the room and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlaw, right? Right? And they're eating kernel. That's what it's like, right? So the cookie dinner and the Kinderlaw are eating corn, they're covering on the walls, right? They're doing everything. Anyone know what that is? What is this? These are adults. They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future of the community of Clownsville. And acting like having children is an insult to children. It's an insult to children. That's really what it is. The children at least that you have to car are covered in car. And you wait to yourself, what is this? It's the whole thing. Right there. It's exactly right. It's the whole thing. And then you're like, okay, this is what it's face. So sometimes like the worse it looks, cut them off. Wait for it. And this body cell works is the worse it looks, it just means drop up and you can show certain effort before. Incredible. Remember, like, oh, you're for anything that is bad, I left the door, the food is like, this was again, a reverse idea. You see how it comes in a generation that is totally innocent, right? Something, you see how it comes with five parts of everything. Look, this again, on the same page, same one. You see how it comes with something property. You see how it comes with when you suffer. You know, you see how it comes with when you're complete piety. You always give a fight, or everyone's really bad. So you see how it comes either with everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. You know what I'm saying? All school fights. The rest of the back of the shit, but I'm not kidding, but you're going to know it. Once upon a time, the same, by your king, by showing to you that you're sick, you're not only a sex. That's what it says. I'm raising up focus. Not for you, yeah. I don't know what time you're really sure, but maybe you're running sick. You can talk. You stand up inside. You can talk. The boss says, you can talk, which means the chef will come in at the perfect time. It's so hot, you shut up. But then the boss says, I will hasten you out of the chef. Which one is it? You come in, the chef's coming in at the time. You shut up, I will hasten you out of the chef. Which one is it? Is that what you shut up? No, it's also the talk. If you are so fat, right? If you are territorious, you don't know these, I shall not hasten you out of the chef. If we're not nice for this, at the end of the day, these are, coming into pleasure time. I'm not going to tell you, they're showing me the run stick. Now, are not Israel. So, finish, I talk. I'm going to again, I was saying, Mashiach is going to be similar to the cloud comes from the sky, or like a paparazzi on a donkey. So the clouds moving the sky very quickly, the papa on the donkey, not so much. So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly, or does Mashiach come slowly? Once again, it depends on us. So what's it? So again, in this approach in the Gemara, which we begin to see, is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally depends on us. If we're righteous, it comes faster. If we're wicked, it comes slower. I'm not very sure about the Ishmael was terrible. So Shavuot Malka, who Shavuot said to Shmuel, I'm using the Shia al-Hamla Asi. I'm also, by the way, this is the part that we just did with you. This is the part that tells us that Mashiach comes on a donkey. So King Shavuot, how do you start to do Mashiach comes on a donkey? He goes, how should we turn this to Baika? I'm giving my best for us, seriously. Why should Mashiach come on a donkey? I'm making a donation to Mashiach funds. It's like I realize donate my best back to you. I'm giving my best voice. And I know, you just not buy years, I think, it's so small that you support you have a work of 100 pennies. Now, what is going on with that? So, if you have got to do support, you can see it here. That's part of that. You think your voice is better than thank you. I think the thank you over the Shiach over the next week of your voice is going to be incredible. And you should always go back to get ready to say it. If you're back in the country, so ever, it's not too much deal. It's not good. It's excellent. It's so my heart is
Santa Clara.
you were not able to get out of bed this morning because of something dramatically life altering started overwhelming. I'm sorry. Really, we must be in the flow of something new. I can feel Shalima, right? We're the level of Shabbat already not funny, right? We're in this, it's like I pick off flame for you. I don't know if you'll be back later. This is something's missing, right? All right, 7.5 years I'll be back later. So there's already I start like ADO. So I have a kind of kiss them and I can be sure my house like this. So the show we're saying at the entrance of the grave of Rabbi I was for those who are that's the last Yaakov Kalava. Yaakov Kalava is right. We went to the entrance way of the grave of Rabbi in the row. There's the grave on top. There's the grave on top. And if you notice the people, you actually go below, right to the entrance way of the Mahara. Go to the entrance of the Mahara. So the children was standing right down to the yoke, by the entrance way of the Mahara and show by your side. So I'm gonna, I see the Amidasi. So I'm going to say, and I'm going to Olam Haba. And I'm going to Olam Haba. I'm going to the world to come. I'm going to Yitza Adon Hazah. So if I'm not in charge, right? So if I said what to the Olam Haba, I go to Olam Haba. I look at a lady, shiny lady, since they call Dino Shalati. So there's a lady because, I'm standing in the video, and there's two of us by the three voices. I heard three voices. So ultimately, again, in the community term, whatever this means, the voice of Yeshua. And she says, Yeshua Haba Ba'adai. Yeshua is like that. But you know, in the scene, so again, if you don't have this thing that he exits me of the grave of Rabbi Shema Yachai, so now, Rabbi Shema maybe passes by, he's passing through the other, nobody can know what to come. I don't know, ask Hashem. Then, there's going to be children with our voice, it's powerfully there as well. I'm a man, Amos Asi Yeshua. So now, the children says, many of the Mashiach comes now. The reason is why he is the reality, and without the reality is one who comes before for an after hour Mashiach. So when did Mashiach come? I'm amazed. He's still shining in the beginning. They asked him, what? Mashiach was coming. Which means, okay, where can I find Mashiach? Where is he that lasted? At this spot, because he is situated at the gates of Rome. At the gates of Rome. And you know, it might seem like they're looking at how would I get first? I go to the gates of Rome, and first they go ahead and first they know who he is. As they may be, so you know, so if you look by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, if this is the Karka, you know the moment, never had that, you have managed to tell it by Eden, שתינקת כל העולם בכל העולם ובאור שצד שגם איזה שינקת פסח ולנפלח שם. Okay, that's the person who's teaching themselves. Pesach is really enters here to see. You have to get to come over. And so that is not the way that everyone comes to the other. Everyone says you want to know Pesach, you know, really lose the entrance ways to roll. The Shiach is out, the Shiach is on, at the entrance ways to roll. So it's fine, turn into the cow, go find it. But how do I know who it is? We're going to see there's a lot of people, they at the entrance way to the city of Rome. So how do I know who it is? We might see money. You also gain it and you so many colors. And so there is this. Who is there the entrance way to Rome? The lepers. The lepers, those who sat out. They're not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach moves alongside with all of the lepers. Rashi says, "Say the colors." When he's there, he's not in the middle. So it will be Mashiach who lives with all the lepers, and Mashiach himself is also a leper. He's also a leper. Also a leper. Okay, so Mashiach is also a leper. He stands along the leper. The Sunnah Shani Va'asri B'Chazim. So now, it's really, okay, go to Mashiach is a leper. Mashiach is a leper. So by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something. Mashiach does not walk around, right, along here, and just in this road here. And the person who normally phrases all that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach is probably one of those people, and you look at it, and you see other guys. We go ahead and probably don't take the time to say the chapter. We're like the people who generally more their nerves. Or the people maybe popular voice. Or the people maybe marginalized. Or the people just be pushed to the periphery. Like, Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Look at these tremendous things. But sometimes the people who we just marginalize this from the periphery and don't do this on the day, those people are often the holiest of the holy. Tremendous idea. So Mashiach again is a leper sitting by the entrance way of Rome. So how can I figure out who it is? I don't know who it is. You know, the people started by seeing the touching. You see, the lepers have to change their bandages. The way it works is generally, again, lepers change their bandages all at once. Okay? You'll notice, by the way, even Shamikad Ba'asihad, Mashiach only changes his bandages one bandage at a time. Now, why is that? Because you're more, you're about below lepers, because you can't just concern what's going to happen. What happens if he gets the call? Right? So Mashiach has to be uncalled. So what happens if he gets the call? Here's the issue. If all these bandages are off, and it says, okay, go, it's going to be big again to wrap up bandages. So instead, what he does is, he only bandages one, or unbandages and new bandages, one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of condition for a long time. Also, it's tremendous. So this is tremendous in that you see, and Mashiach himself is literally ready to go. He's ready to go. Alright, anything bandages, whatever. It was like, there's also a tremendous metaphor in this. Many of us look at life with many different things that us to feel. It's hard sometimes to try to feel everything like that. And identify everything that's broken, and I just put it all that was. Life doesn't work that way. The best place to feel your needs, the person who wants to needs is your life. Decide what you want to feel, decide what you want to feel, right how you want to feel it. Feel that first. Once you feel one need, like Mashiach, then you move on. The time to take often, when you're unbound with family, the stuff you got to get, and you look at yourself, all the stuff that's been, all the stuff that's wounded, all the stuff that's been figured to spell, can come over one week, and next one you're in suffering, despair, suffering, and give up. But one bandage at a time, one wound at a time, one broken bone at a time, and slowly but surely overcome the disease until yourself. Incredible. Also, what I so surely says, I found it here. You just imagine what that must have been. So, but you know, even if he's not right, he's not, so he's like, he's not coming up, right? He hasn't revealed himself yet. He's not like, but he's still going to be found him. Also, what are they? Someone will rest on that view. So that the days will come. The days will come. The shep will stand before us. And you see what he's That's what they say, Shalom Aleichem Rabbi Imon. You know what's going to happen? Yeah, from because everything. Like, people say, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. Tell me how to do it. So just stand there and just see those words. Shalom Aleichem Rabbi Imon. And you just parents would hear these same things, you know. Just being able to see the work in Seattle, because anything will be such a sweeping sound for the collective soul of yourself. So this is really the show us already know. Alright, Shalom Aleichem Bali Vai. Shalom Aleichem to you. Bali Vai means family, ready for the lady. Shalom Aleichem Bali Vai. Alright, we're able to see that. So it's really just like, let's get to it. Let's get to it. When are you coming? When are you coming? Right? Means when are you coming? So I'm late and yo. If you're coming today. I'm coming today. So what's it after? I'm doing a new sketch. I'm good. I'm glad I got it. And then everything else, he goes back. A lot of people back to the video. That's the video. What does this mean to go back to the yo? At the entrance, you know, by the game of Rothschild, at the game of Rothschild, or someone else you don't know. But again, we're back to the yo. I'm there. I'm in the car. And one says to me, what's the shit? What happened? What happened? What did she tell you? I'm going to tell them about my device. First thing, I'm going to say,
It's arguably the nicest building in New York.
Incredible. What is it? And of course, this goes with the narrative that we control the arrival of Messiah today. We control the Messiah. The lives you lead, the decisions you make, the things you do, the things you don't do, all of this control the flow of Messiah today. Somebody's going to come here to make this law. So students like to be able to make this law. And once I've done David back, when is Messiah going to come? That's Messiah. Emma, Messiah, I need someone to back to me. So let's see what this one said. You know, I'll give you an answer, but I'm scared that you're going to ask me for a sign. You're going to give me an answer, ask me for a sign. So if I don't answer it, I don't know. Anyone up to me calls. They say, Rabbi, this is your question. You will not ask for a sign from me. Okay, I'm ready. Look at you. You call our child, right? Do you know? You call the you know? You call the enough secret no. So I should make double back. So this is fine. I'll give you a sign. I'll give you a sign. No, it's fine. I'll tell you when it's your sign. The chef is your gun. Ultimately, when this wall falls down, when the street falls down, and it falls down the first time you go, it falls down the second time. And before they go ahead and they get through those, the chef will come. Just will come. Look at actually this moment. That's just going to go here. Yes, he says, I'm going to show you the covers in. No, Martin, no, sorry. Showpat. Ashar is a thank you. Yomi should be Yomi. So again, this is a reference to Yomi. So again, when you're seeing kids, you'll say, what's going to happen? The gates of Rome fall down, there you go. But it'll fall down again. There you go. It'll fall down a third time. The code will get to go to the third time, ultimately the Shiach will come. That's the sign. That's where the Shiach will come. On the Lord, I've been here. You know, it's a Rabbi. Okay, fantastic. That's a sign that that's true. I'm gonna have a little talk on my actually. A little talk on my family. Looking back to the old. I told you, I really realized this as I was like, what's this talk on here? Person, what ends up happening is you have to expect to people by yourself. So when people hear something, all they want is they want the time coming. That's what this is. But you're saying, I really screw up. Like, so I'll tell you about it when I can give you let me told us to give us a sign. So I'm gonna go, I'll go people. I got it. You told us not giving us a sign, but come on, just give us a sign. I'm gonna go ahead. In fact, you're up in the Ma'aras with them. You have to do it down. Okay, so we also look at the fact that the water of the Panyas, like the water of the Panyas, turned to blood. So the Panyas is the body of water that feeds the blood. Feeds the idol. The Panyas turns to blood, that will show you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure enough, the Panyas turns to blood. Incredible. It's actually less so. At the time that the Yochid and Sismo was dying, he said, I'm going to have I'm going to be out of it. They tried to bury my coffin very deep in the ground on the base. Why? The angel was back over that from the bubble, so he slipped himself out in the shovel. So when I die, so we also make this, we send our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single country will have a Persian horse headed to it. They will for all the waters are themselves, they exist in my guys that will start both heaven. And we're going to be overrun by the Persians, the Medians, and guess what? We're going to dig up our caskets and use our caskets as food trucks for their horses. So whether we have to make this very deep in the earth, but the horses up our caskets. I'm going to ask them that about us with the spot to connect with our spell, teach that direction. Then that in the Mashiach only comes when Rome, the monarchy of Rome, expands itself over time. Now listen, I want to point out, when you talk about Rome means ego. Rome means ego. Rome doesn't have to be historical Rome, right? It could be anything that is just a ridiculous of Rome. And Mashiach comes only after 1,000 souls oppressed by the Malchus of Rome for 9 months. You know, now that's it. You came at least, your wall, your brother, you could have us, you should have been in China. You know, yes, but no, I tell you, that's what is incredible. Now we come to the cause of the movie. Who was that guy? I hope so much, that Mashiach come, but I don't want to see it. Now, what is it? What you're saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that occurs to receive Messianic redemption. So, I hope I dive into Mashiach all the time, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to receive Messianic redemption. You know, I see the law of the let Mashiach come, I don't want to see it. The Yosef on the says, I see the eyes through the yes of the tulip with the goose of the family. And Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally again in the shade of the excellence of the Mashiach. What is that? Yosef, so what that means is like, the Yosef says, thank you, bring it. I know it's bring it back to the suffering, but I'll deal with it. I'll deal with the suffering, just bring it back out. Yosef said, just two totally different we're going to take on whether or not they want to be able to see the suffering of the Mashiach. Don't worry about it, Rabbi. My time, no. Even in the Shin, all the Mashiach. But so what is this? What is it that's going on with this? Right? If it's about ultimately again, one thing is Rabbi say, let Mashiach come up, I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience it. So what's the problem? If it's because of the suffering, not most from Mashiach, right? If it's about the suffering which precedes Mashiach, it's about him, right? What should a person do to save himself from the trials and travails of Mashiach, right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption? Yaseh Kapela, wow. I want to say, what should you do to save yourself from the trials and tribulations between Messianic era? Engage in Torah and Chesed. Torah and Chesed, I want to say. Now, first of all, what does this even mean? We'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from suffering in Israel. And now, our Torah, that means Chesed. And ultimately, I want to say, remember again. You might say, like, Rabbi, you have all this stuff, you have Torah, your Chesed, what is it about? What are these up on the word about? They're Torah and Chesed. Thank you for me to say, when we have something to receive Messianic, I'm going to use your message. I might have the requisite merits now, but I'm considering
My wife said that we were recording our just from the Gold Coast of Australia. Okay. My wife's name's Ian Muse. What's she playing the dream now? With her
suffering of penis together. When they be our sin, it'll wipe out my merit, and it'll be subject to the suffering of penis together. You know, so this is it. Everywhere you go. And yet it also says, see, when Yaakov was about to encounter Esau, Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's the shot? But Hashem says to Yaakov, I got you. You have nothing to worry about. I have you back. I have you have absolutely nothing to worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? Which my answer is, Shai Misyar Shem Yidromachim. Ultimately, Yaakov was scared that although he possessed the requisite merit, even if he would do something that would cause that merit to be erased. You see what Shabbos said, by the way, it's such a good sign. Just this profound soul, which is, this is part of Chazal's motif of coming ba'atzmacha ad yom motzcha. Do not believe in yourself until the day that you die. Because no matter how many zikhros, how much merit I have locked up in a tube that requires myself to be compatible, I could listen. You can, as a one bad decision, can wipe out so much merit. So you see great people as great as they are, live with this thinking existential fear that I may wipe out all of my food and acquired merit. And you know, it's a sign of, I get one of Hashem, Zuki and Shoulder. This is the first one, the first compared to Israel with Yeshua. I get one of the so this is the second comment that doesn't say like that. It refers to the second rival in Israel with Ezra. To be a shoulder, Elosh and God of Hashem. That is also a sin of the Christ, what he like Israel. With incredible miracles with Yeshua, we're supposed to go to the incredible miracles with Ezra as well, but because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, he did not get back to Rasmus. But so we'll stop over here for today. We're going to continue with such overwhelming Gemara. Overwhelming Gemara. Mashiach continues tomorrow. Let's go by the way. How incredible is it for us to get to Mashiach? Because the Mashiach is not yet here. When we learn Mashiach, Gemaras, we have the opportunity to experience a little bit of Mashiach each and every morning together. So, everyone.
How long were the sets that you were doing on cruise lines? What? How long? I bet people were taping anchors to themselves on those cruise lines. Shopping off.
They have comedians on cruise lines. You're my favorite person on the planet. I can't believe I'm this close. Man, you're the best. Like, you
guys have been doing stand-up for the same length of time. You probably did open mics with them 40 years ago.
I've never done one with you, though, Tony.
You be careful. I might bite that jab right off your cheek. Keep flirting with me.
Get back close. You're not Joe Rogan, bro.
I don't know what that means. Anyway, so
ninja skills.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors, our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, Tov Shin Pei Hey. The Tzelz Mishpach is dedicating all the Shulman Drushes this year, as is Chus for the Soros Soros Olavan, as well. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Ba'adim Latova, Terry and Steve Zing, loving area of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKoin, Ziv Levin, and Brahman founders and money of Mr. William Ziv, Zeb Shmuel, Ben Yisrael, Shmuel, the Rafa, and our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis, Esther, Bas, and Lazarus, the son of the Rafa. We hope that as a matter of our Talmud Torah, all of them the families in the family, all those who were traveling to the point of Israel, and describing all of our hostages home, may our holy soldiers be successful whole and not save you. Because with that, let us have a lot from Hashem. That is Tzadik Ches 98. We are picking up on Tzadik Zayin on the days 97B, and we're picking up in the about 5 lines before the widest lines. 5 lines before the widest lines. Rabbi.
Oh my God. What a freak, man.
sound possible she said that we can there are never less than 36 who are able to receive the face of the Shekhinah in every generation. So this is the Gemara. We all know this. Lamed Vav Tzadikim in every generation who are able, again, as a Lashon of the Mekabel Habei Shekhinah, who are able to receive the Shekhinah. Shneimar, Ashrei Kol Cholkei Lo. Praiseworthy are those who eat for him. Lo. And Lo in the Gematria, Lamed Vav, Lo in the Gematria, plus in the Shushav is 36. Incredible. Meaning is that's all it's only 36 from the Rabbi. Dora can make it equal. Timnate, sorry, Alfi Paris. Timnate, sorry, Alfi. Yet again, Rabbi said that the road that sits before HaKadosh Baruch Hu means the Tzadikim. Our closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, number 18,000. 18,000. So what's going on over here? So the 36 is 18,000. So the Marshal Shneimar Soviet. Shmona Sa'elef. Sigmar Zolkasho, how do we stack with this Bakari in the Euro? How do we stack with this Bakari in the Euro? So there are different levels. Ispaklaria means clarity of vision. So there's Ispaklaria in the Euro, which means total clarity of vision. And Ispaklaria in the Euro, a little bit of a cloudy vision, different types of vision. So there are 36 tzaddikim who see HaKadosh Baruch Hu Ispaklaria in the Euro, complete, clear vision. Then there are many others who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but the vision is not as clear. So the Gemara says, the ministry is really high. But there are really so many, over 18,000 people who perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Even the level of Ispaklaria She'ina is still a very high level. And there's that many people who have that cloudy vision. So honestly, it's coming in on the show. Listen to this. We show by a high. Also, this is how the Gemara. So he's kissing her beer, there's no to my side. And you see Bnei Aliyah, the Hain Muatzim. I have seen Bnei Aliyah, and there are few amongst them. Few Bnei Aliyah. I will say, now, what does this mean? So the Shemai is making a tremendous statement that there are, in life, one of the hardest qualities to find is Bnei Aliyah. What does it mean to be a Ben Aliyah? To be a Ben Aliyah means, just like what it says, to be a person who desires growth. You know, it's interesting. There's a lot of communities in Hollywood. Because what do you have to do in order to become a Talmud? What do you have to do? Study Torah. Studying Torah is profoundly and enjoyable. Plenty of Talmud Talmud. But after plenty of people are also going to Chassan, to do Chassan. This Chassan is also inherently enjoyable. Nobody calls to do it. Rashi says the hardest thing to find in this world is Bnei Aliyah. People who really want to grow. People who really want to grow. And want to grow at all times. Now again, it doesn't mean they're tzaddikim. And it doesn't mean they're the owners. It just means that they're never happy with where they are and they always are looking for more. So Shemai says it's very difficult to find them. In LF, if there are 1,000, if there are 1,000 in the world, I need one of them. The name my son, remember again, son of a loser. Right, my son and I, we are counted amongst them. In Mea, and if there's 100, I need you bring me hand. And my son and I are also amongst them. In Shnayim, if there are only 2 Bnei Aliyah in this entire world, I need Ubni. It's me and my son. The Bible says, you read Gemara like this, oh, okay. It's not Gaiva. It's not Gaiva. It's knowing who you are. And Rabbi Yochai understood that if there was one thing that he possessed in this world, is that he was a Ben Aliyah. He wanted more. He always wanted more. And his son of Elazar, even more than his father. Rabbi Yochai says, I don't know how many Bnei Aliyah there are in this world. Well, I can tell you like this. Even if there's only 2, I'm not going to feed my son. The point of Rabbi Yochai is, Rabbi Yochai is saying, I don't know how many like Bnei Aliyah there are. I don't know how many there are. So now the Gemara is saying 36, 18,000.
During COVID, I took a gap.
That's why
Nice. Hell yeah. All right. Trevor, what's your love life like?
The Gemara says as follows: Lo kasha, how the Ali below that. Once again, the Gemara gives kind of the same characteristics, which is there are plenty of Bnei Aliyah. What the thing is like this: plenty of people, plenty of tzaddikim. There are sometimes some tzaddikim of Bnei Aliyah who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, and others who require permission. So there are many who can enter with now, whatever this means. There are many who can enter with permission. There's a select few who can enter even without permission. Of course, the notion of entering before without permission represents metaphorically this incredibly high spiritual level. So you find many holy people, but there's a certain percentage, a certain group of people that, so to speak, have the ability to enter in before whenever they want. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi is hard to ID Bavarish. It's written in Yikro Rishos. כשנכנסים להסתכל על דיסטקל למגירת בענו לא כפיסים נכנסים בשיס. אבל also נכנסים בלא רשוס, ברוב ציטון, אינו מסתכל אותם out. So let's listen to this. So now the Gemara suggesting this as follows. There are 36 tzaddikim in this world who are able to go ahead and enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu with permission. And when they enter in with permission, they're able to see Hashem this with clarity of vision. And then there is some unknown number of people, probably a much smaller number of people, who are able to enter into HaKadosh Baruch Hu without permission, whatever this means, and also have that clarity of vision. So 36 is the number of people with Baklaria Mehira that need permission to enter. And then some other group afterwards that don't need permission to have this Baklaria Mehira. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like that. You know, so I'm going to public collection, so this is really incredible. After this entirely exhaustive discussion about Mashiach, so what ends up happening? So Rav comes along and says as follows. Public collection. There are so many people make calculations when Mashiach is coming. All of those times, all of those times are already coming down. They're coming down. And now at this point, in a double time, I will be sure Mashiach. If you want Mashiach, we need Shuvah and we need Mashiach. So let's say a dramatic shift. God says, stop with the guessing the dates. Stop with trying to figure it out. Any dates that anyone made beforehand, historically, those dates have come and gone. Mashiach is still going to come, but the only thing that's going to come is the Easter. And how do we bring him? Ultimately, again, Shuvah Mashiach. Shmuel says, Dayo la'adar sheyamod be'elo. Ultimately, again, it is enough for the adult to stay in his other. So what does this mean? Shmuel says no. Just like an adult who's suffering, what happens? Shiva ends. Shiva comes to an end. Shmuel says, Golis will come to an end and Mashiach will come. So it's telling us not like this between Rabbi and Shmuel. Looking back at Shmuel still holds really the date by which Mashiach will come. A defined date. If you don't deserve it, it almost doesn't matter. Mashiach will come. Shmuel Rav saying it's not true. All of the dates have already passed. They've already passed. At this point, now it's up to us to bring Mashiach only through our Shuvah and our Mashiach. Incredible. You know, like the Sikha, he's not focusing on Eliezer on that. He's not open to when you go in, you're not in the building. The Rothschild says, how does one do Shuvah? Mashiach will come. If we don't do Shuvah, he won't come. I'm not even sure. I mean, no Shuvah in the building. If you don't do Shuvah, there's no Gula, Elach, but it's part of the mind of the Hamelech, Shekzerot, Zakashas, Kahaman, you saw Osim Shuvah, Machturim. It's not true. If we don't do Shuvah, what's going to happen? What happens? But the emotional orchestrated situations through which we have to do Shuvah. So, create all part of the spotted king. Hamas and the spotted king will force us to go ahead and return us to our collective. How you eat up? That is the extra and we saw open from the bottom. The Lord says, if you do Shuvah, if you do Shnei Shuvah, and Shuvah, then every time you say, I'm a Lord Yeshua. I don't find that actually when you type in the classic together. The Pasuk says you were sold for nothing, and you will not be redeemed with money. What does that mean? You know, you were sold into diaspora. You were sold into doubles because of idolatry. What's the word for idolatry? Zero. There's zero value. Yes, you took it upon yourself and you were 70 years old. You will not be redeemed with money, nor with Shuvah or mice and children. Not even through Shuvah and mice and children will you be redeemed. In other words, it's not Shuvah, mice and children that brings Mashiach. Rather, again, there's a date. There's a time, and when that time comes, Mashiach will inherit us. I said, I'm going to love you. I will try never to the light of Shabbat. I but the Pasuk says, return to me and I return to you, which sounds like a metaphorically saying that if we do Shabbat, it will bring me to Allah. I'm going to love you. I will try never. I don't be the ultimate. ולקחתי אסר אחד מעיר ושתיים משפחה והבאתי אסרם ציון ושמתי ושקלתי ושפרתי את הדין בגבולו אמר לו רבי אליעזר הלא כבר נאמר he wasn't doing they're like laughing back at each other but indicates different messianic and Jewish הלא כבר נאמר ישוע בנת אז פשטו ישוע הלא כבר נאמר Cover Hashem, God Himself, with Yoshua, God Nefesh, and Nisam, right, the Evan Moshman, the Rock Needle, couple of times, the Rock Needle, the Sunday Sunday Shaka, I want to Rock by Nama, in touch with some woman, says we like her. That's what I said, I have the first one, I have this trouble, let's go for a turn, guys. I'm going to be a trouble, Rock by Nama, the Eshma as I eat the week of Adam and Mal, the name of your oil. The Yoram Nino, the smaller, and the East Father, I already the more modern. The fact that the ball is up as yard and finish the Solana forward, huh? The first of it, this time again, Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, the shooting back and forth, is fundamental focus of Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer says to be sitting on something. The Lord is saying that Allah will make the spot of the Shuvah will be redeemed. Rabbi Yeshua, it's not the way it works. Gula comes, Mashiach comes, when Hashem ordains it. They throw shooting back and forth at each other. The conclusion tonight, the way the Gemara ends, is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately again was refuted by Rabbi Yeshua's so it sounds like what we hear is the people of Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes when I think the Father who chooses to bring him. That seems to be the opinion that science. There also some romantic conversations to understand there are these people from the Messianic knowledge that remain uncertain. So when does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come when we do tshuva, or does Mashiach come almost independent of our tshuva, or not entirely ordained? Like there's some hope in time by which the world has to be redeemed. Not focus, incredible. No, Amar Rabbi Abba, let's say, as you were seated, if you see yourself, one second, come on, how can this remain unresolved? Right? We have to know these things. And what's the answer? No, we don't. Because the truth is what I'll say, this is the same way why the whole concept of Mashiach is not even explicitly mentioned in the Torah. To be honest, the Torah does not want us to be messianically focused. The Torah wants us to be focused on maximizing community. That's our avodah. Our avodah is to become the best version of ourselves. Our avodah is to become the Aliyah. Our avodah is to make a difference in the world. Our avodah is to help others. Whether Mashiach comes because of our, to become Baalei Tshuva, whether Mashiach will become for that, whether our Tshuva or whether Mashiach is coming ultimately again because of some type of end game to a certain degree is irrelevant. I believe he's going to come. Like we saw yesterday's dad. I know that I'm going to wait for him every single day, but not passively wait for him. And the Torah will figure it out. It's not really my job. My job, maximize this world, maximize this life, maximize my abilities. Let's go like that. Rabbi Abba. Aims Kate, in the park, he's going to that. So ultimately, again, Rabbi Abba says, there is no more revealed date than this. That actually says over here. So what does this mean? Rabbi Abba says, if you want, this is what I want to say, if you want signs of Mashiach, right? Let's say, we look at this all the time. Like, the truth is, I can live without knowing the date of Mashiach. Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That it's close. Right? I just want to know that we're headed in the right direction. But this, by the way, is an incredible dua. Rabbi Abba says, if you want to know the most overt sign of Mashiach is coming, and I'll say, what is it? Shneimar, Va'atam, Hari Yisrael, Antechem Titenu, Upreit, Uprichem, Tisu, La'am Yisrael. Those are the Gemara which was also from Yechezkel. Yechezkel says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees produce their fruit, when the vines produce their fruit, that's how you know that Mashiach is coming. When Klal Yisrael is not in Eretz Yisrael, the land is glorious. When Klal Yisrael is the land comes back to life, the more the land produces, the closer you know who we are. That's what says over here. Like he says, we bring in the good for every first line. He says, he can Eretz Yisrael Kiryah, Ba'ayin Yafa. When Eretz Yisrael produces fruit, Ba'ayin Yafa in good measure, Az Yikrat HaKetz, the You know Mashiach is close, and there is no greater revelation about the closeness of Mashiach than the vitality of the land divine. Let's say, see, a little bit of a running joke inside the city. You see, like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like, the number of boutique wineries in Eretz Yisrael is astounding. The number of establishments in Eretz Yisrael. I will say, it's not just that there's good wines coming out of Eretz Yisrael. It's that it is the ultimate sign that the Ula is close. How can one drink wine that is anywhere but Eretz Yisrael? Every sip of Eretz Yisrael wine is a sip of the Ula. It is the most. Do you remember? Some of us are old enough to remember, like that. Remember what used to be the section of kosher wine? What was it? It was not a section like in the square bottle, like the square bottom bottle, right? Just like the malaga, like the big thing with a little handle on top. That was it. Such a long guy. It's not so long. And I will say now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you want. I guess you could drink all the wine if you want. Right? Show your schedule. But it's incredible. And it's not just something, it's so nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So thank you for those signs because it's a sign of Mashiach. It's so important to support that industry as well. So important to put our money there as well. At the end of the day, that's facilitating messianic advancement as well. Incredible. Some good biker. The Rothschild says, Suffer Sarah Adam Zonia, Sabahima Hinaras, the Yotzi Lava in Shalom Minasai. Rabbi says there's another sign of impending messianic arrival, which is that as messianic arrival approaches, there will not be money to pay the wages of people, not be money to pay the wages of animals, right? The Yotzi Lava in Shalom Minasai, those who are going and coming, there is no respite from the enemy. What does that mean? Even Talmidei Chachamim, who are known for possessing tranquility, it says Shalom Rav. They are they in Shalom Yecheitzar. Even Talmidei Chachamim are known for their tranquility because Torah engenders a sense of tranquility. Shalom Rav. There is great peace for those who have to listen to others from our own lives. When you learn, and when you are steeped in learning, there's a certain calmness, a certain soothing, a certain tranquility that you have in life. Even Talmidei Chachamim, by definition, possess that tranquility, and the thing that brings leading up to Mashiach will not be able to find that tranquility. So it's going to find out how interesting this is. On one hand, right, the first thing it says, you have Rabbi saying, the sign of impending messianic arrival is the land will come back to life. The land will come back to life. And then you have Rav who says, right, what does it mean? There's going to be so much turbulence. So let's say, so once again, this computing narrative, right, is the key messianic arrival, is it kind of heralded by beautiful growth, or is it heralded by incredible and overwhelming difficult circumstances? About it, don't say that we should speak it, because it's see-through. So Shmuel says, I speak to Hashem to reach through it. Shmuel says, the sign of messianic arrival is that all Christians will be the same. They will say, they're actually saying this as well. This could be good or this could be bad. Like, this could be good, meaning that everything will be generally inexpensive. I don't know. Even inexpensive staple items will be as expensive as luxury items. Okay? Ein Ben David Bach actually is back to the phone of the Logimsa. Mashiach only comes to us, so again, this is kind of the suffering that you feel. Mashiach only comes when there's incredible suffering. This is financial suffering. The poverty. That literally, now, interestingly enough, what's the number of them? We must be much effective. The remedies for everything is that means undiluted wine. Right? It works for everything, apparently, right? So you might come back to three sides. Right? So you might say colors. So you might when you feel that there's really such poverty that even you won't even be able to find meat for a sick person. Not only that, have to meet the next best thing that is called submerged fish. You won't even be able to find fish for a sick person. Although you must be married, as Ashkia Minan and Alasan, Shem Oldest, Sab, Yomahu, Ashia, Paradise, Israel. What is all about Hania? In Ben David Bar, at the Kuf and Malchus, Hazalam Israel. First, the Rabbi Hanina says, Mashiach only comes when there's a total loss of our time to Christ. Now, Malchus Hazalam means even a little bit of our time. right? So in other words, even when Klal is ruled by other people, there's usually some element of autonomy that's there. When Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of autonomy. The Karas has those elements more. So see, that's why Va'isahu Yogal Shine, Hashem Tzvatos Nimshach Nimshach Umora. Or is it American? Ein Ben Davilah, Ashlichu B'Sirach Nimshach. When the Mashiach comes ultimately again when there are no gases left. When arrogant people, this is like this in Klal Yisrael. But ultimately again, arrogance is what keeps Mashiach away. Isn't that incredible? Right? So when there are no more arrogant people, that's what ultimately again Mashiach will come. It's like God because in 98a, about four lines up from before it gets wide.
Well, he could be sacked. Unlimited.
That it's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. It's arrogance that keeps Mashiach away. What's the logic behind that, right? The logic behind that is because remember again, let's see inside. So in other words, like this. Rabbi Small, Rabbi Mishum, Rabbi Lazar, B'Shimon, Ein Ben Davilah, Ad Sheyichud Kol Shoftim Mishloshim Yisrael. Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers no longer exist. This is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, people who exploit their power for self-gain. שנאמר, והשיבה ידי עליך, ועצר כבוד סיגך, והשיבה שופטייך. אומר אולה, this is beautiful. And Yerushalayim niftis Ella, it's stuck. Let's say first wide line. Ula says that Yerushalayim is only redeemed with tzedakah. שנאמר, ציון במשפט תתפתח, ושווה בצדקה. Like Sion will be redeemed with mishpat, with justice. Vishavad Tzedakah will return to Tzedakah. Now listen, this is very important. So whenever we read this Gemara, we say, what a beautiful Gemara. What do you see from here? That Tzedakah, that Chesed is the key to Gula. Let me back to Abraham first. We see something very beautiful. Not in this Gemara, but just in a general sense. He says, one of the most mistranslated words in all of these is tzedakah. He says we translate tzedakah as charity. As charity. He says that's not so much tzedakah. What's the shortest of tzedakah? Is it tzedek? What does tzedek mean? Justice. The Tversky says like this. In life, there are people
look who the fuck it is. I said, look who the fuck it is. This motherfucker thinks that they can take me down in fucking trick shot pool, 9-ball trick shot pool. Is that true?
It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's the way
how's your day going, baby?
Programmed the world to work. So in other words, just like those who don't
what did you realize?
Need to receive, those who have need to give. Those say, and this is incredibly important because a lot of times we look at our activities, we look at our activities as like voluntary. Like, this is like my charity work. It's beautiful. Look, it's not. It's not. It is the moral obligation that we have. But if you have more than you need, Hashem, we should all be joking to that. By definition,
enlighten me what the monetization of rejection is.
It's tzedek. It's justice to give, to do for the other. It's not just with your money. It's not with your money. It's with your time. It's with your resources. It's with your abilities. It's a moral obligation to give and to share with the other. So what does the Gemara say? I think the Gemara saying is like this. So I will say, interestingly enough, when does Mashiach come? Mashiach comes when we realize that helping each other is not something that's nice. But helping each other is something that is an absolute requirement and obligation. So the moment that we realize that tzedakah is not charity, but tzedakah is tzedek, is justice, is something that I have a moral clarity and a moral obligation to help. Of course I have to give. Of course I have to do. Of course I have to be there for the other. Not because it's nice, not because it's chesed, not because it's this, but because, and also that's between chesed and tzedakah. Like chesed represents things that maybe you're not obligated to do, but you go above and beyond. Tzedakah represents things that you're obligated to do. The moment,
most of the shit that you say doesn't make any fucking sense, but this one does.
That's the at the end of the day, Mashiach comes. It's incredible.
Yeah. I think so.
12 years. So if I was like this, if
Now,
arrogant
dude, I have
people
a serious
would no longer
question
exist,
for you. Do you
the
know what that question
Amagushis
is?
would no longer exist as well. Who are the Amagushis? Rashi points out over here.
Are you ready to
They're
lose?
Persian sorcerers. So the idea over here is as long as they're arrogant Jews,
That's what I like to
there's
see
going to be
here.
Persian sorcerers.
All right, dog. Do you want to lose at
But
9-ball first?
And if corrupt judges would start to exist, so too corrupt Gentile
Fuck yeah,
judges
you
would
do.
cease to exist as well. In other words, the idea is
All right,
we
baby.
bring about a lot of the negative
Here's your
forces in the
fucking
world.
invite.
If we're arrogant,
I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm going to tell you it. I want to make sure that you understand what I'm saying, okay? I'm going to dominate you in a way that no one's ever dominated you in your entire life. Or do you want to play cutthroat? Dog, let's play cutthroat.
What's the third white line? I'm going to be
I don't know what it means, but it sounds fucking baller.
We'll say if you see,
Oh, shit.
if you see a
We
generation
can't play it.
that is suffering from
It's
general
3 people.
poverty, wait for Mashiach.
All right.
Which means, again,
Well, that's garbage.
it's the precursor for Mashiach. And we've seen this motif more. So, Chakalosh, Ani Toshia.
Yo, baby.
Will save an impoverished nation.
Just a moment, my man.
If you see a generation where there are overwhelming sorrows that literally again are coming upon it like a river, just like the river keeps flowing.
You have an invitation, baby.
Sorrows for cloudy.
Are you ready to lose?
Ultimately, wait for
Yeah, dog. Of course. Look at that shot, Zoo. It should be considered it.
So we'll say it's fascinating, right?
But it was not.
How amazing this is and why it is like the best thing in the world to be. They'll say, look how we deal with difficult circumstances, right? If you see a generation where there's rampant poverty, or
Dude,
if you see a
you're done.
generation where there's
You
ridiculous
should just,
suffering,
you should just give up. Big dog, you should just give up. Oh yeah, for sure, big time penalty. I don't know why you would do that.
Everyone else, if things are
I
bad,
warned you. You get a penalty, son.
That generally means what?
And now I'm going to make it incredibly difficult for you to win. Maybe more difficult than anybody in the history of the world.
Just know that most probably means that just wait for it, because you're going to see it's about to get ridiculously amazing. And this should give us.
Dude, I'm going to dominate you now. I'm taking away all your opportunities. I'm taking away all your opportunities. Oh, dude, did you see that thing whip out?
I've had one of those days. Like this is just because it's always.
There have been people who have comedy school and comedy stand-up courses.
It's so disheartening. Everything.
There's not that big of a.
About.
Like it's more a natural thing. It's like saying, why isn't there a school for pool? I mean, I'm sure there is, but oh, Zoot, how'd you like that, son? Zoot, how'd you like that, son? Do you want to hear me bark at you? Arr, arr. How'd you like that, son?
Out of the room, and no one is paying attention to the Kinderlach, right?
Zoot, look at this shot.
That's what it's like, right?
Oh no, penalty.
So the school teacher and the
Bank shot, combo shot. I don't know how I got credit for that.
Right, they're doing everything anyway.
Dog, Zoot.
So why is that
adults? They're responsible for millions of people. They're responsible for the future. And
You think there are fewer actors in the world than comedians?
Like to call them children is an insult to
All
children.
right, I mean there is basically. Have you ever heard of Upright Citizens Brigade? It's in LA. It's in New York as well. It's like basically you pay and they teach you how to do improv and comedy and stuff. And it's pretty expensive. It's like $20,000 a year.
Because sometimes, like, the worse it looks,
A lot of people say that it is.
Wait for it. Because the way Cloud Lisa works is the worse it looks.
It's called UCB, baby.
Is even closer than ever before. An incredible Gemara. The Gemara is like, in Ben David Bal, Ella Bidar Shekulo Zakai.
Do you know who Amy Poehler is?
Again, a reverse idea. Mashiach only comes.
Well, she did Upright Citizens Brigade. Did you know that?
Mashiach comes when Klal Yisrael tzaddikim. So says just on the same page, same line. Mashiach only comes when there's complete poverty.
Dog.
Mashiach only comes when there's suffering.
Do you know what Second City is?
When there's complete piety.
All right, well, that's like the
or
same
everyone's
shit.
really bad. But Mashiach comes either when everyone's really good or everyone's really bad. Gemara says,
An interview for the podcast, absolutely. Yeah, Chelsea's been on it. Chelsea had her box munched on it, dog.
The pasuk says "Be'ita," which means
we're just in the uncut version. Look at this shot, Zoot. Did you see that? No, but I mean, Chelsea doesn't seem like somebody who would turn down a good box munching.
If we are meritorious, then ultimately Hashem will hasten the arrival of Mashiach. If we're not meritorious, and at the end of the day, he will come at his appointed time. I'm Rabbi Sandria.
All right. Do you think she's into losing at pool, or do you think she is not into losing at pool? Zoot, are you ready for one of the greatest shots in the history of the game? Right here, baby.
So once again, I will say, is Mashiach going to be someone who's like a cloud coming
Zoot.
from the sky, or like a pauper riding on a
Zoot,
donkey?
everybody's waiting on you. Let's see your shot. Let's see how good this is.
So which one is it? Does Mashiach come quickly?
Is it possible for you to win? The answer to this question is no. You're done.
In this approach in the Gemara, what you begin to see is the arrival of Messianic redemption is fundamentally dependent on us.
That was an amazing scratch. In the history of the world, of all of the scratches, that might have been one of the best ones ever. But look at this shot, Zoot. Get it.
By the way, this is the pasuk that we just quoted over here. This is the pasuk that tells us that Mashiach comes on a donkey.
I agree. That would be sick as fuck. Zoot, let's see you win, man.
Mashiach comes on a donkey. He goes says, "Asi ishtrale susi barka." I'll give him my best horse, Isli. Why should Mashiach come on a donkey? I'm making a donation to the Mashiach.
It's possible. We just need the greatest comeback in the history of the universe. Who's to say you can't get that, baby? Who's to say that you can't get that, baby?
You should see Mashiach's donkey. Right? That's quite.
Zoot, are you proud of that shot?
You think your horse is better than his donkey?
Look at this move, Zoot.
Over the nicest of your horses any day. Incredible.
That would have been so sick.
Get ready for this. Get ready for this. If your Dafyomi Chavrusa or Chaver is not here to cheer,
Zoot, are there gangs in Australia?
Tell him, I feel so sorry for you. My heart breaks for you that
like,
you were not able to.
You know, we have like the Crips and the Bloods, the Latin kings and shit.
Cathartic and overwhelming. I'm sorry. Clearly, you must be in the throes of something major, right?
Like, are you just talking about like the Yakuza and the triads and shit? Or are you talking about like the West Side?
This is something's missing. Like, 7.5 years. I'll be back in that session.
What did you call them? What's that?
Get ready for this. The Rishon Levi was standing at the entrance of the grave.
Oh, biker gangs.
For those who are on, not the last.
You have biker gangs?
We went to the entrance.
Oh, how'd you like that shot, son? Dude, how'd you like that shot, son?
There's the grave on top. And if you know some people, you can actually go below, right to the entrance of the Ma'ara.
Zoot, watch the best shot.
Standing right, found Elio.
Look how good that was.
By the entranceway of the Ma'ara to Rishon Bayochai. So Amarle, Asina la Almadasi. Crazy.
Dude, that best shot was amazing. All right, are you ready to lose again, son?
I'm going to tell Am I going to the world to come? Amarle, and Yirtza Adon Hazeh. If Hashbaruch wants it, what do you want from me? Like, I'm not in charge, right? So in other words, if Hashem wants you to be in Olam Haba, you go to Olam Haba. Rishon Levi, Shnayim Reisi,
Mongols.
So the Rishon Levi says, I'm standing here with three Elio. So there's two of us, but I hear three voices. I
hit two balls in.
Again, the Rishon Levi heard whatever this means.
I pocketed two balls.
Rashi says,
and I get no points for that.
Can you imagine the scene? So again, Eliyahu Hanavi is standing by the entranceway of the grave of Rabbi Shammai.
Dude,
So now,
what are your thoughts on the fact that I pocketed 2 balls?
I don't know. Ask Hashem. Then Rabbi Shimon Levi hears another voice.
Ma?
Who's there as well? Amalei, Amos Asim Mashiach. So
Dude, you would have sucked that dude off. And everybody knows it.
Now, the reason he feels
Do you know who opens for Matt Rife?
Because the Pashas Eliyahu Hanavi is one who comes before to announce the Mashiach.
Everywhere.
Mashiach coming. Amalei, Zil Shaile Ledidei. Go ask him.
Not
Go ask
everywhere,
Mashiach. Mashiach when he's coming.
It's the guy from the Golden Dollar.
Where can I
He's the guy from Workaholics.
Where is he that I should ask him?
Nobody knows his name. What the fuck is his name? Eric Griffin?
He is situated at the gates of Rome. Mashiach sits at the gates of Rome. So the Gemara says, "Umay simane." Now I say, how will I know? Fine, so I'll go to the gates of Rome. And how should I go ahead and how should I know who he is? How should I know who he is? So the Gemara says, so if you look, by the way, if you look at Rashi says over here, they're the
same people who close for you. They're known as the crickets. Dude, you're gonna bomb tomorrow night, and that's not because I think you're gonna bomb. It's because you think you're gonna bomb. Dog, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this shit?
Mashiach hangs out. Mashiach resides at the entrance.
Yeah, baby.
So fine. Shimon Levi says, "Okay, I'll go find him." But how do I know who he is? We're going to see. There's a lot of people who are at the entranceway to the city. So how will I know who he is? My simone.
Basically everything that I've ever seen.
Let's say, get ready for this. Who would stay at the entranceway of the room? The lepers.
The one where you got heckled.
They were not allowed inside of the city. Mashiach lived alongside with.
I don't know. Only show me like 3 videos. So. None of them would I ever say that you absolutely killed. None of them.
Himself was also a leper. Is that incredible? Also a leper.
But that doesn't. Oh, what a shot! Oh, okay, because that makes no sense.
So now, Shimon says, "Okay, I'm going to go to Mashiach. Mashiach is a leper.
Make it, Zoot.
So, by the way, just before you go forward, I just want to point out something. Mashiach does not walk around.
Because I know what comedy is, and obviously the judges to that thing don't.
And the person we normally think is, oh, that guy is Mashiach. Mashiach
Zoot.
is probably one of those people we look at. And we go ahead and probably don't take the time to say the chest.
There you go.
Get a little bit more.
There you go. That's and that is now that is funny.
And the people just be pushed to the periphery. Right? Mashiach is not the person who everybody wants to be around. Listen, this is a tremendous, tremendous thing.
You know what? That's a funny. Oh, that was good. Oh, that should have counted. That's a funny fucking joke, Zoot. Wait, Zoot, you've got something here. The joke would be, hey, everybody, if you Zoot, hold on. You're not eligible anymore, so you can say whatever the fuck you want.
So you'll see the lepers have changed their bandages. So the way it works
just listen to my joke. So you say like this.
Notice, by the way,
hey everyone, you might see that I'm sad. And if you want to know the reasoning, it's because I was a state finalist for South Australia in raw comedy. And you may say to yourself, well, that's nothing to be sad about. But if you know anything about the judges, they're all dog shit.
Go. It's going to be late because it has to wrap up.
Why can't you say that?
Only bandages, unbandages and rebandages one wound at a time. This way, he's never out of commission for a promotion.
Okay, but they're like.
Tremendous. So first of all, tremendous in that you see how Mashiach himself is literally
they're like not
ready to go.
Like you can't get chosen again, so you don't have to face their backlash. Dude, are you fucking serious that you scored 40? Dude, are you fucking Dude, hold on. Are you fucking serious that you scored 40?
It's hard sometimes to try to heal everything else.
All right, dude, are you ready for this shot?
Everything that's broken. And I'll just heal it all at once. The best way to heal your wounds, your personalistic wounds, is one at a time. Decide
All
which
right.
one to heal.
So then he would know
Decide
that
which
the
one
judges
to
are
heal.
dog shit
And
too
when
because
you
they didn't pick him.
heal that first. Once you heal one wound, like Mashiach, then move on to the next. Because the problem is when you unbandage all of the
Oh,
stuff
state
you gotta heal,
finalist. So are you though.
all the stuff that's broken. All the stuff that's invaded, all the stuff that's in its
There's no
repair,
such thing as that. There's only.
overwhelming,
Are
and
you
that's when
serious?
that's when despair
There's
sets in and
only
you give up.
national finalists and state finalists. There's no national state finalists. Dog, don't you know anything about? Don't you know anything about raw comedy?
So sure, he says,
That doesn't make any sense.
you just imagine what that must have been like. So even if he's not right, he's not. So he's like he's not coming up, right? He hasn't revealed himself.
All right, that's just a national finalist, dog.
He found him.
He was a national
Yeah, but that you don't call that person a national state finalist. You just call them a national finalist. Even I know that.
The day's gonna come. The day will come. The Mashiach will stand before us.
Zoo, do I have to teach you everything? Do I have to teach you everything about raw comedy?
Mashiach comes, and before he does anything, he's gonna say,
Yeah, you don't call it that though. You just say he was a national finalist. It's not like he was a national finalist for the province or the national finalist for the anything but the nation, dog.
So if you're a national finalist, then you want to
does anything.
Zoo, I know you think that you're outsmarting me on this one, but you're not. You are either one of two things. If you're a finalist for raw comedy, you're either a state finalist or a national finalist. There is no national state finalist. That's redundant. There is no.
When are you coming?
Am I going to watch raw comedy? Dog, I'm the king of raw comedy. I'm the king of raw comedy. Don't you understand?
I'm coming today.
J. Michael wants to be me.
I'm good. I've got nothing else.
Dude, are you? Dude. Everybody. Next question. Someone who's not funny, I can tell you that. Because Australian comedy sucks. But it's better than British comedy. Maybe. British comedy's awful. Zoo. Look at this shot, Zoo. Zoo, are you ready for the best shot ever?
So first of all, that's a good sign because
oh, Zoot, did you see that? Did you see that, Zoot? Zoot, did you see that? Zoot. Did you see that shot?
That's indicative of the fact that you, Rabbi Yeshua, and your father Levi,
he could be better.
Both have a portion in the world to come. So, okay, beautiful.
Zoot, did you see my shot? Because I don't think you did. I don't think you did. If you did, you would have reacted more to it. I think you were twiddling your thumbs. Make it. What a shot. Oh, and you scratched. Oh, that was unfortunate, too. That was unfortunate. The fact that I'm about to win? The fact that I'm about to win?
What Mashiach was telling you was, I'm ready to come.
Are you fucking serious? Now that's interesting development, Zoo. That's an interesting development. So that means you could have potentially unlimited points. So it's never over.
His bandage is one of the times that he can be ready to redeem us. He is ready to come as long as we are ready to receive him. But to receive him, we have
that's really fucking interesting, Zoo.
Incredible.
Well, Zoo, if anything that you've taught me in terms of raw comedy and or pool, that's an interesting thing. I went from dominating you to you having a legitimate chance at a comeback because of that stupid ass rule.
So the students asked me it must have been David.
And Peter Joseph sucks.
Yes, Omar, so Yosef Kisma said, you know what, I'll give you an answer, but
is he a documentarian?
Ask me for a sign. I'm going to give you an answer and ask me for a sign. So if I don't want to answer it,
he's a humanitarian? How the fuck did you win?
Ask for a sign from you. Okay, Amar Lay,
Dog, that is bullshit. That is bullshit. Show me the best shot.
This is fine. I'll give you a sign. Well, sorry, I'll tell you when Mashiach is coming.
Dog, I wish I could see how you fucking won. How did you win?
Again, when this wall falls down, when this gate falls down, and then it falls down the first time, it falls down the second time. And before they go ahead and they get to rebuild it, Mashiach's going to come. Mashiach's going to come.
You want trick shot?
Just a moment. Rashi says over here.
The trick shot sucks.
Rashi says, no, sorry.
Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an invitation. Dog, you are such dog shit. You have an invitation.
The gate of Rome will fall
Dog.
down. They'll rebuild it.
Dog.
It'll fall down again.
Dog.
They'll rebuild it.
Zoot, what the fuck are you doing? Quit jerking yourself off raw. Let's go. Hit the fucking ball, dog.
He said, Rabbi, okay, fantastic.
Are you proud of that shot?
That's true.
You pocketed the four ball?
I told you, I knew you were going to ask me first.
I'm the best motherfucker ever. You know why? Because I go when it's my fucking turn.
So when people hear something, all they want is the confirmation. That's what this is. Rabbi Yossi, I know this is going to work. That's why I said, I'll tell you about it. I won't have to give you notes. So I said, Rabbi, you told
like
us
you get accused of being a shitty 8-ball, 9-ball player? I don't know. I've never seen it formally.
So Rabbi Yossi said, if the waters of the Pamias, right, the waters of the Pamias.
No way you make the shot.
Now, the Pamias is the body of
way to fucking go, dog.
If the Pamias turns to blood, that'll show you that what I'm saying is correct. And sure
I need to get this fucking ball out of here.
Incredible. At the time Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma was dying, he said, Amr lahem, hamikul yaroni. Make sure to bury my coffin very deep in the ground. I'm a base. Why? Shein kol dekel v'dekel shababavel, shein sus shal parasim nikshabo. Because when I die, Rabbi Yossi ben Kisma said our enemies are going to overrun the land. And there's going to be so many Persian horses that every single country will have a Persian horse tethered to it.
In situations where your spouse is acting like a douche, you should be able to whoop their fucking ass like if they suck dick in 8-ball.
As food troughs for their horses. So therefore, said, bury me very deep in the earth, so they won't dig up my casket.
Dog, who the fuck cares? If you don't want to be in a relationship, then get the fuck out.
Extends itself over Kali. So listen, by the way, I want to point out, when we talk about Rome means Edom. Rome means Edom.
If anything, you could do a background check on the person, and they would have domestic abuse charges against them. And that's how we do it in the United States.
By the Malchus of Rome for 9 months.
You don't need a fucking list. This isn't fucking Big Brother, dog.
Now we come to a different motif. Ula said,
all right, well then they hide it. I mean,
so much.
You could hide being on the list too.
Now, what is it going to say? What Ula is saying is, I recognize the amount of suffering that is going to precede.
Zoot, are you fucking serious that counted? Oh, it counts. How the fuck did you win?
I don't want to be here to experience all of the suffering that is going to precede Messianic.
How the fuck did that happen? Oh, all you have to do is hit the 9-ball in?
Says,
oh, I didn't know the fucking rules.
Rabbi Yosef says, let Mashiach come, and I'll be happy to sit literally.
I was always hitting the ball they told me to hit. Dog, fuck that. Dog, fuck that. We're playing straight up 8-ball.
I know that the days that precede Mashiach are going to be difficult, but I'll deal with it.
I'm going to whoop your ass in 8-ball.
Just bring Mashiach already. So I'll say, so just
it's not even going to be close, dude.
On whether or not they want to be here to see.
You keep getting fortunate on shit.
My time, well, even so what is this? What
is regular,
right? If it's about
Zoot, I'm going to destroy you.
Again, then what does it mean? These rabbanim say
the table's open.
I don't want to see it. I don't want to be here to experience this. So what's the problem? If it's
Dude,
because of suffering, chavlo shel Mashiach, right? If it's about
I mean, is
suffering
that my
which
fault?
precedes
You want me to do
Messianic
something
era,
about it? Baby, all I can tell you is this. I'm about to start dominating, and you're going to see a fucking clinic. Are you ready for this clinic, son? Are you ready for this clinic, son?
Right? What should a person do to save himself from the suffering which precedes Messianic redemption?
Dude, are you ready for this clinic?
Wow.
Look at this move, baby. Did you see that? Did you see that?
Engage in Torah and Chesed. I will say, now, first of all, what does this even mean? Torah, we'll come back to it. Torah and Chesed save you from
Dude, look.
suffering.
Oh, that was bullshit, and you know it. You know it. Paul don't lie, baby.
Gemara says, right, Rabbi, right, Rava, right, you have all this stuff.
Dude, don't fuck this up.
Chesed, so what are you worried about? What are these Rabbanim?
I don't know why you're shooting it like that. It's not trick shot. There you go. Good job.
I might have the requisite merits now, but I'm concerned that maybe I'll commit an Adira. I will say sometimes
cool
one
story.
Adira could wipe out a lifetime of merit. So right now I may have the merit of Torah and Chesed in order to escape the suffering of pre-Messianic era.
Dude, that might have been the worst shot I've ever seen.
It'll wipe out my merit, and then I'll be subject to the suffering of pre-Messianic era.
Two.
Listen to this. Rabbi Yaakov says as follows. By Yaakov Avinu.
I mean, okay, I'm winning.
This Baruch promises Yaakov Avinu, I got your back. I got your back. I will watch you, and I will guard you.
Dude, scoreboard just proves my fucking
also
point,
says,
baby.
see, when Yaakov was about to encounter Esav, Vayira Yaakov Ma'od Vayitzar Lo. Yaakov was very afraid. Now, what's the pshat?
Baby.
Hashem says to Yaakov, I've got you. You have nothing to worry about. I have your back. I have your back.
I wish you would tell me.
Worry about. Then why is Yaakov so afraid? To which the Gemara answers, ultimately, Yaakov Avinu was scared.
Oh, what a shot! I scratched. That's bullshit.
Something that would cause that merit to be erased. You would see that what Rabbi say, by the way, is such a
what the fuck was that?
Which is just such a profound yesod, which is this is part of Chazal's motif of al-tamin ba'atzmecha ad yom moscha. Do not believe in yourself.
Dude, are you ready for one of the greatest shots that you've ever had the opportunity to witness?
I have racked up and accrued and acquired for myself, which is incredible. I could lose it.
This is easy.
And one bad decision could wipe out so much merit. So you see great people, as great as they are, live with this state of existential fear that I may wipe out all of my accrued and acquired merit.
Zoot, you ready for this shot? Dude, do you know who Savannah Guthrie is? Dog, her mom was fucking kidnapped, which like never happens in the United States. It's very suspicious. Dude, are you watching Absolute Massacre? Dude, they may have to put me on the domestic violence registry because of the ass kicking that I'm delivering to you. Do you recognize that, Zoot?
But because of the sinful behavior of the Jewish people, we did not get that miraculous. So let's stop over here for today.
I can win, and I will win.
Mashiach continues tomorrow. I will say, by the way, how incredible is it to learn Sugyas of Mashiach? Because again, even though Mashiach is not yet here, when we learn Mashiach...
Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking... Dude, you're not going to have shit. I'm Kill Tony. You're Raw Comedy.
All right, have a great day, everyone.
Make this shit, Zoot. No way, Zoot. Dude, you're playing like a baller. Keep it up, dude. Let's see the comeback. No way. Oh, you scratched. Dog, it's over. Zoot, do you have any parting words for the audience? I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about it. That's a miss. I think we all can see that that's a miss. Oh, you're fucked, son. You're fucked. Do you think it's one of the most difficult shots in the history of the world? Right, because I just banked it like a pimp. Like a pimp. When we play straight up baller ass shit, I dominate. And I think I proved it.
To be able to continue.
Are you ready for a rematch, son?
Beautiful piece ahead of us today. So remember, we find ourselves tonight. We're operating under this box with so many beautiful and different versions of Tanya. The one we're learning out of is out of this.
Zoot, you got dominated.
Which again is
Zoot, you know you have an invitation and everybody's waiting on you? Hey, Zoot, if I may say to you, like, in all seriousness, you take my shit talking better than anybody, and you have my respect for it. If I ever cross the line, you just say you crossed the line, and I'll, be nicer. But for right now, getting back into my character, you're gonna get your ass whooped in this game of 8-ball. You ready, son?
Tell me to do something, and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something a certain way, that's much more.
Oh, you wanna tell me I'm terrible, and then you wanna shit talk me?
About there's only you could legislate a lot of things.
Hey, F yourself, dog. How about that? How about F yourself?
So what does it mean when we say
I gave you 38.
Baby, are you witnessing this?
Go ahead.
Big dog.
The ability to go ahead and regulate emotions is something that is essential.
I don't think so.
So again, top of page 9.
Zoot.
So once again, you want to tell me
Zoot tells me I'm terrible. Well, you're garbage.
Something is easy.
Oh, what a shot. That was beautiful, big dog.
One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is to control the way we feel.
That's a miss. I can tell from here that's a miss.
It's just like instinctive to feel a certain way and to have to regulate how it is.
Are you gonna hit the fucking ball?
Feeling is such a tremendous and overwhelming. So whatever goes on, and he says
that's a miss. Look at that time tick down, son. What the fuck was that? One of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to see. You just straight up gave me a shot. Hey, Zoot. You know that scoreboard bullshit?
The name that the Rabbi gave this sefer was the Likutei Amal, which means collection of sayings.
Big dog.
But it's really called Likutei Amal. So the Rabbi said, the entire avoda of this sefer is to figure out.
Oh, did you see the fucking cue ball?
Not only with our body, but with our heart. Isn't that the most incredible thing and most difficult thing? I mean, we know this. It's
Yo,
really
dog.
hard to keep shots.
Are you trying to let me win?
As long as I learn what to do, if I'm not used to doing it.
Look at this move. Dude, are you watching this?
Just in general, it's not.
Dude, I'm putting on a lesson for you. You wanted to know why they don't have comedy schools? You should be asking why don't they have billiard schools? Because I'm putting on a lesson, son. That was bullshit, and you know it. You know it. Hey, Zoot, scoreboard. Zoot, scoreboard.
So they say this is a profound piece. We're only in the introduction. It's only the introduction. Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes of things. So the rest of the dara now literally again I'm going to show you the dara aruka ukitsara. A long path that's short. What is it? A long path that's short. So listen to this. See closer to the first in the notes.
You're using cheat codes. Zoot's using cheat codes, everybody.
Small
Zoot, you're using cheat codes, and everybody knows it. Cheat codes. Zoot. Zoot.
That's also why I like
Zoot.
using this edition because again, like many times you find in the great Hasidic masters' work, like
Zoot, what did you think of my combo shot, son?
A lot of times, us regular people, when we're reading it, like, what are you talking about? So the Rebbe just makes one very short statement.
Oh, fuck.
There's a path that is long and
You have a difficult shot, though. One of the most difficult shots in the history of the world.
going to be a really based on the Gemara says. No one ever bested me. No one ever bested me except for one time a child.
All right, that's some excellent
What happened?
advice. Was she hot? Scale of 0 to 10 her.
One time I was traveling on the road.
Okay. A 6, all right. Dude, if you hit this shot, I'm going to be pissed. That would have been one of the best shots I've ever seen. But it wasn't.
I said to the child, my son,
Dude, are you ready for this shot? Just, are you serious? Are you effing serious? Dude, that was garbage.
What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me,
Dude, what are you doing?
So the child said to Rabbi two paths.
Dude, just straight up
This path
giving me
is long and short.
the
And
game.
this one is short and long. Okay. So
Dude, are you seeing this?
Says to himself, okay, so which path? Which end? Let's say if anyone needs sheets, over here. Right? So he says, so which path should I take?
Dude, are you seeing this? Are you fucking serious? That was bullshit. You and I both know that was bullshit.
I took the path that was short and long. Which again makes sense. Why does it make sense? He has no idea what the kid is saying. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path. Let's take the short path. What's the big deal?
Dude, don't fuck this up. Dude, don't fuck this up.
The problem was,
fuck it. Dude, you've come back. Like, you've won like 4 games in a row. Or no, I won the last game, but you won a lot. Are you proud of yourself?
He got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city.
All right, well, if you're so fucking proud of yourself, why don't you accept my invitation to this game, baby? Dude, are you gonna go? Dude, everybody's waiting on your ass. People in the future are gonna be like, accept the fucking invite, Zoot. Zoot, come on, dog.
It's short, but it's long.
Zoot, you're so. This is. Zoot, come on.
And then I'll get you to the city quickly, but you won't get it. And let's say, watch this. Now, by the way.
Dude, do you see how sick that shot was?
And then there's another path. What's the other path? It's Aruka Ukitsara.
Illegal break, baby.
In other words, it's going to take you longer to get into the city. But what? You'll get it. So look what the Rebbe does as well. Saying this is an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what Rebbe is going to teach us. This is what he says. So the truth is, the path that was short and long, it was short. In other words, it was.
Yo, Zoot, are you ready?
Between point A and point B.
I don't understand why mine was in legal break. But you can go. You can go, Zoot.
See, here's the problem. On one hand,
are you proud of that shot?
To get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city itself. You couldn't get in. He says,
but are you proud of that shot?
Now again,
don't miss. That's a miss, dog. Obvious. Fuck. Dude, you only have to get one more. Oh no. Are you gonna go? Zoot taking all this fucking time just to miss. Just to miss.
Much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this path.
Baby, I'm getting all these in. Zoot, I'm gonna punish you. Do you see this shot? Did you see that? Zoot, do you see this shot?
Long but short.
Zoot, did you see that shot?
Distance-wise, it was a longer path.
Dude, do you see this shot?
But this is where you get to the city. So it's a
Oh,
long
that
path,
was
it's a longer
bullshit.
distance, but you ultimately get right in. It says sof sof derech zo hi hakitzara. Even though distance-wise, the second
So
path
you and I
was
both know that was
but it
bullshit.
was the shorter path because it enabled you to reach your actual destination.
What a beautiful shot, Zoot. Now that was good. That was impressive.
Be able to get into the city without any obstacles. So Mo says, look what the Rabbi does to the city. This is incredible.
Are you proud of that?
This is incredible. This is the Kach. So the Baal Tanya says, this Gemara is an incredible metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality, there are two roads. There's the Derech Kitzara Va'aruka, the path that's
Zoot,
short,
are you ready for this?
in actuality long.
Are you ready for perfection?
The path that is long, but is actually short. What is that? Listen to this. It says,
Did you see that?
Listen to this. There is a pathway that is short but long. Meaning what?
So watch this shot. Did you see that?
For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart to serve Hashem. And what happens? Through this inspiration,
Look at this shot.
this fire becomes to love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The derech zu, omnam kal yoser love of the Hashem. Let me say this to you outside. What the Rabbi is describing is like this. Those say the easiest way.
Zoot, are you watching this? Are you serious? That was bullshit.
Bestseller Jewish books. All what?
No way you make this shot.
Stories.
Not in a million.
Stories. What is stories?
Are you effing
What is
me?
stories? What's the beauty of this?
That was garbage. Everybody knows it was garbage.
And then CSY Shabbos, right?
Dude, how about you make this shot?
Right? What happens when it's $5?
Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
How do you feel at an NCS $5?
Dude, that was amazing.
Oh my God, I am really going to change my life.
Are you going to make this shot?
And generally, how long does that last for?
Get out your protractor, son. That's the wrong ball.
Okay, you're giving it to Tuesday. That's very good. I want to point out something amazing. Rabbi Soloveitchik points this out. He says, the pasuk says that
Zoot.
when Avram left from Haran to go to Canaan, so it says,
I mean, I don't know. Whatever you want.
Sarai, Lot,
How don't I know it? I don't know. Shit sucks.
Who the souls? So Avram
Dog, I don't. It doesn't fucking tell me any extra information. I was just making a joke.
It's just Avram, Sarai, and Lot.
Baby, I was just making a joke.
You were not the first. Right? Avram Avinu was running Shabbat homes. He was programming.
Pardon
He
me,
was
yeah,
serving Chinese.
not on.
He was
Now it is on.
doing
Yeah, turn it off.
People were on fire. So Avram says,
If you would have hit that shot, I would have been pissed.
I don't know, but God told us to go. Let's go. Let's go. And they go.
How about no?
They start out. Probably what happens. It's like you're going through the journey.
Because I'm too dominant.
Where are we going? Right? And each day, more and more people feel lost. Until at the end of the day,
Okay, so my line is on.
right? Why?
Now it's off.
Because when people are just inspired,
Now it's back on. Do you see that?
It's beautiful. Lights of fire. But as quickly as that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this is, if you want to understand, a lot of times.
Are you serious?
Let's say the events of the Jewish people in the deserts, right? You always wonder how could it be the people who saw this.
Baby. Dude, are you ready for this? This is for you.
They saw the giving of the Torah, yet who traveled
That was for you, baby.
and they're already building. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. But
All
it
right.
does make sense. For some simple reason.
Let's look at the best shot.
Miracles
Obviously, should have been mine.
Miracles do not
That was garbage.
sustain
And everybody knows it was garbage.
inspiration, right? Like
All right.
it's like a
Random, all the same
like
shit.
you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice.
Dude, if I see you with your fucking protractor on, I'm gonna be pissed.
Because, and that's why, by the way, I want to.
Your protractor's on, Zoot.
Like today, it's very interesting. Like everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired because the truth is.
Oh, you hit a nice one in.
That closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I kind of just I want like a hack.
Zoot,
like
your
a spiritual
protractor's
hack.
your protractor's off.
I want to be
I don't know why we call it a protractor. It's not a protractor. It's like, oh, no way.
Short attention span. So give me what I need. Give it to me quickly. I'm gonna be inspired. By the way, it works. The Rebbe says that's
All right.
What
one?
That's the short path to get to God.
What color am I?
That's a much longer way to go. It actually becomes a much longer way.
I'm not striped.
Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that high, and you always need to get your high. Right?
Nobody can tell because that fucking thing tells you which ones to hit.
What's next? What's next? So it seems like the shortest path of connection.
The table's open. So I'm not striped. No, I'm not. The table's open, dog. No fucking shit.
Inspiration, right? Inspiration.
Dude, are you gonna watch the fucking Super Bowl today? That's all I want to know.
What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right?
Zoot is solids. And Zoot.
What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. So I want to point out that that is not this is profound, and we all have moments where I need
I agree.
I need that pick me up. And it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything.
Are you proud of that shot?
It's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. So sometimes like that passionate inspiration.
That was dominance.
Like
blind shot, baby.
But ironically,
I wonder if you get more points for blind shot.
Because since I'm passive, I'm not really
I bet you do.
I'm receiving. I'm not really affecting change within myself.
You failed to hit a strike first. Oh, fuck. That wasn't my ball.
I'm just the same person.
That was garbage, dude. I just helped you.
I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great.
Blind shot. Are you proud? Did you know blind shot is considered a trick shot? Yeah, dog.
Here it is. Do you know where true relationship with that comes from?
It's when we do it without the thing on. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious?
But inspiration doesn't become a balance.
Yeah, it does.
Also, something that's being
because we didn't know, dog. We didn't know.
Per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says,
Now, Zoo. Are you fucking serious? This is so hard.
I'm the same person. I'm really the same person.
Yeah, I did. And I'll do it again, baby. That's a miss. One of the biggest misses. Hit my ball in. Thank you.
How can it be that one day I'm so on fire and then the next day?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I turned it on, but I turned it off. It's a trick shot. There's no doubt it's a trick shot, and everybody knows it's a trick shot. All right, well, what do you want me to do about it? That's a miss. One of the biggest. Are you fucking serious? You got so fortunate.
So the Rebbe goes on. He says,
Dude, are you proud of the way you're playing?
That's the first path. That first path of Judaism is following. It feels short. In that
I agree.
I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no.
Zoot, did you see that blind shot, baby?
So although it feels like it's the fast track to control, what happens? I end like almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really.
Did I just put your ball in? Fuck.
And the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city.
That's some bullshit. Bullshit.
Bullshit.
You're gonna hit the. You're gonna hit the 8 ball and then I'm gonna win.
General is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple modalities. This is so incredibly important. There's not one right way or wrong way.
Incorrect.
Ways. So there are some people.
Are you fucking serious?
Of spirituality is exactly in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occur is
Now we're
the famous idea of maybe it's a repetition. So Kusi Agino, the Rabbi says so beautifully. He says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, you know what you're supposed to do. The Rabbi says,
Blind shot, baby.
And read a passage. This is why. Because at least then you're taking the inspiration and you plugged it into something. Right? How many times in life are we inspired? I'm on fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fires if you don't feed it? Right? It extinguishes. And that's right. How was like, if we're honest, like this is a good time. Monday night, time to share, good time to be honest with ourselves. How many times in life I was like so on fire, so ready to do something. I just
Zero.
I'm ready to I just know actually didn't get the fire was there, and like fire can burn by itself for a certain amount of time, but after a certain if you don't it's going out.
Zoo, do you see how dominant I am?
Then that was the bottom of page chas.
Zoo. STFU.
What does this mean? It's a
STFU. Don't miss it. And you did. One of the worst misses we've ever seen. You're gonna fuck it up.
And we'll talk about this in generalities, and then we'll see more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want to really
wow, one of the most massive fuck ups we've ever seen in the history of the game.
You can't. It's hard to realize this of course comes with the caveat. There's only so well.
Hey, you ready for me to give you the win?
But there's still stuff you can understand. Like any relationship.
That's a miss.
The more you understand someone,
one of the biggest misses in the history of the game.
The more you understand,
of course, dog.
It requires my mind. It requires my heart. It requires my soul.
And your ball's in a really tough spot. Do you recognize that?
Myself, defining things about myself, starting to do certain
yeah, you could lose. And you just did. Champions. Champion of the game, baby. Hey, guess what? Nobody gives a fuck.
What emerges on the other side of all this internal work?
We're going to be a trick shot now. We know that they're blind shot.
All right, but 8-ball trick shot. Fuck that 9-ball shit.
I end up creating a sense of love of Hashem. And again, I was saying,
no, it's not because you can. I want to. So you have to get all the balls in.
So again, you see the two paths. This second path is with the double ball. It's a much longer path. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. But it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it'll get you.
So we have to do blind, right?
The first path is shorter, like instant.
I thought we had to do blind.
Like almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help.
It just helps.
It will never really get you fully to where you need to get to. It's the shortest path, won't get you. The second path, the Rebbe is describing, which again requires my heart, my mind. I'm striving to understand.
Fuck that. Fuck that shit. Because I thought we had to do blind.
Affecting change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path.
Dude, fuck that. Blind shot plus 10. Oh, it's not that good.
Because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. Let's say it's good. Look at this line. The last line of page chess. One of my favorite lines. This is Nimsa.
Are you going to go?
You know, the Rabbi says the long path, which is the shortest path of Hossein, there's no school. You know, it's interesting. We love schools. We love schools, right? Again, there's a schooler for everything, right? If you say Nishmas 27 times in 3 minutes, you're going to find a shit that's going to have a baby all in the same hour, right? It's incredible how it's going to happen, right? And you do this, and you do this, right? Yeah, I remember when I was with a young man who may or may not be related to me, and he was folding his towels after Shabbos, and he made sure that his wife was.
That's a terrible shot. I'm just going to tell you that right now. One of the worst shots we've ever seen.
Oh, it's a school of shalom banks. I said, by the way,
You tried to cheat. It wouldn't let you.
Be a mensch.
Excellent job of sucking dong.
Wash the dishes.
Everybody saw you try to cheat. I saw you try to cheat.
So interesting, what? Because folding your towels is a heck of a lot easier. And by the way, there might be a scope there. I don't know, not. But folding your towels is a heck of a lot easier than actually.
Doug, everybody knows it. You did the thing and then you shut the thing off.
And for the long hair that's short, there's no schools. There's no hacks, right? There's no shortcuts. He says, "Cause the ores ale, ellen nidreshes pay best nidreshes. Sorry, ellen nidreshes me adam yigia rabo vatsuma kfula mekukalas." What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right, and a tremendous amount of ongoing effort.
Zoot, are you excited for Bad Bunny?
Right? Tremendous amount, right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over.
Bad Bunny. I do too. That would be funny.
One thing the bank on is you will be a change.
Not unless comedians become like way more,
This is the program.
like make way more money. You know, Bad Bunny doesn't get paid to do the halftime show
12-step programs.
because none of the people do. They do it for the notoriety and because they sell their music. That's why there's always like a thing after, like Apple Music is proud to present Bad Bunny.
He says, so about time, and I'm going to teach you. When I'm going to teach you about time, this is Derech HaKitzara. Now, the Derech HaKitzara Shiaruka.
Spanish?
To get where you want to get.
Yep.
This path is how we have to
What do you want me to do about it?
This is the way we do it. Sher Kehi, Derech HaRuka, Kitzara.
I've told them that. I've told them that was Zoot's specific request, and they said, "Who the fuck is Zoot?"
He says, "I'm willing to give you a longer path, but it's the longest path that's really the shortest path because this path, and we don't even know what the path is. We don't know what it is. It's an excellent sales. I'm like, sign me up. Like, all right, I'm in. I bought it. I'll take two. Like, I have no idea what the path is, but now I want it. It's like I feel like what am I going to do without it? Right? So I don't even know what the path is.
Yeah, baby.
No, that's a path he's going to outline over here. And maybe arduous.
He's in jail, dog.
Only.
Yeah, but he's already had a hard time. That you get it.
Okay, put him on your list. P. Diddy, R. Kelly, Bill Cosby as an opener.
Next week, we'll actually start.
Unfortunately, I probably watched Super Bowl history.
For sure, dog. That's why I stated it. Maybe holograms of theirs.
All right, good evening. Good evening, a great Hashem.
That's a miss.
We have a beautiful piece ahead of us.
We are so bad at
remember, we're tonight. We're operating on a box with so many beautiful versions of the one we're learning how to do.
Kiss Shot, Make It.
Essentially, is life itself is
And Ignition Remix, two of the best songs of all time. So.
A little bit of everything. And so we're off yet last week with Rabbi quoting Rothschild. So literally translated again, the matter is very close to you, but to do it. So remember again, the Rebbe asked the fundamental question. He said, I don't understand. If you tell me,
are you proud of that shot?
That something is easy for me to do with my mouth, I got it, right? Tell me to say something and I can say it, even behaviorally. Tell me to do something and I'll do it. But to tell me that I'm supposed to feel something, that's
for sure.
Okay, in general, we have this idea about. You could legislate on
he shows up in those fucking
but you really can't
bad things.
So what does it mean when you say that it's above chalas? The Rabbi says on page 9.
They were indicting him when they were doing P. Diddy, and then they reversed the charges or some shit, which was questionable.
Emotion is something that is exceptionally difficult. Perhaps.
Do you like that kiss shot plus that bank shot, baby? Do you like that kiss shot plus that bank shot, baby?
Something is easy to say, something is easy to do. I could hear that. Something is easy to feel. It's not true. It's not true. We spoke about this last week a little bit. One of the hardest things that we have to do in Yiddishkeit is to control the way you feel. Like the Torah tells us.
Are you going to go?
One of the hardest things, because sometimes it's just like instinctive to feel a certain way and to have to regulate how it is that I am, how it is that I'm feeling.
Zud, are you going to go?
Such a tremendous and overwhelming thing. So the Rabbi goes on and he says as follows.
Are you going to go? That's a terrible shot. Maybe one of the worst shots we've ever seen. You better go. Dude, are you ready to see the best shot in the history of this game?
The entire avodah was learning, and last week we spoke about the idea that really the name that the Rebbe gave this sefer was the Kutei Amorit.
F them up, baby.
So we call it Tanya, but it's really called the Kutei Amorit. So the Rebbe said the entire avodah of this sefer is to figure out how we can serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu not only with our mouth and not only with our body, but with our hearts. Because isn't that the most incredible thing and most difficult thing? I mean, we know this. It's really not hard to keep Shabbos. It's not hard. There's 39 malachas. I know it's as long as
penalty?
Okay.
Fuck that.
To really regulate my behaviors. Just in general, it's not.
Oh, didn't they already have one?
Behaviors is something I can do. But how many of us actually feel Shabbos? How many of us actually experience with our heart Shabbos? And how many of us really get a geschmack of our Yiddish?
He didn't. You know who does the best is Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars has had multiple, and he's the best.
So about time he says the entire avodah of what I'm trying to do over here is to teach you bilavavcha, how to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu with heart. So once I go down to the next section, you see the bottom of page Zayin, Aruka Ukitzara. You see that? See the heading? So we'll say this is a profound piece. We're only in the introduction.
What do you think they should get, Zoo?
Just wait till we get like to the meat and potatoes of things. So the words B'dara now literally again I'm going to show you B'dara.
I think they should.
A long path.
Bruno Mars, he's amazing.
A long path, that's short. So listen to this.
All right, while simultaneously eating out.
So remember again, the large bolded letters, those are the actual words of Tanya. The small
that other bitch.
Afterwards.
What's that other bitch's name?
So the Rebbe says this fast. He says,
Sydney Sweeney.
So the source of this wording is actually in the Gemara itself. What is the Gemara? So I will say this is a profound Gemara. I'm Rabbi Shua ben Hananya. Yeah, that's also why I like using this. Like many times you find in the great
they both look like dogs without makeup.
They wrote it, understanding what they were writing. But a lot of times, us regular people, when we're
give me a real woman like Lily Collins, baby.
So just makes one very short statement. There's a path that is long and is short. Okay, thank you. Like what does that mean? So he quotes over here. Really, this is based on a Gemara Maseches Erev. Listen to this. I'm Rabbi Shua ben Hananya. Rabbi Shua ben Hananya says, "Follows Bnei Gemara. Miyamai lo nitzchani adam ela tino." Right?
Zoot, are you seeing this?
Says, I'm a pretty smart guy.
Zoot, I'm unstoppable.
No one ever bested me. Right? No one ever bested me except for one time a child. A child tested me. What happened?
Lily Collins, Allison Brie, Anne Hathaway.
I was traveling on the road. So I was traveling on the road. And I saw that there was a child.
That Dia Drosio bitch.
Okay. Amarti lo b'ni. I said to the child, my son, so Shulchan was traveling to a particular
What
city.
happened, Zoot?
He didn't know he was going.
You pocketed the 9-ball.
Child, can you tell me what is the best way to get to the city?
Incorrect.
What's the best way to get to the city? So the kid says to me, Amarli, Zu Aruka Ukitsara, Izu Kitsara Aruka.
How the fuck did you do that?
There are two paths. This path is long and short, and this one is short and long. Okay, so Rabbi Shimon Chanai hears this and says to himself, okay,
Oh,
so
fuck.
which path?
This game
If
sucks.
anyone needs sheets, it's over here. Right, so he says,
Because I can't
which
see.
Which path should I take? So Rabbi Shimon Chanai said, Amrali,
Not well.
I'm sorry, Halachti B'Kitzara Va'aruka. So Rabbi Shimon Chanai says, I took the path that was short and long. I took the path that
Yeah,
was short
and just
long.
the fucking
Sorry,
things are really
Va'aruka.
small, dog.
Again, makes sense. Why does it make sense? He has no idea what the kid is saying. Right? So the kid says that there's a short path. I'll just take the short path. That's no big deal. So he takes the short
Okay,
path. Listen to
thanks.
this.
I appreciate your fucking advice.
Keva, she got to here. So I'm sure says, you know, it's amazing. I got to the city in no time.
Maybe you
The
can hit the
problem was,
fucking
got
ball.
to the end of the path, and he was right next to the city. But the problem was that there were
Oh, that was
gardens
garbage.
and orchards that were there blocking him from getting into the city itself. So he took this short path. He got right up to the city, but couldn't actually enter into the city because the pathway was blocked. Chazak Tzachor, went back to the crossroads. He goes back to the kid. Amarti lo b'ni, lo kach amarti li zu kitzara. So he says to the kid, what's the problem? Not exactly, but you understand, right? Kid, you told me that this was the short path. So I told him it's the short path. To which the child said, Amarli Rabbi, lo kach amarti lecha kitzara.
Zoot, are you proud of that shot?
Rabbi, remember what I told you? What did I tell you? It's short, but it's long.
I
Right?
wouldn't
It's short,
be.
but it's long. In other words, it's short, and that'll get you to the
Do I
city,
think you're gay?
but you won't get it.
I mean, you talk about
Watch
you
this.
talk about
Here's
being
that
gay a
thought.
lot,
Now, by
and
the
you've
way,
admitted gay,
now,
and you suck a lot of dick in this
Chelsea,
game.
another path. What's
So
another path?
I have
It's
my
Aruka
suspicions.
Ukitzara. It's long but short. What do you mean it's long but short? In other words, it's going to take you longer to get into the city, but what?
Dog,
What?
sometimes you just come out and say, I'm gay.
You'll get
And
it.
I'm like, okay, dude, thanks for telling us.
It's an incredible metaphor for life, and this is so much about what God is going to teach us. Perish about it. Listen to what he says.
You know what the gayest thing you can do is? Tell other people you're gay, aside from sucking dick.
It was short. In other words, it was the shortest distance between point A and point B. But practically, it was longer. Why? See, here's the problem.
Maybe
On
show
one
them
hand-
pictures
on
of
one
you
hand,
being
it was a very short
anally
path
throttled.
to get from the crossroads to the city. The problem is then getting into the actual city.
If you would have-
itself. He says, now again, just to point out, could he have gotten into the
I mean,
city?
whatever you
Could,
want,
but it's
baby.
hard, I guess, to cross over the gardens and the orchards and all this kind of stuff.
Could be hypnotized.
And that's the child was saying. He's saying, Rabbi, it is a short path, but it's much more difficult to get into the city utilizing this path.
Okay, why don't you just hit the ball? How about instead of saying something controversial, you just hit the ball?
But then there was a second path. The second path was
Okay,
long but short.
I don't really understand that, but that's a cool story.
Reality-wise, like I guess what's the word? Like distance-wise, it was a longer path. But this is the way to get into the city. So it's a longer path, it's a longer distance, but you can ultimately get right in. It says, Sof Sof, even though the distance was,
Yes, and you are their club leader.
enabled you to reach your actual destination.
Zoot, what number is
get into the city without any obstacles.
Bonnie Blue right now?
This is incredible. This is incredible. See the kach.
Yeah, you do.
In gam darkei avodas Hashem. Rabbi said. So
Not
Rabbi says
watching school and you're gonna go.
this Gemara is an incredible metaphor for spirituality. In spirituality,
You would know.
there are two roads.
Zoot, what number is Bonnie Blue right now?
The path that's short but is in actuality long, and Derech Aruka.
Of course she is.
The path that is long.
You haven't
is
been
actually
working your
short.
magic with that
Listen
bitch.
to this.
Dude, I keep scratching it.
Listen to this. There is a pathway that is short but long. Meaning what?
Zoot, just hit the fucking ball in.
For example, a person inspires, right, the emotions of his heart. Serve Hashem.
It's still not easy.
And what happens? Through this inspiration, through this fire, he comes to love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
I'll just fucking make it.
Let me say this to you. Hey,
Thank you.
like this. The easiest
And you
way,
lost.
the easiest way to fall in love with
Usually someone loses when they do that.
bestseller Jewish books. All what?
I know.
I told you what it
You did.
Stories.
Oh fuck! You got more points.
What is stories? What's the beauty of this? What's the beauty of a nice song?
That's garbage.
That's it. Change your imagination, right?
That's
It's like-
fucking garbage. Dude, that's some bullshit. Dude, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit.
Those of us who have been at NCS by Abdullah, right? How do you feel at an NCS by Abdullah, right? Like, oh my God, I am really going to change my life. Right?
Yeah.
And generally, how long does that last for? I was gonna say 4 minutes. Okay, you're giving it till Tuesday.
Yeah,
That's
baby.
Good. Listen, I just want to point out something amazing. You know, Rabbi Soloveitchik puts this out. He says that Avram Avinu.
Ask
And
yourself
when
in the
Avram
mirror,
left
baby.
Haran to go to Canaan, so it says that Avram went, Sarai, Lot, Ve'es HaNefesh Asher Asu B'Chara, and the souls they made in Haran. And the Medrash says, who are the souls? So Avram converted all these people. Sarai converted all these people. So as Soloveitchik says, like, where did they go?
So look how good a shot this is. Are you fucking serious?
It's just Avram.
That was bullshit.
So where did the Chevra go?
Oh, I just gave you the easiest fucking shot in the history of the game. Zoot, just please make this fucking shot. End this fucking game.
Was Shabbatons. He was programming. He was serving Chinese. Right? He was
Thank
doing
you.
everything. He was doing everything.
Great job, Zoot. All right, I need a break.
So Avram says, Chevra, we're going somewhere. Say where? I don't know.
Hey, well, I don't know what you want me to do about it, but all I
Let's
know
go. And they go.
is that I need a fucking
What happens?
yeah, because I'm the sexiest.
Where are we going? Right? And each day.
Zoot, when are you gonna start watching Kill Tony?
Until at the end of the day, it was just Avram, Sarai, and Lot. Right? Why? Because when people
Zoot, when are you gonna start watching Kill Tony?
Episodic events. It's beautiful. Lights a fire. But as
You
quickly
suck.
As that fire is kindled, it goes out. And by the way, this isn't. If you want to understand a lot of
Peace, baby. Good job
let's say,
on your play and your comedy, being a raw comedy state finalist. That's a big deal.
They saw the plagues. They saw us putting up the seed. They saw the giving of the Torah. And yet,
Is it?
was going like
Yep.
an extra hour.
For real?
And they're already building wooden calves.
It's better than being a loser. I gotta take a shit, allegedly.
Miracles don't work. Miracles don't create believers. Miracles
Really?
do not create
Dumb.
sustained spirituality.
Bitch needs to shut the
Inspiration,
fuck
right?
up.
Like it's like a booster shot. Like you get it, and it's very nice. It's very nice, but as quickly as
Look
it
at this
comes,
athleticism,
it
folks.
goes. It goes.
Look at this
By the
move.
way, I want to point out,
Look at this.
there's a danger. Like,
Look at this
it's
move.
very interesting. I find, like,
Look at this move.
everything is about inspiration. Everybody wants to be inspired. Because the truth is, we all want that closest to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I kind of just, I want like a hack. I need like a spiritual life hack. You know, I want to get that relationship, but I don't really want to work for it. Come on, just give it to me. And under 2 minutes, please. Under 2 minutes. Right? Short attention span. So give me what I need. Give it to me quickly. I'm going to be inspired. And by the way, it works. The Rebbe says that's called Derech Kitzara Va'aruka. That's the short path to get to God. There's only one problem. It's actually a much longer way to get to this. It actually becomes a much longer way to get to that. Why? Because if that's my Judaism, just like that high, and you always need to get your high, right? So, okay, so what's going to inspire me next? And what's next? And what's next? And what's next? So it seems like the shortest path of connection. But in fact, it's a much more circuitous route to a lasting relationship with Hashem. So look what the Rabbi says. Person literally inspires himself. Inspiration, right? Inspirational moments. It's interesting. What do inspirational moments demand of you? What do they demand of you? What do they demand of you? No, in fact, nothing. Right? What is right? Again, what happens when you're? What are you doing when something inspires you? What are you doing? You're ingesting. You're passive. You're passive. So, and by the way, I want to point out that the Rebbe is not knocking this. This is profound, and we all have moments where I just need that pick me up. I need that pick me up, and it feels like it's so intense and so profound, but in fact, because I'm passive and I'm not really doing anything, it's easy come, easy go. The inspiration comes, and then the inspiration leaves. So it's interesting. So sometimes like that passionate inspiration, that seems like the shortest pathway to Hashem. But ironically enough, it's actually the longest way to Hashem. Because since I'm passive, I'm not really doing anything. I'm receiving. I'm not really affecting change within myself. So when the inspiration dies down, often I'm just the same person. I'm just the same guy. And I'm right where I was before. So again, if I can get more inspiration, that's great. But the inspiration isn't always easy coming. Here it is. Do you know where true relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes from? When a person is willing to change who he is. You see, when we're inspired, so inspiration is beautiful, but inspiration doesn't come about because of something I did for myself. Often it's something that's being conferred upon me. And no internal change per se has actually occurred. So because of that, he says, "B'soch socho, adayin hu nishar alamdo kimikodem, im kol osan hamidos v'ataybos hamanos ha'aklos also milis karos lalakos b'ames." I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. Right? I haven't changed. I was like, no, we all have this. You know, this is what happens so often. I think a lot of us like experience this over Yamim Noraim. Right? I'm inspired. I don't know, maybe I start by the davening, by the nigun, by something. And then I wonder, and then the inspiration ebbs away. How does that happen? How can it be that one day I'm so on fire and then the next day it's like flatline? How does that happen? That's because nothing's changed on the inside. So if the inside remains the same and all of the negative wants and desires and proclivities and lusts and all those things are still there, then I'm like a car spinning my spiritual wheels. And I might be hitting on the accelerator, but I'm not really getting anywhere. So the Rebbe goes on, he says, Lachim bepoel yihiyu harbe minios v'ikuvim b'dar shlo yanichu lagia le'ir. She's happily with us. So we'll say that's the first path. That first path of Judaism is called what we call kisara va'aruka. It feels short, right? It feels short in that I get the high, I get the inspiration, but there's no work that's been done. There's no internal change that has occurred. So although it feels like it's the fast track to control, what happens? I end up almost getting to my goal, but then when I want to really do something, the gardens and the orchards, everything is there blocking me from the city. But then there's another model of change. What the Rebbe is going to subscribe to, now obviously, and again, I want to point out, the beauty of Judaism in general is that there are multiple modalities, right? There are multiple avenues of connection, and this is so incredibly important. There's not one right way people connect to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in different ways. So there are some people for whom that burst of spirituality is exactly the catalyst that they need in order to go and affect change. But for most of us, the way like dramatic moments of inspiration occur is they come and they go. There's the famous idea of Lydia Sikabadichev. It's a chuzia again that Rabbi says so beautifully. He says, when a person has a moment of inspiration, you know what you're supposed to do? Of course, this is like a million times. Rabbi says, open up a chumash and read a pasuk. He says, why? Because at least then he's taking the inspiration and you plugged it into something. And how many times in life are we inspired? Like, I'm on fire. There's only one problem. What happens with fires if you don't feed it? Right? It extinguishes. And that's, right, if we're honest, like, this is a good time. Monday night, time to share, good time to be honest with ourselves. How many times in life I was like so on fire, so ready to do something, but I just never did something. I'm ready to, I just never actually did it. The fire was there, and like, fire can burn by itself for a certain amount of time, but after a certain amount, if you don't feed it, it's going out. It's going out. So that's the first path. Then the Rabbi said, bottom of page Ches, Veilu, Haderech HaMevu'eres B'Sefer HaTanya, the rest of all this communities. We all say, but the derech that the Baal HaTanya is teaching us in Tanya is a different kind of derech. What does this mean? It's a derech, it's a pathway to Hashem that requires real internal work. Ki gedei lapoch es rikshei halev, mitayvas ha'olam hazali avas Hashem be'emes, muchreches avodas hamoach, itzel kol echa lefi arko. Hainu, let me read a little bit, and then limud v'hasaga begadlus Hashem. Ula'achar mikan, hisbonenus ba'mokas hadas bin yonim shalom adesi. So it says we're going to see, and we'll talk about this in generalities, and then we'll see it more in depth. The Rebbe says, if you want a real relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it's going to really need an understanding of Hashem. It's hard to love something that you don't know. Now, this of course comes with the caveat that what? There's only so well you're going to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But there's still stuff you can understand. It's like any relationship. The more you understand someone, the closer you become. The more you understand the Ribono Shel Olam, the closer you can come to him. It requires my mind, it requires my heart, it requires my soul, it requires work, it requires changing things about myself, refining things about myself, starting to do certain things, stopping to do other things. It requires behavioral adjustments, emotional adjustments, a whole variety of different things. And then again, with all of this internal work, what emerges on the other side of all this internal work? A sense of love of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. From all of this work that I'm doing, this internal work, I end up creating a sense of love of Hashem. Benimsa, and again, we'll see exactly what this means when we get into the Sefer. Benimsa Shabbaderech Zeh, so again, so you see the two paths. This second path is what the Rabbi will call Derech Aruka Shikitza. It's a much longer path. There's a lot more work. There's a lot more to do. And it's the shorter path. Why is it the shorter path? Why? Because it'll get you where you need to get. The first path is shorter, right? That's like instantaneous, almost like consumeristic type of inspiration, which is beautiful and incredible. And that'll help. But it will never really get you fully where you need to get. The shortest path won't get you. The second one again requires my heart, my mind, striving to understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the way you understand HaKadosh Baruch Hu, trying to understand yourself, affection change, starting this, stopping this, all different kinds of things. It's a much longer path, but at the end of the day, it's the shortest path because it ultimately gets me to my intended destination. Both sides, look at this line. The last line on page Ches, one of my favorite lines. This is Nimsa. Shabbaderech Zeh, Eins Gulos V'Tachbulos Kalos Le'ora Es Halev. What's that? The Rav is nice. The long path, which is the shortest path on this side, there's no skills. You love skills, right? Again, there's a skills for everything, right? If you say Mishmas 27 times in 3 minutes, you're going to find a shidduch and have a baby all missing that, right? It's incredible it's going to happen, right? And you do this, and you tell me stuff, and you do this, right? I remember when I was listening to and he was in Golden Palace after Shabbos. Made sure that his wife was in the room in his palace. Why is that the people in the palace? Oh, it's a school of Shalom Bayis. What else? I said, by the way, I'll tell you even a better school of Shalom Bayis. Be amazed. Open the car door, take out the trash, wash the dishes, buy like flowers and all that. I don't know if it's not folding the bells, right? But when I say so interesting, why? Because like folding the cars is a heck of a lot easier. And by the way, there might be a scope there. I'm not. But folding a palace is a heck of a lot easier than actually trying to be a good husband. Okay, so the Balatanya says, I just want to tell you that for the long path that short, there's no schools, there's no hacks, right? There's no shortcuts. He says, "Cause the ores ale, Ellen Nidreshes Peites, sorry, Ellen Nidreshes Mea Adam Vigia Rado, Vatsumot Fulam Fupelas." What does it require? It requires a ridiculous amount of exertion, right? And a tremendous amount of ongoing effort. Of all the right? Tremendous order, right? Again, there's no shortcut, there's no life hack. You just have to keep plugging away at it over and over and over. About here's the Jews, Mishtanis Mahusha Newshouse, so let's say here's the good news. As much work as this is, one thing is the bank on, which is you'll be a change person. You'll be a change person. Now let's say this is it. It's a working program. This is the program, right? This is the program with the Balatanya. And there's no shortcuts to the program, right? Just like Lahapio, 12-step programs. You can't say, I'm going to skip, 4, 5, and 6. 7's really my thing. You can't work a 12-step program like that. In any program with comprehensive change, you got to start from 1, and you got to make your way all the way through 12. That's the way that it works. Step after step. Let's just finish up. This is about people should get a zoo. But if you work on what the Rebbe calls the derech aruka shetitzara, the long path that is short, he says you will change yourself as a person. He says, and you will come to truly love the Ribono Shel Olam. Sof, Zoe Derech. This, so I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you about this is Derech HaKitzara. Now, the Derech HaKitzara Sh'yarucha is the shortest path that is very long. But this is the way to get where you want to get. Dafka Ayada, Masigim Tachas Hamata. Dafka through this path is how we accomplish our life objectives. The Poel Mamish. This is what we do. Sharkeni, Haruka, so it becomes a choice. One could go and take himself from death to Sarah Valuka. So it's nice because the path is short. Only one problem. It'll never quite get you exactly where you need to go. But the Balatanya says, I'm willing to give you a longer path. But it's the longest path that's really the shortest path.
Just for a moment.
It is. Balatanya is an excellent salesman because I'm like, sign me up.
I'm in the middle of a space. What's up?
Okay, like, I have no idea what your path is, but now I want it.
All right, well, tough shit.
Right? So I don't even know what the path is, but I know.
I just wanted to
All right, hello, baby. How are you?
It may be arduous and may be difficult, but it's the only path that's going to get me into the city. The only path that's going to allow me to change, to evolve, to self-actualize. The only path that's going to bring me to have as Hashem, and the only path that's going to get me to my intended end desire.
Yeah, like you just said, I'm in the middle of a Twitter space, dog.
Next week, actually starts. Let's see how she starts.
All right, have a good one.
You too, baby.
All right.
I wanted to come and say, really fuck him up. Oh, God is there for me, say, so, sometimes that person will get money, you can still say, you don't work. Before night over, the CA drop back 1 or 2 weeks. So now waiting in the matter be that, because I think I just want to
good morning.
so sometimes the person will spend money, be paying up, to allow me to invest. So if there's any way, I can see
only of our responses for this morning shift to faith.
I will come first for touching the closing stock of dedicating all the things of this year. This goes for the source levels to Anusra, and corresponds to the month of other kindness, the same Vladimir Harry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, Sweet Birch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziva Levin, and Dennis Damit in memory of William Zeb Shmuel Ben Yisrael, and we have learning sponsors, Nation, and Beth Amber in memory of Jude Goldman, the Buddhist Esther Bas Alonzo, the Corner of Rothschild, the American Kamazora, all of the things from the Sabna. Families in the Kama, all those who are 4-7, call for the Israel, the prophecy years that separate from all of our hostages, the Holy Soldiers should be successful before Massey Day. Those are the guys, let us begin. We have a lot to do today about Hashem. Good. Okay, today's topic is Tzaddik Zayin, 97. We are picking up on Tzaddik Vav on the base, second line down in the wide line. First one we left off on a cliffhanger yesterday of Sanchira, after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to hurt, recognizing again the enormity of his actions, and ready to go ahead and join the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Gemara now picks up on that. He learns Naaman, your kosher father. So Naaman was the general of Aram. Also the focus of pretty much Jewish blood. So Naaman became a Ger Kosher. They were like, Ger Kosher usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, except Sharon says to the north and Israel. That's the general definition of the Ger Kosher. So Naaman became a Ger Kosher. He was Zaron Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to be over here that the Zaron really became Ger Tzedek means again. He converted. Sisra, Rabbi tell you Sharai. Sisra's grandson, remember again Sisra, the general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Atar Shana, that Yazid and Sisra, his mother's prize, sort of the basis for that whole shofar. So the neighbor of Sisra, Rabbi tell you Sharai. The grandsons of Sisra, Torah Yerushalayim, the neighbor of Sancheriv, the Mildu, Torah Berabim, the grandsons of Sancheriv, taught Torah in public. Umanya, there were two of these grandsons of Sisra who taught Torah in public, Shnaya and Aparion. That's wild. And the Shnaya and Aparion was who they were the rebellion of Hillel and Shammai. And so Shnaya and Aparion, the Hillel and Shammai themselves were descendants or grandsons of Sancheriv. Midney Barak Shal Haman, London Torah Bnei Brak. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in Bnei Brak. Ra'at Midney Barak Shal Osa Rasha, Biki Shakadosh Baruch Hu. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. Like what happened? Abu Malach and Shakir Baruch Malachim said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ribono Shel Olam, Mish Yehu Neshvesecha. So the Malachim said, no, what's going on with you? Could it be that someone who destroyed everything, someone who destroyed the city, someone who did so many terrible things to your children, such a person like this should never have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah? How did this since what's interesting? Seems to be that Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar or Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. How did this say? Rafinu as Baba V'Olechesam. He tried to heal Baba, but it cannot be healed. So there's this idea that Baba could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Baba was so broken. Baba was such a big state of disgrace. Baba gave so much to us that it was beyond incredible. Ula on the Ula is out for something else. Ula was in the Khanasa. There was no going back to Ula Khanasa. No children of the Khanasa. No started Jewish for him. Rabbi Shmuel by the funny on the Ilu Naros Bodo. You take them out. Some say that it refers to the rivers of Bodo. Rashi says over here, it's the last Rashi, second last Rashi on the right hand side. Ilu Naros Bodo, the waters are very bitter, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, it's very nice about what Rashi says, the Kalim Marinim Sha'ondim Benaros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter date comes, not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately again, the date palms that grow by the water are also bitter. And I will say, it's interesting, by the way, that the Gemara says that the one thing you can't heal is Naros Baba. Reminiscent of the capital of Tillen, Naros Baba, Shana Bafinu. The Naros Baba, that image, is never in being led out from Eretz. We sat by the rivers of Baba and we cried and we remembered. Almost as if we both over chance. There are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things or some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some people that perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. What Nebuchadnezzar did to our people, simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So the word says as follows. So we'll say, but I'll just point out, the answer is that's so clear. What's interesting is Nebuchadnezzar is offspring. There's no indication that Nebuchadnezzar ever wanted to convert, right? He had no desire. But his descendants wanted to convert. Nebuchadnezzar did go ahead and convert. So it's interesting, what exactly does that mean? Who converted? There's a sefer called Chukas Hager. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about this. There's a lot of interesting pieces. He brings down a Shiloh, where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously had tremendous kalata for what it is that he did. He came before, I forgot the author of the sake of the hearing, and to convert. And it was a Shiloh, there were people who were there and said, how do you convert this guy? After all, we know what he did, we saw what he did, we experienced the cookie at his hand. And the Mechaber, because like I says, the Russian says is based on halacha yidesha, right? This is the expression. Halacha yidesha, cold hard fact, cold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is if somebody becomes about tshuva, right? And they manage to touch the past, the right, should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert such a person like this? How can a person like this be welcomed into Am Yisrael after everything that he did? How could it be that a person would have behaved in such an egregious fashion with such cruelty towards Am Yisrael, and then we would welcome him into our ends? So he asked him, don't convert him. He asked him, don't convert him. But what's interesting is, you don't often find this in halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because legal is you convert him. If the guy's sincere and Mamish has talent, you can convert him. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed into his house? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Yehushua became a right? Who converted him, but he gave him such responsibility for this. It is interesting to note that the Russian body of Zoran is Ara. He ran away. Which seems to indicate that she just went off somewhere else. Not part of the community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. What does it mean that he converted? Does it mean that he went to a formal contact? Does it mean that he just accepted it for himself? To be close up and talking? No, it's just interesting to point out. Okay, another writer. Amar Ulo says as follows. Amar Moab, should be Bishop Yerushalayim. Amar Moab was bad neighbors to Yerushalayim household. Even the Shalim, when the becomes Nabi L'Korba Yerushalayim, when Amar Moab heard that the Nabi was prophesying about the destruction of Yerushalayim, Shaltu, Nebuchadnezzar, they sent word to Nebuchadnezzar. What prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim? Especially after seeing what happened to Sancheriv, what prompted him to do it? So the Gemara says, Amon Moab, how can that be prophesied? That Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed. So they sent to Nebuchadnezzar to the top. Time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, how these fellows weak, how is going to be destroyed? Put the top. Come and literally again look and come. Amar, Mistafina Belola Abudi to be by the command. So again, Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to beat me. What he did the previous sound is, again, he's referring to Sancheriv.
I am. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've done my best to follow every single person in this space. I'd appreciate a follow back. I know many of the people in here already have. I am really pretty close to my limit of the amount of people who I can follow. So if you aren't following me back, please do, or else I don't want to have to unfollow you. You'd be on the naughty list. I love the game. I have a server where we game. It's discord.me/rabbi. It's in my name. It's in my profile. It's in my pinned post. We play mini games, things like Go, chess, checkers, those kinds of games, but also we play things like Fortnite and certainly Rainbow Six and Madden, any kind of game that you can think of in there. Additionally, you should know I'm very proud that I've been hosting 24/7 X Spaces for now more than 350 days straight, 24/7 on video, and I've been live streaming on YouTube for more than 4 years. I have over 50,000 followers who watch me on Twitch, so I'm a Twitch streamer as well. So with that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. So it's a very cool project that I have been doing for more than 4 years. If you want to check it out, feel free to send me a follow and connect with me if you want. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
בכסף ביום חגים, ישר. So Shavuot, the Nebuchadnezzar said, Sisbo, Velomazina da'asim kibla ometra. It's winter time, fall, winter, and I can't come because it's not because of the rain. It's not another rain. But the clearly is very fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has this bad feeling about this, that even if he cannot be successful, the repercussions and ramifications will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come to West, the weather is very bad. Shafullah will say to him, don't worry about it. When you come to Israel, so navigate yourself around the mountains. In other words, go ahead and travel by the base of the mountain. That's where the mountains will shield you from the rain and the snow. Shneemar, Shofar Kar Moshe Aretz Misalam Bara Ha'Tzmei Al Har Kashion. Shalafu Yasira Leslie Dukta Yasir Levei. Nebuchadnezzar says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my army. He says, don't worry about it. They send back King Shafullah. Kibot Shalahem, Mulim Nipatim Shalcha. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than the palaces. Nebuchadnezzar said, Va'itzein Umar Hashem Yotzias Atzmos Malchus Judah, Es Atzmos Sarab, Es Atzmos HaKohanim, Es Atzmos HaRavim, Es Atzmos Yoshim Shani Kivayim, the shut from the Shamayim, the Yarek, the Kotra, Shoresha, Adam, Bashab, Duvachal, Boacharehem. Anole, Renach, and Yadizka. Vishnu, the house, so again. So that's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note of you. First of all, there was just general, it's not a new thing that is very massively from our neighbors towards us, right? Like, what do Ammon and Moab have to get involved in this? Those are our cousins. Like, why do they have to get involved? I don't know. Ammon and Moab come, and then Saint Nebuchadnezzar ultimately again to march against Yerushalayim. Incredible. I'm going to say now, you want to switch back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, the focus really was on Yemos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a little bit more on Mashiach himself. Some really beautiful Gemaras ahead of us. I'm not going to be Yitzchak.
Chi-boy! How you living, pimp?
Amos Asi Bar Nafli. What is
Chi-boy? That's my man. How you living? When I met you, you had 700 followers. Now you have more than 2,000. What's good, son? How you living, big man? What's good? GM, what's new in your world? All right, is that why you haven't been hosting spaces?
forest is not the Beis Hamikdash.
Yeah, I've been pretty occupied.
One of the things that Mashiach will do, again, is the restoration of
Okay.
monarchy.
Yeah, I do thought days
The one
like
who
once,
lifts up fallen things.
right, those
There's something so beautiful you think to yourself. Out of all the things that Mashiach is going to do,
those show my presence.
yes, I mean, see, all this other stuff. Like, that he's doing is he restored the
All right.
Every
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast.
So that's what he like.
I just surpassed 3,750 followers on X, which is tight. Over 50,000 on Twitch, which is tight. So that's cool. What's good in your neck of the woods? How's school going?
And then broke it, and then rebuilt it again.
Fine. Oh, 50,000 tweets. That's massive.
It is massive.
So what does Mashiach do?
What are you studying?
Yeah, accounting.
That was destroyed.
Oh, that's good. Okay, excellent. And what are your plans? You want to be an accountant?
tells us also within ourselves what's the greatest accomplishment of the self to become a Baal Tshuva.
You want to be an accountant?
Means to take all of your broken pieces and to mend them and make them whole.
Yo, baby.
Put yourself back together. If you could become your
Do you want to be an accountant?
Take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them back together. That is the greatest accomplishment. The Gemara goes like, George will say some really incredible Gemaras over here.
Yo, baby, do you want to be an accountant?
That there's a couple of different narratives, well, really two different narratives, about the generation and the time that immediately precedes Mashiach. Like, what ushers in Messianic era? Messianic era. So watch this. The Gemara says as follows. So no Quran says as follows. The generation that David Melech will, that Mashiach will come. There's a diminution, less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmidei Chachamim. So there's fewer Talmidei Chachamim, and in general, a lot of suffering. It's terrible suffering. And new terrible decrees every single day. The year, or Shavuot usually means like the 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. So this is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. In year number 1, Shana Rishona is Kayim Mikrazeh, in Tarti al Achos, Ba'al Yachas lo Antir. Some cities will have food, other cities won't have. Literally, again, I'll make it rain in one city, won't rain in a different city. Second year.
Yo, there he is.
Famine everywhere. So in year number 1, some places have rain, some places
don't have
rain. Year number 2, everyone has famine. Year number 3, Shlishis is
Yo, how you living? All right. So when do you graduate?
Men, children died.
I think next year.
Okay. And do you want to be a
overwhelming? So material suffering,
an accountant?
Suffering, the 4th year. Some of it
Yes,
some places.
You don't think that position's going to be, you know, like replaced by AI pretty easily? Yeah, dog. That's like one of the easiest positions that's going to go by the wayside.
In the 6th year, there'll be sounds. Rashi says there'll be B'shishis kolos, Yotzu kolos sheben David ba. So there'll be murmurings.
I know, but you're already, down the line. I get it. All right, so you are gonna be an accountant. All right, how's the Web3 game been treating you?
That's when Mashiach comes. So it's like, so this is the description, the basic description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption.
Do you really feel like you've been grinding in Web3, or are you just saying that?
That 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year
I
cycle.
mean,
like you just described, you just described. But I understand that Mashiach has not come. So Rabbi says, Mashiach is Golas. Mashiach is Milchamos Mirhaba.
All right.
Was there ever
When's the last time you hosted a space?
Again, they were murderers of Mashiach, and in year 7 of wars.
I did one yesterday.
It's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle. It's that these events occur in
few
this
minutes, I
order
think
over a
45
7-year cycle. So has that ever happened the way you described? The answer to that.
All right. How many people did you have?
Is no. Tanya. You said.
I got like 10 people.
They survived. Yeah,
I
think
my space is wrong. So I just said, okay, since I is not something I want to do officially.
There is a general spiritual decline.
All right, baby. I understand that. Are you going to do Twitter Spaces today?
But there's like these two models about Messianic redemption. The Mashiach comes essentially almost like when things.
All right, big dog. Did you know that I've been doing 24/7 X Spaces for more than 350 days? On the 14th, I'll have done them for an entire year, 24/7 on video. What are your thoughts about that? Okay, I've been doing 24/7 spaces, hosting them for 355 days. On the 14th, it'll be 365 days, 1 year, and they've been on video. What are your thoughts?
So you have large spaces unoccupied.
Yeah, dog. Nobody does what I do.
So they'll once again paint it
Yeah.
a lack of code.
One space.
Yeah, so I'm closing in on 365 days of 24/7 spaces. Yeah, it's pretty baller.
People who live in the border cities.
So like your space is like one now.
Yeah. Every conversation that we've ever had has been archived on video on my space. So our entire friendship has been archived online. What are your thoughts?
It's really good. It's also like I just go back and like
Exactly.
MS will not be found.
Exactly. Isn't that baller? Yeah, it's baller as shit, dog.
Like a group that will wander around, right? And those who seek
now
become wanderers as well. My
any extra you see or think or
anyone who tries to say
Chi boy. Why think hard when I have to go and reach out to you? Why aren't you just in the free airdrop community on X?
Trying to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized.
I don't know about that.
Doug, just go to X communities, type in free airdrop, and there are like 10 of them, and join them, and then every time there's a free airdrop, they make everybody aware of it, and it's free money to you.
Rabbi says, in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Joe says, an overwhelming statement. God says,
Isn't that baller as shit?
There is no person who always speaks the truth.
Actually,
I'm just saying, you can't find
I know.
a person in this world who always speaks the truth. I'm saying, I want to point out, by the way, that statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, we have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, "Mutar l'shanas mipnei hashalom." You're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me,
Did you join them?
He said he went on record. He said,
Okay, well, what are you waiting on, baby?
I'm not changing the truth. So let's listen to this story. So we'll say now this Rav Tavimi tells a story about himself. He says, one time I went to a place. The Kushta Shmei, this is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the place, the name of the town was
Big
Truth.
Dog, what are you waiting
That
on?
was the name. The Gemara says, "V'lo haba mishane b'divurayu, v'lo haba misinchini hasam below zmane." So say in this place called Truth, what was the residency required?
Big Dog, what are you waiting on?
You cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. And interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. So, what does that mean? Before their time? Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People live to ripe old age is there, and they died like that. So
Big Dog, what are you waiting
so I
on?
came to this place. I liked it a lot. I decided to settle down. And the CB, this is something. I married a woman from Kushta. Now watch this. So the Gemara says, I married her from there. We typed in Benin Mineh. We had two sons.
Yes, sir.
Hey, my wife was washing her hair.
Okay. I did search. Oh, I'm just saying. I'm not saying community.
Dog, what are you talking about? Search communities, dog.
But she's taking a bath. It wasn't right. So instead, what he said is, no, I'm sorry, she's not home.
Wait, you said it's more like X basis.
No. On the left side,
My two sons passed away.
there is a place. It's called communities. Yeah, go to a quieter place. On the left side, under your profile, it says Profile Premium Video Communities. Go to Communities and search the communities that offer free airdrops. Do you see where communities are?
If you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring it back to our town.
It's massive, baby. It's tremendous.
So now this goes in one. Find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is a true statement. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Kushta, like what was the population of Kushta before? How many people are in there, right? So that's fine. You can maybe create like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Because once they sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit for certain circumstances. Incredible. You know what? On the double duck, we say once again, description of the Messianic generation. The generation of Mashiach comes in. There's an Arim Yavir King. The young will embarrass the old. There's a king Yandu Lefnei Arim. And the eldest will be forced to give respect to the younger ones. There's going to be like this sense of like generational, like the sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. In Bas Khan, the daughter will rebel against her mother. The Kanada Chamusa, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. Uknei Hadar Kipnei Kalev. The face of generation will be like the face of a dog.
Do you see communities?
And ultimately, again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father.
Yeah, I see them now.
Okay, do you see the search? All right, so like join like 10 or 12 of them, and then you'll know when all that shit happens.
Because there's an inherent embarrassment that a son has in his father that he's not going to
I think
in the generation of Mashiach, there's
I'll
going to be
join
such a lack of decency that a son doesn't even have any embarrassment from himself. He says, Azus means, I know what's good English for Azus is brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate. Vayoker Yaves, Gaibach, actually says, so you have Yakar Kabbalah. So there's such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. The vine will produce many grapes, but wine will be very expensive. They must say, what does that mean? The vine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So once it actually points out to me what that means, there's going to be a lot of wine consumption. In other words, it's an indulgent, hedonistic society. Seeing there's plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand, and therefore the prices keep going up. And the entire monarchy will turn to heresy, and no one could rebuke anyone. It's fascinating to see like a lot of these elements, right? In other words, everyone is right, everyone's opinion is right, everyone's feeling is right, and even if they're wrong, no one could say anything to the other. The support of Yitzchak,
Okay, we'll refresh, close your app, reopen it, and try again.
Turns to heresy. So it's interesting. It's a little bit of a play on Saras. What happens with Saras? If the entire body turns white, then ultimately it's Tahar. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical, that society as a whole just loses it, interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. Fascinating. Ki yira Hashem, ki yireya, ki azlas yad va'afes atzer va'azov, ein bein David ba, so sorry, Mashiach only comes at shiyirbu hamusaros. Until there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, we'll say, of the musaros. Now, again, we'll see what that means in just a moment. Until, again, there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Talmidim. Rashi says over here, so there's no Talmid Chachamim. Ultimately, again, there's no one to restore Klal Yisrael.
Okay, what's it saying?
People give over the Jews to the government. So you have all of this together, and once again, the society is spiritually until there's poverty.
All right, well then just try again later. There might be some kind of limit on how many you can join all at once.
Only once we give our hope on redemption does redemption come. The FS Atzur Ba'azur Kiyahol is so much part of Yisrael. Kedra Vizira was in fascinating. Kedra Vizira, you have a mashkich rabban in the Aski day. So we're going to talk about this more on the days.
Yeah, dog. Dude, you know when you come in here, you're going to get the most alpha from the biggest pimp of all time? I said, you know when you come in here, you're going to get the most alpha from the biggest pimp of all time? Exactly. So I don't know what the fuck you're doing, not being in here more often, but I understand, G-Boy. What else do you need help with?
Isn't this fascinating? Why isn't this what's inside here? This is incredible, Gemara.
No, because why I just said don't like take constant, just the normal
happen when you're not looking.
That's why I asked for like
Yeah, baby, and I gave you a solution, didn't I? Yeah, baby, and I gave you a solution, didn't I?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. All right, so go think of other shit that you need, and then when you got it, come back and we'll come up with a solution.
Yes, sir.
All right, big man.
If you don't looking for him,
Word, dog. Anytime, big man. I'm here to help you. All day, every day. You're welcome, big man. All right, come back when you have another problem, okay? You're welcome, my friend. Best wishes in school.
But if we just make ourselves better,
absolutely, big man.
Things we want out of life will naturally occur. Right? You think, just isn't that Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, when is my marriage going to improve? When is my parnasa going to improve? What are my kids? What am I this? What am I this? All the things going to improve. Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, there's something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? We spend so much time when. Whereas it's not about when, just worry about what can you do right now to improve the status quo of your life. What can you do right now to bring about the brachos that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara.
What's your pick? If you tried any of the Latinas, the whites, or who are we going with nowadays?
We're going to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach's going to come. All right, so again, what's it? Because it's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what is about Messianic
There's other
redemption,
types of toll
right?
waits
Again,
here in
is
America.
it terrible stuff? Is it good
I'm
stuff?
saying
It's two
worldwide.
schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to when Mashiach is going to come. Also two schools of thought. So we're just out the share of the world is 6,000 years. Everybody knows this, but this is what we know. The world is programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the
You
world.
might enjoy yourself.
How are they 6,000 years? How are they? And then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, apparently the way that the world destruction to work is the world doesn't will exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's a 1,000 years of desolation. What's going to be like tomorrow? It's like we couldn't go to 1,000 years never again. What happens? They give it wings and they fly over the water. It's a weekly work out by Kessin. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after 10,000 years, another world. Another world needed. So there's a Shnema, and this Kavashon Levada by Yomahu. By Omar straight colors. Rabbi says, no, the world will exist for 6,000 years, and then for 2,000 years there's destruction. Shnema, Yichayunu in your mind. And it's just you have enough of the next year. The right that's the concept. It's a Susha Shvius. Just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, is a Shemitah year once every 7 years.
Maybe that is another thing. Who knows?
Since the world, so to speak, undergoes a Shemitah once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the year and the 7,000th year. Ultimately, where everything is reset. What's interesting, by the way, that often think that also the Niskal Hashem Levado, that Hashem will be established by himself. Well, it's like more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands over here, know that the Levado refers after the 6,000 years of this world, and everything is reset. They'll only be up to the Shpar when it goes to that 1,000-year period. Roma, Mizmor Shmini Yom HaShabbos, Yom Shekul Shabbos. Incredible. Yom Shekul Shabbos, apparently again, that 1,000 years that followed the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. Roma, Jelach Shon Ve'inech HaKyom Eslo, Yahva, Ton Ve'elio, Sheishes Alafim Shana Havi Alma. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, Havi Alma, Shnei Alpayim, so now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of it is retrospective there. Right? For the first 2,000 years, it was Torah. It wasn't even Torah. The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are the Moshe Mashiach. And now, again, we see it was that's us. That was for us. That was for us. We're in the last 2,000. And it was no Mashiach. Yes? Sadi Zayah, the 97 about the same Shalabu, Yatsunehem Mashiach. Those are this is our profound statement. But because he's messed up, Yatsunehem Mashiach. When you says, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, do you know what happens? Yatsunehem Mashiach. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in bad spots and we wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. And in a series of poor decisions, some of them are tricky for, some of them nuanced for, and that's what's happening where I got to. It's not rocket science. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully, if I change my decision-making processes, to get me out of it. Maybe not for me out of it, because I feel like you can't traverse a lot of the damage that you've done. But at least hopefully I can choose wisely as he's different than going forward. So again, that's who the world was supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years last, 2,000 and 6,000 is supposed to be universal. That's what was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, Yatsu Mehem Mashiach. I'm going to read the Rabbi Yehuda. I told you that Salah Hasidah. First thing is Rabbi. This is Rabbi talking. That is Rabbi. Rabbi says to Yehuda, Eina Olam, Papa's Nishmon B'Chamishin Yovos. The world will not exist for the last 85 global cycles. But then David Bach. In the last global cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. Amen. So the Yehuda says, yo, if you lost all the cell phone, so Mashiach comes to be at the end of that global cycle. And Eliyahu says, I don't know, the Kala only account, does the global cycle finish or not? Eliyahu said, I don't know. The one said, by the way, how this is so profound. Why is it so profound? Eliyahu is the one who announces the arrival of Mashiach. So let's say, Eliyahu says, I don't know. So there are certain things about this whole Zuma that no one knows except the Rebbe which is why by the verse why we go back to the statement ultimately of Rabbi Zera. The movie our Avodah is not to focus so much on what, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and it is good for goodness. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Who else doesn't know? Every Rabbi doesn't know either. So if Rabbi doesn't know, I'm still not going to figure out. So I can't figure out the when. So I need to be hyper-focused on is so what? What do I need to do to bring back What do I need to do to bring back Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life? I fix my personal life. I'm going to say 7-12. It's incredible. So I'm going to write that. Show the play. No. Rabbi says, how can I Papa wrote this study, you can't get either this study. Rashi says over here, I got the wrong to calculate. I go to Akalo or to Chapelo. Well, if you want to try to start videos, listen. I don't know exactly what Mashiach is coming. The only thing is clear is the real person waiting for him until that last build-up. Once that last build-up comes, then start waiting here. Listen to that again. But what I want to point out something amazing. She's going to respect the mindset. So there's a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you don't do, is predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there is no predetermined time. You're making a, what's the word? Like a defined ending. Mashiach must come by.
And you're still there. You love it there. What keeps you there?
But it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing this arrival through our spiritual meritorious behavior. Not about the Shabbat, not about the food of this. Let's say other one goes into this. And the other will be the see that first election of faith. So I found this guy. This guy had a skill. The skill is in that shit. Let's not call that. I said, I'm not going to go, right? So I'm not going to go, you have this question. I'm going to show me this guy. I traveled with him on the service. We're going to visit Sasia. They found this scroll amongst the for treasure. One focus in Israel. I found this in the treasures. Because in Bar, I found this following message. לאחר דלת אחרי מסעים ותשעים ואחרי שלום ויוסף של עולם יוצאו מהם נורא סנסיטיבס של עולם העולים איתו. We finally did this goal. After 4,000, right? After 4,000, after 4,291 years, Ha'olam Yito, the world ceases to exist. Okay? Me'an, as Umar says, Me'an, almost 10 years. Some of those years will be wars or great sea creatures. Me'an, L'charas Golden Model. Some of those Golden Model. Usha'al Yimos Mashiach. And let's take this world to Yimos Mashiach. ויחד לפעול ומחדש לסבונו, אלא לאחר שבעת אלפיים שנה. HaKadosh only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember again, the two with the motif. 6,000.
So many comedians we've seen
1,000
have
told
art
Rabbi, and then
sets
you study in the
before,
universe.
and then they
But
came here tonight and got so much better character pulling the opposite.
after 5,000 years,
Absolutely. Referring back to a childlike desperation. Having a crowd make some noise an hour and a half into a show. Mothership, are you with me? I like your purr.
Thank
God did that to him. God and a few electrical sockets that you were a hand dryer in the bathroom. Your glasses are so Sally Jesse Raphael. I don't know if you know. Wow, crush. Totally keep going, Red Man. And enjoying it. Keep saying what comes to your head tonight, Red Man. You're doing so good. Sally Jesse Raphael reference was amazing. You fucking idiot. Shut up. God, I wish I was dead on an airplane next to you right now. Jesus fucking Christ. Put the mic down. Focus on the soundboard. Pick your moments. Alright. Derek, has anything interesting happened since the last time you were on the show?
Oh my God. I was in Vegas a month and a half ago, and I had sex with 3 different people on 3 consecutive days. Mathematicians tell me I like to keep the terms as general as possible.
Okay, so tell us about this run you went on, Derek.
Oh yeah. Good budget, very easy.
Now, what the smell like? Say that she's over here.
Imagine all the regrets. The people wake up in Vegas. Imagine being a woman that wakes up and
Adam Chicago was one of the first years. You got that on them. Like, on themselves. And then the smell like they came up with the fine amount of time in the Shiach comes. So I got the power anyway. But not the Akiva. Shall going all half-us and
how do you get laid in Vegas exactly?
So it's ultimately again, and it's not Rabbi Akiva either. It's Rabbi Akiva also gives a calculation. Ella, Malchus Rishon, Shirim Shana, Malchus Shnia, Elisha Stein, Malchus Ben Chaviva, Stay Shanim in that stuff. So what is this? What's the proper calculation? Malchus Rishon, now that's what the sounds like is. The first base on the crush is 7 years. Second is Malchus Shnia.
Yes, absolutely.
Each Mishai 52 years, and Malchus Ben Chaviva. It's 2.5 years. So say what does that mean? What is he saying is as follows. He wants to be saying that halacha l'maaseh. We don't understand that. We have no idea what and what happens most of the time between now and Yeshua is filled with incredible cultures activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. In the first place, Hamikdash, ultimately again is 70 years, but that's just to develop itself. Secondly, Hamikdash ultimately 52 years, and then there are the 2.5 year reign of Bar-Kokhba. Now, the 2.5 year reign of Bar-Kokhba is actually a relatively good time for Klal Yisrael.
Experience with a black woman.
The idea is the way this thing is difficulties, where the soldiers come in time to October tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, it's not the case. But you have to use the self-image calculation of those who type on the phone who's going to come, they often those calculations are not correct. You know, like, my yappa like this way, I think I'm doing what I'm doing. As well as my emotion, people, Asma, some of the costs. The bone should break, the bone should become swollen of those who try to calculate when the Shiach is going to come. Everyone's like, there is an exercise in futility. Try to figure out when the Shiach is going to say, only, Shekibon Shi'egia as I hate Shalabah, Shir in your ball. Because what happens for those who go out and try to calculate the Shiach's going to arrive, what happens? They calculate, they come up with a time, and then when the Shiach doesn't come, what do they say? What do they say? You see? He's not coming. It's been just to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Hello? What is your hello? What is our avodah on the Mashiach? What's our avodah? Wait. That is our avodah to wait. Shneimar, even if he believes, just wait. Shema Tomar, Anu Mekakim, V'hu Enu Mekakim. maybe I'll say ultimately again, but we wait for two justice wait. I'm going to repeat the fact that Hashem Nachman time, and I'm going to run no, we're waiting, Hakadosh Baruch is waiting, everybody's waiting. I between Achar Shem and Mechaki, or we're Mechaki, me Mechaki. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Me Mechaki, who's holding me back? Midas Hadin. There's an ultimately a Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says, probably so is not what is the one Mashiach. So the Gemara says, between the Achar Shem and Midas Hadin, not Kedas. I'm a copy. And if strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are you waiting? Then obviously the waiting is in futility, because you can't come, Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbalah Sky. Because ultimately, again, there is a reward for waiting. Shneimar Ashrid Kol Pelo. What does this mean that there's reward? First of all, tremendous to come up. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. There's one who wants to see Mashiach. But the meantime, again, the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if you know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting. What's the reward? Because when you reach the same and you want it badly, it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And if you get the anticipatory excitement, then before I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. Becoming a Mashiach and Rabbi Aminu. Okay, more thanks, Shaya.
But they were weird toe shoes too for climbing. Now, they were these shoes. Oh, these are my lucky fucking shoes. Those are prescribed by a doctor. They definitely aren't.
Okay, so you take your shoes off, and what happens?
Well, we start chatting. And
again, where are you? You're just standing there? She's sitting on a bed?
Floor 14 of the stratosphere.
No, again, in the room.
Yeah, oh.
Are you standing there? Is she sitting? Hotels are so awkward, especially
standing,
All right,
talking.
fellas, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip to faith. Our annual commentary sponsor for Tashkent and the Tosin Shbach of dedicating all of the Shlomo Drushes this year. As it's close for the Sonos Tavos for Am Yisrael. Commentary sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, Vladimir, his father, Dr. Harry Khan, Steve Hirsch, Ben Yosef HaKohen, Ziv Levin, and Berman families in memory of William Ziv, Zev Shmuel, and Yisrael. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Religious Esther Bas Alozar, the marriage of Hashem Torah, all those in the Shem families in the Chama, all those in the Refuah Shabbat, called for the Israel, who's brought the Shemir Tasha bring home all of our hostages, and all the soldiers should be successful before Nazi. Let's do that. Let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. But, okay, today's daf is Tzadik Zayin, 97. We are picking up on Tzadik Vav on the base, second line down in the wide line. So let's remember again, we left off on the cliffhanger yesterday of Sancheriv at the side. The Luzaron, after killing almost 1 million people, having this desire to convert. Recognizing again the enormity of his actions and ready to go in and join the ranks of the province. So Gemara now picks up on that. He writes, Naaman, your coach of Haya. So Naaman, he was the general of Aram, also responsible for spilling much Jewish blood. So Naaman became a Ger Koshav. I will say, Ger Koshav usually means a non-Jew who repudiates idolatry, accepts that's the general definition of the Ger Koshav. So Naaman became a Ger Koshav. The Zaron Ger Tzedek. Now it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to indicate here that the Zaron really became Ger Tzedek means again he converted. We've made one of Shal Sisra, one of Tari Yushalayim. Sisra's grandson. Remember again, Sisra. The general who went against the Jewish people, defeated by Barak and Yael. In Sisra, we read the Aftar Shana, that Yagid in Sisra, his mother's cries serve as the basis for a lot of what he's doing. Shofar. The main one of Sisra and Tari Yushalayim. The grandson of Sisra learned Torah Yushalayim. His name was Sancheriv, Limdu Torah Berabi. The grandsons of Sancheriv taught Torah in public. Who were these grandsons of Sisra who taught Torah in public? Shmaya and Avtalion. That's wild. Remember Shmaya and Avtalion? Shmaya and Avtalion were the Dayan of Hanor As a small found a man who and Shammai with descendants, his grandsons of Cyprus. They brought up Shal Haman, Lamdu Torah of Neighbor. Haman's grandsons learned Torah in the neighbor. Va'af Mibnei B'chor Shal Osa Rasha, B'Kesh HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Even the grandsons of Nebuchadnezzar were going to become Jewish. What's going on over here? Could it be that someone who destroyed your city, someone who did so many terrible things to your children, such a person like this should merit to have his family come underneath the wings of the Shekhinah? Henry the Sixth was interesting. It seems to be that the Malachim convinced HaKadosh Baruch Hu not to allow Nebuchadnezzar's descendants from joining the ranks of Klal Yisrael. Henry the Sixth, Rafinu as Baba Ron the first one. We tried to heal Babel, but it could not be healed. So there's this idea that Babel could have been healed technically by the conversion of Nebuchadnezzar's children. But Babel was so broken. Babel was such a state of despair. Babel did so much to us that they were beyond incredible. Ula Amr Ula says that for something else. Ula Amr is Nebuchadnezzar. This was Nebuchadnezzar. There was no going back to Nebuchadnezzar. No children of Nebuchadnezzar. No started change for him. Rabbi Shmuel Balachmani Amr Elu Naros Babel. Tigama, it's the nice of the Babylon. Some say that it refers to the rivers of Babel. She says over here, it's the second last section on the right hand side. Elu Naros Babel, Shein Ra'im Lishtos. The waters are very bitter, and there's no way to sweeten those waters. The Gemara says, it's a nice of the Babel. Rashi says, becoming Marihim Sha'omdim Benaros. Ultimately, again, they have bitter date times, not only are the waters bitter, but ultimately again the date palms that grow by the water are also bitter. So it's interesting, by the way, the Gemara says that the one thing we can't feel is Naros Babel. Reminiscent of the capital of Tehillim, Al Naros Babel, Sham Bachil. Naros Babel, that image. Is remembering when Klal Yisrael was being led out from Eretz Yisrael, he sat by the rivers of Babel and he cried and he remembered. It says, there are some things in this world that are unforgivable. There are some things for some people or some things that are unredeemable. As crazy as that sounds, because we believe that everything is redeemable, everything is changeable. No, there's some evil that's perpetrated in this world that simply cannot be undone. Nebuchadnezzar did to our people simply beyond redemption, cannot be changed, cannot be uplifted, cannot be redeemed. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. So I'll say, but I'll just point out, a lot of the Chavra asked that, yeah, he says that. So what's interesting is, Nebuchadnezzar, his offspring, there's no indication of Nebuchadnezzar belongs to him, right? He had no desire. But his descendants were blocked. His Zoran did go ahead with him. So it's interesting, what exactly does that mean? Who converted? So there's a sefer called Kukas Hager. In it, he has like a lot of discussions about Davis and a lot of interesting pieces. He brings down a Shiloh where after the war, there was a particular Nazi guard who wanted to convert. And again, he obviously had tremendous knowledge of what it is that he did. And he came before, I forgot the author of the sefer, and to convert. And it was a Shiloh, and there were people there who said, how do you convert this guy? After all, we know he's so experienced to look at his hands. And the Mechaber, that's like that says, based on halacha yudesha. It's an interesting expression. Halacha yudesha, like hold hard back, hold hard halacha, you should be able to convert. The halacha is if somebody becomes a Baal Tshuva, right, and they remember for their past, they should be able to convert. But he says, but how can you convert to How could a person like this be welcomed into Am Yisrael after everything that he did? How could it be? How could it be that a person would have behaved in such an egregious fashion with such cruelty towards Am Yisrael, and then you would welcome him into our ranks? So he asked him, don't convert him. Asking don't convert him. But what's interesting is you don't often find this in halacha. It was much more an emotional psak than it was a legal psak. Because the legal psak is you convert. If the guy's sincere and mamish has karet, you can convert him. But emotionally, how could such a person like that be welcomed into Israel? So it's interesting, by the way, where it says that Nebuchadnezzar became a ger, right? Who converted him? Which Bezin took responsibility for this. It is interesting to note that the Lashon by Nebuchadnezzar is Aras. He ran away, which seems to indicate that he just went off somewhere else, not part of the community, not part of regular Jewish people. He went off. What did he do? He converted. Does he mean he went through a formal process? Does he mean that he just accepted it for himself? Did he post up his trust? No, it's interesting to point out. Okay, yeah, my mother's like that. Uno says his house. I'm going to love. Shouldn't they be Yerushalayim? I'm going to love the bad university Yerushalayim. Also, Kevin Yerushalayim becomes Nabi the Korban Yerushalayim when I'm going to love heard that the Nabi is prophesizing about the destruction of Yerushalayim. Shalfu, they sent word to the Nebuchadnezzar. What putting out of here is what prompted Nebuchadnezzar to go ahead and attack Yerushalayim, especially after seeing what happened to Sennacherib, what prompted him to do it. So the Gemara says, Amonabah, heard the Rabbi prophesying that Yerushalayim is going to be destroyed, so they sent to Nebuchadnezzar, Puk v'tah, time for you to come. Nebuchadnezzar, probably spelled this week, Chazar is going to be destroyed, Puk v'tah. Come and literally again, look and come. Amar, Mistafina Dolola Abdi to divide the command. So again, the Nebuchadnezzar said, I'm afraid that they're going to do to me what they did their previous enemies, meaning again, referring to Sennacherib. Shal Kulei, Ke'im Ha'ish B'Leisa. The Ish is not home, Ve'im Hadarach Mirachol. I'm sorry, Halach Midarach Rachel. So the Gemara said, the aim Ish means the Ish Halach Kodesh Baruch Hu. So the Ish means that he said, the man is not home, it's Kodesh Baruch Hu has left his home. Shneimar, Hashem Ish Milchama. So ultimately, I'm going to tell Nebuchadnezzar, this is the right time. Kodesh Baruch Hu has abandoned Klal Yisrael, you should come and fight. Shalchu, B'Shibul Vasi. So he says, well, maybe you get Kodesh Baruch Hu close by. In other words, maybe the Rothschild, as much as it looks like he's left Klal Yisrael now, when they're in a state of losing, he will return. Allah, no, God is really abandoned. God is really far away. And when they daven, they'll bring up the Baruch back. They Ish has taken his bundle of money with him. And what's the bundle of money? The Kesef is Sadiqim Shneimar. The Echali Befamisha Sakesef. The Chomers Orim Kolesek Shalchu. Hajri Rishi B'Tshuva Ubayma Rachami Umaisile. Because this conversation is absolutely incredible. So Nebuchadnezzar says, okay. Well, even if the Ish is gone right now, and the Sadiqim are gone right now, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? So the Rishon will do Shuvah. So the Rishon comes, so the Rishon Kaiso will do Shuvah, and they'll ultimately again bring HaKadosh Baruch Hu back to the Beis Hamikdash. We must Shalkulei, Kvar Kabbalah and Ismail. So essentially, I'm going to say it's too late. The Baruch Hu already decreed. And not only that, he even set a time for the destruction of his Mikdash Shneimar, L'yom HaKeseh Yavo L'Beisho. Ein Keseh Elazman Shneimar, V'Keseh L'yom Chagim L'Shem. So Shalchulu, as the Nebuchadnezzar said, Sisivon, the Lomatzina Da'asri L'Kibla O'Yitra. It's winter time, fall, winter, and I can't come because it's going because of the rain. It doesn't matter. But you clearly see very something fascinating, which is Nebuchadnezzar doesn't want to come. He doesn't want to come. In other words, he has just a bad feeling about this, that even if someone is successful, that the country's economic conclusions will be overwhelming. So I don't want to come, the weather is very bad. So, they said to him, don't worry about it. When you come to Israel, so navigate yourself around the mountains. Go ahead and travel by the base of the mountains. That way the mountains will shield you from the rain and the snow. Shneimar, Shalchu Kar Moshe Eretz B'Salem Bara HaSnot Al Har Nasion. Shalachu Diasino Leslie Duchta Diasir Nebe. Nebuchadnezzar says, if I come, there's no place for me to stay. There's no place for me to house my army. So Mary says, don't worry about it. They send back to Shalchulei, Kibros Shalahem, Mulim Yipakim Shalcha. The graves of the Jews are even nicer than your palaces. That's the end of the story. So it's just interesting to note over here. First of all, there was just general thing, but from our neighbors towards us, right? Like, what do Anna and Walt have to get involved in this? Those are our cousins. Like, why do we have to get involved? I don't know. Anna and Walt come, and then say, I'm not saying again too much against you. Incredible. Listen, now, you want to switch this back to the topic of Mashiach. So remember again, up until now, the focus really was on Yemos Mashiach. Now the Gemara is going to focus a little bit more on Mashiach himself. Some really beautiful Gemara ahead of us. I'm not going to be Yisrael. Nishmi, the Bible says this is incredible. Have you heard anything? Amos Asi Bar Nafli. When is Bar Nafli coming? Now, who Bar Nafli is this one? When is he coming? So Amalei Man Bar Nafli. Who's Bar Nafli? Amalei Mashiach. Bar Nafli is Mashiach. So the Gemara says Mashiach. So the Gemara says Mashiach Bar Nafli called his name. Mashiach is called Bar Nafli. Amalei in, yes, he is. It said Bayomahu. Akim I was say top of Shabbos 997. Akim Asikas David Hanopolas. Let's say it's incredible. What's the Messianic era? I will lift up, again, I will rebuild Sukkah's David Hanopolas. The fallen Sukkah of David Hamelech, a reference to the base of the Sukkah. She says that we have Sukkah David Hanopolas, Malchus Beis David, Lahavi Kari Mashiach Hanopolas. So what's this? It's interesting. Rashi understands Sukkah David Hanopolas is not the base of the Sukkah. Because Sukkah David Hanopolas is Davidic monarchy. So one of the things that Mashiach will do, ultimately, again, is the restoration of Davidic monarchy. That's what Mashiach is called Bar Nafli, the one who lifts up fallen things. Let's say it's something so beautiful. You think to yourself, out of all the things that Mashiach is going to do, right? Go boom, go, yes, amazing, all this other stuff. Right? The one thing that he's known is he restored Davidic monarchy. Or by the way, also others understand that Sukkah Salah and Faz is right? So that's what it's like. So sometimes the greatest effort in life is to rebuild things that were broken. To take something from new and rebuild it, that's one thing. But to take something that was whole and then broke it and then use it again, you don't put that. Sometimes the greatest effort. So what did Mashiach do? Everything that he has, he was able to take 0 pieces. Halachim, he was able to take a monarchy that was destroyed and rebuild it. Take a structure that was destroyed and rebuild it. That's Mashiach, Bar Nafli. Simple, Bar Nafli. That was another program also. So, what's the greatest accomplishment of the self? To become about children. What does it mean to become about children? It means to take all of your brothers and sisters and to mend them and make them whole. You can put yourself back together. You can become your own Bar Nafli. Take the pieces of you that are broken, take the pieces of you that are fallen, and put them back together. That is the greatest accomplishment. The Gemara goes like, I'm going to help you on the Yochanan. George was a singing kind of Gemara here. First, Ben David Bach, Hamidi Chachamim, so let's say, we're going to see over here that there's a couple of different narratives, well, we know 2 different narratives, about the generation and trend that immediately precedes Mashiach. Like, what ushers in Messianic era? So watch this. The Gemara says as follows. So the Yochanan says as follows. First, Ben David Bach, the generation that's on the that the Mashiach will come. There's a diminution, less Torah. There's less Torah to be found. There are fewer Talmudim coming. So there's fewer Talmudim coming, and in general, a lot of suffering. Yitzhara's Rabbi's terrible suffering. And new terrible decrees every single day. Shavuot Sheben David Bach, year. Shavuot usually means like a 7-year cycle in which Mashiach comes. This is the 7-year period before Mashiach comes. In that 7-year period, the following will occur. Year number 1.
Shana Rishona is Kaya Mikrazeh, in Tarti al Irachas, al Irachas. Some cities will have food, other cities won't. Literally, again, I'll make it rain in one city, won't rain in a different city. Second year, famine everywhere. So in year number one, some places have rain, some places don't have rain. Year number two, everyone has famine. Year number three, Shlishis, year number three, there'll be a great famine. Men, women, children die. Chassidim, Anshe Maisa, great people will die. The Torah, Torah will virtually be forgotten. Overwhelming. So material suffering, spiritual suffering, there is in the fourth year, some of it in a Soma. Some places have food, some places don't have food. Different fifth year, Soma Gadol. There'll be a great satiety, more food. But open the Shosin Usilkim, people will eat, drink, be happy. The Torah goes out from God. The Torah will come back. Maybe for the Shishis Kolos, in the 6th year will be sound. Rashi says that we have the Shishis Kolos, Natsi Kolos Shabben David Ba. So there'll be murmurings, right? The people will be talking. The Shach is close. The Shadias Machalos, the 7th year war, which couldn't even go the Mogo, the Mosei Shadias Ben David Ba. And the Mosei Shadias, the end of that 7th year, meaning year number 8, that's when the Mashiach goes. So we'll say, so this is a description of the 7-year cycle which precedes Messianic redemption. I'm not going to say what it says. 1 second. How much is the Havakim below Asa? By the way, what you just said that here, that 7-year cycle, that's pretty much every 7-year cycle of Asa. Like, in other words, if you just describe the Jewish history, and I don't understand you, Mashiach has not come. So I'm Rabbi says, the Shishis told us, the Shishis, Mekamos, New Habas, Rabbi says, really? Was there ever a year 6? They all spoke to again in the Murray of the Mashiach. And in year 7 of the West, did that what happened? But oh, the Sidra knew happened. Furthermore, what Rabbi responds is, it's not just that these events occur over a 7-year cycle, it's that these events occur in this order over a 7-year cycle. So has that ever happened to the the answer to that is, from the Gemara's perspective, is no. Tanya. The Yehuda says, Starship and David Ba, Beis Hadad, Yel's Nus. So we'll say, so what you see over here is something very, really amazing. You begin to see that before Mashiach comes, there is a general spiritual decline. Now, I'll just put this out, we'll see this more physically later. But there's like these 2 models about Messianic redemption. The Mashiach kind of starts to almost like when things hit rock bottom, and therefore there's no choice but to redeem us, or is redemption something we can earn, right? And we can even expedite. So just hold on to that. We'll see this change as we go on in the coming days. So as we go, it says, Darshim and David, the Darshim in which Mashiach comes, Beis Havad Geras. I will say Beis Havad is the Beis Hamedrash. The Beis Hamedrash will be turned into a place for immorality. What's the shot? Because there will be no coming. Therefore, no one congregates there. And you have large empty space and Baka Medrash actually goes out generally like outside of the city. So you have large spaces unoccupied, a little bit used for public eye. What are they used for? Used for immorality. So once again, painting a picture of a lack of Torah. The Hagadol Yachrav, the north will be destroyed. The Hagadol Yasham. And ultimately, again, Rashi says Vagavla Yeshua also means other Pagavla is a place. You say in the year, the people who live in the border cities, because there'll be a lack of general security, will wander from place to place. Although you follow the Chachmas, and they won't find any mercy there. Chachmas, Asaf, and Kisra, the wisdom of the political will become putrid, will decay. The Yirei Chet Yim Asu, people who fear sin will be despised. In other words, not only will Torah be forgotten, but those who try to be pious will be looked down upon. May Hadar to Pnei Kalas. Literally, again, the face of Jacob like the face of a dog. Interesting, again, besides Baladan, in that so again, which means that there'll just be a general sense of spiritual decay. MS will not be found. my Bati Ames Nadaris, I mean, Melami Shinasis Adarin, the whole left has that. So literally again, MS will become like a group that will wander around. Right? And those who seek MS will ultimately again become wanderers as well. My Samira Mishoro, Migashira, Omisha Samira, Mishtava Arabios. Ultimately again, anyone who tries to be Samira, anyone who tries to be the right thing will be ostracized. Actually says the Mishtava Arabios, Kala Ono Omurala Shontihu, and Mishtava. So let's say so there'll be an absence of Torah, and even those who try to go ahead and do the right thing will essentially be ostracized from the community. Such a sense of spiritual decline in the greater crowd of Israel. Rabbi said as follows. Leka Kushta Ba'alma. So let's say this is a tremendous thing. Right? Rabbi says in the beginning, I thought to myself, there is no truth in this world. Joe says an overwhelming statement. Rashi says there, Leka Kushta Ba'alma, Ein Adam Ba'olam, Sheyidaber Emes Kemet. So listen to this statement. There is no person who always speaks the truth. And Rabbi is saying, you can't find a person in this world that always speaks the truth. I'm not saying I want to hold that away. That statement is not even a condemnation. It could just be like a reality. Remember again, you have instances in halacha where you're allowed to go ahead and change the truth, right? Like the Gemara says, you're allowed to go ahead and sometimes change the truth for the sake of preserving greater peace. So there's a license for that, right? There's an ability for that. So Rabbi says, I don't think there's a person in this world who always tells the truth. So again, someone told me, Rav Tavos, Rav Tavimi, this Rav Tavos, Rav Tavimi said, he went on record, he said, if they would give me all the money in the world, I would not lie. I would not change the truth. So let's listen to this story. Now, this Rav Tavimi tells a story about himself. One time I went to a place. The Kushta, this is great. The name of the place was Kushta. The name of the place, the name of the town was Truth. That was the name. Nimar says, Hava Mishtani B'Gurayin, Hava Mistinction Hasam Below Zmani. So say in this place called Truth, what was the residency requirement? Residency requirement was, you cannot lie. You always have to tell the truth. And interestingly enough, no one ever died before their time. What does that mean? Apparently, no one died young. No one died young. People lived to right old ages there, and they died like that. So what happened? So the unit that I came to this place, I decided to settle down. The CB is the son of I married a woman from Rothschild. Now watch this. So I married her from there. So how did we touch him? We had two sons. So it was one day, my wife was washing her hair. My wife was washing her hair. Outside, so the neighbor came along, my trust friend came along, knocked on the door and asked me, is your wife home? Now Rav Tavimi felt, not or Rav Ara, Amara, Lasahaha. But Tavimi felt it wasn't seen as the same as like he's washing her hair. Right? He's taking a bath. It wasn't right. So instead what he said is, no, sorry, she's not home. She's not home. So what happened? My two sons passed away. Also, unrelated my height. The townspeople said, okay, says, what is this? First, this doesn't happen in our town. Why did your sons pass away? I'm on the road, how can you have a nice son? So I told them, this is what happened. So the Fagini realized, and then what happened here is he lied. He lied. Like, granted, he lied for good reason. If he has lied, something like this. Unrelated. So they said to him, Samina, we asked him, if you don't mind, please leave our town. Please leave our town and do not bring death to our townspeople. That's an overwhelming story. So again, now this goes in line with what Rabbi was saying, that you can't really find a person in this world who always tells the truth. That is a true statement. You can't always find a person in this world. Because even if you have a town like Kushta, like what was the population of Kushta? 4, how many people are there, right? That's fine. You can create like a pocket like that. But at the end of the day, that's not the normal way that people live. Just want to say sometimes life does require us to go ahead and bend the truth a little bit for certain circumstances. Incredible. Tanya, you know, right? Oh man, David, Dorsha ben David Bach. We'll say once again, the generation of Mashiach comes in, and when you aren't, you have no things to do. The young will embarrass the old. The king and the undo the thing the Arim. And the elders will be forced to give respect to the younger. So it's going to be like this sense of like generational, like sense of generational disrespect. So the young will disrespect the old. The old will be forced to respect the young. The last time the brother will rebel against the mother. The Kalabakamu, so a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. The face of generation will be like the face of a dog. The aim had then was and ultimately again, the son will not be embarrassed in front of his father. And let's say, by the way, I just want to point out, remember this Gemara? And Sora Umora, remember this, even about Sora Umora. He steals the money from his father, and where does he eat the meat and wine? Where does he eat it? Is someone else's rituals. Why? Because it's an inherent embarrassment that a son has in the presence of his father that he's not going to transgress. In the generation of Mashiach, there's going to be such a lack of decency that a son doesn't even have any embarrassment from his father. So first why I tell you, when the Kenya says, Dorsha ben David Bal, Ha'azus Kirdas. Azus means, I don't know if you brazenness, right? Brazenness will proliferate. Vayoker Ya'aves. Gaiva, Rashi says. So you have to yakar covered. So there will be such arrogance that no one will give honor one to the other. The vine will produce many grapes. The wine will be very expensive. What does that mean? The wine will produce a lot of grapes, but the wine will still be very expensive. So look, it actually points out that it means there's really a lot of wine consumption. So it's an indulgent, hedonistic science. Even with plenty of supply, there's also plenty of demand. And therefore the prices keep going up. And that's cost for Malchus leaders. The entire monarchy will turn to heresy. The aim of and no one should rebuke anyone. It's fascinating to see like a lot of these elements. Like in other words, everyone is right, everyone's opinion is right, everyone's feeling is right, and even if they're wrong, no one can say anything to the other. The Shira of Yitzchak, the support of Yitzchak, in Ben David Bal, as its topic for a month is dangerous. So when David met Mashiach, was accountability again for the entire mountain, the entire government, turned to heresy. Amar Rabbi is in West Pasik, Udo Hapach Laban Tahach. This is interesting for Rabbi Sharon Sarah, if the entire body turns white, then ultimately again it's power. So when there is this unfortunate, comprehensive change in society, that society as a whole turns heretical, that society as a whole just uses it, interestingly enough, that's actually a sign that redemption is on the way. That is Rabbanon. Ki Yazer Hashem Amo, Ki Yira Hashem Tziki Yireya, Ki Azbas Yad Va'afes Asher Va'azut, Ein Bein David Bal, Dharma Society. Mashiach only comes at Yirbu HaMitzaros. So there is a proliferation, ultimately, again, we'll say, of the Mitzaros. Now, again, we'll see exactly what that means in this world. Actually, it's not like Hamidin. Until, again, there is a diminution, ultimately, again, of Talmudim. Rashi says over here, so there's nothing that is coming. There's nothing that is coming. Ultimately, again, the Lord just brought all these spells to the right path. Dharma says people give over the Jewish together. You have all of this together, and once again, we paint a picture of a society that is highly spiritually deficient. Actually, take my put them in that case, because it's poverty. Actually says to me as Lula. Mashiach only comes when Klal Yisrael despairs of ever being redeemed. Isn't that incredible?
Only once we give up hope on redemption does redemption come. Shneimar, the FS Archer Ba'adis, Yachol, and so much hard to research. Here's Rabbi Zira, was in fashion, fascinating. Here's Rabbi Zira, Yalamanch gift Rabban than the ask today. So what's going to say about this one on the days? When Rabbi Zira would find groups of Rabbanim trying to figure out the date of Messianic arrival. What's it mean on the days? A lot of Rabbanim spending a lot of time sometimes, when is happening? Whenever Rabbi Zira would find people trying to figure out Mashiach is coming, I'm going to roll. The two subnames in our group, Lo Tirchakuha. He said, please do not believe you have a Mashiach. I tried to figure out when Mashiach is coming. Ultimately, again, you're delaying his arrival. Isn't this fascinating? Why is this? He's saying that he's incredible Gemara. There are a few things that come when you stop looking for them. The Bible says incredible Gemara. What are the three things? Number one, Elohim, Mashiach, Mitzvah, the Akrav. Three things happen when you're not looking for them. Mashiach, finding a lost object, and a scorpion. So let's work backwards. Right? Scorpions, apparently, again, the scorpions work Rashi points out is that they sneak up on you out of nowhere and they sting you. Okay? Mitzvah. So let's say we know this, right? In other words, if you go out looking for just somebody's lost object, you're not going to find anything. But sometimes just finding a little thing, you stumble across stuff. And the last thing, if you don't look for him, he comes. Or if you start trying to figure out when he's going to come, then we'll go and say, what's the pshat of this? And this is so profound. You might say it like this. Instead of trying to figure out when the Mashiach is coming, live the kind of life that you need to go. Otherwise, sometimes you might say, well, we spend so much time trying to figure out when future events are going to occur instead of recognizing. But if we just make ourselves better, then the things we want out of life will naturally occur. And you know, just about even on the Mashiach, right? I spend so much time trying to figure out, you know, when is my marriage finished? When am I going to do? What are my kids? What am I this? What am I everybody's out with you? Well, instead of worrying about when it's going to turn around, do something better. Do something to turn it around. Change yourself. Change your life. Work harder. Put in more effort, right? You spend so much time when. This is what about when. What about what can you do right now to improve the status of your life? What can you do right now to bring about the ruffles that you so badly want out of life? Stop waiting and start doing. Incredible Gemara. Rav Katina. So now, interesting. Now that we just spoke about how we're not trying to figure out when Mashiach is going to come, Gemara is going to go into an exhaustive discussion about what Mashiach is going to come. All right. So again, because it's two different schools of thought. That's what I'm saying. Just like what things about Messianic redemption, right? Again, is it terrible stuff? Is it good stuff? It's two schools of thought. Contemplating or trying to say when Mashiach is going to come, also two schools of thought. So you know, Rav Katina. She's Alfie Chanel. The world is 6,000 years old. So let's say, you know, everybody knows this, but we all speak on this. The world was programmed to operate for 6,000 years. That's the way of the world. How are they 6,000 years? How are they? The Chadchar, and then 1,000 years of destruction. In other words, we'll say, apparently the way that the world is structured to work is, the world as we know will exist for 6,000 years. After that, again, there's like a reboot. 1,000 years of desolation. Most women are going to have Gemara. But what happens? Let's say you can during those 1,000 years. Remember again, what happens? They give them wings and they fly over the water. It's like you can brought back by cancellation. They don't die during that time. They hover for 1,000 years, and then after that 1,000 years, another world. Another world is created. The world exists for 6,000 years, and then for 2,000 years there is destruction. The vice that supports of Kumar says, just like Shemitah, right? Ultimately, again, is the Shemitah year once every 7 years. So to the world, so to speak, undergoes the Shemitah.
once every 7,000 years. In other words, the world exists for 6,000 years, and in the 7,000th year, ultimately, it's like Shemitah, universal Shemitah, where everything is reset. This is interesting, by the way, that everything that Hashem will be established by itself. So this is more reference to the Messianic era. The Gemara understands that we know that the Rabbi refers after the 6,000 years of this world, when everything is reset, will only be after the start of the universe for that 1,000 year period. V'omer, Mizmor Shul Yom HaShabbos, Yom Shekul Shabbos. Incredible. What's the Yom Shekul Shabbos? Apparently, again, that 1,000 years that follows the 6,000 years of this world. Incredible. V'omer, Yom Shana Beinechan Tom Esrei, Ya'ava, Turn Be'elio, Sheishes Alafim Shana Havi Alma. The world will exist for 6,000 years. The Gemara says, Havi Alma, Shnei Alpayim Tovavo. So now, how are those 6,000 years broken up? For the first 6,000 years, for the first 2,000 years of the world, most of this is retrospective here. Like the world that we're in. For the first 2,000 years, there was Tovavo. There wasn't even Tovavo. The Torah wasn't given. But for the first 2,000 years, the Torah was not given in the world. Okay? So now, Shnei Alpayim, Shnei Alafim, Torah. So ultimately, the next 2,000 years are the years of Torah. Ushnei Alafim Yosef Mashiach. The last 2,000 of the 6,000 are Yosef Mashiach. So say now, again, we see this like, that's us. That would put us. Right there, put us. We're in the last 2,000, and there's no Mashiach. Yeah? Sadi Zayin of the Hand, he said, Senu, Sharabu, Yatsumehem Mashiach. Okay, this is a profound statement. But because we've messed up, Yatsumehem Mashiach. When you feel, it's like, when I don't do what's right in life, when I make poor decisions, do you know what happens? Yatsu Mehem Mashiach. What comes out of your decisions is what comes out of your decisions. So many times in life we find ourselves in bad spots and we wonder, how did we get here? How did we get here? It's not that complicated how I got here. I made a series of poor decisions. Some of them acutely poor, some of them nuanced poor, and that's what got me where I got to. It's not rocket science. The good news is, the same bad decisions that got me into the spot where I am, hopefully if I change my decision-making processes, to get me out of it. Maybe not fully out of it, because often in life you can't reverse a lot of the damage that you've done, but at least hopefully I can choose wisely, I can choose differently going forward. So again, that's the way the world was supposed to work. 2,000 years without Torah, 2,000 years with Torah, and then 2,000 years, the last 2,000 of the 6,000 was supposed to be the most ocean. That's what it was supposed to be. But because of our sinful behavior, Yatsumehem Mashiach. I'm going to look at the other Rabbi Yehuda. Achos Rav Salah Hasidah. Plus there's Rabbi. This is Rabbi talking. That is Ilya Rabbi. And Rabbi says to Yehuda, Eina Olam, Hafos Nishmonim V'Chamishim Yolos. The world will not exist for less than 85 Yovel cycles. Yovel, in the last Yovel cycle, that's when Mashiach will come. I'm going to say, he says, yo, if you lost all the cell phone, because Mashiach comes at the beginning or the end of that Yovel cycle. I'm like, and you're there. And he says, I don't know. How long does the Yovel cycle finish or not? I'm like, and you're there. And he said, I don't know. You don't say that, how this is so profound. Why is it so profound? And the other he's going to go now to the level of Mashiach. So don't say, the other says, I don't know. So, in other words, there are certain things about this whole group that no one knows except the Rebbe Shalom, which is why, by the Rebbe say, why we go back to the statement ultimately I get of Rabbi Zera, that maybe our avoda is not to focus so much on when, but to focus so much more on what. When is Mashiach going to come? I don't know. So, and the truth is, here's the good news. I'm in good company. Who else doesn't know? Every other doesn't know. So if you know that doesn't know, I'm still not going to figure out. So if I can't figure out the when, then what I need to be hyper-focused on is the what. What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do to bring about Mashiach? What do I need to do in my personal life? Try to fix my personal mistakes and the mistakes of the 12. It's incredible. So Mario goes like that. No. Rav Ashi says, Rashi says over here, I give the Achalo lo Titzachalos. What Eliyahu is trying to tell Judah is this. I don't know exactly when Mashiach is coming. One thing is clear is there's no point in waiting for him until that last year. Once that last year comes, then start waiting here. Listen a second. But what I want to point out is something amazing. These Gemaras reflect the mindset that there is a predetermined time for Mashiach. And that's it. What you do, what you don't, is a predetermined time. There's another school of thought that says there isn't no predetermined time. There may be what's the word? Like a defined ending. Mashiach must come by this date, but it doesn't necessarily preclude the possibility of advancing his arrival through our spiritually meritorious way. One is like the Shalach, like Rabbi Shachid or Rabbi Yosef. Matzasi Adam Echol, listen to this. Ubiyado Migil Achos Tziva Ashur Shalosh Echol. Listen to this, crazy. So like this. I found a guy. This guy had a scroll. The scroll was written in Ashuris. And it said, Minayin lo zu. From where, right? So Amarti lo zu minayin lo. Where do you have the scroll from? Rabbi the Chayalos Shalom Mitzvah. I traveled with the Roman soldiers. The Bein Guzin Roman Mitzvah. And I found this scroll amongst the postal treasures of Rome. Rome took this from Klal Yisrael. I found this in the treasure. The custom bought, and I found this always made message. La'achar David Al-Haim Masai V'Tishim Ba'achar Shana V'Yosef Shalom. Yosef Mehem. Look, almost listen to this. Shalom, all you done. You found the ring scroll. After 4,000, right? After 4,000, after 4,291 years, Ha'olam Yito, the world will cease to exist. Okay, Mehem, Zimar says, Mehem, some of those years will be wars of big secret. Mehem, some of them will be golden model. Ishar Yimos Mashiach, and the rest of the years will be Yimos Mashiach. Like Hashemah only restarts the world after 7,000 years. Remember again, we go with the motif 6,000 active creation. 1,000 of Tov Avo and the restarting of the universe. But after 5,000 years, Rabbi Nelson says, the following pasuk ultimately again literally pierces the world until the death. What's the pasuk? The old chazon lamoed, the yapach the prince play chazon. In Yismameh Chakelo, Kibo Yobo Lo Yachar. So again, this is an incredible pasuk from Habakkuk. So let's translate the pasuk and then we'll interpret it. The old chazon lamoed, there will be a vision for the future, the appointed time. The end will come. The end will come and you will not be deceived. If he's delayed, wait for him. He will come and he will not be delayed. Here we go. Both put out the same word. Say, Darshan had Iban Ibnu Upalad Ibnu. It's not like the Rabbanon to say. Not like the Rabbanon to say that Mashiach will only come at a defined time. Not to say over here. At Iban Ibnu Upalad Ibnu, Iban Hagalosh al Sayyid Ahmed days, Iban Kasnos Many days, Meals of Hard Iban, the Sachakos. So don't say, don't like the Rabbanon to say that somehow Messianic redemption is based on the calculation of previous dollars. The low credit smell, like I Dorish, Haltel Lachem Dima, Patashkil with Dimos Shlish. And that's like Rabbi Smaloi. Now, what does Rabbi Smaloi say? It actually says over here, Patashkil with Dimos Shlish, Klamar, Heshkos, Rokas Broku, Bigos, and Nicholas, Badal, Shlish, Golos, Adam, Kikangos. That's what he's referring to over here. These other Rabbanon, like the Rabbanon themselves, and Rabbi Smaloi, they came up with defined amounts of time before Mashiach comes. The halacha doesn't follow any of them. V'lo Rabbi Akiva, shahayadorish old achas ma'ati, v'ani marish hashemayim v'esa'aretz. So as I saw ultimately again, and it's not Rabbi Akiva either. Right? Rabbi Akiva also gives a calculation. Ella malchus rishon shevim shana, malchus shniya chamishim u'shtayim, u'malchus ben koziva shtei shanim u'mechza. So let's say, so what is this? Rather, what's the proper calculation? Malchus Rishon, what it sounds like is the first Beis Hamikdash was 70 years. Second Beis Hamikdash of Malchus Shnia, 52 years. And Malchus ben Koziva, Bar Kochba, we just learned about, is 2.5 years. So let's say, what does that mean? So the Gemara seems to be saying is as follows. The Gemara seems to be saying that halacha l'maisa, we don't know when Mashiach is going to come. We have no idea when Mashiach is going to come. And what happens most of the time between now and Mashiach is filled with incredible tumultuous activity. But there are periods of tranquility. There are periods of calmness. So that's what he's saying over here. During the first Beis Hamikdash, ultimately again, there's 70 years. Well, that seems to refer to Galus itself. Second Beis Hamikdash, ultimately 52 years. And then there is the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kochba. Now, the 2.5-year reign of Bar Kochba was actually a relatively good time for Klal Yisrael, right? We were on top. So the idea is the world is filled with difficulties. The world is filled with turbulent times. There are periods of tranquility. What we believe is at some point in time, Mashiach is going to come. But do not lose yourself in the calculations of those who try to understand when he's going to come, because often those calculations are not correct. What is the meaning of that phrase? Literally, again, the bones should break, or the bones should become swollen of those who try to calculate when Mashiach is going to come. As the Rabbi say, that is an exercise in futility to try to figure out when Mashiach is going to come. Because what happens for those who go ahead and try to calculate when Mashiach is going to arrive? What happens? They calculate, they come up with a time, and then when Mashiach doesn't come, what do they say? You see, he's not coming. It's dangerous to calculate the date of Messianic arrival. Ella, we'll say Ella, Chakelo. What is our avoda by Mashiach? What's our avoda? Wait. That is our avoda to wait. Shemar, im yismamea chakelo. Even if he's delayed, just wait. Shema Tomar, anu mechakim v'hu einu mechakem. Maybe you'll say ultimately again that we wait, but he doesn't wait. No, we're waiting. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is waiting. Everybody's waiting. So again, if we're waiting for Mashiach, and Mashiach is waiting to come, so why doesn't he just come? Who's holding me back? Midas Hadin. So let's say ultimately again, Midas Hadin. In other words, that the attribute of strict justice says Klal Yisrael is not yet deserving of Mashiach. So the Gemara says, but if strict justice is preventing Mashiach from coming, then why are we waiting? Then obviously again, waiting is in futility because we can't come. Mashiach's not going to let him go. The Gemara says, the Kabbalah Schar. Because ultimately again, there is reward for waiting. What are we going to start with today? But what does this mean that there's reward? First of all, tremendous nechama. We're waiting for Mashiach. Mashiach is waiting to come. The Torah wants to see Mashiach. But the mitzvah, then the strict attribute of divine justice says it's not yet time. So then why wait if we know that our waiting is not going to make a difference? Because there is a reward for waiting. What kind of reward? Because when you wait for something and you want it badly, it builds up that anticipatory excitement. And the greater the anticipatory excitement, the more I am ready to take decisive action to make things happen. Waiting is not an end. Waiting is a means to push myself to do more, to be more, to bring about that which I want more than anything. The coming of Mashiach and Rabbi Yameinu. Amen. Mosai Shkoyach. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tafshin Pei, the Tilson Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shumer Drushos this year as a zechus for Risonah Tavas Alavan Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn, in loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman family's memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, Zechron Livracha. Our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler,
in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar Zichron Livracha, and our Datomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Kalman Ben Mordechai Zichron Livracha. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need a refuah Shalom, Kedat Kol Chali Yisrael. Bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers should be successful. Let's do that. Let us begin. And a special welcome back and a refuah shleim with the David Schwartz. Baruch haba, Baruch haba. Baruch Hashem should continue to give you refuah. And Hashem, and we missed you. We missed you, but it's great to have you back. I was going to say with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem. Again, also, by the way, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got it after I got it. The story, lesson, messages, everything rolled into one. We're going to have a little bit of halacha as well. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzadik Vav 96. We are picking up Emir Hashem on the bottom of Tzadik Hey on the base 95b. And also, he's not here today, but we have to wish a mazel tov to our beloved Chaver and our Daf Yomi member, Rabbi Avron Elbaum, our Gabbai, our Daf Yomi pillar. I'm pointing over here like longingly, like you would normally be sitting right over there, who's marrying off his daughter today. Baruch Hashem, B'Shah Tov L'Platvos, mazel tov to the Elbaum Mishpacha. Incredible. I will say, let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's Tzadik Vav 96. We are picking up on Tzadik Hey base 95b. And we left off 4 lines up at the bottom. I'm Rabbi Abo. Rabbi Abo says as follows. Had the pasuk not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. So we'll say, so the more very close to the pasuk. The pasuk says, on that day, like Kiviyachol, the Ribono Shel Olam will give a haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? So the Gemara says, also Kuchabrichol, Gavra Saba. So we'll say, so remember again, Sancherib has been defeated. We saw that story already. Right? Suffered a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Chizkiyahu. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, which is this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Baruch Shalom appears to him as an old man. But like a Gavra Saba. Amalei, he also said Gabi Malchus Mizrach. Malchi Mizrach Umayrav. The Aisininu Lebenai Bekatesinu, my Amrit Lahu. So the old man, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right, comes to Sancherib and says, Sancherib, when you have to go back home and you have to talk to all the kings. Remember again, Sancherib raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So when you have to go back home and face all of those kings whose sons you convinced to come out and do battle with you, and now those sons are dead, what are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? So Sancherib says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear about what am I going to say. Sancherib says to the old man, what should I do? I was a question. What's so interesting about this is, remember again, fascinating how things change. Sancherib was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice. What should I do? So ultimately, again, so it's incredible. So the old man says to Sancherib, listen to this. Amalei, zil v'shani nafshach. You should really change. Rashi says over imshi nafshach, shana atzmucha k'dei shlo yakirucha. So it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sancherib, you know what you should do? You should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes you. This year, when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, so how should I change? Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your appearance a little bit. I just want to point out before we go on, what a profound Gemara. And this is the timing of this is incredible because it's almost Elul. And we really have to and how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sancherib is in trouble. What does Sancherib realize? Sancherib realizes the way I'm living right now, right? What I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. I will say, we all have those epiphanical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing, this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could be more. So Sancherib has that epiphanical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to the old man. The old man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself whenever you want. You should change. And let's see, you know what so often happens when it comes to change? Sankhya says, you know what, that's a great idea. It's a great idea. And how should I change? Oh, you know what, take a haircut. We'll say, sometimes in life, you have like these moments of clarity where I recognize that I need to change. And then instead of affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change. It's kind of change. Oh, you know, I really should change. You're right, that hairstyle really should change a little bit, right? It's the wrong muscle for me, but you understand, right? Like in other words, like we just instead of focusing on real change, cathartic change, personalistic change, we just content ourselves with cosmetic change. And that moment that could have been so transformative simply goes by with little or nothing concrete to show for it. Such a metaphor. In any event, and I will say, by the way, I just want to point out, that's what's happening with Sancheriv over here, and so we're going to see this come out a little bit more. Sancheriv suffers this humiliating defeat. I will say, there's nothing that gets you to think about change more in life than humiliating defeat. We've all had it, we've all experienced it, and those are moments where often you're most open to anything and everything. Okay, so get a haircut. I'm really in the haircut, see? So Sancheriv says, where am I supposed to get a pair of scissors from? I'm really, Allah who so the icy. So what happens? So he says to Sancheriv, look, there's a house over there. Go in there, get a pair of scissors from there. So as Sancheriv goes in, he finds scissors. So it says this is a tremendous setup over here. Malachim come into that house and they appear like people. They were grinding kasha. So it actually says over here, Garine Tmorin. It was date seeds. So they were grinding this up. So Amrle, how about the Mispara? So Sancheriv says, can I borrow a pair of scissors? Amrle, Tichon, Chad, Giruya, the Kasha. So they said, Sancheriv, there's no such thing in life as free scissors, right? So you want scissors? Grind the Giruya of date pits with us. Okay, work a little bit and we'll give you these scissors. Tachon, Chad, Giruya. So Sancheriv ground up the date pits, right? And they gave him this is another tremendous Moshe skill. This is Sancheriv, right? Commander of the largest army in the civilized world at the time. And I must say, you know, it's incredible, like desperation, failure humbles you, and desperation, when a person is desperate, you do whatever you have to do to get the job done. Isn't that incredible? You know, when we're riding high, so there are certain things that are beneath me that I'm not going to do. When I'm in trouble, we recognize you do whatever you have to do in order to get the job done. So Sancheriv now is afraid of facing the people back home. Right? He needs to get a haircut. He needs a pair of scissors. He's got to grind date pits. You're going to do what you got to do in order to get the job done. All right? So good. So by the time Sancheriv got back with the scissors, so the old man already became dark. I see Nura. Now the old man says, the old man is Kushbar. He says, listen, I can't get a haircut in the dark. So bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so what happened? So as Sancheriv was bringing back the lantern, the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair. This is what people say. So we'll say this gives this apparently birthed this famous adage. Right? It says if you go ahead and you set fire to an Aramean and he likes it, you could also go ahead and singe his beard, and it will be an unending source of entertainment. Okay? You do with that what you want, right? I don't have anything on it. Right? So nice again, the idea over here, we'll say, talking about also, I think the takeaway from this entire Gemara, in a serious sense, is life could change so dramatically. And we experience this in different ways. That a person could be on the top of the world one moment and literally get in the bottom of the bottom the next. And what's so profoundly important, and again, to Sancheriv's credit a little bit, you have to be able to roll with it. You have to be able to pivot. You have to be able to know what to do when you're the commander of the army, And you have to know what to do when you're a humble, defeated individual. And if you notice again, so now it's just a Sancheira. Get a haircut, Spam gets a haircut, whatever you need to do. But listen, there are some people in life when life doesn't go their way and the plan doesn't materialize, simply get paralyzed. They don't know what to do. They're stuck. They can't get over the fact that life did not materialize the way that I wanted it, and they don't understand the power of the pivot. And I think you see the Rav Sancheira, to his credit. You don't become the commander of the largest army in the civilized world by just being a regular guy. Sancheira must have had ridiculous kohos. Part of those kohos is the power of the pivot. You got to be able to lean into whatever life throws your way and recognize that whatever it is, figure it out. Also, Ashka Rapa, we'll say is incredible. So Sancheira is journeying home. As he's journeying home, what does he find? It's supposed to be incredible stories. He finds a plank from Noach's table. That will say, by the way, geographically, we know that, remember again, the teva kind of, what's the word? Landy, was it? Dock? I don't know if it's dock per se. Grounded. But there's isn't this like a Russian for like when it washes ashore, whatever, docked, grounded, it's stopped, right? On Hare Ararat, right? Which actually, by the way, interestingly enough, geographically works along this idea as he's heading back to our shore. See, he finds a plank from Noach's table. It's like, you can't, this is incredible. Like can you imagine, again, but just to understand, this is quite a day for Sancheira. He ran into HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and I want to point out that Ribono Shel Olam appeared to Sancheira. Do you understand what that means? Because again, Sancheira, interestingly enough, remember, it goes out that we saw last week. Sancheira was on a divine mission. His mistake was that he went after Yerushalayim. That was his mistake. That was out of bounds for him. He defied the divine mandate. He was a shaliach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but he overstepped. You don't become a shaliach of Hashem without possessing some type of personal greatness. See, met HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He met the Ribono Shel Olam. Next, he finds a plate from Noach's teva. Amar. So also Ashkach Dapa Mitivusa de Noach. Amar Hainu Elaka Rabba Yeshizve LeNoach Mitifuna. And he said, "Oh, this is the great God who saved Noah from the flood." Amar Iezah Hu Gavra Matzah Makrab Lahu L'Train B'Noi. So Sancheira says, if I go and I'm successful, in other words, if I go and ultimately I'm able to survive and reclaim my former greatness, I will offer up my 2 sons as a sacrifice to the God of Noah. The God of Noah. Now, interesting, I'm going to say, it seems to be that he's ascribing some type of divine power to the actual plank itself. In any event, he pledges to go and offer up his 2 sons. Well, as one can imagine, Shamu Benoi, his sons heard about this and weren't overly excited about this promise, and therefore they killed him. Sancheira is assassinated by his own sons. Sancheira is worshipping his deity, and as he's worshipping his Avodah Zarah, his own sons go ahead and kill him. I will say, by the way, it's also interesting, when you think about this imagery, Sancheira is trying to hold on to a plank from Noach's teva. So I understand, the Medrash tells us who else held on to Noach's teva and was saved? Og. The Medrash says that Og Melech HaBashan, right, was held on to the teva and was saved. And let's say, in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold on to something. The issue is in life, you have to make sure that you're holding on to the right thing. See, even here, Sancheira is always, the tragedy of Sancheira, you don't feel bad for Sancheira. The tragedy of his condition is, so often he's so close to turning things around, but just never manages it to get together. In other words, this idea that he finds the plank of the teva, and he's like, you know what? Show me, you could be my life persona. Like I can hold on to you and turn you around. And we're going to see this comes a little bit, but yet then he brings up offering his sons. It's always as if he misses it, just by a few steps. Still close, so close to being able to affect that real change, being able to turn things around, but always missing it by not being able to put the pieces directly together. Incredible. So we're going to say, So the pasuk says, I will say, switching gears here for just a moment. This is Avram Avinu. Now this is in the story of Bereshis. Remember again, there was the battle of the four kings against the five. Hit four, defeat the five. Avram goes to war against the four. So the pasuk says, "Vayachalek aleim laila, uva avadav vayakem." Literally again, the little translation is they split the night. Avram and his servants, and they smote the four kings. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Also, Malach Shenizganu no the Avram Laila Shmo. There was actually an angel who was helping Avram Avinu to fight this battle, and the angel's name was Laila Shneimar B'Halayla Amar Horageva. Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka says Sha'as Imo Maisa Laila. That ultimately, again, what it means is that the Rashi points out the stars, like the stars, actually fought on behalf of Avram Avinu. They actually did battle on behalf of. They fought together alongside Avram. Shneimar means Shamayim Milchamu HaKochavim Some Milcha in Sisra. Amrei Shlagish Tava Nafka Midubar Nafka. The words of the Nafka of the blacksmith, Rabbi Yitzchak Nafka, are better than the words of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is known in Shas sometimes as Bar Nafka. So the words of the blacksmith are better than the words of the son of the blacksmith. Okay, so ultimately, Shlakish chooses Yitzchak Nafka's idea, and the stars went to war with Avram Avinu against the four kings. Let's just point out over here how we've mentioned this many times in our trainings in Shas. You know why does the Gemara need to call it Yitzchak Nafka? Okay, so simple answer is because there's more than one. There's more than one of Yitzchak. I'll say the deeper message is a lot of times in life we think that if we have a profession, that's my tour from becoming an outstanding Talmid Chacham, a Gadol Batorah. So what does the Gemara do? Everyone's thought the Gemara says, by the way, you could be a blacksmith, you could be a Gadol Batorah. You could be a blacksmith and earn yourself a place on the page of Shas. You all have to work for a living. That's just the way that it is. Unless you think that your career exempts you from achieving excellence in Torah, not true. We have an obligation to be excellent in our professions, and we have an equal obligation, if not a greater obligation, to be excellent in Torah as well. There's no telling what we could become, even though we all have day jobs. Mirdov ad Dan. So let's remember again, the pasuk says Avram Avinu pursued them, the four kings, up until Dan. So what happened in Dan? So Avram Avinu saw when Avram Avinu was pursuing the kings, when he got to the area of Dan, suddenly again his strength was diminished. Why? Because he saw prophetically that his descendants would worship Avodah Zarah in Dan. So because Avram Avinu's spiritual strength was weakened, as soon as they got to Dan, Shneimar, they will say, now what happened in Dan? Shneimar, Vayasem Esa Echa Bebeis El, Vayasa Echa Nasan B'Dan. So this is actually referring to Yerovam ben Nevat. We spoke about this last week also. Yerovam ben Nevat, the first king over the split kingdom, Yehuda Yisrael, installed two eagles, right? Two golden calves. And one of them was put in the tribal area of Dan. It's incredible. So even though this wasn't going to happen until centuries later, nevertheless, Avram Avinu's strength was diminished when he got to the future site of Avodah Zarah's children. Va'af also Rasha. So to again, Nebuchadnezzar, the Zara also, were not strengthened until they got to Dan Shneimar. Midan Nishma Nechras Susav. I'm Rabbi Zera. Abagam the Shalach. Rabbi Zera said this evening. I want to get ready for this. So this the Rabbi Zera said the following message was given by Rabbi Yehuda ben Zera. Hizara b'zakin sheshachach nemuda machmasonso. I want to be careful with the Talmid Chacham who lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. Or I will say sometimes in life a person gets older, they forget their learning. Whether it's because of something like dementia or Alzheimer's, or whether again it's just part of getting old in life. Be careful with a Talmid Chacham who forgot his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have the recall. That learning is still a part of who and what he is, and therefore there is an obligation to go ahead and respect it. Which also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon us is not only in the knowledge that we retain. And this is a very important source of chizuk, especially for us, Daf Yomi Chevra. And a lot of times, one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one day. One of the most difficult things about Daf Yomi is come the next day, I had absolutely no idea what I learned. Right. But so something that's very frustrating for us because, like, what am I doing? We'll say, of course, now, again, the answer to that is, you know what I'm going to say. What's the answer to that? The answer to that is Chazara. That's why a person has to chazar the daf. We know that. But I will say, in addition to that, The real power of Torah is what it does to you as a person, what it does to your neshama, and that has nothing to do with retention. It is entirely experiential. The act of sitting and learning Torah, by definition, fundamentally changes me as a person. And even if I don't remember one word, I am still a changed human being. That's what the Gemara says. You have a Talmud Chacham, a Zaki, who forgot his learning. You think that because he can't recall it, therefore, again, it's the Torah impacts any less. Chas v'shalom. He's still the same holy Jew because Torah has imprinted on his neshama, fundamentally changed it. Furthermore, the Zara of reading. Also be careful with the reading. So it's interesting how I remember again from the last cycle in Kulim, we learned about this. When you shech the bird, when you shech ophos, so there's a blood vessel that runs next to the esophagus. There's a machlokes as to whether or not that artery needs to be cut as part of shechita. Rabbi Yehuda says you should be careful to do it because that allows the animal to bleed out faster and drains the animal of blood faster. That's called the breathing. The Gemara says, "He's over breathing." Rabbi Yehuda is Rabbi Yehuda. Don't say, watch this. Dizara b'bnei amaretz. Be careful with the children of ignorant people. Shemehen teitzei Torah, because from them, from the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately again, that's where Torah will come from. I'm going to say this is an astounding Gemara. Take a look at Rashi in just a moment. It's the last Rashi on the right side. He's talking about over here children who grow up who are children of Amei Haaretz, who are children of ignorant people. Never say, by the way, in this context, Amei Haaretz is not used in a disparaging way. It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. But ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant, just means they don't know Torah. They don't learn Torah per se. So Rashi says, and those children who grow up in a home of Amei Haaretz become Talmidei Chachamim, Lasos Lam Kavod. Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are Amei Haaretz, make sure to give them the greatest amount of kavod. Why? Shemehem teitzei Torah liyisrael. Because those that Talmidei Chachamim are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Sha'arei yatzu shmaya ba'atan ne'mar. So we'll see examples. What's the pshat? That is the children of Amei Haaretz who make the greatest impact to Klal Yisrael. Not the children who are the children whose fathers are Talmidei Chachamim, grandfathers Talmidei Chachamim. What's the pshat? First, I think it's a very simple yesod. When a person grows up in a home of Amei Haaretz and then decides to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against parental resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new body of things that perhaps they did not receive growing up. The push, right, and the commitment and the resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim have, sometimes people who grew up with it don't necessarily have the same thing. And therefore, ultimately, the contribution that those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others. It's an incredible idea. So the Gemara, and again, I would say, but if you notice over here, the Gemara says, "Hizaru b'nei Amei Haaretz." Be careful. Now, if you have to tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? Right? That people generally, again, are not careful with this. Right? Why? Because we'll say it's so interesting in the belt. In the world, it's so interesting. In the world, we put so much primacy and importance on yichos. Right? This one has yichos, and this one has yichos, and yichos is wonderful. Right? Yichos is beautiful. It's fantastic. Where you come from, we all have beautiful yichos. You come from Yitzchak and Yaakov, the best yichos in the world. We put so much. So Chazal telling us, good, yishkayach yichos, but just understand, it's often those who do not have the distinguished pedigree, but then decide to make something magnificent of themselves. Those are the agents of change. Those are the people, ultimately, again, who make the most dramatic and tremendous difference. The ones who society say are like, there's somebody was telling me the other day that a certain yeshiva, really didn't have its same standing anymore. So yeshiva, post high school yeshiva. Why? This was the lashon. The person said, it's filled with flip outs. I'm like, what? Flip outs. So you know what lashon flip out is someone maybe who grew up, like a little bit more modern, or maybe not, and then became much more religious. Flip out. So first of all, I said, so you mean like people like we want to emulate, right? When you say flip out, you mean like So people who started with something and then decided to get more, that's a good. It's so warped. It's so warped that like in the world, somehow someone who started with less and then chose more. That person is a tzaddik shebit tzaddikim, right? That person goes on a pedestal. A person who made a choice to be more, to do more, to accomplish more, even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps, again, maybe their parents did like it, don't like it, aren't supportive, tacitly supportive, whatever it is, but they decide they want more. It's just so interesting that sometimes you have such a warped view of where actual greatness really comes from. It's very nice. If you come from a family of righteous people, that's fantastic. Zachisa, incredible. But that does absolutely nothing for you except start you off at a higher place, but you still have to accomplish yourself. Are we throwing tissues over here? Did I just see that? Okay. All right. And I will say, so that's how the Gemara has to say, be careful of the children of Amei Aretz, which means that the belt is not. But sometimes the Gemara said the greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth, and instead try to accomplish great things on their own and make it. Those are the people who affect change. Incredible. The word Milsa Modinole. The word says Ki Ha Milsa Modinole. Sadik Ata Hashem Ki Arave Lecha Ah Mishpatim Adaber Oska Madu Adar for Sham Tzalecha Shalom Kol Bog De Ben Shalom Kol Bog De Bagat Yetatan Gam Shar Shal Yelku Gam also. Okay, suppose what's the shot in this passage? So this is Eov. No, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu over here is asking, once the part of this passage we're going to focus on over here. The part of this passage we're going to focus on over here is that why is it that why is it that the wicked seem to go ahead and prosper? So the Gemara says like this: Mashallah Adam. Sorry. Maya Hadjule. What was? Let's read back to Yirmiyahu Navi. Ki es raglayim ratzasavi alucha. What does this mean? So let's say this is a mashal. Listen to this. So there's a guy. The guy claimed that he could run faster than anything. He could even run faster than horses. I could run 3 parsecs. I will say parsecs a lot of area. I could run 3 parsecs before, right? And I could even outrun horses. Right? I could even run in swamps. Obviously, much harder to run in a swamp. So what happened? So now he was racing against the human runner. Raglim is a runner. And this human runner, outpaced him 3 milim, which is a much lesser distance, and Biabasha on dry land. So the Gemara says, and we say to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner, you certainly can't outpace horses. If you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you certainly can't outpace him for Gil Barzals. So the Gemara says, and if you can't outpace him on dry, you certainly can't outpace anything on the swamp. So so to you, Yirmiyahu. So let's say, so what does this mean? What does this mean? At the end of the day, what they're telling Yirmiyahu is that you don't understand the ways of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's simply it. You think you can understand, you think that you can see, you think that you know, but at the end of the day, you don't. We're going to see this story in just a moment. So Yirmiyahu, you're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I allowed Nebuchadnezzar to be successful in such a dramatic way. But just you should see, Nebuchadnezzar got the reward of 4 psios, of 4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps in just a little bit. So if you see all of the reward that Nebuchadnezzar got for taking 4 steps, then ultimately, again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shiratzu lefanai kisusim alachas kama v'kama. So Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward ultimately of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who ran before me like horses. Again, we'll see that story in just a little bit. So the Gemara says, "Dichsev u'neviim nishbar v'divi kevi dachu kol atzmos hayisi ki yishikar v'gegibar avru yain me Hashem me'divrei kadsho." Incredible. What do you mean? When did Nebuchadnezzar walk before HaKadosh Baruch Hu with 4 steps. What's that story? It's an incredible story. So it happened that Merudach Baladon, that was his name, Ben Baladon, son of Baladon, right, who was the king of Babel, sent a letter. Now the rest of the pasuk is he sent a letter to Chizkiyahu because he heard Chizkiyahu was ill and then he was healed. Okay, so the Gemara says, because Chizkiyahu got sick, so this king, the king of Babel, Merodach Baladon, sent a letter and he gave to Chizkiyahu. What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, in Lidrosh es Mofes Haya. So the Gemara says, yes, because Baladon Merodach, or Merodach Baladon, was very interested because he said when Chizkiyahu was healed, a miracle occurred. He was overwhelmed by this miracle, and he said, I got to find out about this guy Chizkiyahu. What's his story? What was the miracle? Listen to this. By the way, I apologize. I know we're going quickly at some points also. So actually, Menachem Mendel said a very good idea that maybe Shavuos night this year, we're going to do Parak HaChelek. That's going to be our topic for this year. Man, it's just like identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy endeavor. So what happened? The day that Achaz died. Who was Achaz? Achaz was the father of Chizkiyahu. Achaz was a tremendous Rasha. On the day that Achaz died, Shtei Sha'os Chaya. HaKadosh Baruch Hu shortened the day dramatically, caused the sun to set after 2 hours. Now, why did he do that? He did not want Achaz to be
day 44. This bitch.
Achaz to be buried.
Really? Oh,
so
for sure. All right. Let's just get down to brass tacks, Rabbi. Give me that Yiddish. Really? So what are we reviewing? I don't know if we'll do it. We'll see. All right. So
and it's incredible. When Chizkiyahu was healed,
pleasurable. It
so
can
ultimately, again,
revivicate the dead. Halavai means I wish. That's what the Rabbi says. That's all. That's what the Rabbi said. Mamachai, that's what we do. That's what she said after we shoot. Yeah, that's kind of a fetish. Toxic bitch. Tackless, brass tacks. No, that means snacking on pussy. That shirt,
that's 10 extra daylight hours. Like, what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, so
smooth mensch,
he became healed, and Avak gave him back 10 hours of daylight. So it's incredible. Someone said, listen, and there is a man like this who gets 10 extra hours of daylight from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How can I not write him a letter and say a Shalom Aleichem? Right? You got to get to know a man like this. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So here is the letter. Here is the letter that Merodach Baladon sent to Chizkiyahu. Here it is. The Gemara says,
Scheidel.
Peace be unto you, King Chizkiyahu. Shalom Lakarta Yushalayim. Peace unto Yerushalayim. Shalom Alakar Rabbo. Peace unto the great God.
Hamish.
Peace unto the great God.
Hamish, dog. Hamish.
So what happened?
Hamish. Based on Jewish word Haim.
So Nebuchadnezzar,
it describes things that are homey or familiar. Make yourself at home. Going back to Abraham, the first Jew, the very first Jew. Our people have always valued inviting others into our homes. The mitzvah is known as Knesset, worship, bringing in guests. When inviting in guests, the host may say, Machzek Haimish, make yourself at home. Nice and informal. If the guest finds that the home is the informal type where everyone is welcome or to just be themselves and no one stands on ceremony, they say that it's a Haimish type of place. What is this? Oh, fuck! What is this bullshit?
You say, Shalom Aleichem, great King Chizkiyahu. Shalom Aleichem, great City Yerushalayim. Shalom Aleichem, great God. And the says, it doesn't make any sense. If God is great, then where does he belong? All the way in front. I was saying, but this is Nebuchadnezzar.
It's an informal type of everyone's hoping just being so no stands on ceremony. You may see
Shalom Aleichem, Chizkiyahu.
Or he may say it's
so Nebuchadnezzar says,
type of place.
Shalom Aleichem to great God, Shalom Aleichem to Chizkeh, Shalom Aleichem to Yerushalayim. So it says, so you're like,
Home cooking, since Haim means home,
guys,
home cooked food or baked goods can be referred to as Haimish. What about speaking broadly? Yiddish speaking Jews can be divided into two groups, Litvaks on the one end and Polish Jews on the other end. Each group having many subcategories and branches. Those of the Litvak camp use the first pronunciation of Hamish, while the Polish Jews and their Hungarian cousins will say Haimish. In fact, Hungarians will refer to their fellow Hungarian Hasidic Jews as Haimish because they can trace their roots back to Der Haim, Der Ham, because the country is known to first generation immigrants. What do we call it? The whole country. Thus, retail establishment belonging to Haimish fellow, in which only kosher items are sold, of course, will be referred to as a Haimish store. Note that in this context, only the Polish pronunciation of Haimish is used. Challah in a pan. Challah is Hebrew for loaf, however, in Yiddish it refers specifically to the braided loaf that grates festive Shabbat and holiday tables. These two loaves remind us of the double portion of manna that God would provide for our ancestors in the desert every Friday for reasons that are not to the author of this article. Challah that baked in an oval pan with walls is sometimes called Haimish challah, also limited to Polish pronunciation. Haimish, yeah. Haimish challah. Do you have something to add? Yeah, let's find out.
Sometimes it's always interesting to see like what makes great people great. Like how
you're gonna find this out. We're gonna fucking find this out, and I might even send it into Chabad.org. Like, hey, peeps, get your shit together. If that aren't clear, nobody was like, "Oh yeah, it's good." Or they were just like, "Yeah, it's good. Throw it up on the fucking site." Nobody was like, well, "Why don't we answer this fucking question?"
Full of ideas, and it's great. And I'm willing to take all of my ideas.
Please tell me why it would be called this.
To give them over to someone else, and then as long as someone else does the execution.
Short answer, because Haimish challah isn't really about the shape as it is much the vibe, and the oval pan became the visual shorthand for a very specific Eastern European Jewish home culture.
To get the job done. And if Nebuchadnezzar has this insight, it's not like, okay, Chaver, who wants to run after the courier? Again, if he's the
longer unpacked answer, what Haimish actually means. Haimish, Yiddish, home-like, warm, familiar, old school, doesn't mean traditional in the abstract. It means not fancy, not showy, not bakery perfect, something your Bobby grandmother would make at home, not something bought. So when something gets labeled Haimish, it's being contrasted with modern decorative braided French influenced challah. The oval pan with walls equals Eastern Europe home baking. In Poland, Galicia, and nearby regions, home ovens were inconsistent, shallow, and not great for freeform baking. As a result, challah was often baked in oval or round pans with walls. The walls helped the dough rise upward instead of spreading. You get a soft, tall, pull-apart interior, less crusty, more bread-like. This wasn't about aesthetics, it was about practicality. Why the specific pan became the market. Once the braided challah became popular in bakeries, especially in Germany and later in America, in contrast to much freeform bread baked in a pan, freeform bread was glossy photogenic company challah. Freeform braid is glossy photogenic company challah. That's baker challah, and then Haimish challah, baked in a pan, plain, thick, soft, family table challah. So the oval pan with walls became a symbol of this wasn't made to impress guests, this was made to feed a family. That's Haimish. By Polish pronunciation matters. Polish-rooted Yiddish tends to pronounce Haimish closer to Hamish or Haimish. And culturally, Polish Jewish cooking is associated with heavier breads and close baking, less ornamentation. Think pan challah, pull-apart rye, thick kugels. So the term stuck specifically in Polish-descended communities, even though other Jews baked similar breads. Its retrospective label
But it's interesting.
Here's the key thing the article probably missed. No one in 1880 said, I'm not breaking Hamish challah. The term comes later, once braided challah became dominant, and people needed a word for the old way, the home way, the before bakers took over way. So the shape didn't cause the name, the shape became the evidence of Heimishness. Here they are. It's called Heimish challah because the oval walled pan reflects Eastern European home baking. It signals non-fancy family style pre-bakery Judaism. Polish Jewish culture preserved the style that style longest. The name describes a feeling, not a halakhic Jewish legal category. All right, that's cool.
So the Gemara says over here, so the Gemara quotes the pasuk that says,
we forgot to say all our shit. So it's 44 days. Today is 21st of Shvat, 5786, Sunday, February 8th. It's Super Bowl Sunday. That's a big fucking deal. Why? Well, Super Bowl is giant. In Judaism, in everything. All right. Super Bowl 60. Big time. All right.
Because he's just destroyed.
Here we go.
He's destroyed
Gay Kakin Afan Yam. That's Yiddish gold. Piss in the ocean. Black. Tis dying. Hebrew go piss in the ocean. That's a long fucking thing. Juris means problems in Yiddish. That one fucking snail or whatever is Kalazon, Erex Trunculus. Golis refers to the Jewish diaspora or exile. Right, so that's cool. What about that one thing? I'm never going to get this. Akin Ani Medaber Ivrit, Bekar Ivrit, Grade, Afshe, Befoal, Anaknu, Amurim, Ledaber, Yiddish Ol, Ulai Arami, Shigam, Otan Ani Yakol, Ledaber, Bemida, Mesu Yemet, Aval Ani, Adi, Angli, Lakin, Ba'u, Nedaber, Angli, Zay Nishma, Tolecha. Indeed,
had sent to Nebuchadnezzar wagons of 300 of the sharpest axes that were so sharp that the metal
which I can also speak to some extent.
Does that sound good to you? And all the axes broke, trying to break down one gateway of Yerushalayim.
This is Kabbalah, coffee and Kabbalah.
Amar, Mistafina Deloli Abdu Bi, Kiechi the Abdu Besanchir. So it says, listen to this. Nebuchadnezzar is ready to turn back. Now why is Nebuchadnezzar ready to turn back? Because remember again, it wasn't so long before that what happened? Sancheriv. Sancheriv, right? So in other words, everybody knows the story of Sancheriv. Massive defeat and has performed. So now you have 300 of the sharpest axes, metal that can cut through metal, and all of them break on one door in Yerushalayim. This does not look like a good omen. So the Nebuchadnezzar is ready to
hopefully this
turn around,
shit isn't that long today. Not gonna rest up. He's got some great fucking motivational speeches.
So Basketball came out. Incredible. Basketball came Shavar. I must say, Shavar bar Shavar literally means a jumper. Someone who jumped. Rashi says over here, Shavar bar Shavar is on the right hand column of Rashi, about 10 into the short lines. Doleg bar Doleg, Kum Bakava Yerushalayim. Nebuchadnezzar Kalmar. So I'll say, so this is interesting. So apparently, Gemara says, that he called him the jumper because, interestingly enough, Nebuchadnezzar was part of Sancheriv's campaign as well. And interestingly enough, remember again, what was Sancheriv's mistake? What was Sancheriv's mistake? He missed the window. So apparently, Nebuchadnezzar was the one who was urging Sancheriv, attack now, attack now, attack now. That's why it's called the jumper. Right? He was ready to leap into battle, to jump into battle. So the Baskel comes up and says, jumper, don't abandon your plan over here. So the Gemara says, Shavar bar Shavar. So ultimately, again, it is time for the Beis Hamikdash to be destroyed.
I will say, by the way, I just want to point out that these gemaras are very profound, because a lot of times when we suffer misfortune at the hands of the nations of the world, what compounds our pain is the notion of a feeling of abandonment by a response. Now, what's interesting, I will say, is Chazal will tell us nothing ever happens to us unless the Rebbeinu Shalom wants it to happen. And even when there's pain, and even when there's suffering, even when there's loss, it only comes from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, on one hand, it's painful because a lot of times we do discuss. On the other hand, there is, interestingly enough, or ironically enough, a certain element of nechama, because I know it's not something that someone else is doing to me, it's something that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is doing to me. Which means that also is choreographing even this overwhelmingly painful situation, which is difficult as it is, but I know it's not haphazard, I know it's not random, and it's coming from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the Vasco comes out and says, Zaran, don't abandon ship, it is time for the Beis HaMikdash to be destroyed. So watch this. There was one axe left. One axe left. Also, not be the Kufa de Ifta. So once there's one axe left, so now it's the again. The Ritzaron is a very smart man. So the Ritzaron realizes now that he's at a very, very dangerous crossroads. Am I going to be like Sancheric and be wiped out by Hashem, or am I going to be the agent of Hashem? So what does he do? He takes the last axe. He goes over to the gate of Yerushalayim. He doesn't hit the gate. Doesn't hit the gate with the sharp part. He hits the gate with the handle, the dull part. Why? What's his logic? His logic is like this: if this were HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if the Rothschild wants to destroy the Beis HaMikdash, the gate will open even with the blunt part. So the Rosh says, and sure enough, the Iftach, he knocked against the gate with the dull part, and the gate fell down. Shneimar, Yodeh Kemedi L'Mayla B'Sach Itz Kadumos. So this is a tragically overwhelming story. The chief butcher,
that's a cool story.
And is literally again killing everyone in sight until he gets to the Beis HaMikdash. Adlik Bey Nura. He sets the Beis HaMikdash. He sets the Beis HaMikdash on fire. This is the overwhelming Gemara. Gava Eichalim. As the Zoran lights the Mikdash on fire, the Beis HaMikdash itself begins to ascend heavenward. Almost as if the Beis HaMikdash is trying to save itself from what is occurring. Imagine the Beis HaMikdash uproots itself and begins to go and literally ascend heavenward. And what happened? Yarku Bey Yisrael. And the Rosh Hashanah pushed it back down. The Beis HaMikdash itself is trying to escape. The Beis HaMikdash itself is trying to say, you know what? Sometimes even the Beis HaMikdash sees all the pain and all the suffering and all the hardships and everything that happens in this world. And the Beis HaMikdash just wants to remove itself from the truth. The Beis HaMikdash doesn't want to listen. It says, enough. Shekhinah says, there's a plan. Whatever the plan is, there's a plan. So the Shekhinah itself takes its hand and literally pushes the Beis HaMikdash back down. Overwhelming. Shneimar, Zat Darach Hashem L'Tzilos B'Asiludah. Chazei Fadayte. So you want to imagine at this point in time, the Zaran stealing Shego Bagayva. Shego Bagayva is a little arrogant. After all, again, he's met with ridiculous success, right? Burning down the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nach Gabas Chava Amralei Amakatila Katlis Hechela Kalya Kalyas Kim Kota Hina Tachinas. The Zaran calm down. You killed a dead nation. You destroyed buildings. Literally, again, you ground up wheat that was already flour. No, Trump was telling the Luzarn that he didn't do anything. I did this. You're carrying out my will. Don't think for a moment that this is your success, right? And that this is your accomplishment. Everything that you're doing is only occurring because I'm allowing you to occur. Shneimar, Kishira Kayatach Nikema, Goli Tamaseh, the Koch, the Shiva, Goli Shok, Abinaro, Sleeping on Nemar, and the Kena. It doesn't say anything about these guys. It says again, flour. The same way that becoming the grind flour, that's already flour, not doing anything. So you've destroyed people, you've destroyed building. That's an incredible story here. Chaza Dami de Zakaria, Davi Karasa. It's what says here, Navi Zakaria. Tragic story. It's overwhelming. So the Kali, so Navi Zakaria had given most of the Kali, so saying that they have to do tshuva, or they're going to be destroyed. How did Kali so deal with this message?
until the Creator becomes one's personal source of godliness, making the individual a vehicle for sanctity and
So what
holiness.
happens?
This allows one
So
to
now-
approach prayer
So the
without
Buddha is
barriers, like speaking to a best friend. Prayer to Tefillah. He advocated for intense, rapturous prayer, characterized by loud shouting and physical gestures, sometimes leading to him collapsing from exhaustion. He taught that prayers recited with proper kabbalah, devotion, awe, and fear are kosher prayers. He taught that prayers recited with proper kabbalah, devotion, awe, and fear are kosher prayers. These proper prayers have the power to gather previous improper carcass prayers and uplift them to heaven, thereby crowning God. Kabbalah and Maharo. Rabbi Israel was pivotal in integrating the philosophy of Rabbi Judah Maharo of Prague into Hasidic thought. He spiritually sponsored the reprinting of Maharo's works in the late 18th century and 19th century. His book, Geula, worked to use Maharo as a primary source. He sought to find core principles in the Arizal's Lyriatic within Maharo's writings, exposing a pronounced framework in sought to find core principles of the Arizal's Lyriatic Kabbalah within Maharal's writings, specifically imposing a pronounced Kabbalistic framework on Maharal's ideas.
Rabbi Israel's famous autometer
So what does he do?
was extensive.
He gathers up
Christians
Rabbanan,
believed in
the
his
rabbinic leadership.
His blessings
He
and
kills
amulets
them
were
all,
verifications for
but the
healing.
blood
Things
didn't
regarding
stop
the power of the
boiling,
spirit
bubbling.
amulets for fertility.
I sudar the
He was
key
deeply
to
committed to
that.
social justice and
He brought the
kindness,
school
just caring
children.
for orphans and widows.
Caught
He
them
reached
in
many
the
orphans in
blood
Islam.
of them.
He lived austerely
Below
and poverty,
Nach, and the
distributing
blood
all
did
monies
not
received as
stop.
charity. He was the
I
foster
see
father and mentor to
Pirkei
Rabbi Isaac
Kahuna
Meir Alter,
Kato.
the
He
future
brought
ruler
young
of the Jerusalem
Kohanim.
dynasty.
Killed
Historical
them.
context and
And the
political
blood did
continuity.
not stop bubbling.
The Cossack
So
survived
he
actively
must
used his
add
influence
the
to help the Jewish
Kato
community. He
Ibuya
received early intelligence
Tishmuva
about also government
Aberivo.
plans against Jews and,
Until he
when necessary,
slaughtered
used his connections to cancel harsh decrees.
940,000
He was on
people.
friendly terms with several influential
Below
Polish nobles,
Nach.
including
And
Prince Adam
ultimately,
Czartoryski,
again,
who
the
sought his
blood
blessing
did
for a
not
child.
stop bubbling.
During the time of the
Chayav
Napoleonic
Legabe.
Wars, Rabbi
So
Israel
the
was involved in
Burzan
the
goes over to the
movement
blood
centered
and
on
he
possibility of
says,
facing the coming of the
Zechariah,
Messiah, future prophet.
Zechariah.
A noted anecdote concerns his
Tobin
prophecy early
Shebahan
Polish statehood,
Ibarik.
when a nobleman sought his intercession
So
for Polish
it's only
independence
Gemara.
following the
So when the
partition of
Burzan
Poland.
says,
The battles
Zechariah,
were fought in
Zechariah.
Poland, regained sovereignty for a
Literally,
stand of
again, I
creation. Three
slaughtered
sabbatical
the
cycles,
best
or 21
of
years.
Klal
This region
Yisrael.
was recalled in Warsaw by the
Nate
Luftwaffe of the city in
Palulu,
September
Diktalim
1939,
Lekulu.
exactly 21
Should I
years after
kill
Poland
more?
declared independence in
Miyad
1918.
no. In that moment again,
Rabbi Israel had stayed
that
in
moment
Cossacks for many
again.
years. He
So
passed
the
away on
blood
the
of the
14th of
fire
Tishri,
stopped
September
bubbling.
28,
Listen, such a
1814.
one,
His
you
death
should
occurred
just
amidst
know
mysterious spiritual
by
efforts related to his
historical
saving final
accounts.
redemption.
It's interesting to note
He is remembered as one of
that
the founders of Hasidism in Central
over
Poland and a major link in the chain of
close to
transmission of the
1
Rothschild
million
teachings.
Jews
The Cossack Hasidic
were
dynasty continued through his son and
slaughtered when the
subsequent
Beis
descendants,
Hamikdash
wielding influence
fell.
in Poland and
Everything
Croatia
was
through the 19th and
destroyed.
20th
So it's
centuries.
interesting. A lot of times, like Gemara, sometimes numbers are hyperbolic. It's interesting. The 940,000 number is again close to a million people fell. That's like when we think about destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, we have to think about just the destruction of the structure. But we forget about just the colossal loss of life over almost a million people. So the Gemara says, so now so literally the Burzana says, what else do you want? Get up on it. Kill the children. Kill the Pirkei Kahuna. I killed the best of Klal Yisrael. You want more? You want more blood? You want more bloodshed? And then the blood stopped bubbling. So Moshe, you might as well stop here and just look at the Gemara says,
a classic
here,
Hasidic commentary on the
Shuva
Torah,
V'daite.
and
So this
Pirkei
one of
Avot,
us has something
Ethics of the
amazing happened,
Fathers,
which is, so the
first
Zara
published
says, let's
posthumously
say,
in
like, Mashu Lo Normali,
1842.
right? This is not normal.
Geula
This is
Yisrael,
not a
commentary
normal
on the
zach
works
over here,
of
right? And he
Maharo
has
of Prague,
thoughts of tshuva.
particularly
Why does he have thoughts
Gevuro
of tshuva?
Hashem,
He says,
Nezer
Ma'im shelo
Yisrael,
yibdu el nefesh
commentary on the
achos,
Zohar,
kach
or
kach
Yisrael, commentary
v'gavra mat
on
tehevi
the
alei.
Tikunai
So
HaOzer,
the Burzans are like this.
Tikunai
Klal Yisrael
HaZohar,
was held to such a degree of accountability
Yakar
because they
Mekaz,
killed one person,
commentary
killed
on the
Zechariah.
Torah, Tehilot
So
Yisrael,
the
commentary
Burzan
on the Book of
says,
Psalms,
what's going to happen to me?
Gevurat Yisrael,
I killed
commentary on the
almost a
Pesach
million
Haggadah,
people.
Beit
What's going to be
Yisrael,
with me?
Talmudic
Arak
Novelai,
shader portisa
Novelai,
labese v'isgaya.
Lagunat Yisrael, Responsa,
Zaran
focus
sends a
on
letter to
cases
Hadassah,
regarding
Chevron
Laguna,
not coming
women
home,
chained
and
to
he goes
inaccessible
off and he
husbands,
converts.
demonstrating
He
his
goes off and he
expertise in legal
converts.
matters.
So we'll say,
Chilu
absolutely
Shai,
overwhelming say, even
Magid
Zaran,
Mishnah,
even
innovative
Zaran,
interpretations of the
Rabbi
Mishnah,
Tabach, the chief
Sha'eri
butcher,
Yisrael,
says
commentary
this
on Midrash,
overwhelming
Ner
moment
Yisrael,
of here,
commentary
Shabbos. I
on
just want to point that out
Uktai,
over here. The
Rav
Lashon over here
Hai
is
Gaon,
here, the
and
tshuva.
Shar
You know,
Hashemayim
the Lashon of the Rambam
Joseph.
in Hilchos Tshuva. Okay, with this one, I'll just say this very quickly. Lashon of Hilchos Tshuva, Parak Aleph
That's
Halacha
tight.
Aleph
That's a
is
really great start.
Kishi
Man.
Yaseh Tshuva.
Thanks, friend.
Kishi Yaseh Tshuva. Chayav Lizdados. So it's interesting that
Don't
what does it
bear
mean
some
Kishi
worries.
Yaseh Tshuva? What
is that Lashon Kishiyas Tshuva? Rav Gifter Shiva has a beautiful sefer called Yerusha Tshuva. Rav Gifter writes, Rabbi Salvation has the same idea as well, but the first step of Tshuva is Hirur Tshuva. What's Hirur? Hirur is a thought. Before you even do anything concrete, before I change anything about my life, the first step in Tshuva is that thought. What's that thought? That thought is, I can't go on the way things are. The first step in Tshuva is this level of kavnish, where I say to myself, I gotta change. Things just have to be different. How, what, when, where, that remains to be seen. But I know that the way things are now should not be the way they go forward. The Zoran has that moment of fear, right? As he's standing there with blood of precious Jews on his hands, standing in a Beis HaMikdash that is going up in flames, has this cathartic moment up here that says, you know what, I don't know what I'm going to do, I know that I can't continue in this way. Runs away from everything, gives up everything, and goes on to become a member of Providence. Alongside, the story's not over, but we're going to stop here for today. The rest of the Zoran's story, and it says other great game in this section tomorrow. Want to start the alongside? Shkoya.
Siberian launched a campaign in 1822 or 1823 to urge Jews to learn trades and skilled factory work. He urged communities to organize trade schools. He also encouraged the study of agriculture, dairy farming, and the like, reminding them that once upon a time, when the Jewish people lived in their own land, they were a people of farmers, fruit growers, and herdsmen. He urged that boys who did not show promise of becoming Torah scholars should, after the age of 13, devote part of their time to the learning of a trade or work in the fields to help support the family. In 1815, with government permission and sponsorship.
All right, Rabbi, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir today. Our annual Talmud sponsor for Tafshin Pei, the Tosin Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shemar Rothschilds this year as his chus for the Sorah Savas Alavan Yisrael. Talmud sponsors for the month of Adar, Terry and Steve Zinn. In loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan, C. Hirsch, Ben Yosef Cohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman family's memory of Mr. William Ziv, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael, our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther Bas Elazar, and our Dashkomi sponsors for today, Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Matt's father, Charles Marks, Helman Ben Mordechai, we hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in Nechama, all those in the Refuah Shalom, Kedot Kol Chali Yisrael, Halish Baruch Hu should in Eretz Hashem bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful to call Maseh Yadayim. Well, with that, let us begin. A special welcome back. Refuah Shalom to David Schwartz, Baruch Haba, Baruch Haba, continue to give you Refuah. Eretz Hashem, and we missed you. It's great to have you back. As well, so with that, let us begin. We have a lot today, Baruch Hashem. Again, also, by the way, this is it until we get to the end, right? This is Baruch Hashem. This is beautiful, beautiful Gemara after Gemara. I got it to stories, lessons, messages, everything rolled. We're going to have a little bit of halacha as well. So also with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Tzadik Vav 96. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on the bottom of Tzadik A on the page 95B. And also, he's not here today, but we have to wish him out to our beloved Chaver and our Dafyomi member, Rabbi Avron Elbaum, our Gabbai, our Dafyomi pillar. I'm talking over here like London, like you would normally be sitting right over there. Who's marrying off his daughter today, Baruch Hashem, B'Shato, L'Chakos, and Mazel Tov to the Elbaum, Mishpacha. Let's begin. So we are picking up on the bottom of today's episode, Tzadik 96. We are picking up on Tzadik Days 95B, and we left off 4 lines up at the bottom. I'm Rabbi Avol. Rabbi Avol says as follows. Had the pasuk not said it, you couldn't have said it yourself. The Ziv. Vayomahu, Yigalach Hashem B'Tara Hashira, Berinar, B'Melech Ashura Sarosh, B'Sar Raglayim, V'Gamazot and Tishba. So it says, the more very close to the pasuk. The pasuk says, on that day, like Yiviyachol, the Ribono Shel Olam will give a haircut. He'll cut the beard, he'll cut the hair of the king of Ashur. So what is this talking about? The Gemara says, also Kutrabiho, they didn't make a Gavra Saba. Remember again, Sanherib has been defeated. We saw that story already. They suffered a humiliating defeat, not even at the hands of Christian. Remember again, he suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Christian, which is this ridiculous event that wiped out his army overnight. He now has to go back home and face his constituents. So the Rebbe Shalom appears to him as an old man, doesn't like a Gavra Saba. Amalei, Kiazos Gabi Malchus Mizrach. Malchi Mizrach Amarav. Da'isinu lebnei v'kakelsinu. My Amrav. So the old man, Baruch Hu, right, comes to Sancheir and says, Sancheir, when you have to go back home and you have to talk to all the kings of Aragon, Sancheir raised a huge army. Those were armies from neighboring kingdoms as well. So when you have to go back home and face all of those kings whose sons you convinced to come out and do battle with you, and now those sons are dead, what are you going to say to them? What are you going to say to them? So Sancheir says, you know what? I'm afraid. I don't know. I too have that fear, but what am I going to say? So Sancheir says to the old man, what should I do? And I want to say, of course, you know what's so interesting about this is, remember again, fascinating how things change. Sancheir was this general in charge of everyone, confident. And now what happens? He's asking an old guy he just met, right? He has no idea who this person is. And he's asking this old man for advice. What should I do?
Explanation.
So ultimately, again, so this is incredible. So the old man says to Sancheir, listen to this, Amalei, Zil Yishani Nafshach. You should really change. You should really change. Rashi says over in Shinafshach, Shana Atzmucha Kadesh Yakirucha. So it's fascinating. So the old man says to Sancheir, you know what you should do? You should change yourself enough that nobody recognizes.
No one really knows for sure.
They say when you go home, no one's going to bother you. All right, but my Hishni, so how should I change? Amalei, so I see the Nispera Vazaga. Go get a pair of scissors. I'll give you a haircut. We'll change your appearance a little bit. I just want to point out before we go on. What a profound Gemara, and this is the timing of this is incredible because it's almost Elul, and we really have to and how it is so important to be able to get into the mindset of change. So look what happens over here. So Sancheir is in trouble. What does Sancheir realize? Sancheir realizes the way I'm living right now, right? What I'm doing is not the way I need to be focusing. I was like, we all have those epiphanical moments, right? When I realize that what I'm doing, this is not the way it should be. It's just not the way it should be. I know that I could do more. So Sancheir has that epiphanical moment. And he says, right, so he goes to the old man says, you should change yourself. Change. You can change whatever you want about yourself, whatever you want. You should change. And once it's so often happens when it comes to change. Sancheir says, that's a great idea. It's a good idea. And how should I change? Take a haircut.
Rabbi Frankel anonymously published the book
these moments of clarity where
in 1909, Rabbi Frankel anonymously published his
and then
book
instead of
entitled
affecting real change, we affect cosmetic change.
Work on the
It's
second
kind of
volume
change.
of the
I really should change. You're right, that hairstyle really should change a
The
little
book
bit,
was
right?
republished during the
But
author's
you
lifetime in
understand, right? In other
1930.
words,
Since then, the book has been republished numerous times. In 1915, Rabbi Frankel published the first volume of his work entitled
change. We
Geburus
just
Arge,
content ourselves
a Kabbalistic
with
work
cosmetic
on
change.
the Rambam's
And that
commentary
moment that
on the
could have
Torah.
been
The
so
second volume was
transformative
published in
simply goes
1924.
by
Both
with
volumes
little
were
or
then
nothing
reprinted as a single
concrete
book
to show
in
for it.
1932.
Such a metaphor.
The
Anyway,
book was reprinted again
and I
in
will say, by that, I just want to point
1995.
out, that's what's
Machlon
happening with
Sha'arei
Sancheir over here, so we're going to see this come out a little bit more. Sancheir suffers this humiliating
Kabbalah
defeat.
Yeshiva in
We'll say there's
Jerusalem,
nothing that
where the book
gets
is
you to
studied
think about
regularly.
change more in life
In
than
1927,
humiliating defeat.
Rabbi
We've all
Frankel
had it, we've all
published his book
experienced it.
dedicated to
And those are
Chakos,
moments where often you're
critical,
most
entitled
open to
Medinos,
anything and everything.
Maharil.
Okay, so get a haircut.
The book was
I
printed
see.
in
So Sancheir says, the old man, where am I supposed to get a pair of scissors from?
Shalane.
Who
In the book, Rabbi Frankel writes
So what happens? So he says to Sancheir, look, there's a house over there. Go in there and get a pair of scissors from there.
Rabbi
So
Frankel
and
explained that
Sancheir
he
goes
could
in,
not
he
publish the
finds
rest due to his
scissors.
manuscripts at
Also,
the time.
Malach Isharetz ve'idmi lekigab.
He explained that he
This
could
is
not
a
publish the
tremendous
rest of the
setup over here.
manuscripts
Malachim come into that
at that
house
time.
and they appear
Due to
like people.
financial reasons, furthermore, he expressed his desire to publish the rest of
They were
his
grinding.
work
They
in
were
the future,
grinding.
as he had done
Rashi says over
previously
here,
with the book
Garine
entitled
Timorik. It was
Geburus Arye. Rabbi Frankel's dream
date,
never
date
materialized,
pits,
and the
date pits,
manuscripts were
date seeds.
destroyed during the
So they
Holocaust.
were grinding this
The
up.
exact
So
date of
Amrle,
publication of
Hamad
Rabbi
So
Frankel's
Sancheir
book
says,
entitled
can I borrow a pair of
Shabbat
scissors?
Lefi
Amrle,
Commentary on Haggadah Shal Pesach is undocumented.
So
However,
he says,
since
no
the
such thing
author,
like this for scissors,
in
right?
his
So you want
introduction
scissors?
to the book,
Grind,
refers to
grind the
his
Geruya
1927
of
book
the
entitled
with us. Okay,
Medina
work a little bit and we'll give you the
Maharil,
scissors. Tachan
and since
Chad
the
Geruya.
1930 edition of Magid Sheni
Kasha, Zavalabal and
refers to
Sparta.
Sheva
So
Lefi,
Sancheriv
We
ground
can
up
deduce
the
that it
bits,
must have been
right? And
published
they gave
between
him, this is
1927 and
also another
1930.
tremendous
The
Moshe
book
Haskell.
was
This is
republished by
Sancheriv.
Rabbi
This is
Dr.
Sancheriv,
Ari
right?
Edelstein,
Commander
a
of the
grandson of
largest
Rabbi
army in the
Frankel,
civilized
in
world
1994 in
at
New York
the
City.
time.
In
And also,
1937,
you know, it's incredible,
only
like
3 years prior
desperation,
to his
failure
death,
humbles you,
Rabbi Frankel
and
published
desperation. When a
his
person is
final work
desperate,
entitled
you do whatever you
Likutei
have to do to
Maharal,
get the job
a
done. Isn't that
commentary on the
incredible?
Torah.
You know,
All right,
when we're
next up,
riding home, so
we're
there's
just
certain
going
things
to
that
get
are
into the
beneath me that I'm not
nitty-gritty.
going to do. Not going to do. When I'm in
Ready?
trouble, we
Yeah.
recognize you do
Nitty-gritty
whatever
for the
you have
itty-bitty
to do
committee.
in order to get the job done. So
Some
Sancheriv now is afraid of facing the people back home.
giant,
Right? He needs to get a
massive,
haircut. He
heavy
needs a pair of scissors. He's got to grind bait
kabod.
pits. You're going to do what you got to do
Right.
in order to get the
Just
job
how
done.
Hashem
Alright?
made them.
So good. So the Gemara says, "Ad ha'aseh echshech." So by the time
Does that mean the
Sancheriv
image
got
of
back
likeness
with
of
the
God,
scissors,
does that
the old
mean
man
Hashem
already
has-
came dark. I see Nura.
No,
Now the
it
old man
doesn't
says,
work.
the old man is
It's
Kushbar,
just
he
the
says, listen, I
same,
can't
dog.
get a haircut in the
It's
dark.
like,
So bring me a fire. So the Gemara says, so Azal I see Nura, Bahadi te kanafach le atli be Nura b'dikine. So what happened?
all right.
Azal Gaza Dikine. So as Sancheriv was bringing back the lantern, the fire, his beard caught fire a little bit, and it turned out it ended up singeing his beard. So ultimately, again, the old man ends up cutting off his beard and his hair.
Oh, this is a Jewish woman.
She's what people say.
All right, we can read this. I'll just say this. At one time of my life,
this apparently birthed the famous adage. Rashi says,
I would just read on Shabbat the Jewish woman, downloaded it all,
if
so
you
that
go
I have
ahead and you set fire to
copies
the
of
Aramean,
it.
and he
And
likes
all
it,
Shabbat, I would
you
just
could
read
also
these
go
stories
ahead
of
and
these women
singe
who
his
lost their
beard,
children,
and it will be an
and it was
unending
just
source of
heartbreaking, and I just
entertainment.
felt for them.
Okay.
And
You
if
do
you
it that
know
way,
about the
right?
JewishWoman.org, it's like this
I don't have
website
anything on it.
this
I don't
lady
have
started
anything on it,
that she
And
like
so nice
donated
again,
to
the
Chabad or
ideal
some
of
shit
the
like that.
it's talking
And
about also, I think the takeaway
it's just
from this
a very
entire
special
Gemara,
website to
in
me.
a serious sense,
It's one of my
is
top 10 favorite websites in the
life
world.
could change
Creative
so
Niddah
dramatically. And we
is a time
experience
usually
this in
lasting
different
12
ways.
days
That a
to
person
14
could be on the
days when
top of the
Jewish
world
law
one moment, and
forbids
he'll be at the
conjugal
bottom
relations.
of the bottom
Niddah
the next.
begins with
It
the
was
onset
so
of
profoundly
menstruation.
important. And again,
That's a
to
key word that
Sancheriv, I
a
think
lot
to
of people
Sancheriv's
just
credit
roll
a little
over.
bit,
There are a couple
you
key
have to
words.
be able to roll with it.
Clitoris,
You have to be able to
not
do it.
clitoris.
You have to be able to know what
It
to do when
doesn't
you're
rhyme with
commander of the
thesaurus.
army, and you have
It
to know
rhymes
what
with
to do when you're a humble, defeated
almost like
individual. And if you notice
Icarus,
again, this man
clitoris,
suggests to Sancheriv,
and
get a haircut, so he gets a haircut. Whatever you need to do. Listen, there are some people in life when life doesn't go their way and the plan
and
doesn't materialize,
menstruation.
they
It's
simply get paralyzed.
menstruation.
They
It's
don't
4
know
syllables,
what
not
to do. They're
menstruation.
stuck.
That's
they
not
can't
right.
get over the fact that life did not
Really, yeah,
materialize
and
the way
it's
that I wanted it,
February,
and they don't
not
understand the
February.
power of the pivot.
All right.
And I think you see this
My
from
Rabbi
Sancheriv
would be
to
very
his
happy.
credit. You know, you don't
Different word.
become the
Clarify
commander
all that shit.
of the largest army in the
Niddah
civilized
begins
world
with the
by
onset
just
of
being a regular guy.
menstruation
Sancheriv
and is
must have had
completed with a
ridiculous
woman's immersion
co-hosts.
in a
Part of those
mikveh,
co-hosts is the
a
power
ritual
of the
pool of
pivot.
water.
You gotta be
The
able
Niddah
to
period and the
whatever
mikveh
life
immersion
throws
have
your
recently
way,
seen a
and
renaissance
recognize
of
that whatever
observance
it
in
is,
Jewish community.
figure it out.
Many couples
Remember,
have
like,
discovered that the
Ashka,
cycle of
Rama,
closeness and distance built into this mitzvah keeps their relationship fresh and exciting. Others say it
as
adds
he's turning on, what does he find?
a
He finds
spiritual
these incredible
divine
stories.
dimension to the
He finds a
relationship.
plank
Like most good
from
things, keeping
Noah's
the Niddah
teva.
period is
From
not always
Noah's
easy,
teva.
but the
And we'll
payoff
say,
is
by the
well
way,
worth it.
geographically,
Here's a
we know
brief
that whenever you
overview
get
of the
teva,
practices
teva
associated with
kind of
Niddah
what's the
and
word?
mikveh. Please note that this is very far
Yeah,
from a comprehensive
what is it?
guide. Jewish brides and grooms traditionally study the laws that govern Jewish marriage with specifically trained teachers who guide them through the cornerstone, through this cornerstone of Jewish life. How does this work in your
on Hare Ararat, right?
community?
Which actually, by the way, interestingly enough,
I mean, generally, it is a responsibility of the rabbi to ensure that
see, he
the
finds a plank from Noah's table. It's
congregation
like,
knows these
you
laws,
can't,
but
it's incredible. Like,
I
like
know
you
that
imagine, like again,
rabbis,
just to understand,
my
this is
rabbinical council
quite
just
okay
basically said,
for Sancheriv. He ran into
it's
a
your own
Kadosh Baruch Hu,
business.
and what's it? I just want to point out.
We'll
I
have
want to
the
point out.
Rebbitzin
The Ribono Shel
talk to you
Olam
about it,
appeared to Sancheriv.
but
Do you
handle
understand what
it.
that means? You
Really?
understand what that means?
How would you do
Because
it?
again,
Dog, I don't want to see your
Sancheriv,
fucking jar of
interestingly enough,
Smuckers
remember,
and
it was
fucking
his
bounty
result
paper
last
towel.
week.
Calm down
Sancheriv
with that
was
shit.
on a
Really?
divine
But
mission.
it's just
His
not a thing.
mistake
I mean, it is a
was that he
thing,
went
which
back to
is like,
Yerushalayim.
really,
That was his mistake.
you're your own person. It's very, it's like a part of Judaism that a lot of women hate. And
but he
I
was
want to
stepped.
free
He
you
was
of
stepped.
that.
You don't become a shliach of Hashem without possessing some
So
type
don't
of
send
personal
me your
greatness.
fucking
See,
period
he met HaKadosh
pictures.
Baruch Hu. He met the Ribono Shel Olam.
What you want, dick
He
pics,
finds a plane
man?
from North
Really?
Stava.
Come
Amar.
on. Yeah. During Nida, dipping in the mikvah, together again, spiritual note about Nida, some details. During Nida, since conjugal relations are prohibited during Nida, husband and wife sleep in different beds. We call these Lucy Desi beds, but you can call them
So Sancheriv says, if I go and I'm successful, in other words, if I go and ultimately I'm able to survive at home and claim my former greatness, I will offer up my two sons
Father
as a
knows best.
sacrifice.
You call them Father knows best beds. I call them Lucy Desi beds. Since conjugal relations are prohibited during Nida, husband and wife sleep in different beds. Many other practices have been instituted to ease the temptation for a sexual relationship. What would you do?
Shamu Benoy, his sons heard about this and weren't overly excited about this promise, and therefore they killed him.
No.
Sancheriv is assassinated by his own sons.
This is just an alleged story. Some bitches still want it because they're super horny and they want to play in the back door, which we've gone through. Okay, fine. And then they just made them so unbelievably funny that they're just like,
and kill it. I will say, by the way, it's also interesting when you think about this image.
Throw that bitch on and go to town. Really?
Trying to hold on to
allegedly, it's a fucking story. I'm telling stories here.
Who else held on
all this
to Noah
is just
saved? Og. The Medrash says that Og Melech HaBashan, right?
Was it
was
red?
held on to the table and was saved. Now let's say in times of distress, everyone's trying to hold
like strawberry
on to
shortcake
something.
kind of. Anyway, this is a time to strengthen deeper aspects of the relationship. A lull in physical closeness can be used to develop those aspects that lie beyond physical touch. That's all just a story, though. I'm just being, of course, just joking. Why? Because when it happens, I fucking put up the Berlin Wall. I fucking put up the pizza if I need to. Really?
He's like, you know what?
If I have to,
you could be my life preserver. Like I could hold on to and turn this around. And
after a minimum of 5 days have elapsed, if the blow is stopped, the woman
it's always as if he misses it.
Begins to prepare for the couple's physical reunification. She begins by ensuring that there are 7 stain-free days. She does this by making an internal examination every day with a soft white cloth, a deacon cloth, dipping in the mikveh. After 7 stainless days have passed, it's time to immerse in the mikveh. Constructed according to the exact specifications outlined in Jewish law, the mikveh is a ritual pool whose waters can either be connected to a spring or to running water. Today's mikvehs often look like fashionable spas. The aesthetic beauty of the facility, along with the rejuvenation and spiritual boost experience, can help explain why the mikveh is frequented by many who may not practice other forms of Jewish observance. When arriving at the mikveh, she will be shown to her private preparation room, which is essentially a large, well-stocked bathroom with a luxurious bath, fresh towels, disposable slippers, a comfortable robe, and all the other essentials. After taking a relaxing bath, making sure to thoroughly clean so that the mikveh waters touch every bit of her, she is ready to enter the pristine, warm mikveh waters. The attendant will accompany her to the actual mikveh pool, ensuring she is fully immersed with no hairs or hands sticking out of the water, and declaring the immersion kosher. After immersing while still in the mikveh, this blessing, praising God for this special mitzvah, is recited. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning immersion. Immersion in a mikveh has the power to create a sort of spiritual metamorphosis. Many use the holy moment for personal prayer and communication.
Mentioned many times out of journeys in Shas. Why does the Gemara need to cut these
together again? When the wife returns from the mikveh, marital relation may resume. That is like a meeting. That night is especially auspicious for the intimacy between the couple. Judaism views the physical union between husband and wife as sacred. The couple can and should continue to be together as often as they wish for the duration of the time, especially on Shabbat, the day of delights. Spiritual note about Nida. Separating each month can be difficult, but the payoff is tremendous. To begin with, you are living in accordance with the will of God. The third partner in every marriage As an added bonus, there is something magically rejuvenating about the mikveh night. As husband and wife come together as they did on their wedding night, experiencing a monthly honeymoon. Yeah, it's really sweet.
What we
You
can
can do
become,
it. That's tight.
even though we
So
all
details.
have
A
day
woman
jobs.
first immerses in the
The
mikveh
years
before
of
her wedding.
Adan. So let's remember again, the pasuk says, "Am Avinu pursued them." The four
For the
kings up until Dan.
postmenopausal woman,
So what happened
one
in Dan
final
Arioch?
immersion
Also tzaddik Adan.
usually
Tashash
offers
Tovo.
purity for the rest of your life. Some mikvahs require you to pre-book an appointment in advance to call to find out. The above is only a very basic and very incomprehensive treatment of this complex and detailed subject. Studying with a woman experienced in the field was a way to gain familiarity with this mitzvah. A Rebbe or a mentor will be able to refer you and give you personal instruction and direction. All right, Chana Weisberg. That's a cool story, lady. But we got all kinds of different colors. If it's black or brown, like spotting, Bedikin cloth, Bedikin clothing.
Even though this wasn't going to happen until
really? Why not?
Centuries later, Nevinu's strength diminished
Kids,
when
I
he got
gotta
the
say
future
to
sight of Avodah Zarah.
Well, we can tell it yet. But of all that I tell you, this might be my best.
So
It's
to
the
again,
funnest fucking thing. Really? Oh,
we're not
I don't know if it's my best story. It's like choosing children, but still, it is so fucking funny.
I will say, get ready for this. So this
Really?
Rabbi Zera said the following message was given by Rabbi Huda ben Beseira. He's Zara B'Zakin Sheshachach
It is
Temudah
so
Machmason.
fucking funny.
I will say, be careful with the Talmid Chacham
Is it?
who lost his learning because of extenuating circumstances. Or I will say sometimes.
I mean, some people might think it's funny, but I gotta
they forget
restart
their
these
learning.
streams.
Whether it's because of something
Why?
like dementia or Alzheimer's, or
Why
whether
not?
again it's just
Maybe I
part
could
of
tell the
getting
story
old
as I'm
in
doing
life.
this.
Be careful
Really?
with a Talmid Chacham who
Well, why
forgot
not?
his learning, even though he doesn't necessarily have the
All right.
call. That learning is still a part of who and what he is, and therefore there is an obligation to go ahead. And
So many
which
schools
also teaches us a tremendous life lesson as well. The power that Torah has upon
keep
us is not only in
separation
the knowledge that we
between the
retain.
boys and the
This is a very important source of chizuk,
or they're
especially
completely
for
separate
us,
schools.
Daf Yomi Chevra. Because a lot of times,
depends.
one of the most beautiful things about Daf Yomi is you see so much in one
And
day. One of the most difficult things
so I
about
can
Daf
tell you,
Yomi
like,
is
for
come the
my
next day, I have absolutely no idea
adolescence,
what
I was
I
around
learned.
boys
But so sometimes that's very frustrating for
all
us
the
because,
time.
like, what am I doing? What am I doing?
From
We'll say, of course. Now,
the beginning
again,
of the school
the answer
day
to that is,
until
what's the answer to that? The answer to that
the end of the
is
school day
Chazara.
without
Chazara.
any
That's why a person has to
interaction
chazar
with
the daf.
God.
We know that. But let's say in
Really,
addition to
yeah.
that, the real power of Torah
No.
is what it does to you as a person, what it does to your neshama, and that has nothing to
Really,
do
I mean,
with
unless it was like
retention. It is entirely experiential.
there were
The
just
act of
no
sitting and learning Torah,
nothing.
by definition,
Really?
fundamentally
Why?
changes me
That's
as
just
a
how it
person.
was.
And even if I don't remember one word, I am
The
still
school
a
was
changed
like
being. I said,
even like
says,
had like
you have a
separate
Talmid Chacham, a Zakim, who
wings,
forgot his
basically.
learning.
Like,
You think
so,
that because he can't
I mean,
recall it,
as best as
therefore,
it
again,
could.
the Torah impacts
So
him, and
that
thus chas v'shalom. He's still the same
boys
holy
were
Jew,
with the boys,
because Torah has imprinted on
girls
his
with
neshama,
the girls.
fundamentally changed him. Furthermore,
There was no
Zara
dating.
b'vridin. Also, be careful with the breathing.
And
So it's interesting how, remember again from the last cycle in Chulin, we learned about this. When you shecht a bird, when you shecht ophos, so there's a
everything was
blood
kept as
vessel that
separate as
runs next to
possible.
the esophagus. There's a
Really?
machlokes as to whether or not that
Yeah,
that artery needs to be cut.
all
As
right,
part of
that's
Shechita,
cool.
Rabbi Huda says
else?
you should be careful to do it
Um,
because that allows the animal to bleed out faster and
so-
drains the animal of blood faster. That's called the vridin. The Gemara says, "Izaba vridin, Rabbi Huda is Rabbi Huda." We'll say, watch this.
I mean,
The
like in the
Zara
same way
b'nei
that
ha'aretz. Be
Yeshiva
careful with the
University
children of ignorant people.
there's one
Shemehen
school,
teitzei
but
Torah.
there's like boy
Because from
sections
them,
and girl
From
sections.
the children of Amei Haaretz, ultimately,
There's a-
again, that's where
However,
Torah will come from. I will say this is an astounding
Yeshiva
Gemara. If you look at Rashi just a
Yeshiva
moment, it's the
University,
last Rashi on the right side.
Los
He's on Mei
Angeles,
Haaretz, Shenasot
the
Amei
high
Cholim.
school
He's talking about over
that
here
had separate.
children who grow up who are
buildings.
children of
Do
Amei
we have separate
Haaretz,
buildings?
who are children of ignorant people. Now, I will say, by the way, in this context, Amei Haaretz is not used in a
Definitely
disparaging way.
separate.
It's used in a factual way. Right? A person grows up in a home where his parents are ignorant. By the way, ignorant doesn't have to mean they're not ignorant. It just means they don't know Torah.
Yeah, I mean, you
They
could
don't learn
say in
Torah
a
per
lot of
se.
ways it was separate buildings
So
because,
Rashi says,
but like there
and those
were
children who
either
grow up
tunnels
in a home of Amei Haaretz
or
become
hallways
Talmidei Chachamim.
that
Last
connected
time
the
covered.
buildings, but
Make sure to give those Talmidei Chachamim whose parents are
it
Amei
was like an
Haaretz,
old mansion.
make sure to give them
Anyway,
the greatest
cool.
amount of covered. Why?
Why?
Shemehen
Why not?
Teitzei Torah
Just what we're
Yisrael.
offering.
Because those are the Talmidei Chachamim
Anyway,
who are going to create and affect the greatest change for Am Yisrael. Shahare Yatsu Shmaya V'Avtan Neymar. So we'll see examples. So we'll say, what's the pshat? What's the
is that
pshat?
the end of your
That
story?
is the children
No, we're
of
getting
Amei
there.
Haaretz who make the greatest impact to Klal Yisrael. Not the children who are the
And
children whose fathers are Talmidei Chachamim.
I mean, we were toys so
What's
much.
the pshat? Which I think is a very simple yisod.
And you know, I gotta
when
be
a
honest
person
with you,
grows up
I
in a
didn't have
home
any
of Amei
sisters.
Haaretz and then decides
I-
to become a Talmid Chacham, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to work 10 times harder. Sometimes they have to work against
cousins
parental
were-
resistance. Certainly, again, they have to learn a whole new
Male.
body of things that perhaps they did
I had
not
female
receive
cousins, but
growing up.
they're
The
like far away.
push, right, and the commitment and the
And
resilience that those Talmidei Chachamim
So, I
have.
gotta be
Sometimes
honest
people
with
who
you.
grew up with it
as a little boy,
don't necessarily
even
have
going
the
up
same
to
thing.
my
And therefore, ultimately, the contribution that those Talmidei Chachamim will make, ultimately, again, is tenfold over what others are saying. It's an incredible idea. So the Gemara, and again, I would say, but if you notice over here, the Gemara
I didn't
says,
know women menstruated.
be careful.
It
Now,
wasn't
if you have to
thing
tell someone to be careful, what does that mean? What does
in
that
our
mean?
house.
Right?
It
That
was.
people generally, again,
I
are
could
not
never tell
careful
the
with
difference
this,
between
right?
my
Why? Because we'll say it's so interesting in the Welt, in the world.
I never
it's so
saw any
interesting in the
real
world,
signs of
we
it.
put so much primacy and importance.
I
in
never
yichus.
saw
Yichus, right? This one is yichus, and this one
tampons
is
or
yichus.
pads
And
or
yichus is
anything.
wonderful. Yichus is wonderful. Right? Yichus is beautiful. It's fantastic. Where you come from, we all have beautiful yichus.
It was like,
we put so much on. So
I'll just be honest with you, and I'm not going to be fucking alone when I say
but
this.
just understand, it's
Many
often
young men
those
think women have
who do not
penises.
have the
Really? I mean,
distinguished
they know that they're different,
but then decide to make something magnificent.
and we know that they're
of
made
themselves.
like, you know,
Those
Adam and
are
Eve,
the agents of
but
change.
we
Those
don't
are
know.
the people
We don't know.
ultimately,
And
again, who
anybody
make
who's
the
out
most
there like,
dramatic
oh,
and
I knew.
tremendous difference.
Okay,
The ones who
that's
society
cool.
say are like,
Not all of us.
you know, listen, you know,
Some of us were really fucking curious
somebody
about
was
it.
telling me
Really? Yeah.
the other day that
Why?
that a certain
I've never been
yeshiva,
in.
you know, really didn't have this
High school?
same standing anymore. Certain
And
yeshiva,
somebody-
post high school yeshiva. Why? This was the
So
last, you know,
girls
it's filled with flip
that have
outs.
penises, and it was like,
I'm like, what?
what are you talking about?
Flip outs.
Preschool?
So you know what Lashon
Somebody
flip outs?
come up with that
flip
rumor.
outs is someone maybe who
And to
grew
this
up,
day, I
like
don't
a little bit
fucking
more
But
modern.
that's your
and
funny
not-
story.
And then
Absolutely
became much more
Really?
religious.
Yeah.
Flip out. So
But-
first of all, I said, so you mean like people
Let's just say I
that
was
you want to
bound to
emulate,
determine
right?
to
When you
figure
say
this
flip
one out.
out, you
And I
mean
did.
like so people who start
Really?
with something and then decide to
Anyway.
get more, like that's a good.
Allegedly.
You know, it's so
But,
warped. It's so warped that like in the world, somehow someone who started with less,
It's just like
and then
women
chose
were.
more,
I was
chose
around men,
more, that person is a
and
tzaddik should be tzaddikim.
women
Like
were
that
just
person
like,
goes on a
there
pedestal.
was my
A
mom,
person who made a choice
but she
to
was
be
a
more,
fucking
to do more,
magician.
to accomplish more,
And
even though perhaps they didn't have it growing up, even though perhaps again maybe their parents
I
like it,
just
don't like it, aren't supportive,
didn't know.
passively supportive, whatever it is, but they decide they want more. It's just so
Didn't.
interesting that sometimes you have such
And I
a warped
remember
view of
there
where
were, like,
actual greatness
health
really
books.
comes
We
from.
didn't go over
It's
them.
very nice if you come
And I
from
think
a
this is a
family of
terrible,
righteous people.
terrible
That's
thing.
fantastic.
I would teach
incredible.
my kids
But that does
anatomy very
absolutely
early.
nothing for you except start you off at a higher
Just
place,
in my school,
which
and
is
we're not.
accomplish yourself.
And we weren't even allowed to look at that part of it. We had to
Okay.
look at the
All
part
right.
about
And I
fucking
would say, so that's why the
food,
Gemara has to say,
but not like
be careful
that
with the children
women
of
had
Amei Aretz,
vaginas.
which means that
It
the
was
Welt
like-
is not. But sometimes
don't
you're gonna
even
both say the
fucking-
greatest people in this world are the ones who aren't born with the spiritual silver spoon in their mouth, and instead try to
It was
accomplish
just like
great
a
things on their own and make it. Those are the people who affect
it's like a
change.
thing that I
Incredible.
know is true,
The Gemara says, "Milsa
and I
modino lei."
witnessed.
The Gemara says, "Ki ha milsa modino lei." Tzadik ata Hashem, ki arevei lecha, ach mishpatim adabra oska, madua derech Hashem
That
tzalecha.
fucking thing is
Shalom
doing a whole
kol bogdei
lot
bagad,
there.
shalom
And women,
kol
you should
bogdei
know, I have
bagad,
to
nitatem
fucking
gam
adjust
shor
these others.
yelchu gam osam.
You're really
It's
blessed
also
with
a
something.
shot.
Hashem has blessed you with
This
something really,
is
really powerful.
this is Eof.
And
No, sorry, Yirmiyahu. So Yirmiyahu over here is asking, you know, what's the part of this passage we're going to focus
you
on
know, if
here.
you're like,
The part of this passage we're going to focus on over here is that why is it that
like, if anybody's ever been ashamed
or
any of that shit, you shouldn't be.
Like this.
It's perfectly normal.
Sorry. What was answered back to Yirmiyahu Navi? Ki es raglayim ratzasavi alucha
And
What does this mean? So it says
it's like,
this was a guy. The guy claimed that he could run faster than anything. He could even run faster.
I mean, I had read in the Bible about women having different parts,
I could run 3
but it never really clicked with me.
And I could even outrun horses.
I was just very innocent.
Right? I could even
Still am, baby.
even run in swamps.
Virgin as the new fallen snow.
So what happened?
But it was just like,
so now he was racing against the human runner.
how can it be any different?
And this human runner outpaced him 3
I mean,
which is a much lesser distance.
I had my grandmother, but she was not menstruating by the time I came around. And so
we say to this guy, if you can't beat the human runner,
I didn't
certainly can't
have any suspicions there. And like, again, my mother was fucking a magician. So
if you can't beat the runner for 3 million, you certainly can't go ahead and you certainly can't outpace him for Gil Barsos. So the Gemara says,
it was just like,
and if you can't outpace him on dry land,
I had no idea. I really had no idea.
So
until maybe we'll say to this one day. But no, I was very,
at the end of the day,
I was very suspicious something was going on as a little boy.
That's simply it. You think you could understand, you think that you could see, you think that you know,
but
at the end of the day, you don't.
It's just a thing that it was like,
Cash, you're supposed to listen to this. We're going to see this.
I didn't know how. I mean, if
so
I didn't know
you're bothered by the fact. You're bothered by the fact that I went ahead and I gave this. I allowed Nebuchadnezzar to be successful in such a dramatic way. But
you know, in cartoons and stuff, they said it was like a stork.
4 steps. We'll see the story of those 4 steps.
But I never saw those fucking birds outside. And
for taking 4 steps, then ultimately, again, you're going to be overwhelmed. When I reward Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, Shiratzu lefanai kisusim alachas kama v'kama. So Nebuchadnezzar took 4 steps and was rewarded. You'll be overwhelmed when you see the reward ultimately of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who ran before me like.
I can say I was at a friend's house.
So the Gemara says,
and his mom had recently had a baby. And the mother was going to change the baby. And
what's that story?
She asked me, have you ever seen a baby be changed? And I said, no. And she said, do you want to see a baby be changed? And I said, sure, because I've never seen this. This is like a new experience for me. I'm like a little boy. And I remember thinking, where's the penis? But I was like, maybe it grows. Maybe it's like something that like grows or something. Like, I don't know. I still wasn't raising any. No fucking bells were going off. I just remember being like, something is missing here. But I wasn't like, you know, I'm focused on like poop, allegedly. And so I'm not like paying that much attention, but I was still like, did the poop come out of where did I was very, very confused. I'm alone on this. I know I'm not alone. And I went.
Identify some of these incredible stories and just go through them. I think it's a worthy.
I went.
So what happened?
Up to like.
The day that Achaz died. Who was Achaz?
Well, I can say this. I remember.
the letter
Remember.
that Merodach Baladon sent
And
to Chizkiyahu.
all the boys are like, what the fuck is wrong with
Peace
this
be unto
bitch?
you, King Chizkiyahu.
And
Shalom
no one would tell us.
Right? Peace unto Yerushalayim.
I still to this day don't know
Shalom
that.
le'elokar Rabbo.
But I
Peace
have a
unto the great God.
suspicion
Peace unto the great God. Incredible.
that she got her first
So
period.
what happened? Nebuchadnezzar suffered the Badan Haman. So Nebuchadnezzar,
And I remember this would happen like
So what was his
occasionally,
job? He was
but
the
then
scribe of the king.
it got
He
to
was
a
the
certain
scribe
point in
of
school where
Merodach
boys and girls
Baladon.
were no longer
Merodach
together.
Baladon.
And
So the Gemara says,
I have
listen
no
to this.
idea.
So
So I still don't know why the school was just
Nebuchadnezzar
randomly
wasn't
crying.
there when Merodach Baladon wrote this letter. He was
I really
he was
don't.
on break, So he comes back.
This
He
girl
finds
sucked
out
her
that
thumb
Merodach
up
Baladon
until
wrote
she
this
probably still sucking her thumb.
letter.
But
Because
it's something she couldn't
Tell
get.
me,
This
what was
bitch
the
had a
letter that
gross
was written?
fixation on the
Amalei,
beginning.
how he got sitting on it? They told him the letter.
Really? Yeah. Probably gives amazing hair. I'm just putting it out there. But,
So Nebuchadnezzar says something amazing. Nebuchadnezzar says the letter makes no sense.
he
says, you
I
call
never
the God of the Jews great, but you put
knew why
him
this girl was
last.
crying. I still
Right?
don't.
You say Shalom
But I
Aleichem,
thought
great
about it
king,
in the
great
years
king
since,
Chizkiyahu.
and
Shalom Aleichem,
that might
great
be
king
what
Yerushalayim.
happened.
Shalom Aleichem, great God.
But
Nebuchadnezzar doesn't make any
you know,
sense.
as the girls
If
started
God
to
is
maybe
great,
start to
then where does he
menstruate,
belong? All the way in front.
we were
Okay,
separated
this is Nebuchadnezzar.
in
Nebuchadnezzar.
different, like, you know, I went to a different school where I was with boys, so it wasn't ever really clear to me what was going on.
So Nebuchadnezzar says, how are you supposed to write it?
That's the story? No.
So it says, so right, can you imagine?
No, so
everybody's wondering,
I did see a baby
like,
get
guys,
changed.
I left for 5 minutes.
But that was like
Right? And you can't get the letter right. So what
anything could have,
happens?
I mean, anything could have been happening. It could have grown. Who knows?
So you've seen this.
I want to say this though on camera.
Literally means he who reads the letter should be the
I
one
think
who
it's.
goes ahead and
I think
delivers
everybody
it.
tries
The
their
idea
own
being
poop
that
at some
if you
point
have
in
the
life,
good
except
idea,
for this guy
the
because
good idea,
my shit doesn't stink because I don't poop.
the good idea,
Allegedly.
execute.
But,
Don't come, bastard full
There's
of
just something.
ideas.
I think everybody tries their own poop. Everybody tries their own pee as a little kid. They recognize that they don't like it. They touch it.
You think that it
And
should be
then
redone?
they're like, okay, well,
Go
I guess we're not
go after
supposed
the
to
courier and
play
get
with
it.
that shit.
Supposed to listen to this.
But if they
Rabbi
didn't,
says supposed to listen to this. To his
we would be
credit.
eating
To his
it
credit.
to this day, or we would be.
Who's getting Nebuchadnezzar?
I just think
Runs
everybody
after
tries
the
their own
courier.
poop.
Roy Basrei, Kid
Really?
Roy Abba Psios,
In the bathroom alone, I think people do.
Asa Gabriel
At least as a little kid,
Gabriel stopped.
like little kid,
Gabriel
and then you
stopped.
realize
So I'm Rabbi Yochanan.
this tastes
The
like
Molim
shit,
Boga
literally,
Yoda,
and then you're like,
so
I'm not going to do
listen
that
to
anymore.
this.
Or try
It was-
your own pee.
because what was Nebuchadnezzar?
I can remember
Nebuchadnezzar was
I didn't
running
really
after the
necessarily
courier
do that, but
because
this one time my
Nebuchadnezzar
family was having a
was
cookout,
concerned
and I
about
thought it would be
the
really
covenant
cool.
of the Ribbon Shalom.
I was talking to my
Gabriel
cousin, and I'm like,
stopped him.
I wonder if I
Had
spit in a
Nebuchadnezzar
glass,
gone any further,
like, and filled it all
there
the
would
way
have
up,
been no
and then
way to
drank
stop
it. What
his
would
future
what would happen?
carnage
He's like,
against
oh, you should
us.
try that.
So I will say that's what we saw before in the schools of
Anyway,
the
so my
Arab
other
seals.
cousin, my older
The four
cousin,
steps of
we
Nebuchadnezzar
ended up
running after
telling
the
this
courier because he
person,
thought the
and
letter was not
that
written
person
in a
told
dignified enough way
my
to
mom,
HaKadosh
my
Baruch
mom,
Hu.
you can't.
That gave Nebuchadnezzar
Anyway.
ultimately again
But people
tremendous
are
power
curious
over
as
God
little
himself.
kids.
And
And I feel that somebody out there is going to be like, thank you for saying that you think everybody eats their own poop at some point and drinks their own pee, because
amazing. Sometimes it's always
I bet
interesting
they
to
do.
see like
I
what
bet
makes
every
great
single,
people.
I bet that is something that happens everywhere in the world. Amazonian tribes are doing it. People who think they're
So the
living in the
Gemara tells a lot of
25th
these stories
century
so
are
that
doing
there's
that
something to
when
be
they're little
learned.
kids.
So what do you see in the story?
The Chinese are doing it. Jews are doing it. Muslims are doing it.
A willingness to take an idea and to implement it.
African
A lot of
tribal
times in
people,
life,
everybody's
we're
trying.
chock full of ideas.
Really? I
it's
bet.
great.
I've never been able to
I'm willing
like.
take
I
all
don't
my-
think there's a.
all my
I bet
ideas,
there's a scientific study
alphabetize them,
somewhere about
categorize
this.
them, anything
But
you
I've
want,
never
and then
heard of it.
ready to give
But
them
I
over
bet
to someone
everybody.
else. And then as long
You
as
know, there's a
someone else
book.
does the
Everybody
execution,
poops.
what makes great people
We never had
great
that book
is
because
they
we
have
don't.
beautiful
But
ideas.
maybe everybody
and
else
they are
does.
willing to put in the effort
Really?
to implement. They
I whiz
don't
like a motherfucker,
delegate.
though,
They
allegedly.
do what
I'm
has
the
to
whiz
get
kid.
done in order
All right,
to
so
get
back to
the
our
job
story.
done. And
This
Nebuchadnezzar
bitch
has this
sucks.
insight. It's not
Really?
like, okay,
Yeah,
who wants
it's
to
the
run after
worst.
the courier? Again, if he's the sofer to the king, by the way, that's a
All
pretty
right,
important
so you
position.
think everybody
He could
eats their
have
own
someone
poop?
else to run after the courier.
At some
Instead,
point, I think everybody